live for today. I'm very excited because the official patch notes have just come out and I have tested enough on PTR to feel comfortable making a meta tier list. So I will definitely be doing so later today. That'll be kind of toward the end of stream. For now, we're going to be testing some stuff. I want to check my vault on retail real quick as we all get settled in and we get started for today. But aside from that, I'm quite excited to be making an actual tier list. My full first ever tier list. All right. First ever tier list. All right. Live meta tier list today. Making today. Okay, so basically, I'm going to make a time for it so that people know. Most likely about 5 or 6 hours from now, I will make an actual tier list. That is the plan. But for now, instead of that, we will be doing something else. Yo, what's my beard tier? Should I rank beards? What beard should I rank, though? Whose beard should I rank? Morning life, we win and lose. Noob got first today. Hi, Noob. Hi, Noob. Hi, Noob. Alrighty then. So I'm actually going to make a full tier list because I made a video, and that video is about the patch notes. The patch notes are officially telling me something about this season. Like, I've learned, give or take now, what their intentions are. You know, their intentions are pretty clear by these patch notes. I would be at this point surprised if they went further. I actually don't think they'll go further. I think that really we have sort of reached that point of not no return, but just that point of like, okay, they're trying to let us know what's going to be meta for next season. They are clearly trying to let us know at this point, and we would be silly not to listen. I actually don't want to open as prot, do I? I don't think I want to open as prot. I already have I guess a 3 item levels on shield could work, but be kind of sad if I got a shield at this point. Well, we'll see. We'll see what I get. No shield, but shoulders. Oh my god, the shoulders! Look at the upgrade! Okay, forget about all the meta tier list stuff. Look at this upgrade. Look at the giant upgrade. That's exactly what I wanted. Cool. All right, well, time for to play warrior, because I was just thinking, you know they nerfed bear? Excuse me. Did you know they nerfed bear? What is up with that? Why did they do that? What's up, Calypsman? They nerfed bear. Did you see that, by the way? Dude, that is wildly amazing. 619 to mythic tier. That is the best possible vault I could have gotten on the warrior. Great. That's why we do 2 keys. That's why I got 2 vault slots, because now I think I have mythic tier. I have mythic tier on every slot except chest. Fantastic. That is an amazing find right there, actually. That was like exact. That could not have been a better vault on the warrior, which is good because my warrior is most likely going to be the tank that I play next season. Why they nerf bear? I'm upset. I'm not gonna lie. I'm upset. They nerf bear, dude. Calypspin, have you played PTR at all? Are you familiar with what's happening in the Worlds of Warcraft? Hunter Vault on live, and then basically we go straight over to PTR. Today is going to be big PTR gaming. We got to test some stuff. We have to test some stuff for sure. And then make sure we are stream. Yeah, Slothbear, thank you for the vaults. Greetings. Also, all my buddies took a month break. Yeah, it's tough to play WoW sometimes when you don't actually have the group to play with. I'm gonna link this for today because A, I thought I was funny when I made it. I'm not gonna lie, and B, right? My thoughts on recent class tuning. Boom. So that's the video I just made. There's basically, when I was thinking about how I wanted to make these videos, because I'm a, oh my god, my armor. Slothbear, our last key did not go so well, my friend. I don't think our last key did not go so well. Look at my armor. Look at this. Look at this. Look how red it is. Look how broken it is. That last key cost me like 2,000 gold. But we get this vault, which is exciting. So I'll probably pin that, though. I do think that what I'm going to do with videos, right? I had this idea. I'm trying to decide what I'm playing next season. Great, because I'm making an actual tier list today. Later today, not yet, but later today, I'm going to make a tier list with actually every spec in the game, including DPS. I have done enough. All right, easy mythic chest. Let's go. Easy mythic chest. Easy mythic chest here. Congrats, by the way, Soap, on your Styx Bunk Junctor, right? Do you have a guide on bear tanks main alt? I have a basic guide. I'm gonna make I have a plan for content now. Yeah, I got a plan for some content. I got a plan for contents. You have been a busy boy. That's me. That's me, Calypspin. I'm a busy boy. That's me. Yup. I'm a boy that's busy. That's what I do. I kind of want my hunter to be prepped for next season. So realistically on live, when I actually play live, almost all my attention is going to go to my hunter, and I will rename her and also transfer her to OCE most likely. Okay, so we got one on the Druid, one on the Evoker, one on the Pally. We'll go there real fast. I have been busy recently. Yeah, I have. I've been trying to do content creation stuff. Like, the thing is, right, I'm actually doing content creation. I'm working on this content creation vision-ish, you know? I'm trying. I think I'm doing a good job. Like, it's just, I was thinking about what type of content, though, and I did come up with something really interesting. Good morning, Quiver. I'm very new at this idea of, like, making content, because I'm the sort of person who watches other people's content. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about you guys, I watch every Dratnos video. Don't you? Like, I love World of Warcraft. I personally vehemently enjoy Dratnos' videos. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really like watching videos about WoW. I listen to The Bench and the Potty C and all the stuff, you know? Monsieur Carries. So I like that. I like being able to listen to WoW content. But I do think there's something missing, which is just when people go over the news, their perspectives can be a little off. I wanted to go over class tuning in the way that I went like this. I said, okay, in 60 seconds, I'm going to give people who don't want to have to read all the notes. In 60 seconds, I'm going to explain what's happening, and then I'll give an in-depth explanation for anybody who wants to stick around. So I tried in that last video to just read through it and be like, good, bad, 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 good, good, bad, this one good, and then I'll give an in-depth explanation after. You know? Did you read the bad news? Yes, Sagana, I read the bad news. What in the world is up with that? Prez was nerfed. No, Prez was buffed, Chris. Don't worry. Don't worry. Prez was haste versus Helm. That's myth tier. Do I care? Do I care? Fine. I actually don't think I have this T-Mog. I don't need 2 tokens. Tokens are pointless for me on my bear now. I think I don't need tokens, yeah? I have a socket right there. But have I not even sent this socket? I don't care about live anymore. All right. Bear Vault's not bad. I guess I'll take that verse helmet if I want it. For one upgrade that I could potentially have, technically speaking. Okay, log out of this. On to other vaults, and then basically immediately over to PTR in a second. Chris, don't worry. Prez was actually buffed. Prez Evoker was massively buffed. It is genuinely looking the best that it has ever looked, ever, in Mythic Plus. Except for the very first thing, by the way. Guys, I heard you say insert classes I'm interested in is bad. Big boo 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 set. So I went to read the notes on that specifically. I want to say I should make chapters for things. That's not a bad idea. You know how people make chapters so you can just go say, hey, warrior, or something like this? Like, I think that would be a good idea. I don't know how to make timestamps. I don't know how to do that on YouTube. I'm very new at it. Does anybody know how to make timestamps and stuff for that? Does anybody actually know how to do that? How do you make, like, chapters on a YouTube video? I'm not really sure. Okay. So we go to Prez Evoker. Prez. So we're going to open this. I'm not expecting to find anything. My Prez is basically 684 item level. So my Prez is Giga geared. I'm not expecting to find anything here that I need. Except this neck piece. But my neck has avoidance on it. Wait for healer on PTR for almost 30 minutes. Oh, really, Sunizi? I'm going to hop over in a second, but I kind of wanted to test tanks and stuff. Do I take this just to have a crit verse neck? Like I said, 4 sockets is so not powerful. I guess I do need a socket still. Wait, do I? I have head socketed. I got belt socketed. I need a socket for my bracers, technically speaking. I don't think I'm ever replacing a haste mastery neck. Not on any spec of Evoker. Not with avoidance on it and stuff. In case it's also so hard on motivate. Dude, live it's done. Live is over. Yeah. There's nothing to have on live anymore. It's basically GG's on live. It's all everything now. Everything is here. It's just about PTR. That's what everybody's waiting for, new content. Like that's what it is, right? So I check my vaults real fast. I go straight over. You know what I mean? It is weird hell. Like I think the season, the way that WoW works nowadays is basically it's kind of over, right? Less than a month. Yeah, it's very soon. Very soon. I hope I don't have to be in Lao when it comes out. I was worried about the timing a little bit. But yeah, so anyways, today though, we're definitely making the tier list. I'm gonna make it live, and then I realized because it's gonna be a longer video, and instead of recording it after stream, I'm gonna make it live on stream when I get around to it though. Yes, I have to go to Laos for visa reasons, so I gotta travel there soon. PTR is loading. Uno momento, por favor. Good morning, Mona. Also, good morning, Spanky, and everybody. Don't stay at any hostels. Why? Why? Hell, do you have bad experiences in Lao hostels? Wait, you're living where it was? What do you mean? What do you mean living where it was? Did you hear about those? No? What are you talking about? Hi, Draco. Draco, you've come at a perfect time. Right as you come in, we talk about some crazy thriller horror news. What are you talking about? Why can't I open PTR right now? How are the scaly babies? They're doing well, except for... Where are you living? Oh, I live in Thailand. I live in Thailand. I just have to go to Laos. Yo, why isn't my PTR opening? Hello? PTR? Play? Oh, someone's different. Well, yeah, but you just don't drink moonshine, though. It's one of your favorite dungeons in Season 1. Chris, they've made a lot of changes to dungeons. Yo, hello? Hold up. My game is not opening right now. Task Manager. Is World of Warcraft having a problem? Oh, yeah. World of Warcraft's totally having a problem. Hold up. End process. End task. End task. Oh, something happened. Something weird happened when I tried to open PTR. Okay, 1 second. 1 second here. Make sure that this actually launches correctly. Interesting. Maybe that's why. My PTR is updating right now, but people are on PTR. Mine is fully updated. It's just not actually opening. Excuse me. Hello? Hello? This is weird. You definitely need timestamps, at least when you do more in depth. Yeah. At the start could just be a single timestamp. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know how to make timestamps on YouTube. Okay, hold up. Wait. I'm going to close out Battle.net. Try to open it again, and hopefully this works. I just logged off WoW because it maybe updated because I logged. Should be. Mine are. I made sure it updated before I started stream. Okay, here. Let me just. Maybe I just have to restart Battle.net. If this doesn't open, that'd be weird because y'all are just staring at a black screen right now, which is nothing wrong with that. Wow, didn't want to open yesterday evening? Hold on. There's a YouTube video on making timestamps on YouTube. Of course there is. Yo. Hello? My regular World of Warcraft is opening, but my PTR is not opening. So I guess we're here now. You should not read. I did read an article in BS that staying in a hostel now can lead to lower IO. Oh no, lower IO, Cito. Oh, that should be crazy though. Should just have to wait. Okay, well it should be opening then. I'm looking at Task Manager and it's trying to open. It's just literally not opening. Unfortunate. I mean, we could do a live key real fast, I guess, and then go over to PTR. But Sunizi said he is on PTR already. Oh, no, I don't want to have lower IO. Dude, I don't want to travel. I'm not a traveler. I like to be in my home, in my cave. I don't want to travel at all. I don't want to have to travel whatsoever. Like, I don't want to have to go anywhere. But I have to. It's not like a choice, right? How do you even get on PTR? PTR is really easy to do, though. Every time I try to enter, it says no realms available. So you need to create an account on the Battle.net website, though. You're American living in Thailand? Yeah, but and then I don't leave Thailand, though. I don't want to have to go out of Thailand. Thailand's awesome. Why would I want to leave out of Thailand? A shield. Actually, I'll take a crit haste shield. That's perfect. Well, that's not perfect, but I'll take this. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Because 3 item levels on a shield is worth it, plus the fact that I actually wanted this to be not haste mastery anyways nowadays. Now that my prot pally can just live all the keys, I want higher crit. Crit is kind of the way at the moment for prot pally. Yes, I know I live in Thailand, but I actually don't, like, you know what I mean? I just want to stay home all the time. All the time. Everywhere. I just never want to leave my house. Who wants to leave their house? Lame. I don't want to have to leave my home ever. Alright, we just put my new shield on, basically, and then... I guess we could... I mean, my PTR is not opening at all. If it opens here, I'll try it one more time. If it opens here, I'll play it. And if it doesn't open right now, I'm just waiting. I'm not clicking anything. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I don't see it, man. I don't see it. It's not loading. It's not loading. Highly unfortunate. All right, I guess we do a live key. Who should I do a live key on? Prot Pally real fast? There's a 20 rookery. I can't believe that people are just casually listing 20 rookeries now. Who the hell lists a 20 rookery? Man, are they really just so resilient 20 that they actually just, you know what I mean? And Google that if you see one, there's more. It's a German yellow one. I genuinely have no idea if that's a serious question I'm smoking, if that's a copy pasta, if I'm baiting myself into some mind goblin stuff. I have no idea how to respond to that because I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that question. I guess based on your name, I could ask you, are you sure that's what you saw? Because it might have been a demon. Trying to attend on your game mage and trying to relearn. Sweetie, there's a word for that. What's the word, Cito? What's the word? Okay. I would say get a lizard. The thing you're missing is a lizard. If you had a lizard, then they would eat the cockroach for you, and you wouldn't have to worry about anything. You see? That's the key you're missing right now. That's what you're missing. All right, IO on Pally. Let's see, what do we have here? Priory of the Sacred Flame, Resilient 17. My Pally can live Priory of the Sacred Flame. Pally is actually good. My Pally is actually decent if they want me. A 17 Motherload. This one is a super easy key. My Pally can live that if they want me. Mechagon Workshop. Dude, why do I actually need these keys still? This is actually like my... It's hard to find this, though. Oh, hey, Mona. Thank you for the Prime sub. I was going to play PTR, but I have to wait. Oh, it finally opened. My PTR did open. Never mind. All right, well, if they don't take me to those keys, I guess I'm playing PTR. So here's the sad thing about PTR. Basically, Druid got giga nerfed. And when I say giga nerfed, I kind of mean it. Like, what the hell, man? Why did this happen? How did this happen? Druid did nothing to deserve this. Druid did not deserve this. Okay, wait, I actually did get invited to this key. This is such an easy key. Maybe I'll just do this, actually, though. A single target is 3 mil on Lust, on Prot Pally, on Templar, or where the news to see. The news is right there. It's linked right there, though. Check vendor. They added avoidance to all gear. Wait, what's up, Walpin? Oh, hey, Arson. Hi, I'm just starting today. Arson, why? Okay, well, okay. At least, why'd they nerf Guardian? I was so upset that I saw that, though. All right, thank you, Arson. Hopefully, I'll see you on the PTR at some point, though. Wait, Walpin, thanks for saying hi, first of all. They added avoidance to all gear on PTR? Wait. You know what you did? Wait. I'll be there this week for sure. All right. Did you test a new 4-smith or lightsmith? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? So, okay. The thing about the 4-piece for Prot Pally, I read it, and I was like, okay, I know they nerfed the 2-piece, which is sad, but the 4-piece was giga buffed. Oh, I don't know what I did. Don't listen to him? All right. The thing is, right, I was going to try PTR. I was going to go over to PTR and stuff, though. He's sleep deprived, mean, and delirious. Ah. I'm getting everyone nerfed. Dude, I got... Cardi and Druid got nerfed, but Frosty K got buffed. Frosty K got buffed. Oh, wait. I can't be on both World of Warcrafts, right? So PTR is open, but live is also open right now. Can you guys see which one? What do you see right now? Do you see my warrior or do you see my Pally on retail? Or was I flash between the two? So wait, they added... We're PTR right now, okay. So the thing is, right, they didn't nerf warrior. And they didn't, by the way, they also didn't nerf... I was very confused about this, okay? Why didn't they nerf VDH? That nerf to VDH is nothing. That nerf to VDH is actually nothing. Wait, they literally added avoidance to actually everything. Why? Wait, why? What's the... Why? Wait, but why? Was that spaghetti code? Is that because Tournament Realm? Is this a Tournament Realm spaghetti code situation? No shot. No shot. This is just a random... No, they didn't... They forgot to... It's a Tournament Realm thing. That must be what this is. Why would you have permanent avoidance? Buy it before it's too late? Bro, I'm trying to test for live, though, Walvin. I'm trying to test for the actual live... I mean... You're gonna just... But it's like you can't test keys with max avoidance. It's definitely a bug, right? Like, that's not supposed to happen. Imagine. Wait, you can't even test things properly. I was testing random things on the Pally, the warrior. I suppose the thing is, right? Points now permastat on all gear. Is that just a fact of season 3? Why don't they just nerf AoE damage by 20%? That seems like a much better idea. So I've been refusing to play any OP raid tank trinket, but I'm kind of interested in playing some of the OP raid tank trinkets now. Like, if I'm gonna just send it, I might as well just send it. Oh, do you think they're actually gonna change this, and then the people with avoidance will just have avoidance? There's no way they would leave that on PTR, right? My avoidance is now at 12%. I can get higher than that. 12%? I can do more. I can do better. Wait, they actually just... PTR is such a weird place sometimes. I need to clean out my bag so bad, though. I mean, I feel like... Do you actually just go ahead and buy everything real fast? Walpen, if you're testing today, I'll come soon. But I gotta do, like... It's good for testing. I think it's bad for testing because, like, you're already, like, there's some weird things always with PTR, though. I guess for rating, sure. But the thing is, if you learn that you're, like, cool, at this item level, I live this mechanic, but you have 20% avoidance, it's kind of sketch. Like, it doesn't really give you that thing properly, right? Also, well, you happy that Frosty K just got buffed? I'm kind of surprised because, well, I've only played with 2 very good Frosty Ks. You are one of them, and then Sam is the other one. I don't know if you know Sam. His name is Froststrike. And both of you, when I play with you guys, y'all are both awesome. But a lot of Frosty Ks I saw, on average, were not doing that well. They were consistently about 1 million, 2 million DPS lower than some of the broken specs, which were not nerfed. So... I'm just confused about their mentality. There are some specs on PTR which are literally doing 4 or 5 million more than other specs, and they didn't touch them. And I'm just like, they didn't touch them. Do you know how Brew is going to do? I don't know what they're doing either. I was so excited for the class tuning, and my only philosophy here, Walpin, is that all they looked at was raid testing. I genuinely think that they just looked at raid testing. That explains a lot. I think they looked at raid logs and went, oh, okay, and then buff from there and nerf from there. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they also nerfed Guardian Walpin by nerfing Boomy, though. Yeah. They did all sorts of weird stuff, though. I'm on live at the moment, actually. Sorry, I know I'm on both right now. I'm swapping over. I guess I'm setting up, but basically, my Guardian Druid dreams are shattered. Because they also nerfed Boomy. So when they nerfed Boomy, they chose to nerf Elun's Chosen, which is only played in Raid, and never, ever, ever played in Keys on PTR, because the whole reason Boomy is broken is because Keeper of the Grove is good. And then, wouldn't S-Priest have gotten a hit? Yeah, S-Priest didn't get a hit. I mean, you can imagine that they have something going, but at the very least, they chose to nerf the overperformers by like 2%. But the overperformers are ahead by like 30%. And it's like, they literally love-tapped VDH. They did the lightest spanking. Soap, you would be the most... If you were a VDH player right now, Soap, you would be so disappointed because they spanked VDH so lightly that even the most squeamish, vanilla, new-to-the-scene person would be like, that's it? It's just like, what were they thinking? They needed to actually put some force into that strike, and they didn't. And that just makes me sad. It's like they know nothing. You know, and granted, fair enough. You know, Blizzard people are not exactly renowned for their social skills. But I'm just saying, okay, they really could have hit some things a little harder than they actually did. I don't know what all this gear is here. Oh, they fixed the bug. Yo, I have Sam and Walpin in here right now. I have literally all the DKs. Okay. No, the bug was giving us 40% mastery of blit damage irrelevant AoE, so now we're fine. Okay, so what did you think? What is the actual changes of the... Was it actually a buff, a net neutral, or what? What can I actually ask your opinion? I was going to ask you when I saw you today, Sam. What do you think about the DK changes? Have you been able to test them, or do you know just by reading them? Because you're Giga. Like, what you think? I don't know if I'm playing Alchemical Chaos or if I'm just playing Crit now for my warrior. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let me get off PTR for a second because I'm actually going to do one live key real fast. So we're going back over to live real fast. Sorry for the shock value. Do. So I got this new shield, which is fine. And let's go do this. My prediction for the Blood DK is near to be true. They buffed Blood DK so that it's not F tier. It's now just D tier. Like, I don't know. They basically, the changes were... But what if they give VDH 5%? It's like VDH got what? A 2% damage decrease? And Prot Warrior got nothing? The change to Prot Warrior effectively doesn't change Prot Warrior, right, though? Yeah, I think that Frost DK, from what I understood, but I don't really... Frost DK is one of the only specs in the game that I have never played, though. So I openly admit that I do not know much about Frost DK. So I have to ask people like Walpin or Sam or other people for advice on that. Because I'm not sure. It's a genuine question. The Guardian thing, the Guardian nerf, you know, I don't even know if you play PoE. Those devs are known for interacting. The main devs, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, Quiver. I wish that too. I got a comment on one of the YouTube videos, and it was just like, I made the patch note thing, and somebody was like, do Blizzard devs even play the game? And I was like, honestly, though, for real, right? Like, actually, though, kind of, yeah. Do Blizzard people even play their own game? Sometimes you wonder. And I'm not a shill for Blizzard, but I really love World of Warcraft. So don't underestimate my love for World of Warcraft. Mainly... I guess we're doing one live key real fast. Mainly stream here. If I miss your comment. Good. I'm just putting something on the YouTube stream. Also, Walpin, thanks for saying hi. I'm honored that you kind of know who I am now. This is amazing. Because I've watched you on TV. You know what I mean? Like, you guys know who Walpin was? He said hi earlier. He was saying hi earlier and telling me that Avoidance Gear is now on PTR. It's kind of crazy, man. Yeah. Roll more out. No skips. No skips for this. We don't need to do any skips, even though we have a Warlock, but let's not do any skips. Do you guys know who Walpin is? Like, I've seen him on the TV. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, man. I just started streaming, I feel like. I just started streaming, and now there's some people who kind of, like, weirdly know of my existence, and I'm just like, what? You know what I mean? I'm just like, what? Really? Yeah, there are people who weirdly know who I am. That's, like, the strangest thing to me. Boom. Let's go ahead and pull this guy, because I'm a prot pally, and it's no problem. 1, 2, 3, big burst. I'll control these kicks. There's going to be one knock up here, but it's a 17, so it shouldn't be a problem if you kind of just drag that one other guy in here. I'm assuming somebody will get the first stop. Okay, no, I use my blinding then. The prop pally change was weirdly this, though. You feel like you're a nobody still, Walpin? I don't think so. Ooh, I got a pain sub. No trust. No trust for the prop pally tank. No trust whatsoever. I feel like that, actually. I genuinely feel... like, because, like, Walpin, I started streaming less than a year ago. Or, like, just... now it's been 1 year, yeah? Now it's officially been 1 year. And it's just... like, I feel like it's a very new thing for me. I started the YouTube channel just more recently. Just, like, uploading runs and stuff. But then, weirdly, it's like... but then you're saying hi to me right now. And I'm just like, what? Like, I've seen you on the TV. Because I love... World of Warcraft is a game of absolute magic and wonder to me. I love World of Warcraft. There's nothing that comes close to it. And it just... I wish I could play another game sometimes. Because sometimes WoW is frustrating. I just can't. There's nothing that comes close. Is he going to gateway? So I have little legs. Was he not going to gateway? Alright, I got to actually make the jump. I thought the Warlock would do the gateway. I got little legs. I'm a dwarf. This is my only dwarf character this season. This is my only dwarf character. It's kind of hard for me to make the jump sometimes. The frost change was a big buff. It looked like a big buff to me, but I've played almost every spec across the history of me playing World of Warcraft. I have not played frost. To be fair, frost is one of the only things I haven't played, actually. You can gate you can gate the wall. If you just put a gateway through it, you can just go straight through. It saves like 5 seconds. Actually, unless you have a dwarf prop pally who takes a second, then it saves like 10 or 15 seconds. How much do I trust this group? Probably enough to pull this side. I'm going to trust that they can deal with one thug. Because I know I can live this. Just going to get set up right here. And then we're going to go like this. I at least think that the tanking changes are pretty positive, to be honest. I'm actually very upbeat about the tanking changes. Personally, I think I'm super excited about them. I think that tanking feels really good on PTR. My only problem is that there are very clear meta tanks that they want you to play, but I am excited about the fact that there are 3 meta tanks they want you to play. Normally there are there's one with like a second option that kind of works. But the truth is that right now there are actually 3. That feels pretty good. You have basically VDH, you have Brewmaster, and you have Prot Warrior. All 3 currently look good. And that's actually pretty good. It's just that those are not the tanks that I want to play, so I'm salty about it. But for the greater community of WoW, you're going to have 2 comps next season right now. I foresee one of them being something like a Frost DK, a Shaman DPS. Whether it's LE or Enhance, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe you want a range. Maybe you want that 3-minute class with Ascendance. I'm not sure. And then you basically play VDH with that, because VDH didn't get nerfed nearly enough for it to not be considered good, right? So basically, you'll have the VDH caster comp, which is VDH Shadow Priest. You'll have a true caster comp, which is VDH Shadow Priest Boomy plus X plus Resto Druid. So maybe a Shaman in there or something like Enhance or something like that to make up for the kicks. You'll have, I think there are a few good options right now. I think that there's a melee magic comp that looks very likely to me. I think that that one is going to be Prot Warrior. Here's my take. I think Prot Warrior, Havoc Demon Hunter. This is wild, but ready for this? Prot Warrior, Havoc Demon Hunter, plus Frosty K, plus Enhancement Shaman or Ellie Shami with a Resto Druid. I actually think that comp could be very, very good. That's my thinking, though. Walpin, if you want to test PTR today, I'll be on after this. I just happened to, when I logged into retail to check my vault, I got asked if I wanted to come do this real fast, and I said sure. And a pug. I should have brought him a little closer. I'm sorry. Do you want me to go get those, or somebody going to do it? Okay, somebody's going to do it. Nice. Do. Even though this is a chill little baby key. I'm listening to Halo Lo-Fi right now. I kind of wanted to play for stream, but I'll do it later. Ready? Let's go over to the corner. I think actually, by the way, the buff to Prot Pally was kind of a stealth. I don't think people realize how many Masterwork stacks you get. And I'm wondering, I got to test Prot Pally in something like Gambit. I'd be very excited to test Gambit. Gambit is going to be a fun... Although, did they ever confirm or deny whether they changed the fish sticks? Can you CC fish sticks, or did they ever confirm or deny that? That would be a gigantic issue. Because it would be almost unplayable, the first area, if they haven't changed that. Because they changed the way that stops work, and so if it recasts... Did anybody... They are different, I can explain. Okay, so they've at least looked at it, right? Okay, so at least it's going to be playable then. All right, noted. There's also, by the way, the build I was playing for Prot Pally. I played with a different Prot Pally who's a very, very good Prot Pally. He's much higher than me, though. You're supposed to kill them pretty much. Okay. But do they cleave like totems? So do they cleave like the current totems in the season, or do you have to actually swap to them? Like the barrels in Cinder Brew, I imagine, something like that. Yeah, so if you stop it, they recast. So basically, you just send it, hopefully, like this, though. I'm going to test Gambit. A Gambit is probably going to be one of people's favorite keys this season, though. One group invited you. I hope they invited you. It's PTR. I'm going to hold wings. I was pretty impressed with the demo Warlock that I was doing, though. I'm waiting for you to test this shit. I'll be on in a second. I'm going to play PTR all day today. And then later today, I'm going to make an actual tier list. I'm working. I'm doing this content creation thing. I'm going to make an actual tier list, though. Tiago, Guardian Druid on PTR got nerfed, and it did not need that nerf. I'm not going to lie, it's demoralizing. You know how much I love Guardian, right? Like, I'm a Guardian Druid player. I might not main it next season. It is... I don't want to play the tank that's considered one of the worst tanks in the game. Come back here. Let's go safe in a 17. I don't want to be playing the tank that's considered the worst tank in the game. Like, it's like Blood DK is borderline better than than Druid right now. And I'm just like, no. I don't want that life. I pug my keys. I actually hoping that next season, by the way, I'm hoping a little bit that next season I might not have to pug my keys as much, which would be a really nice quality of life improvement for me. Like, maybe I'll have some more people after, like, kind of streaming more this season and meeting some people. Maybe I'll be able to play, like, a little bit more with other people, which would be really nice for me. But let's assume that I can't do that. Then I'll have to pug my keys. I don't want to play off meta. Off meta pugging is so tough, man. Good morning, Hoobly. How's it going? Yeah, the off meta gaming is just, it's a tough life. It's a tough life out there. Can you do it? Of course you can do it, but it's just, I don't think I want to go through that for a whole nother season. I don't think that that would be in my best interest, personally speaking. Now, we don't have a lot of stops or kicks, but if I'm willing to actually game the next pull, then I can just basically go up here. Pretty good. Well, probably I will say that the tank is changing right now. The tank meta on PTR is... I really hope that they clarify, even if they made a one blue post. You know what would help a lot? A very single blue post that just said, hey, we know that there are some specs that we haven't been paying a lot of attention to. We have something planned for them. Do you know how much that would help? That would make such a big difference, actually. What if they just did that? Honestly, what if they just did that? They were just like, hey, we know that there are some specs we've been avoiding. I'm going to hodge this one, kick this one. Yeah, I'll only do this if I can kind of game it as a prop pally, because in a pug, you actually don't really want to be pulling this many rock lances. I never got a plater on my prop pally, so I'm letting a lot of these kicks go off. That's my bad. There's a lot of casters here. I'm not going to die. I'm just saving it for here. No, I didn't mean to scare my healer. I'm so sorry. He was, oh, shit. Okay. I kind of thought that that pull would actually work, but I didn't get enough of the casters. That's why I was worried about. I was worried about that, actually. I think, yeah. I thought it would be fine. I thought I would do it, though. They fixed the lunation. Yeah. So the thing is, they already had fixed the lunation part of it. But then the other problem with it, right? The other problem, okay? I thought that pull would actually be all right. It's okay. The timer should still be fine here. Although our DPS is a little bit low. Help. Help, my dwarf. What's up, Zach? Zach, if you want to play PTR at all today, I'll be on in a second. I just wanted to get this very quick live key, but then I realized that this actually might not go well. I guess I shouldn't you don't need to do that pull in Motherload. I just thought it would be fine. I got wings up for this one. Oh, see my shield, I'm missing a lot of kicks because I don't have the right plater. And I can't actually see my health targets. This is why UI is so important. Because I didn't actually want to play my prop pally this season. I just kind of like log on to do a key every now and again. Boom, boom, boom. You really need a good UI though. Yeah, Havlim. So that buff, that nerf is actually insane. That nerf is wildly insane right now. Like that nerf to Guardian was not needed. It was already behind. They nerfed BM Stampede is so broken. I agree. So I'm going to make a tier list later. And you want a spoiler, by the way. Guardian will be okay, by the way. Tiago, Guardian will be okay, just to clarify. Guardian will actually end up being alright. We might have to push this key now. Hello? He doesn't need to turtle it. He just come up. Maybe I do the skip for the next pull. Like, maybe I'll actually do that skip. That might be worth it. I might do that. I might ask the lock. Wait, there's no way we missed that one kick there. I kind of thought we would get that one. Okay, hold up. We have to actually game this now. Keeps just seeing me off screen. Well, my PTR wouldn't even open earlier, so that's why I'm on live doing a single key. Okay, hold up. I'm gaming prop pally because I just realized that we're not sending the kicks that we should be sending here. So it eventually opened, but it took some time. It took quite some time for it to open. Boom. I got this one. I should get all of these kicks as prop pally. I think skip. I think skip. Go, boss. We have cooldowns. Just skip, go, boss. We'll do the lock skip then. I'll pull percentage later. I'll just have to pull a lot more at the end, but it's fine. It'll be faster, technically. It's weird to have to make up time in a 17 mother load, but it does. Okay, never mind. We'll just pull it. Technically my job to get all these kicks. They're all mine. They're all mine. Oof. Tough, 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 tough. One of my issues with playing a tank like Prot Pally, like, as much as I like it, and it is very fun, it's also so, like, you have to, people expect you kind of just like VDH to carry everything. It's not really your job to carry everything. Like, I'm locking down one of these casters. I'm not letting him get a single cast off. But then the other one is just free casting. So all those rock lances went off. I think we got one other kick there. Oops, I let this one. Okay. So this guy is not dead right now. And then, do I pull him into boss? Wolf! Is that... Wait, what was that? What did I get hit by there? Wait. What did I just die to? What the hell did I just die to? We have to go into boss. Wait, did I get hit by a slab or what? What did I just die to? The bombs? Final blast? Did they go off early or am I just lagging a lot? I moved like as soon as they went off. Okay, let's go boss. Basically, it's boss time now. We have to try to push for this. I'm so done with live, though. I can't take live very seriously right now. Pally looks so squishy. It's not that squishy. Oh, boy. All right, I'm so done with live. I can't take live keys seriously. This is like the 17 motherload is actually such an easy key. But I guess I'm trolling a little bit. It's so easy to do this key. Like, it's like actually failing a 17 motherload feels really, really bad. Are we gonna fail this? Our timer is not good right now because I'm gonna pull a lot in the third area. Is it? I might just go PTR. Sometimes it's just demoralizing a little bit. Obliterate. They buffed Frost Ice today with interaction. It's a two-handed Frost. I'm debating on how, because like I have so much fun on PTR and the time just flies by. But every time I go to live, I just get really demoralized. Is there a PTR patch? Yeah, it's linked at the top, by the way. So I made a YouTube video about the notes with the TLDR, which basically the first 60 seconds, if you want to read all the notes, T-Muck, they're right there. There's a big change for you, which is that they completely, I mean, they giga buffed all monks. Monks basically just casually give 3% more damage now, which is a massive increase. Yeah, so the monk for you, and then no warlock changes whatsoever. Warlock has been mostly forgotten about. Yeah, Warlock is GG's. Yep, yeah, I know. I don't understand the monk buff thing. Like I said before, I said this before. Remember, it was my take before, which I just literally was like, hey, if they want monk to be meta, do you know what they're going to do? They will just buff it until it's meta. Like, that's the thing. If they want monk to be meta, they will just buff it until it is. That's what I said. This is exactly what I mean by that. Which is just like, if they want it to be the thing that they want people to play, they'll just keep buffing it until people go, oh, okay, I gotta play monk. Like, fair enough. This is almost not dead. I dwarf myself off this bleed. I off-heal this. Yo, what's up, Paravel? They also notoriously left Holy Priest out of the changes. To get to make the current kit meta. We don't have time, dude. Our timer is like we're not gonna make this key. Do I have to bubble? I should be able to reset my bleed stacks and just sack my healer, bubble myself. Whoop. We're dead. We're dying. Could we finish this boss? Probably a GG. Okay, I'm gonna go over to PTR. PTR is way more fun than live right now. Live keys just feel like impossible. All right. PTR gaming it is. PTR gaming it is. PTR gaming time. So I test Pro Warrior, do I test Brew? Test both. There's no rush. You could test both. Why not? Just don't test... Actually, Blood DK, I will say, just feels good. It's just not in meta contention. Live keys feel so incredibly hard because the only people who are currently doing live keys that are not 19 or 20 are people who hadn't done them earlier. So you're playing with people who don't really understand mechanics. With respect. With respect. With respect. So if you're trying to get IO at this point, it's way harder than it was. Even though we have more gear, we have the belt that we didn't have before, we had full item level, etc., etc. It's just impossible. Like, it genuinely feels impossible. I like that one poll that we died to, I'm just like, huh. It's so strange because I got a bunch of kicks. Like, I missed a few, right? But then I was looking and I was like, we got like one other kick. And then I was thinking, okay, I wonder, did we use Blinding Sleet? I don't think so. And then I was like, okay, well, maybe did we use Shadow Fury? No, I don't think so. Did we use Implosive Shot? I don't think so. He used it once, that whole key. And then I was like, oh, did we use a Fear from the Priest? No. Did we use defensives on the deaths that happened? No. And then I was like, oh. You see? And then I was just like, that's why we died. So, it's like, as a prop Pally, I could have technically saved it, but it's tough, right, online. What's up, Kurt? Pally's not... Yeah, Guardian Druid will still be super tanky, but it's just in a rough spot right now. All right, let's go over PTR. PTR gaming is so much more fun than this. Because PTR feels like you get to test things. You're not really concerned about IO. Like, if the run doesn't go well, you're like, no problem, right? You know what I mean? Whose is this? From who? They buffed the Monk raid buff? Yeah, they buffed it casually. They did, actually, though. Armor 13, the Rep Pally had 9 nerfs. The entire kid died on first and last boss because he ran into them before I got aggro and also fucked up. It's tough right now, Drukas. I don't want to, because, like, it's 8% now, which is wild, by the way. Like, that's pretty wild. Okay, we have to wait. PTR is just taking a long time to launch, so enjoy my black screen for a second. It'll open in a second. It's just been taking a while to open. Like, it's just been taking a long time to open, but it does eventually open. Physical meta on the rise? Yeah. So basically, though, the thing is that you got to understand physical meta. If we want to talk about it, we can, but when I make my tier list later, it's very important to understand what actually is a physical meta look like, right? So, physical meta, for example, people were like, oh, it buffs like Marksman Hunter. It's like, you know, a lot of Marksman Hunter's damage is magic, right? Like, a lot of Marksman Hunter has magic damage from Black Arrow, from both their hero talent trees or magic. And then you think, okay, what about BM Hunter? BM Hunter's all fizz. Their Stampede is physical. Yeah. Or you think, well, okay, what about like an Enhancement Shaman? Enhancement Shaman looks really good. It's like 90% of Enhancement Shaman is magic damage. The vast majority. They have very few physical abilities. They're all magic damage. You think, what about Unholy DK? Most of Unholy DK is magic damage. You think, what about Frost? Frost, I think, is split. I don't know exactly about Frost statistics, to be honest. Which classes are pure physical? Good question. You only have a few in the game. Warrior. DPS Warriors. DPS Warriors, number 1. Rogue. Not all Rogue specs, just Outlaw. Subtlety and Assassination are both magic damage. They're shadow damage. Assassination is nature damage, and Subtlety is shadow damage. Almost most of their abilities are shadow and magic. So only Outlaw Rogue is physical. Yeah, Blade Fury is physical. And then you have a Feral Druid, who is mostly physical, with occasionally some when they had Adaptive Swarm and some stuff like that, but mostly physical. And you have Beastmaster Hunter, which is all physical. So Marksman Hunter gets quite a bit buffed by physical, but it's not like all their damage gets buffed. Yo, PTR literally takes forever to open. I'm just sitting here waiting, though. Yeah, there we go. It just takes a long time. There we go. Havoc with a physical comp. What you can do, though, Corbo, because I do believe this is a very potential option, is something like a Frost DK Enhancement Shaman Havoc. Like, oh, I'm done. Do you need... Are you tanking though, Sunizi, or what? I wanted to tank. I think I want to tank the new dungeons first and foremost. Or I'll play DPS. Are you tanking, Sunizi? I'll play Isn't Havoc all chaos damage? No, I can DPS. I'll play my Hunter first. You want me to... I'll DPS. I'll play Hunter real quick. If you tank, I'll play Hunter. I don't mind. For a dungeon. I'll show you Beastmaster Hunter. I'm just gaming. Alright, you want me to play Hunter first, or am I playing tank first? 80 cents chaos. However, chaos strike damage oftentimes gets a little... Like, Ret Pally, for example, is a lot of their abilities are Holy Strike. They have the Divine Arbiter talent. But, yeah, a lot of specs in the game are actually magic-based, which is weird. Later you can tank too. Alright, bet. I'll be on PTR pretty much all day. Where are the VDH nerfs? T-Muck, VDH got a little bit... Like, you know when you basically... You have a butterfly land on you? You ever had that happen? Have you ever been blessed to have a butterfly land on you? That's what happened to VDH. Like, literally, that's what happened to VDH. Alright, I'm gonna hop on my warrior, and we'll start with warrior. Sunizi, I'm tanking. How are you doing today? Today, pretty good. Pretty good today. Overall, pretty happy with today. Uploaded a quick YouTube video about the blue post right before I got in, right? And I hope that, I mean, Ghost Account, listen, with respect, I kind of agree with you. I kind of agree with you, to be honest. Yeah, that is nothing. Brew might still be better, though. Alright, what key we want to test first? The thing that breaks the game, Sam Love ain't. Oh, no. You guys are so cute. You and your love. You and your love. You and your love. Can we test Plater on PTR so my eyes can stop bleeding? Yes. What key are we doing? You guys can decide. Yeah, his name... Okay, so his PTR characters, he named it. Also, why does everything have avoidance on it right now? Like... Okay, so one thing I want to do is while I'm waiting, you know what I can do is I can go actually make stats for Prot Warrior, because you will be playing Crit Haste. Most likely, and not this much verse that I have. So, there is a way to level all of your things. High spec. Did you know? Don't hate on... I'm not hating on our love. I mean, I'm a little jealous. I'm not going to lie. Like, a little bit. But, like, I'm mostly a fan. Just, like, a little bit. Engineering goods. You need to buy all the jewel crafting stuff. Which I think here, though. You doing more keys? Not on live. I went to do one live key, and I was just so demotivated that I immediately went back to PTR and was just like, I'll do it next season. Basically, it's a next season angle for me, folks. It's a next season angle for me. Can I come to a PTR key? Sure. I think we need a healer right now. I believe this will be healer. Hey, Sunizi, have you tried Ret yet? Have you actually tried Ret by chance? And if so, how do you feel about it? Because I have felt strange about it. Every time I've played with Ret, they have been complaining. First time, every time I've played with Ret, they've been complaining that they're doing basically the same damage they do on live. I'm curious to see how you play it and if you feel any better about it. But yeah, most Rets that I've known are just complaining a lot about it. Okay, so we go jewel crafting here. I'd like Gambit as well. I think Gambit would be a fantastic option here. Go. So we basically on PTR, you can just immediately train everything, which is nice. So I can just craft my own rings, so I can get the stats that I want to actually test. Because you can relatively control your stats early on in the season. You won't be able to... These raid trinkets I'm playing, not so much, but... Unlock specialization, just go to apply all the knowledge, which I forgot to buy, of course. So we have jewel crafting goods here. We get the knowledge thingy. Look at your pets. Okay, one sec. I need to buy the codex thing. Jewel crafting. Yeah, this one. Cool. And then the jeweler's tinderbox thingy, which is like all the way over here. Something like this. Hold up. Where's the jeweler's box? I'm looking for one thing. I forgot where it was last time. All the way at the end? Oh, yeah. Jeweler's toolkit. There you go. Okay, what are your pets? I want to see. Let me see your pets. You have... Oh, they're both... You guys are cute. What's up, Sporks? All right, Prot Warrior testing here. Right? Here. I'm about to test it in Gambit. This should be fun. I think Prot Warrior will go insane in Gambit, to be honest. I'm going to have to game Prot Warrior a little bit. I actually need to learn how to min-max it. Oh, you want me to lead? Can you guys list it? I don't really need to list it here. Because I'm going to be crafting this real fast. Let's do plus 12. I mean, we have all day to test PTR. I'm not in a rush necessarily. Let's do Gambit real fast. And now that we have all the jewel crafting stuff, we can go make 2 rings. I learned how to do this, which is kind of a good idea if you want to be testing some stats here. Did I not get the right item here? Hold up. What is it? Increase your jewel crafting knowledge by 10. Oh, wait, what's the one that gives you everything? What's the one that... Oh, there you go. It's 1,000. That's the one right there. Copper character doesn't have gold. What should I do? Doesn't have any gold? Should have some gold. Here, are you in Stormwind? I can just pass you some gold. I guess... Do things still cost gold on PTR? They shouldn't... Oh, I guess things do cost a little bit of gold, huh? I didn't even think about that. I suppose it does. Little Shark... Preservation of Ogre. Dude, I think that more people are going to be on the Preservation of Ogre train now. I think that people are going to start figuring out that that shit is really good. And I'm kind of sad because that means that it might get nerfed. Yeah, I have a feeling that Prez is not... I think that Prez is going to get nerfed soon. Which is kind of sad, man. Because actually, like... You know what I mean? Even though... Even if it was good, nobody would play it because it's still hard to play. Okay, so we make all this. Boom. And then we go over to the bench and go craft the thing. I think I've used my brain, maybe. 1 week before season started, and a lot of unholies were pretty bad. But I will say that I still think that a lot of healers, in particular, won't... It's kind of like... Let me put it this way, Sam. If Brewmaster, they nerf buff based on raid performance. That's what I think, Shady. Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. If Brewmaster was the meta tank, yeah? If Brewmaster was the tank that everybody should play, I bet you a lot of tanks will actually be more willing to play off meta. That's what I think. I think that a lot of tanks would be like, wait a second. I don't want to play Brewmaster. I think that Brewmaster won't sit well with a lot of people. Wait, I don't have the right crest. Oh, and I had to put the spark in. There you go. So you make it like this, right? So now you have a crit haste ring, and then we can make 2 of these real fast. Create all. Only have 1 spark. I only made 1 spark. Here, I'll just go grab this real fast. I don't know if I really care enough about making everything perfect. I can make like a neck piece as well real fast, but then we just want a few of these, just buy all of it. And then like we'll make a neck piece as well probably. So we'll just get another crit haste. I think crit haste is probably the way. Maybe eventually you'll want something else, but maybe not. Aside from this... We're pretty good. So I guess for embellishments, I can't put my armor lining because that's what you would probably make actually in the season. But what you can make is a elemental focusing lens. Probably these 2. I don't actually know. They're all right here. You get everything from these vendors if you want to be crafting your own stuff. You just actually buy the stuff here and you can craft everything. It's a little annoying. It takes like a few button clicks. They should just make it 1 button to be honest. But at the very least, you can just do it super fast. It's not that big of a problem. So we just create these rings, which I can use. And then we'll create a neck piece, which I can use. And then, boom. All right, I got to unlock amulet crafting. You just have to actually click. I feel like they should just make it so that you just get 1 button, right? Yeah, they scale to Season 3 in the dungeon. So you can make it Season 2. It's fine. They'll scale in the dungeon, no problem. Did I make those rings with an embellish? Oh, I think I forgot to put an embellish, though. So this will be crit haste, and then we make another ring that is also crit haste, like this. Boom, with this spark here. Like, I don't really like the idea of testing things in their most OP state, because it's not how you're going to actually be playing most of the season. Like, think about it like this. When you actually have 2 embellishments that you'll be playing, what point of the season are you at already? Yeah, that looks so much better for stats, by the way. That's, like, significantly better. Because I still have a few pieces of, like, verse gear or something like that. Or mastery gear somewhere. Probably my weapon and my shield. But I don't really think I care enough about dropping... I don't think I care enough about that stat difference. As long as I have enough haste and verse, I'll feel fine to play warrior. We gotta find a healer. Okay, so that is my jewel crafting. And then I can also just socket them. Oh, I actually still have one more ring on. There we go. So we put this ring on. There you go. Perfect. Now, yeah, that looks a little more like this. Yeah, this looks about right. Nice. A good shaman. Perfect. And then we'll go enchant this real fast, and then we're good to go. So we need to buy new enchants because all pieces of gear have avoidance on them now, which is, again, super strange. I don't know how I feel about that. But again, if you're going to test, I suppose you might as well test the pieces with avoidance, right? Like, if you're going to test it, that just feels so weird. I'm sitting at almost 20% avoidance. Like, everything has avoidance on it. Even the PvP gear, I bet, if I bought it right now. We just have to actually redo my sockets. At this point in the season, maybe you want the culminating blasphemite. You get a few of these. You get a few of those. And then if I want technically heavy crit, I could just get these crit gems for what it's worth, right? But I could also be getting the other gems. So, like, I don't think it matters that much. But let's say I want a deadly emerald. I want a deadly onyx. And I want a deadly sapphire just to get the most out of the other gem. And, like, a deadly amber or something like that. And then you buy all your weapon enchants as well. So you're going to buy... I don't have a new weapon, but I need a chest enchant. I need a leg enchant. I feel like they... Honestly, on PTR, I kind of feel like they should just do this, though. Pump it up by... No, so you scale to 710, Alfred, but you end up being very high, yeah. You end up being... When you scale to 710 in the actual keys, though. Am I the lead? Sorry. Dungeon difficulty, I think everything's reset. And then also, if you really want to be testing, you should get Leech instead. Leech and Leech. And then Ring Enchants for crit, etc. Something like this, right? Or like this here. Boom. Cool. So, bam. Now, my warrior is fully set up. Now, to do this for every character on PTR is kind of annoying. Because part of the joy of PTR is the fact that you don't have to do what I just did. You know what I mean? Like, part of the joy of PTR is that you just get to actually test the things you want to test. And you don't have to worry about it too much. But that feels almost like all the clicks there, all that stuff feels kind of almost unnecessary in a lot of ways. I'm not really sure how I feel about it, to be honest. The fact that I have to do all that. Did I get a primary gem? Okay, no. So, where did that gem just go? I apparently already have one somewhere. Because it went in my bags. There it is. Cool. I was testing tanks before without all this OP stuff, and I wonder if I was skewing tank results because I saw everyone else and they were just casually using full sockets, the OP raid trinkets, they were using everything, right? I know I'm crying. Dude, Cayman, I know. That's what I'm saying. I made that video on YouTube, and I was just like, bro, why did they just hit... I was trying to make a fair video, but I would have just actually talked the entire time about the Guardian changes because that's kind of ridiculous. Like, we didn't need that. We didn't do anything. Guardian did nothing wrong. We didn't do anything. I feel like I did when I got divorced. I was just like, wait, I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't... Do you know what I mean? You're getting everybody nerfed. That wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. All right, let me grab the key and stuff. I'll just finish my enchants here. And then, basically, I'm going to be spending a lot of time on Prot Warrior. It's not like, okay, it's not like the worst thing in the world. I really do want to clarify. It's not the actual worst change in the whole wide world. It's just that it wasn't deserved. The problem I have with it is that it very clearly wasn't deserved. Like, Guardian did not deserve, though. And you did this? Oh, shit. Does Kira work for Blizzard? Is that what I missed, Sam? Wait a second. Was that me? Did I do that? Am I responsible? Is that what happened? I feel bad now. Let me just grab all the keys so we can just go back to back to back. All right. Streets, Halls of Atonement. I have 12 and 14. Let's go. Okay, I'm all set up now. Let's go. Sorry, that took a second. Let's go Gambit. Very exciting. Very exciting. Very exciting Gambit time. Dude, I don't know why they did Bear like this, to be honest. It didn't deserve it. Like again, my main issue is that it did not deserve it. How do you get into Gambit now? Are we? Oh, it's just here. The keystone starts here. That's right. There you go. Hey, little demon. Did you say that though? What happened to Guardian? I don't remember saying anything of those blue notes. Okay, so they changed. You know how the new tier set procs Star Surges? Those Star Surges do 1% of your damage. They don't do anything. The reason the new tier set was kind of cool is because it gave you more cooldown reduction on Lunar Beam, because those Star Surges counted as arcane spells. But for whatever reason, they were just like, nah, and they nerfed it. Mostly because, so they've changed it. It was originally that all the Star Surges could proc. They already nerfed that. But now it's literally just nothing. You get 0 lunation from it. None. And it's just sad. Because, like, what's the tier set then? Like, the tier set literally reads, without the lunation thing, the tier set is actually, you proc Star Surges sometimes. That's the entire tier set. Do you know what that... It's like, so basically, the 4-piece gives you 1% DPS. There's a world where you would play your old 4-piece. That is how bad it is. That's literally how bad it is. That's... Well, I guess you have the Lunar Beam buff from it. But it's like... What? It's actually a useless tier set. And the thing is that Guardian was already behind. And that just feels bad. Yeah, they nerfed it because Boomy in Raid was playing Elun's Chosen. I think that's the only difference. As far as I can tell right now, the only reason it was nerfed is because Boomy is playing Elun's Chosen in Raid. That's the only reason I can think of why that got nerfed. This happened in the last season. They nerfed some damage. They nerfed some damage of the Boomy, and you know what they did when they... What happened is that they just casually left those same notes in for Guardian. It was like Fury of Elune damage reduced by 10%. And Guardians were like, what? Yeah, so basically they just nerf it for Boomy. The problem is that Boomy is not even playing that in keys. Boomy's playing Keeper of the Grove, the other hero talent tree. And that's what... I've never seen a single... I think I played with one Boomy who tried Elunes in a key. Like, man, we didn't deserve this. We did nothing wrong. Later today, I will make a live tier list with all specs, though. All 39. I will rank DPS from the best of my ability as well. With some honesty, if I don't fully understand it. If I don't think I fully understand it, I will tell you. Good evening, Heather. Oh, salt pill. Ah. Ugh. Sometimes the salt pill starts dissolving on my sink. Bansher's team make Druid too good. How Warrior Arms looks like. Arms, okay, so Arms is alright. Fury is tough. I got to play yesterday with the number 2 Fury Warrior in the entire world. And he was just not doing that good. Like, what's up, Heather? Heather, have you seen BM Hunter on the PTR? Have you seen how Hunter is looking on the PTR? I want to play Hunter next season. I want to play Hunter. That's how good it looks right now. That's how you know it's good, because I want to play Hunter at the moment. Maybe reload. Spec, are you having issues getting here? You got the CE and the 18 Resil tonight. Congratulations. 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 That's a big accomplishment. Very nice. I saw you on Galley. I did not see the kill, though. As a huge... What are you going to do now? Is it now PTR time? Yeah, so basically, Hunter looks very, very good. It might... I think that BM Hunter... Maybe you want to re-invite? Can re-invite? Don't be too excited. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. The last patch notes have made me so unfortunately not excited. I don't trust them now. They have kind of broken my trust with the last patch notes. That's how I feel. What's up, Trip? Hey, Trip. Trip, did you read the patch notes? Are you aware of what's happening in the world? Are you aware of what's happening in the world, Trip? They did my boy bad. They took my bear. They took my bear and they plunged it deep. Too deep. It was so sad. I'm about to play Warrior. They nerfed Bear, and it didn't deserve it. We did nothing wrong. They basically went to nerf Boomy and left the change in for Bear, and now Bear's tier set does nothing. You feel bad, remember Warrior DPS. To be fair, that's true. They did not need to nerf Bear. It was unnecessary, and it was uncalled for, and it makes me sad. It makes me sad. But actually today, I'm going to Trip. I'm become a... Wait, Heather, too. I become a content creator. You want to know what I'm doing today? After I'm going to test PTR for a little bit, and I'm going to test it. And after this, by the end of today, I'm going to make a tier list. A live tier list, a proper tier list where I actually put DPS on the tier list too. I'm going to rank every spec in the game. I'm doing it. Look at me. I'm a content creator, guys. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Well, I got to be careful about doing that on stream when Zolik is here. I don't know if Zolik saw that. Not bad. Sorry, Zolik. Druid of the Claw. I don't want to play DOTC. I don't want to play Druid of the Claw. I don't want to play Druid of the Claw. I tried it in some dungeons, and I know there's some stuff, man. Hate watching is going to be huge. Well, you know, let's freaking go. Yeah, I actually, okay, listen. This is the accomplishment. This is how you know. Oh, hey, Conspect, no, we can wait. All good. No worries. She's almost ready. No rush. How's Shaken Enhance? Enhance looks pretty decent on PTR. It's not like the best spec in the world, but it's pretty good. It's not the best spec in the world by any means, but it's very good right now. Thank you for saying hi, Heather. Bye, Heather. You can look out for my tier list when I rank Hunter. I like how, but the thing is, if I ever make tier list, I have to just laugh about it and be like, it's so funny, because obviously there's still going to be a lot of tuning, but I will say, all party members must be present. I can't actually do this, unfortunately. We have to wait for the hunter to find a way. Oh! Well, whoops. Wait, oops. Oops. Reset. I was trying to start it when they were in the key, though. Wait, hold up. We gotta... How do I... Oh, this looks so familiar. I'm already getting nostalgia. I'm getting nostalgia. All right, hold on. Wait. It's bug-free. No problem. Let me see if I can... Maybe we can... We want to restart WoW? I'm not in a rush, Spec. I'm not in a rush at all. All good. I'm really... How big do you pull here now? The Shaman might leave, but that's okay. Sunizi, the Rat Pally, is also on stream, so he's willing to wait. No problem. She's in the Shadowlands zone. No problem. We can wait. How do you... So we're at the stone now. Did I manage to add you? I don't think so. I want to see the warrior self-healing on this first pull. The warrior self-healing, I'm so... Oh my god! Wait. Did I see that right? I have soul shape? Because this is considered Shadowlands? That's the coolest thing. Yeah, we might have to find another healer, but that's okay. Wait, I have soul shape. This is classic. You remember this? Oh my god, I have Ancient Aftershock. I have my Shadowlands ability. Can you use them? Look. Look. I have the soul shape ability. Dude, this is troll. I should make a video and I should be like, and they've brought soul shape back. Covenant abilities are back in the game. The Covenant abilities are back in the game. I can't let the... Yeah, Bone Dust Brew, Ancient Aftershock. Look at this. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so can we all zone in now? That's okay. I figure we find another healer, no problem. Oh, so cool. Ashen Hollow is coming back. Yeah, I should totally make a video where I'm at Tazavesh and I just basically, like, went Ashen Hollow. Lara, do you know what you want to play next season? Do you have any idea what you're going to play, at the very least? Did I reset this back to 12? No, not yet. Hold up. So, how big can I pull in the first area? Can we try, like, a massive pull, or... You want to try it without a healer? Mostly Paladin, because you like the supporting part. Are you actually going to play mostly Paladin? You didn't play mostly Paladin this season. I think that the Lightsmith Paladin 4 set kind of got buffed, and Lightsmith is tankier than Templar. One of the reasons Paladins feel so squishy is because Templar is a thing, and Paladins overestimate the Templar effectiveness. So they go, bah, I have tier. They go wings, I have tier, etc., and then they die 12 seconds later. But if you play with Lightsmith, you get Moment of Glory. Hey, Zach, do you want to heal? I see you on. I see a healer. You feel like healing, or you want to test Demon Hunter? Want to heal, or test Demon Hunter stuff? Surely it's going to go well. What was the damage back then? The big thing, yeah. It's not letting me log in fully. Okay, so there's other PTR stuff. Interesting. Thanks for waiting. It's fixed now. No problem, of course, Sam. I'm happy to game with you guys. Happy to. And I'm not in a rush. I'm chilling. I'm yapping on stream. It's all good. Does Lightsmith actually do damage? First of all, Lightsmith actually does damage. But also, it's not like Lightsmith still does damage on live even right now. Zach, so do you want to heal? If you think you're going to log in, we'll wait for you. If not, I can take this Discipline Priest, I suppose. See how Disc Priest is going. The damage is mostly, there's a few casters. It was mostly tank damage. There's the fish sticks, which you have to worry about. But aside from the fish sticks, you have to just worry about the golems doing their AoE, which stacks. So basically, you don't want to pull the golems. Do I have MDT enabled here? Can I MDT this? Oh, you've done the whole thing here. It's not working at all. Okay, should I take this healer and then you tell me? His name is a little bit suspicious, potentially, but should I take this healer and then, Gambit, by the way. I realized. I listed wrong. This is Gambit first, sorry. We'll do Streets after. Streets was not that fun. Gambit, super fun. Streets was alright. Lightsmith currently does damage on live, in my personal opinion. Understand if some people think it doesn't. But I think that Lightsmith, my damage as a prot pally is not really in question too much. My ability to focus as a prot pally is absolutely in question. Because sometimes I get too chill with it, and I play it like it's a Guardian Druid, and then all of a sudden I die. Which is my fault. That's no one's fault but mine. You know what I mean? That's on me. That is a problem that I have, 100%. I do that. Okay, so PTR is definitely bugging out a little bit. It's been bugging for me. Oh, tripping people. I forgot to ask Heather, who is a human woman. I was going to say female, and that sounded wrong. Or Trip, who is not a human female, I think. And I was going to ask them if they liked my beard. What do you think? Because guys will be like, hell yeah. Lara, what do you think? Lara, what do you think? I'm growing a beard. It's like, this is like 11 or 12 days. But it's coming in now. Like, I have to make decisions about it, yeah? So I was just wondering what you think. Because guys are all like, hell yeah. What do you think, Kabizzle? Do you like the beard? The thing is, it's coming. Like, I have to make decisions. Because it's either like I keep it or I don't. Right? You shave everything except the neck. Then I could... It's true. You know what I would do, Mason? If I did that, my IO would certainly go up. Think about how much more points I would get in-game. Just think about that for a second. I would be able to get so much more score in World of Warcraft if I was a true neckbeard. Though my problem, right, is that I'm not a true neckbeard. Hey, there's no way that you can use Covenant abilities in these keys, right? Is there any way they would actually let Covenant abilities be used? Because that would be fucking hilarious. Hide bar art. This is the one I want to hide. There you go. Cool. Save. Nice. I'm going to keep it on my bar just in case. All right, Zach, if you figure it out, let me know, and I'll gladly take you to the keys. All right, let's go. Ready? Pull 5. Oh, my add-ons are not enabled. Right, hold up. Plater needs to be on. Does anybody have a Plater profile that works on PTR? Not on the keys, just in the zones outside. Damn, they're trolling. They almost let that happen, huh? DBM core. There we go. I'll reload real fast. I'll wait till tomorrow. Hopefully maintenance fixes it. Okay. But I'm on. I'll be testing PTR all the time. I really want to see if I make a tier list, how accurate you think I can get with it. I think I can get pretty accurate, though. Well, slightly more grown out stash with a stubble beard. Dude, the stash, some people like stashes, but the thing is that there are people who like mustaches, and there are people who think that mustaches, kind of correctly, are rough. We don't need this talent. We can be playing... if I don't play... Should I play the 8% chance to just not take magic damage? Should I play that? I don't want the execute damage. Basically, revenge damage here, probably. I would just spec it like this. Where can I send the Waggle link? It doesn't look bad. I can't really grow facial hair all that well. I didn't shave for like 3 weeks to grow out long. Mostly patchy. So some guys, I know that's a thing, right? I know it's a thing for some guys. My friend was using yesterday. All right, give it to me real fast. Can I send the Waggle link? If I permit you, if you're not subbed, you can't send links, but I can permit real fast. Drakeo. Hold up. Permit. I can find the link here. It's okay. I got this here. This is a Plater link here. I don't think Quasis will work, right? Like Quasis won't work. That's the one I normally use. Let me grab it. Vesperal. Vesperals might work here. Even for like old dungeons like Gambit and stuff. We'll see. Profiles. Import. I figure Quasi would probably work for what it's worth, but let me see if this one. I'll see how this works. And then we'll go. And now we're here. Lightsmith seems boring. I think that Lightsmith is fun because I think Lightsmith is fun. I've never used Vesperals before. Why don't we just try it? It's all good. PTR is for testing. Remember, this is one of the nice things. PTR is for testing. Ready? All right, let's go. No, I'm gone. Here we go. Your trinket does not work? Which one? Out of curiosity, which one? Is there a trinket that's busted right now? Okay, we're finally starting to key this one. Unyielding Nether Prism. What is this? Oh, that would be helpful. I hope your surgery. I hope everything went fine after the surgery and stuff, though. The color keys for mobs to focus CC. All right, let's try this then. All right, cool. Let's go. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, boom. 3, 2, 1, bam. Go, go, go. Ready? Ready? I've been using this since PTR went up. Okay. I normally use quasis, right? Ready? How big am I going? Whoa, this is a weird plater. All right, cool. So what you used to do, warrior aggro is going to suck here, right? Because what you used to do is you would pull this, and you would want to pull all of these guys, basically. And this is the pull you would do, but you don't want the giant. You don't want the giant, and aggro here would be, like, miserable. Are there new abilities here? Uh-oh. Okay, so realistically, I'm going to live. What are these new circles? All right, so there are some new abilities here, folks. Folks, what are these circles? What's this? Okay, so the giant is the one thing you don't want to pull. Wait a second, hold up. What are these circles? Okay, so they've made... something is new here for sure. I'm going to try to intervene. Oh, I don't have intervene, Spectus Colossus. Whoa, I turned my back. The gathering for warrior is the thing I'm not looking for. I mean, I'm going to be immortal, right? Like, warrior is so tanky and does big damn, but still. Obviously, that gather did not go according to plan. I don't know if I like this plater or I can't, though. 8% magic. Yeah, it's 8% to take half the damage. So this guy just does an AoE, but it doesn't stack anymore, so he actually just does an AoE. Maybe he's not that bad. So what happened is it used to stack. It used to stack this guy. But he doesn't... The fishes do some sort of something. You used to go right in high keys and left in lower keys, so we can go left here. Here we go. And then, so you would do, like, you would do this double pull. This is the one you used to do. You would go here and here, but again, warrior is like a... You have to aggro so fast, otherwise people won't let you aggro. So one of the things for warrior is, like, A didn't overlap here. So these are the fish sticks. The fish stick happens now. Oh, dude, they die so fast. The cry of... How is my Murloc noise? What do you think? How do you think I did? So what does this actually do now? It doesn't look like it heals them a crazy amount. All right. 7 out of 10. It wasn't bad, huh? I just let it fly. I can only do accents if I don't think about it. The second I think about it, I'm like, Jagjameja, very nice. But then all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, I'm doing Borat. Maybe I shouldn't do Borat on stream. And then I'm like, I get self-conscious, you know what I mean? I get kind of in my head about it. So we used to pull this with this, give or take. It was something like this. I've got Thunderclap on the mobs behind me, so for what it's worth... Rest in peace, warrior aggro, dude. I can do my best. That's basically, though, all I can do. I AoE taunt for this, actually. So, okay, what is giving the circles? Because that will really be annoying for melee. I don't have Innervate. I have a Shockwave, and then I can try to get aggro after. Okay, so then the fish stick happens, so I would need to pull it the other way around. Or maybe just not pull both of these. It feels bad in Gambit to do just one pull. These pull sizes are looking... Yeah, so Gambit... This is the first part of Gambit, to be fair, but that's why everybody wanted this key back. I swear... Oh, man, the fish stick is spawning way back where? How can I get them to spawn, like, on the group? So the thing with Gambit, right? The reason everybody wanted this back... Whoa, what was that? What was that, actually? Oh, there's a cast going off. I see. I'm letting cast go off because I can't really see the cast properly on Plater. Are you sure that this Plater is working in the way I wanted it to? Yeah, this reminds me of Gambit here. Yeah, so this what used to be the Venthyr Druid would do, like, these massive 3-minute pulls, and it was the most glorious thing. I can't tell what's casting with this Plater profile, because they all look the same to me. So that's a cast right there, but I couldn't actually see a physical difference. Obviously, Warrior is immortal, like, unless I get hit in the back. So that's the one thing, and I will have to work on that, because I've been playing Druid this season. I will actually have to work on it. These guys are raged. They're actually doing a lot of increased damage right now, but Warrior, look at my health. Like, Warrior is actually immortal. Okay. So we probably have to actually kill this fish stick. It's okay. That was me dropping my shields for like 2 seconds. They're huge. How much does this rage stack by? They're doing 200% increased damage here. Okay. There's a fish stick back there. Maybe we range that one. That's what you used to do. These scale binders used to do a cast that you kicked. No, this is the fish stick guy. These guys do the fish stick. Might not work on these dungeons. My friend was playing last week, so this patch, I think that it might be old. I'm not sure. That's all good. I was gonna main Hunter. It was the circle. So this one you would skip this before. This is where you used to just invis pot all the way to boss. Or you would use the, you remember? You would use the Woe relic. The Woe relic. Do I have Disrupting Shout talented? I almost definitely should. So, that guy got obliterated. What the hell? What the hell? The hell was that? Where did the mobs go? Where did the mobs go? Wait. What? Bro, what is this? What is this? So, is that... Okay, so you used to... So if you want to pull these, you used to do 2 of these with boss. And they used to just do a line and then a circle. If I remember correctly, it was line, then circle. And as long as you just dodge frequently and regularly, then it wasn't that bad. Can I tank it? Let's see how much damage it does. Oh, it does nothing at this key level. I bet you can just tank this then as a tank. Something about the circles stunning you, I think. So you can take the big circle, but not the other circle. And you just shield slam. Yep, seems pretty fun to me. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so I'm probably going to die eventually if I keep getting hit by these. But yeah, you just kind of kite these around. If you're going to play these, you do all 4 for sure. But yeah, they usually just Woe relic past them. This is fun. I remember, there's so much nostalgia right now. There's so much nostalgia, though. What's your thoughts on the Guardian Druid with the recent nerf? They didn't need to do that to us. My thoughts on the Guardian Druid recent nerf is the fact that they didn't need to do us like that. It was unnecessary and uncalled for. It was highly unnecessary and uncalled for, okay? My thoughts on the recent nerf to Guardian is that it was rude. It was a rude behavior. That's my issue with the Guardian Druid nerfs, okay? All right, so this guy spawns ads in a second. Do I save my cooldowns for ads in the future? Maybe. Maybe, actually. Guardian, okay, so Guardian and there's the Thunder Crash, right? And then he'll spawn these ads, and this is the frontal thing, which doesn't hurt that bad, luckily. Yeah, and they do a cast or something, yeah? Wait, empowered defense is no longer kickable? You have to CC them. Oh, that's right. So they give some defense thingy, some modifier. That cleaves, that's right. The 2 tanks I'm looking to play aren't looking too bright. What do you want to play, Payne? What are the 2 tanks you wanted to play? Oh, this is now just color-coded, or... I see the console shining, so I'm over here. This is the console thing. So, yellow's there, purple's here. Purple one is there. Oh, so it just shows you now. That's kind of nice. That's not that bad. You remember this guy used to be a pain for pugs because... Did we miss one? Oh, nope, he's good now. Okay, okay. Don't say Blood DK and... Oh, Blood DK and Bear. No, Brew is fine. Actually, I wonder if Lar, did you see the buffs to Brew? You kidding me? Brew looks amazing right now because they just casually were like... Did you see the buff to Mystic Touch? That was wild. Chris, though, unfortunately, the Guardian basically, like, I just feel bad about it. Okay, don't turn the boss here. Just be careful. You didn't understand the minigame. Ah, Eden. So what happens is there's going to be... So we're just doing this. This is why, by the way, if you want to get a head start, either watch me or somebody who used to do these dungeons, figure it out on PTR, see what the changes are, but then I'll tell you what the meta strats used to be, because I played enough back then. I am not the highest IO tank player, not by a long shot. But I can tell you what we used to do, and I can explain. So when you go into the season, you'll be like, oh, I saw on a Woo stream that they wiped here because he did this pull, and I shouldn't do that pull. Or et cetera, right? The mini game here, the way it works is you show that console. There's a little console thing there. It's going to give you 4 colors. You need to match the colors with the things on the corner of the room. That's all. So if you see yellow in the top right, you got to put yellow in the top right console. If you see yellow in the bottom left, then you take the yellow orb, you put it in the bottom left. This pole, this is where Windwalker starts to feel a lot better. If you want to play Monk, first area is absolutely terrible for you. This area is fine. These guys do a rage, so the tank needs to be careful. This is going to be, Prot Warrior should be pretty good at this. Other tanks are going to have a problem. There's a few bolts here, but this is where most tanks are going to struggle. I think that most tanks will die here, right? That was actually a spell reflectable thing I just kicked. So these guys rage. We used to have to kite, but I bet you as warrior, you should probably be able to face tank this for a bit. Like, you should be able to face tank this. Actually, you can see how much damage I'm taking. That proc to cheat death because I dropped my shield. To be fair, I was like, oh, that's a lot of damage. I realized I dropped my shields. My bad. Yep. Cool. So that's my cheat death right there. These packs here, so that's a Windwalker pull because there's 6 targets there. They can't be soothed. As far as I remember, I would need to test it again, though. Giving up the utility. Although Resto Druid is looking good, though, so it might be squeezed out there. Yeah. Okay. If I have a mind to gear up your Prot Warrior and give up on Druid, Prot Warrior would be my other choice. You used to pull 2 of these packs. Where is the other one? Is there an RP? Oh, there's an RP to spawn it, right? These bolts on me, is that Spell Reflect? Is that Spell Reflect? Do I hear Spell Reflect? Okay, so then you pull the other 2. You're supposed to do other 2 with cooldowns. And you can, in a very high key, do it with ball. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sam, you had cooldowns rolling. I'm going to have to get really good at gathering on Warrior. Warrior is just actually like the worst tank to gather on. So I Spell Reflect here. I could die. I could die probably to this. Again, these guys, they do the rage, and they hurt a lot. So I just shield wall myself. Yeah, so those things are going to hurt me. I think that the bolts are all on the tank now. I don't remember them always being on the tank. They might have been. I just don't remember it. I used to play Prot Pally. This season, I played Prot Pally, and then I swapped to Blood Decay for the season that Blood Decay was Omega, right? I miss failing your Warrior. Warrior is actually, I find Warrior to be entertaining right now. This next boss, hey, Eden, this next boss, this is the tank boss. It used to be at the very least. It used to be that this fight is, if your tank doesn't know how to do the fight and your DPS don't know how to do it, congratulations, your key is over. Your key is over, right? Yeah, Prot Pally, I think, got net buffed. Weirdly enough, I think Prot Pally got net buffed. So you drag him to the corner. Listen, you drag him to the... This is what we used to do. It might have changed a little bit. You drag him to the corner. All your DPS stand to the right. You have to hit the adds with the breath. You have to hit them with the breath. See this breath right here? You have to hit them. If you do not hit the adds with the breath, they will continuously chase people the entire fight. You would do the first one, top right corner, another breath, but I hit all the adds. So I think you can dodge it. I'm supposed to dodge it. You're supposed to plant the breath and then dodge it as a tank. That's right. So then again, backpedal over here. There's a lot of ground denial, but we have to kind of stay stacked. So I position the breath. I'm messing up my timings here a little bit. Yeah, and then I leap. Yeah, exactly. So you position the breath. See how I miss one? Now we have to CC this guy because he will not one-tap people, but effectively it's all on the tank here. Yeah, you just kind of stun him or CC, or I get him in the next breath. That's right. As a tank player, I'm supposed to position the breath and then go back this way. Now, we covered the wrong area, so the ground denial starts to get really tough. Luckily, this boss is going to die fast, but otherwise we'd be in trouble. Keep him toward a corner, funnel the adds in. See, I was late there, and I didn't quite hit those. So now we're in trouble. That's my mistake, and that's the type of thing you want to avoid, because now people are just going to be running for their entire life this whole fight. Right? So what I would do is try to aim still, probably. And then, yeah, this fight gets so messed up when this happens. There's got to be a better way to position. I don't remember it exactly. You start on the top right, then you go there, then you go here, or something like that. So I'm going to get at least most of these adds. The end of this fight was always like this, but you want to try to get as many of these adds as possible, right? I hate this boss as a tank. I got to figure it out. Like, there's an exact positioning for it for sure, because otherwise, like, people will die. You're supposed to, like... stay stacked to some degree. Now, luckily, the boss is dead, but imagine this was a high key. This boss would be at 50% right now, and we would just be kind of messed up. I think you're supposed to go like there, and then there, and then there, and you stack the fire, because your DPS have to stack as well. I'm pretty sure that's what that's supposed to be like. I think in the future, that's what it's like. I can't swap to overall right now because my details is busted. I'm going to have to reload it soon. I just realized my details kind of busted here. Okay, so this one, you want to pull just one of these. I don't remember if you pull two. These guys kind of sucks, though. Leaky's being sussy. That makes sense to me. You want to pull one? Unless you're subbed. Yeah, I have. So you want to pull this with the pat, question mark? Oh, no, he spawns those orbs. These pulsars need to die immediately. You just immediately swap to it. Yeah, so let's just kill this first. I think you could fight two here. I bet you could fight two. He does a frontal. Right, it's the frontal and then the star. Frontal and then star, and then you do a big pull with the trash. That's what it is. Frontal, then star. Yeah. So warrior feels pretty immortal, although I'd like to do this key on a much higher key level for me to actually test. So then that pat, you do these two together. Although if you had a bunch of time, I would highly recommend not doing these together. So you would go here. Let me check what percentage looks like, actually. I'm just going to AoE taunt, which is also a disrupt. Boom. 1, 2, 3, big damn. This is my damage right here. This is the damage. This is the damage. The damage. I don't know what the Rift or not does. I'm pretty sure these are chain CCs. I remember the Rift does like a vast amount of crazy AoE damage or something like that. And they also heal. This is like a prot warrior disrupting shout pull. I probably should have shaved my... Yeah. See how they all healed? That's right. I think... And then the energy slash is the thing that just stacks up on me. I don't know if I can reflect it or not. Doesn't look like it. So what is our percentage at here? 86%. You can either skip one of those guys, or you play probably this pack into boss, and then you play both of these, if I remember correctly. And you play that one pack into boss. I think that's the strat, give or take. These guys are double frontal. I remember the orbs. You used to play... I think you would play these on last boss at one point, or you drag one of these or something. The last boss is the orb that you have to coordinate group soaks for. You coordinate group soaks and stuff. I mean, prot feels great, to be honest. Prot feels overtuned right now. I play prot. I'm not even min-maxing it because I need more time on it. And I just think, oh, that's a frontal. That was the frontal there. I didn't see it. And I just think, it's kind of one of those, why am I not playing my Guardian? Or sorry, why am I playing Guardian? It's the same thing of when I feel when I play Resto Shaman. Genuinely, it's like the Resto Shaman diff. When I play Resto Shaman, I'm just like, bro, why? Or sorry, when I play Prez Evoker, I go, why am I playing Prez Evoker when a Resto Shaman exists? And it's like, you do kind of the same thing. I won't test any VDH because I'm on strike. Yep. How about our time? Did Prot Pally damage get buffed? I think the 4-piece was a buff, even though the 2-piece was a nerf. The 2-piece was an expected nerf. The 4-piece is questionable. So you play this into boss. I think they used to do it on intermission. It was the intermission they used to do it on. This is what I remember, but I'm pretty sure that at this key level at least will die, though. Why am I on strike? Why are you not on strike? We all got to gather together here. So I AoE CC. Oh, the assassins. The assassins, that's right. You got to grip the assassins in or something, right? And then you basically chain CC the assassins. And then she's going to make the star, and you have to high soak the star, though. Yes. Prot Pally does, and if I played my Prot Pally in this dungeon, it would do significantly more than my warrior. Yeah, so you got to soak this, and then put 1 stack on the group, not 2. So you go 1, 2. It doesn't matter who soaks it. They don't get the stack. Your whole group gets the stack. This was just basically a very high HPS fight. If I'm remembering correctly, it's like a very high HPS fight. Yep, there's the spark. Boom, boom, boom. VDH, okay, well, if you really like VDH, you used to put this boss in the corner so the assassins would spawn better, but it looks like they kind of fixed the spawn anyways. That's right. It's all coming back to me, folks. It's all coming back to me now. I just kind of, like, this season, I had a lot of moments this season where people were, like, thinking they were giving me charity because I'm playing off meta and they don't realize I'm working really hard and I kind of just want to play meta next season. It's very demotivating, man. Okay, so this one here, you have to look at the arrows and then decide, right? Look at the arrows and you have to figure it out pretty immediately. So I'm here. So I put my arrow through the thing. Do we get it in one? Oh my god, amazing. Look how good this group is. We got it in the first attempt. That was the first attempt at this. Beautiful. Energy fragment. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I remember now. Cool. I remember now. You have to tank this boss away from the orbs. Away from the orbs. Is the bait corner? That's what I'm thinking. Still, PTR, so I never feel bad if my class sucks until the ass... Yeah. Pretty much. So you dodge this, and then you gotta soak the orb one at a time. One at a time. Before the next phase. Oh, so we got 2 stacks? That's why we're dead. Yeah, so we see how we got 2 stacks there? Do we have another res by chance? I think I might be able to live. Oh, the healer. I already used my one thing. Okay, watch, dodge. This fight is still gonna end so many pugs. I didn't like this fight. When a Gambit's a great dungeon, except for this particular fight. Oh, see, my healer's dead. That's a problem, because I don't have any way to heal my DK. Yeah, Gambit was actually a good dungeon, except for this fight. I feel like this fight could get nerfed a little bit. Uh-oh. There was one way out here. We technically did it? Oh, is there one more? Uh-oh. It stacks, right? Uh-oh. So the question is, could we finish this with just 4? I think I have to try to go to a corner. I might be able to live. You go to, like, the corner here-ish. So it was something like this. I would be able to live just fine. My group on the collapsing star soak, though, I'm not sure. We can try to do big dam and see what happens. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, but there's all this. Oh, this is the star. We can't let it go off. I will need to soak one of them. And that's the hardest star here, because you have to dodge first. That is going to be... This is going to kill so many pugs. Okay, so maybe I actually do take all the stars exploding, and we can see about... I can't solo this, though, because he doesn't... Isn't the phase not percentage-based? I don't think the phase is percentage-based. I think the phase is timer-based. So we'll get another one. I'm not sure about this, but it might be. Oh, yeah, there's the star exploding. Oh, no. Okay, so if we reset... Let me try. So if we reset... Can I get 2 of them at once? This is the old... This is the Blood DK special. This is the Blood DK special. That was my cheat. No. How do I live this? When do I shield wall? The question is when. Am I going to die here? It would be this one that I have to shield wall. Oh, I'm not a Blood DK. That's why I could drag them out so the stars aren't so spread out. I don't remember exactly. I think it's something in like that corner there. Yeah, this boss was not fun. Off meta tanking starting to call after 20. I mean, if you're doing 20 plus, then at least you're already high up there. I think off meta tanking's hard at even 19 plus. It's like somewhere over in the corner, I believe. That's where I remember here. Like something here, right? Yeah. Thank you, Juice, for being mad for us. I appreciate you being mad for us. Bear didn't do nothing wrong. Bear didn't do nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. Hey, I have a question for you, though. Out of curiosity, did you like the video? My question for you was, did you like the video the way I did it? I was thinking, right, because I want to do more of stuff like that, but I was thinking, what is the content that I actually want to do? I was thinking about this. I was like, what type of content do I actually want to put out, if that makes sense? If I'm going to be covering the news, because I watch everything. I love, like, I watch all of Dratnos' videos. I watch all of this video. I watch all of that video. I like watching all the stuff, right? But, like, what I was thinking was, there's a lot of people, because I get statistics on the YouTube videos who basically watch, like, 2 or 3 minutes, or they watch 5 minutes, but they're not watching the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, they're not watching the whole video. So I was like, what if I do the first 60 seconds where I basically just try to do TLTR? Like, I just basically summarize it for people based on how the game is going. And then from there, I could make... And then from there, if you want to stick around, I'll do, like, the in-depth understanding. I thought that made sense, at least. In my opinion. I thought that made a lot of sense. You can still... I don't think damaging the... You can build resources, but there's no damage to the boss. So we just get ready. I'm over here. Perfect. And then boom. That intro was good. Thank you. I'm hoping that people like it. So I think... Okay, so something about the corner. There's something about the corner. I don't remember exactly where. It's either here, and you have to be in one of the corners, but you have to dodge this first one. So you just have to dodge, dodge, dodge. I think, yeah, you definitely want to tank in the corner or on the stairs. It was either on the stairs or on the corner, I think. It was one of these. I can't remember which one, to be honest. At the moment, it was this corner. It was so that first corner was just for the assassins early on, and then it was over here. Okay. Noted. I'll rally cry this collapsing star. So it's like here. I thought the first one was there, but then I think maybe the second phase is here. I'm trying to rack my brain and remember. The first one, you wanted... Because the first one was to group the assassins, which used to spawn way more spread out. This one is not so bad. This corner looks like there's a lot more room to dodge and see stuff. Yeah, this one... I think that corner looked better there for sure. But then you have to actually make sure that we get to the thing. Where am I? I was going to go this one. Okay, now I'm going to miss one. Which one do we miss? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. Are you defensive if there's two? Nice. Good. So yeah, phase one was by the cart. This one looks like... I still think that over here is probably the right option. Yeah? Like deep in this corner. It looks like something like over in this corner is probably the best. This is what I imagine it would be. Okay, so once... Because Prot Warrior feels pretty immortal already. When we go on 14, I'm going to have to actually start min-maxing my damage a little bit. Nice. GG's. Okay. Not bad. I also didn't even get my Reishi cloak. I just realized. I never got my cloak on Prot Warrior. GG, GG's. So we can't really test damage for sure there. GG's. Do we want to do that same dungeon again, or do we want to go to a different one? Don't you like to complain about my bear being nerfed? Yeah, dude, honestly though, Chris, like, man, I don't think bear deserved that. And also, if I don't read your YouTube comment, I need to eventually combine my chats. I haven't done this though. I normally stream there on Twitch if for any reason you feel like coming by. Mind if I try healing? Yeah, go for it. Sure. It's hard to tell sometimes because obviously Disc Priest kind of needs to ramp a little bit. So maybe he doesn't know the damage pattern. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Same dungeon? Do we want 12 or 14? Do we want to go 12 or 14? I don't mind. If we go 12 again, I might bring a different tank just to see how it feels. My warrior, very hard to tell sometimes with a Disc Priest, but like, this is overall healing. It's hard to tell how much healing I did or did not take. I felt pretty immortal. Felt pretty good. Vengeful Void Barrier. Blood Decay time. Yeah, I could play Blood Decay, though. Oh, Sunisi wants to go to a different character. I don't know what he's healing on right now. Let's just do 12, but you go different tank? Sure, we can do that. Yeah, that works. Yeah, okay. So if I want to try a different spec, let's do 12 again. Sounds good to me. You're going to play Disc? Sounds good. All right. There's like a warrior build. This is the relative damage build. I could drop Cheat Death if I really wanted to. I'm already doing... This is kind of the damage build for warrior. Let me go Le P real fast, and then what other tank should I try? You guys tell me. When I come back, you tell me Brewmaster, Blood Decay, Prot Pally, or etc. Where do you read the Guardian nerfs? The Guardian nerfs are on the YouTube video that are right here. Either you can read it right here, or they're listed on Wowhead, but Wowhead is banned in some countries, so then you have to be... If Wowhead is banned in your country, then you have to use a VPN and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't mind whatever. But let me know when I get back. I'm just going to... 2 minutes. And also tank later. I'll take you up on that, Sam. Awkward Penguin. I'll take you up on that because I also want to try healing and DPSing. Before we make an official tier list, I got to test. Oh, that was loud. I'm sorry. All right, so got a little quick glass of milk. Keep myself nice and refreshed today. What do we decide? What did you want to test today? What changed for you? Nothing, pretty much. I'm good with anything. I'm good with anything. So Sunizi wants to come on the priest, and then we can list for a DPS. I say brew since you're boycotting Demon Hunter. Okay, so I got 1 brew, 2 brews. Totoro also says brew. Bet. All right, brew it is. I'll go over to my brew then. Be right back. Brew or bear? Bear is actually going to be fun in this dungeon, to be honest, but I'll go brew. Also, however, aggro strucks on brew as well. My brew is not quite min-maxed, but that's fine. Ah, delicious milk. Go brew. Okay. I think that this dungeon, you still go... I've heard some good things. Yeah, brew. I mean, brew does a lot of damage. I'm a little... There's like 2 rotational things for me that I would have a hard time with on brew and stuff like that. Sounds like, yeah, honestly, Chronomical, okay, I'll always have my bear. It's not like I won't play my bear, but the problem I have with Warrior, there's one big, was it a Wu-Tang 4 or Wu-Tang 3? Oh, it looks like a Wu-Tang 4, this one. Milk in Thailand tastes way different too in the UK. Correct, because Thailand milk is just better. Yeah, brew is challenging to play for me, right? Was Prez in Dragonflight Season 4? Yeah, that was an anomaly, by the way. You need to shave? You don't like my facial hair? You don't like it, Gio? You don't like it? I think it makes me look like a manly man. I think I look like very masculine. I have a tendency. I feel like I want to start wearing jeans and drink beer and watch football. Okay, so there's a build for brew right now which looks something like this. And I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it. Worse than sleeves on a shirt. Jeans and a white singlet. Well, I'm kind of close to the white singlet with my tank top, so beware what you wish for. You know what I mean? Like, beware of what you wish for here. Okay, so I have weapons and stuff. The talents for brew are something like this. I'm not 100% sure. I've seen a few tanks, but it's the dropping breath of fire. Currently, just so you know, yes, brew is hard for me to play. Correct. Brew is hard for me to play, okay? I'm kind of more interested in something like this, etc. So, the one thing I'm not so sure about... So, the call to arms is because I'm playing Nijuel, and you want to. Yeah. Also, I have Chi Burst, right? And I'm supposed to learn how to use Chi Burst better. The Rushing Jade Wind is for aggro, but I actually have to remember to press aggro now, which can be hard for me. Oh, is this a rogue? What rogue variety is this? Is that an outlaw rogue? Because if it's an outlaw rogue, I might have to adjust some pulls in this dungeon. Like, let's be here. I might have to adjust some pulls in this dungeon if that's an outlaw rogue, just so we're clear. Is there a Nizuao node that I don't have here? There's actually, like, for example, this hasty provocation. I actually might have some wrong talents here, to be fair. Very possibly. Yeah, I might have some my stuff here, though. Bottom right of the brew tree. Bottom right. This is just this one. I don't think you need to have this. This one, like, for example, is not needed. But it just reduces the... It used to give CDR. Does it not? Are you talking about or pressing... Yeah, it reduces the cooldown. This is just CDR on weapons of stuff, though. Want to try the multi-execute? Would you be up to it? The multi-execute Thane build for Warrior. Oh, I'll try it at some point, yeah. Of course. If I play Warrior, I will totally try Thane builds. Half the Guardian mains I spoke to are thinking of switching to Prot Warrior Monk. I give them 2 weeks before switching back. Warrior I can play, Monk I cannot. I already know for a fact that I will not like Monk. Monk is not my thing, okay? Monk is really not my favorite thing to play. So I can already tell you effectively that I probably won't like Monk that much. All right, here we go. I'll grab the key real fast, and then this is what we're rolling with. So we go Gambit, 12, easy money. I want more coffee. I want more coffee. I want sugar. I want coffee. I feel meh. I want all the stuff. I'm going to have to go buy consumables because I realize I don't have any flasks or anything like that. I have a crit flask, I guess, and I have no food buff, which is technically fine. I have no primary stat gem. I have no ring enchants. I have no sockets on my rings, but I'm pretty sure I can still play brew, so it should be fine anyways. I want to do this trinket, though. This trinket, I would change to something. If I want damage, I should be playing the tank trinket, the Brand of Ceaseless Ire, this one. Can we socket rings in PTR? Yes, but not the PvP rings. You actually have to level jewel crafting really quick. What do you think is going to be top 2 tanks? Brewmaster, because of the buff that they made today, the buff to Brewmaster, 1, and number 2, reasonably speaking, Demon Hunter or Prot Warrior. I'm torn between Demon Hunter and Prot Warrior. It kind of depends if they nerf that even more. Been a Prot Warrior since vanilla. If it's your favorite tank, it's a good time to be a Prot Warrior. I think it definitely depends. Oh, I'm smoking? What's up? I just saw you. Tazavesh, go. You're right there. Finish my milk. Brewmaster should dual wield because you get more damage. Ready? Alrighty. Brewmaster. I'll still do big pulls. That's an assassination rogue. First pull, tricks or watch aggro. Yeah, ready? Okay, let's go. I will combat log this so we can all see my failures. We need raise DOTC back for Guardian. Okay, so here's the thing, Pain. Maybe Guardians will play it. I just don't like it. When it was powerful, I like it. When it's not powerful, I don't like it. I find it to be annoying when it's not powerful, and when it is powerful, it's fine. But I'm just not a huge fan. How are you going to grip everything? I have no idea, but let's find out. I'll do 3 packs. Maybe I'll do 3 instead of 4. Can I play the big guy? Since it's a 12. Can I play the big guy? Probably. Let's just do it. Ready? Go. 3, 2, 1. Bam. Let's do it. Ready? Delicious. Delicious milk. All right, ready? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to game brew because I'm going to transcendence right here. And then I'm going to go here. I'm going to spinning crane kick. And I'm going to take my time for aggro. Because I'm going to go here. I'm going to pull the big guy. I'm going to Nizuao. Maybe Fort Brew right away to gather as well. And then I'm probably just going to Exploding Keg and pray. Now it's a pray. Now what I have to remember for me as a Brewmaster is I'm very bad at pushing Rushing Jade Wind. In fact, I normally don't like pressing it because I'm just not a Rushing Jade Wind enjoyer. I will stun lock this. I don't have a plater enabled on this character, and that feels very bad. I'm noticing that right now. I forgot to Chi Surge. But yeah, Brew feels... I mean, Brew is, like, pretty immortal, considering the fact that I took very little damage there. And I didn't even play that very well. I want the Touch of Death, but he's running away. I could have done way more damage. Remember that my damage in particular for Brew is not going to be min-max because I am not a very good Brewmaster. That is the main issue for me with Brewmasters. I'm simply not going to be very good at it. So when I test it, it's going to be my doing my best type thing. Yeah? Okay, so here we Rushing Jade Wind for aggro, and then a Spinning Crane Kick just for aggro, because I'm going to run past this, taunt this, Rushing Jade Wind again, and then we just Chi Burst it. Exploding Keg easy. So like that first pull, for example, my Exploding Keg is going to be really sad. I should have technically waited to cast Exploding Keg, but I didn't because I was just worried about aggro. That would be like a gigantic DPS loss, as an example, right? But otherwise, you just kind of rotate buttons. I'll save for the next pull. I think a plater would be so good here. Would you guys mind just enabling, like letting me enable it? I guess it's fine, because it's only this area that it would be a really big issue for. So even though I'm not very good at Brew, my way of understanding Brew is like this, right? We will figure it out as bears. Yeah, pretty much. You just want to hug left so I don't pull that other thing I did. I think that makes sense. There's like the extra guy you can get at the end. I just don't know if we'll have percentage. I think that the first giant in the first pull is fine. But yeah, my damage as Brew is certainly low. I don't know if it was just that particular pull right now, or if this was all of it. We just have to hope Resto Druid gets nerfed. So, you want to pull this back. You just want to pull it back, but they're going to cash Fish Sticks, aren't they? There you go. There's something about min-maxing Brew damage. And the one thing that I don't know how to min-max is whether or not I hit Nizuao on top of Weapons of Order or after or what. Like, I'm not sure exactly what to do. Like, so this should be a pretty high damage pull for me, and I should be able to annihilate one of these Fish Sticks, which is nice. Something I can do. I vaguely remember this pull being the thing that would wipe you in Pugs because Fish Sticks would just go off eternally. I vaguely remember that, yeah. Yeah, so my damage there as a Brewmaster was a lot better. Not bad. Not bad. But it's a lot of the Stomp. I think the Stomp is the biggest thing for min-maxing. So you want me to pull this, but just pull it back? Good. I guess the percentage, I think it's that corner pack or something. Wait, Spinning Crane Kick. So the whole point of Brew aggro right now is that you Spinning Crane Kick only to gather so that you can technically tag all the mobs so that from here you can actually go here. You're supposed to do something with big Purifying Brews. I'm just not sure exactly what it is. To min-max the Stomp damage. I don't know if it's that you want to take more damage and then for Purify, Red Stagger consistently. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Like, do I intentionally take more damage on this or what? I'm actually not entirely sure what the Stomp damage min-max is for Nizuao. There's something to do with something. You don't want to pull two guys with this, I imagine. So, like, am I not supposed to be pressing my Infusion when Nizuao can be stomping? Is that something like that? Because there you can see that the Stomp did, like, so much damage. But that's because I intentionally took more damage. There's all these weird things with Brew, man. That's why, like, this tank is so nuanced. There's so many conditionals for Brew, which is just... I'm a bear player. Maybe Brew is... Let's be real, guys. Maybe, just maybe, Brew is too complicated for me. Maybe as a Guardian Druid player, I'll admit it. Maybe there's just too many things to juggle here. Yeah? Maybe it is what it is. Maybe this is just something we accept. That's it. I'm sorry. I got aggro now. Bro, Brew aggro is going to be so bad. Hopefully my details, by the way, works here. Let's just get this set up. I don't even have my Brew properly set up because I didn't think I would be playing it this much. I will say I feel like considering I'm not good at this, I feel very tanky. I'm immortal here. I just don't know if I'm supposed to be taking extra damage or not. So we blackout combo this, and then we can just go here. Yeah, I mean, like... It feels pretty fine, honestly. But depending on how you... Overalls in this dungeon are going to be so crazily dependent. Like, so crazily dependent on how I pulled in the first area. And that first pull gets so messed up if I can't wait for people, though. Yeah, this is Void Weaver Disc, 100%. You see his damage? Yeah, I was about to say. Yes, correct. Void Weaver Disc. And also that disc is in my stream. So I can ask him after. I could be like, yo, was it hard to heal my Brewmaster? I can ask him these questions. So there's something about the fact that if I summon both of these or something, do I not take enough damage at this key level to be min-maxing the stomp? I use Blackout combo on Facepalm, right? I Rising Sun Kick on cooldown. I keep the maintenance buff up. And then, am I supposed to not hit Infusion? Like, what's the thing, right? Showing the party frame debuffs. There's no weak aura here. There's no weak aura here. I think I forgot to get aggro on that ad real fast. That might have been a melee. I have to check if those ads melee. I forgot, to be honest. Or if that was fire. Not sure. So this is how this phase works. You have to... Somebody will click on the console. Me, right? And then we're going to... Wait. I have to channel it? Did I... Okay. Sorry. I'm waiting. It's bugging. I clicked on it. Can you click on it? It bugged. Fun fact. This fight's buggy. Oh, wait, okay. Channeling. Oh, you have to keep... Okay, so that's really annoying. In the future, you have to be very careful of that. That's like... So if I stop channeling it... Oh, so somebody has to stand here and channel it the whole time. Okay. Okay. Obviously, we lose a lot of damage there. I see what happened there. No, that's not that bad, because there's 4 things, so basically one of your DPS will do it, your tank will get one or something like that, though. It's not a weak aura anymore, because you shouldn't need a weak aura anymore. It used to be a weak aura thing. It used to be a weak aura thing. I don't think you should need a weak aura for that. Yeah? Like, I don't think so. G-Surge. Should get aggro there. So I'm not supposed to move the boss that much. I think it should be okay if you just actually do the mechanic the way it's meant to be done. Must have proper item equipped. What the hell was that bug? What does that mean, must have proper item equipped? Wait, what? A weird bug. I was gonna say, like, sometimes bosses like this, you technically feel it on Brew. I can leg sweep, but not move the boss because he's in the middle of his frontal thing. I think we're going to get another phase, so we'll test it here. Mostly because... Here we go. So I'm going to channel it now. That's the thing I did wrong before, is I didn't stay here to channel it. This should be fine, then. I'm pretty sure your healer is... Maybe if they need to heal this phase, but it seems pretty like you don't actually need to heal it. So I keep channeling it because there's 4 things. They do the 4 things. Yeah, so that's the thing, right, Steven? Exactly. That's the difference. Everybody can see it now. That's the main difference. Correct. Correct, correct. To clarify, that is the difference. Yes, that's why you don't need a weak aura. So one person channels it, the rest of your group looks. That's fine for RP. No problem. This pull is probably the pull where I would actually notice that I'm a Brewmaster, potentially. I feel like I'm not playing perfectly, 100%, but I don't feel like I'm playing that bad. I will say, rogues right now are not in a good spot. I want to play with an outlaw. I've only seen one outlaw, but I definitely think that rogues are just not in a good spot. It's not just one rogue, by the way. I wouldn't make an assumption like that based off one thing. It's many rogues that I've seen. It's the fact that it's many rogues. It's at this point, there's this thing I've noticed with rogues. And it's the fact, so this is where they start raging. Now, I want to try face tanking it, and I'm hoping that it lasts long enough for me to face tank. Because you would normally want to be pressing dampen, you wouldn't want to be pressing cooldowns here, but I just wanted to see what it's like to have actual spiky damage intake as Brew. It's kind of nice to occasionally experience a pull where you're like, oh, that's what the damage intake will look like. If you're pushing keys on Brew, like, that's what it's going to look like. Oh, okay, right? But otherwise, for aggro reasons, somebody used to go ahead. I think it was your healer who went ahead, and they would start the RP. Otherwise, you have to fight 1 pack, then 2 packs. So again, just get aggro with this. And then here we are. You can hit Nizual, pretty much on cooldown. Keep Rushing Jade Wind up. And otherwise, you're just going to Chi Surge. And we don't want to pull the things behind us. As long as those things don't pull, we're fine. So for Brewmaster, as an example, these bolts will be hitting me. And those bolts are actually going to do a fair bit of damage. I have a ton of self-healing here, so we'll be fine. No, I've only run Gambit thus far. Thus far, only Gambit. Oops, that's what I was worried about. So I grab aggro fast, and then I taunt this. Yeah? Hopefully those guys come over. I think that this is the caster pack here. So we'll Fort Brew. Yeah, so I don't know how you would grip this without like a DK or something. I grab aggro immediately. And while Fort Brew is up, I'll be fine. But obviously then we'll go here. Maintain. I think I'm overpressing Rushing Jade Wind. That's for sure something I'm doing right now. But remember that if I'm playing Brew on stream, y'all are learning it with me. Just to clarify. You know what I mean? Blood DK is still bottom of the pack with regards to higher keys. Yes, although you have a new friend, Richard. Although you have a new friend at the bottom of the pack now. Would you like to know what your new friend is called? Guardian Druid. Fucking rest in peace, Guardian Druid. So try to stack here. This is the idea. The first one is definitely right here. All right. It's not that bad. It's just that I was kind of hoping for buffs. And instead of buffs, instead of finding gold, I found tin. This should be good here. And then you just roll out. I think I got all of them, right? Ooh, I missed a few. Was that because we weren't stacked or because I missed the frontal? I'm going to need to learn how to position this. So I leg sweep, yeah? And then I just go there. Perfect. So we want to try to be stacked in this corner. Keep the fire here, give or take. Yeah, something like this right here. Be good. Boom. Nice, perfect. That was the perfect one right there. Beautiful. That was it right there. So yeah, you want to keep the boss along this wall for as long as you possibly can in this fight. It's something like this. It's all coming back to me now. And then roll one. And then maybe Tiger's Lust myself next time. There's some Dispel here. Is that new? Kind of does everything better. Basically, yeah. Right now, that's a pretty good way of thinking about it, is that effectively, Prot Warrior does everything that Guardian Druid does, except better. There's a pretty good way of thinking about it. It's kind of true. Like, that's actually not a bad way of looking at it, is that effectively, it's just that you might as well play the thing that's just better, yeah? I definitely need to learn. So from here, where are we supposed to be? There's going to be fire here. I think we want to keep the corner clear, because now all of a sudden, right, we can't be in the fire. Hey, sleeping. I'm doing pretty good today. The patch notes were sad, in my opinion. Also, like, the problem there was that we had the healer was fixated, right? But they weren't stacked where I was thinking everybody was. So if we all stack in the same place, then the ads go to the same place. There's a Dispel on the rogue. I'll be fine, technically, I think. Yeah, I'll be fine, actually. The rogue, not so much. So we'll try to keep this here. Brewmaster doesn't need healing. Okay. Can I solo this boss as a Brewmaster? Honestly, maybe. I don't know exactly. I'm not exactly the world's best Brewmaster, but I should probably be able to solo this. I don't think I wouldn't be able to solo this. But this boss is going to... This one and the last boss. Oh, I got the chains. That's right. I have to deal with the chains now. I can diffuse this dot, maybe? Nice. Could diffuse the dot, at least. I have, like, a reset on my brew and stuff, so I should be able to just go, like, boom. What about this dot, though? How am I dealing with this? I gotta try to kite these ads, actually. I can't be taking these melees. And this thing is gonna stack on me. Ring of Peace. Wait a second. I almost have it. I almost have it. No, I'm gonna die soon. I'm gonna die soon. I don't have a lot left. Run away from the ads. No. No, I'm in the fire. Fuck. No, it was so close. He was like one hit. The spell ended up getting me at the end. What does this time bomb do, by the way? I think that's new. Did you? I did. Yeah, I had used everything that I could use. Maybe not. I don't know if I used it earlier on a brute or something like that though. We could reset if we want. We could reset, or we could just keep going. So try to stack where like if we all stack together, then the ads run in the same direction. If we're kind of spread like that, like I think I could have vivified myself or just planned a little better. Bear isn't bad. It doesn't have anything special. Pretty much, yeah. Exactly, Richard. Hey, wild. So the problem is, right, that right now, bear doesn't really bring the value that you want it to bring. Yeah, like it just doesn't. It just straight up does not have that value. You want it to have more value, and I respect it, but it just doesn't bring what you want it to bring. It's like right here. Yeah. You shouldn't even... So, like, one of those ads was either... It's okay, we can get it with the next one. The first part of this fight is no problem. The first part's not an issue, right? Because we have Binding Shot here. And then we want to stack the... I think that we have to DPS or stack the fires here, actually. I think we should stack it this way, and then we keep that bottom part of the room open and /or this part of the room. Either one. So I turn around for the frontal. And again, should be right here. And then if everybody... See how that perfect? See how they're all coming in the same direction? It's something like that, right? Can non-bear pulls... Yeah, the thing is that bear is not even necessarily the tankiest tank at the moment. The thing is, right, bear is not even the tankiest tank. So this corner is no longer safe, and we're going to have to somehow travel around. Owl Tiger's Lust somebody. And then this is where, once the corner's filled up, then we'll have an issue. Like maybe right here. Should be good. Yes, perfect. And then we got to get out of the corner. The problem is getting out of the corner. I guess if we use that, then we're going to have to get out of the corner at some point, and that'll be tough. Ooh, scary. Yeah, the thing is, Steven, non-bear pulls are very... They're not bear pulls anymore. Like, it used to be. I understand it used to be. It used to be like that, right? Where you were like, oh, it's a bear pull. There's no such thing as a bear pull anymore. This fight, what is the added dispel? I don't remember the dispel being part of this fight. I'm trying... If I could somehow get these ads in the frontal, it'll help a lot. How much health does this guy have? Probably too much now. Okay, good feign, good feign. Nice. Gaming, gaming. Whoa. I just took that to the face. What is the time bomb dispel mechanic? Whoa, I took that to the face. I'm dead. My Disc Priest totally saved me there. I'm not getting my timings right. I'm trying to look at what the thing is here. So here, for example, I Ring of Peace, and then if they... So the coordination is that one DPS is here and one healer is here, and then all of a sudden this fight gets completely out of hand. So what's this thing do? I can diffuse it, right? But it doesn't... We're going to have to reset one more time. Out of curiosity... What is that mechanic? I don't know that one. It's different. They added something. The Time Bomb. Attaches time bombs 2 but increasing their haste by 30%, but also... Oh, it's a haste buff. But also inflicting is increased by... removal. Basically, you dispel one and then heal the other. It's like a dispel one, heal the other scenario. But it gives you 30% haste. I wonder if there's some really degenerate stuff like that, though. I feel like balance was much better before. Demon Hunter was immune to magic. Warrior was immune to fizz. DK did Paladin. Bear had the mass AoE. But the thing is that keys don't work like that, right? Like, keys don't really follow that logic, Steven. Although I agree with you. Keys don't follow that logic. Okay, so first one. We go there, here, and then here, like this. I don't have world markers on because I don't have the add-on. Basically, though, like this way, then this way. So hopefully we can stack the fires better. That's the idea behind this. Although I would love another clean run on my Brewmaster. So we start in the very corner here like this. And then I'll turn around. I don't know if I'm supposed to overlap Dave, the Nizuao. So like here, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's perfect. Whoops. And then the idea is that we would want to control the fire like this. That's the haste bomb. So I get haste if I have this debuff on me. Which makes me kind of curious if I want to keep it as long as possible. And then we're kind of going to try to stack the fires. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Like I said before, though, the only reason that meta matters, is because it's community perception is what gets you invited to keys. It's not whether you're a good player. People get this wrong all the time. If you're a good player, but you have no IO, you will not get invited to keys. Like, it's just that simple. If you're a good player, but you don't have IO and you're playing off meta, you will not get invited. It doesn't matter how good you are. You could be like top DPS overall, and it still wouldn't matter. I gamed that one. Ring of Peace. Woof. This boss do be tough. I don't think that's a hot take. I feel like that's an ice cold take. Shadow Melt. Well, I still die. Playing for fun? Technically speaking, yes. Technically speaking, you're right. Right? I think we reset at this point, though. We went to middle. We went to middle because it ended up getting messed up. We're supposed to go here, and then here, and then here. But basically, yeah, I don't think that's a hot take. If I'm on a caster, I run a Loki with any priest to PI me and anything else that will buff me. We can reset real fast at this point. I don't think that every rogue I've played with personally has not quite been there, though. I hope they revert the nerf for Guardian only. They should, no. I mean, they should, but I don't think they will, right? Like, in particular, I don't think that they're going to do that, but they totally should. Like, I agree with you. Cool. You want to pass me lead? I'll relist. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Boom, 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 boom. Timing keys is fun, so you get Raider IO with fun. Not quite. Not quite. If I knew meta, wouldn't affect my invites after 17 plus. I would just stick with Druid. But sadly, perception is... No, it literally, like, you can't... If you're trying to pug something, it's not fun to play the game. I mean that. Like, it's not even close. It's not fun. It's just not fun to play. Like, you can try all you want, and you can fight against everything that you possibly want to fight against. It's not fun to sit in Dornagal and not be able to do keys. The whole point of doing keys is so that you can actually play the game. Where's my Rushing Jade Wind? It's such a little thing. The only reason you use it is for aggro. So I gotta stop overhitting it here, though. Had, like, the worst pug experience. It does happen. You don't know who you're playing with. I'm, like, stuck 3750 with my bear 3 weeks now. AFK and Dornagal. So once you get to that point, Goofy, basically it's like Resil 18s are puggable, and the second you want to get maybe into 19s, you're going to have a hard time with it, but definitely 20s is where people are, at this point in the season, are going to just basically be like, look, you're not getting invites. It sucks, but it is the way it is. Like, you're not going to get invites. By the way, today, give or take, right? Give or take, you're almost Resil 19s, 20s are like, yeah, you won't find them. And title this season, Goofy, is give or take going to be all 19s with a few 20s at least, if not 20s by the end of the season. Just play your own key. The thing is, if you like, it's yes, and you're right, and that's the only way. When I originally was pushing on my bear this season, that's what I did. That is actually all I did, was basically just like, hey, I'm going to have to play my own key or have friends. The other thing, if you want to play off meta, is just have friends is your other best answer. Genuinely, if you play off meta, just have friends. And that's like your best bet as well. What type of mage is this? What type of mage is this? Am I forgetting any buttons on Brew? I feel like I'm not playing that bad, but, you know, delete everything already. It's tiring. Well, it's supposed to... Okay, WoW, no matter how you play it, is supposed to be fun. I will say, no matter how you play WoW, it's supposed to be a game of magic and fun. You're not supposed to have, like, an absolutely terrible time on it. I guess the best situation of this game is just to have friends. Yes, honestly, Arshia, correct. That is the best situation. That is actually what you want. If you have friends in the game, that's exactly what you want. Correct. As long as you have friends on a B-net, you can technically play keys. Have they addressed any meta DPS? Okay, so technically we don't know, but I will say that some of the stuff they've been doing recently is giving me some concern that we do know what's meta. I just don't like the fact that I might know what's meta because I don't agree with it. I don't like the fact that I think I know what's going to happen, and I don't like that. Does that make sense? Like there's a lot of, where's my 12? Is he doing the key or is it my key? I think it's my, oh, rest in peace, pre-weapons of order. Okay, so we don't have a rogue. Wait aggro. Wait aggro. Aggro. Must, no, did it bug? Okay, I thought it bugged for a second. So what I'm going to do is Transcendence right here. Go up to this pack, Rushing Jade Wind, go Transcendence back. Go up to this pack, tag it, tag this pack, Fort Brew myself, Weapons of Order, because I don't have pre-Weapons of Order, Chi Burst, because then I'll settle me. Good. And then from here, we should be able to actually get aggro and settle. Exploding Keg for full aggro, and then we should be fine. Yeah? This should be aggro now, and we just have to watch the bolts, etc., etc., etc. Now we're settled. I'm still very confused about how to min-max Dave's damage. If any Brewmasters are in the chat and you know how to min-max Dave's damage, I would greatly appreciate it. If you know how to min-max Dave, because, like, am I supposed to try to take more damage so that I get more stomps? Like, I'm a little confused. Do I want the biggest stomps possible, and therefore I want to take more damage as long as I can purify it off? There's, like, a few questions I have about this. I don't know if this is the pull you definitely want to do, but it's a fun pull. Feels pretty fun to me. Yeah, I'm definitely over-sending on Rushing Jade Wind right now, and I turn my back there for a second, so I just dampen, etc. No, this is the No Breath of Fire build. Right now I'm playing the No Breath of Fire build. I feel very tanky, but I'm not able to quite min-max my damage as hard. My damage is the problem with this build right now. Oops. Last little bit there. I'll have to check, like, some of the pulls. So we Spinning Crane Kick with a Keg Smash as we go in. Keep Rushing Jade Wind active, and then basically here. Yeah? Chi Burst to gather. Exploding Keg right away. And then Weapons of Order. So when I have weapons up, I'm just a little confused about how to min-max my damage. Do I want to be purifying and sending things, like, do I want to just be big stomps with as much purifying as I can? Increase damage. Didn't they remove it? Am I just complete? Is that an old interaction? That's a great question. That's, I think it's only, he just a stomp when you press purify. Oh. But then the thing is, why is my stomp damage so low? But then my question is, why is the stomp damage that I have so low? I thought I wasn't min-maxing my stomp damage because, like, so I'll hit Dave now, yeah? If I purify, he stomps, but I thought it at least still buffed it. That'd be interesting if it didn't. Watch the ground. Interesting. Okay. It's kind of like League of Legends. As a 5-stack, good game. Yeah, it's actually, that's true. Like, when you play MOBAs, it's pretty rough to play a MOBA when you are playing solo queue. Because it's just like, you don't know who you're queuing with, and you can either have a great game or just, like, the worst game ever. Yeah. You really want people to play with, in particular. So let's pull this here. This is the route, at least, that I remember. And it doesn't look like they've changed percentage at all here. So this is with Exploding Keg and aggro up. So I just want to be stomping on cooldown. I'm just confused. So, like, my damage... Okay, so that is correct. You do just want to be stomping on cooldown, yes. That is actually exactly correct. Because if you take a look at my damage on this pull, stomp is going to be way higher, yeah? Actually, this was just a good... I just didn't have to Exploding Keg early. So my damage on that pull was significantly higher. It's still mostly just the same. Most of the time, if you had a good group, they just leave. The thing is about efficiency. So that's the problem. You've hit the nail on the head there, by the way. You've hit the nail on the head. Efficiency is the problem, even for me. I love efficiency. It's my favorite way to play World of Warcraft. That is a problem. I am an efficiency freak. All I want to do is be efficient when I play this game. In fact, it is hard for me to enjoy something like mount farming. Because every time I log into the game, I think, Yeah, but like I could be getting IO on that ult, or I could be gearing my hunter, which I might want to play next season, or I could be, or I could be, or I could be. Every single time I log into the game, there's something I can be doing. That's my problem with World of Warcraft now. Every single time I log in, there's something I could be doing. That's not a bad thing, but it does mean that I just, do you know what I mean? Like it means efficiency reigns supreme. And the problem with efficiency reigning supreme is that I can't enjoy the little things because I just want to be as efficient as possible. So if I min-max WoW, it becomes a job. Yes. However, whoops. I got to roll through for aggro. Sorry. Gotta get those +1s. It's not even for IO because my problem is I don't play for IO. But my thing is, I don't play for IO at all. My problem is, I don't play for IO. So that's not even my issue. It's not playing for IO. So I want to take damage and purify. I'm still confused about the whole purifying thing. I'm confused if I want to make these bigger on purpose. Will I eventually die to this? Not at this key level, I don't think. Min-maxing the farm and ults? You can min-max mount farming, but that seems troll. Min-maxing mount farming, I don't know about that. You reckon Guardian or Brew for raid? I mean, so you first of all, you need a monk for raid. We don't know what monks are good. That will determine everything. It doesn't matter how much you purify. It just spam purify while he's up to make him stomp. Okay, that is something I have been doing very wrong. Because when I look at my damage, for sure, Stomp should be higher, I think. When I've played with other Brewmasters, Stomp is a little higher for them. We talking meta prediction? Yeah, in a few hours, by the way. So a few hours toward the end of stream, I want to test a few more things today. But then after I've tested those things, I will make an actual tier list. Not just for tanks, by the way, but also for DPS and also for healers. I will be ranking a full tier list. An actually full tier list. Oops. We'll need to res, probably. We might not have it, actually. Yeah, I will be making a proper tier list. An actual tier list. I do think that we currently do have meta. We have a meta predictioner at the very least. Yes, so I'm going to do it live on stream, but then I'm going to put it to YouTube. So it'll be like a... I'll do it live on stream so I can interact with people while I do it. And then... afterwards, I'll just do it for like an hour, and then I'll just put it to stream. I'll just clip it. I think there's an extra thing on that list there, Frozen. I think there's an extra thing. One of the things that I'm going to make sure that I do in my tier list is clarify if a pick is very specifically aimed, because there are different types of what the things are good for in the game, yeah? So I'm going to do this. Here's what I'm going to do. I will clarify if something is meant for a lower key or a higher key. If, for example, and I'll tell you this right now, let's say that Arcane Mage is S tier. If Arcane Mage is S tier, Arcane Mage is not S tier for your +10. There are some things that really should be considered like that. Or let's say there are two specs which I genuinely believe are exactly tied. They're both good, yeah? Let's assume that I know two specs. There are two specs that are both very good. One of them has very consistent damage, and one of them has... oh, kill him. Nice. Nice job. Okay. So one of them has consistent damage, and one of them has a 3-minute cooldown. Which one is better for keys? The consistent damage one. Because on every key level and every pug, it'll be better. There are some things which work very well for a coordinated group, and there are other things which do not. And that is the one major thing that I really, really, really want to focus on when I make this list. For me, when I make this list, it's actually, I want it to be basically a pug-friendly list. Like, that's my whole point of doing it, is that it's meant to be for pugs. To help people understand, hey, if I pug, this is what I can expect from the key. And this is what I should invite. Like, literally, based on a Woo's list, I should invite this spec over this spec. So you're supposed to just spam this now when Nizawa is up. Let's see the damage here. Stomp did a fair bit, but not like a crazy amount, to be honest. Brew's just the best for boosting. No, Brew has this thing where it actually is incredibly good because your healer can just watch you. It's very, very, very good for healing and tanking high keys. In particular, for higher keys, Brew is like unmatched at technically what it can live. The cap of what it can live is very, very a lot. Yeah? What is this circle here? It can just technically live. And then if you can make it work in a comp, depends on your healer and stuff, but if you can make it work in a comp, then yes. I think that Brew has a lot more potential than people realize it does. Why don't I just wait a second? Or we can just chain this into at least this pack, because it'll spawn now. We have 6 stacks. Go here. Go here. So when Weapons of Order comes up, I get this Stomps. I want to be reducing the Stomps as much as possible with Blackout combo into a Brew. You don't want to as far as I know, you just want as many Stomps as possible in your Nizuao window, right? That's the thing, I believe. What's up, Zuna? It'll be weird if Brew is meta. I've not seen a physical meta. That's true, but I think that's the best thing about the patch notes. I was very sad when I read the patch notes because I was expecting them to actually shake up the meta. But I don't think they did. My issue with it is like they basically just, they cemented the meta. Like the meta was like everybody was expecting Prot Warrior to get Giga nerfed or for VDH to get Giga nerfed, and they just sort of love tapped that shit. And I'm just like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, they just didn't actually hit it hard enough for it to matter. I don't think that's true, Frozen. I mean, even if you're, you do higher keys than I do, and you can see that actually some of the world's highest keys this season were done by a Brewmaster. So it's definitely not that you can't do it. What's up, Zuna? Zuna, are you testing PTR today, by the way? I think I saw you on earlier. So we shift the boss. Everybody should be stacked here so that these guys will funnel in. There you go. And then we want to see if we can get this fire. Okay, we'll be in this corner for the next one. Be here, and then we're going to go over to the other one. This will be what we do here. All right, so this one I'll just aim here. Oh, sorry, I want to be stomping even single target, I bet. I'm just not taking any damage. Okay, so this one we're going to move out of the fire, but then everything should still be funneling in. So give or take where we are right now, yeah? Cool. And then I'm going to drag the boss over here. So we missed that one brute because we're not positioned perfectly. And then we want to drag the boss here. We just want to stay along this wall for as long as possible. The idea is that we stay along the wall for as long as possible. Get out of the frontal. And then we want to use this corner. That's the idea, at least. This is, I think that you want to keep this boss along the wall for as long as you can. Because then this will all funnel in here, and I should be able to hit all 4 of them with the breath. This is going to be such a weird fight for Pugs in particular. I Vivify the healer. It's not much, but I can do something. But then where do we go from here? Because now we've used all of it, and it doesn't disappear. Okay. One piece of feedback for this dungeon in particular, if they just change this so that the fire goes away on this boss, big ups for this boss. If all they did was change it a little bit so that the fire went away, I think that would be pretty helpful. But this was much cleaner, yeah? And I just kind of roll over here. I leg sweep them. Those 2, I'm going to Ring of Peace away. Yeah, much better, much better. Better. In higher keys, though, I'm not sure how to do that. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like that. There's some weird thing, though. Yeah, but I don't know how to get that proper in Pugs. Like, that's a tough one to sell on a Pug, though. That's like a really tough one. Okay, so here you don't need both of these. I think you just play 1. I'm a little confused about the percentage. I guess if you don't play the extra thing, these guys hurt. If you can only play 1 for, like, cooldown recovery, it's probably better. Depends on your comp, I bet. Because, like, you can't pull him into the next thing, could you? I'm not sure, actually, though. That's true, by the way. Always remember that when we talk, and I will clarify this, if I make the list later, right? It must have a proper item equipped for what? What ability am I trying to press that won't let me? Okay, go this way. We're just going to play both of these. Now, I'm not a warrior with AoE Disrupt, so it's possible that this pull actually goes very poorly. It's possible that this does not go well. We don't want to kick... I don't think you would kick on me here. I overlap my leg sweep, which is not a good idea. Because Unstable Rift is the thing where if that casts... Whoa! That. This might be a war... You might need a Demon Hunter for this. Or a Warrior. Warrior also, remember, has AoE Disrupt. I'm gonna live. Haha! A classic Dispel magic. So I live. I can live. It's okay. I'm all good. Brewmaster very independent here. While Brewmaster can live, remember, if played well, that's actually, but Brewmaster can absolutely be played. Let's go season live off. Just came back. No, Steven. Brewmaster can do 21. Brewmaster can, in fact, do 21. You can't say it can't do 21 because there are people who are doing it. Like, it has been done. 20s and 21s have been done by Brewmaster. I think the first 22 was... I think 22 has also been done by Brew at the moment. Not 100%, though, on that last one. If you play Brew very well, it does... It's not saying it needs less healing than a VDH, but it doesn't need that much. Like, if you play it really well, it's still just a tank. You know what I mean? Like, VDH, keep in mind, you have to baby your VDH on Gather. Every single time you start a pack, you have to baby your VDH. So it's not like VDH is completely immortal to that. Okay, ready? Let's go. Cool. So we pull this into the boss, which is the idea here, right? Okay, that Transcendence, I was trying to game it here. It didn't work. So, like, yeah, like, I don't need that pain sub. Like, Brew is pretty good, though. I think that that's a very different experience than what I've had. I can tell you that right now, that's a very different experience than my experience with VDH. I have found that VDH absolutely needs to be babied every single gather in every one of my pugs. In every one of my pugs so far, VDH is like, you gotta help them. You, like, have to help them so much. On the gather. Do 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 do. Bo 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 do 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 do. So the assassins are coming. They don't spawn that far. They come in pretty quick now. I remember this being a lot harder with them. I think you can try to game it so that one of them gets immediately done like this. It's just aggro. You got to make sure people don't get aggroed here. Okay? I can Transcendence in the middle in case. Looks like I'll go to this one here. VDH is doing huge pulls. It is standard practice as a healer, by the way, Frozen. Every single time with VDH in the group, you external them right on Gather. It's something that every healer knows, by the way. Yeah. And they have such a... It's actually... That's true. And VDH is just very, very skill capped. How many melees you take on a Gather as a VDH is so incredibly individual. And that's basically how to play VDH as a guide, is how many melees did you take before you were actually settled into the pack. And that has everything to do with how much healing you'll need. That is, like, literally the answer of how much healing you're going to need. Whoops. Can I diffuse this dot back on the boss, maybe? No. I have had... Okay, you say that, Frozen. But I don't think you understand how much Oracle Dispriest helps VDH and stuff like that, though. Because I will say this, okay? This is what I will tell you. This is what I will tell you here. You want to know what I will tell you? Is this. Oh, I got here. I made it. Did I make it? Yeah. That was gaming moments right there. All right, I think this corner is still the best, even if there are two over here. That was gaming moments. That Tiger's Lust into the double roll. I actually managed to get there on time. Beautiful. I have a pug macro too, Zelswar. I actually really think it's a great idea for tanks to have a pug macro. There's like a pug macro that you can have that just says, external me now, please. Or something like that. I think it's a great idea for tanks to have this macro in pugs, because you can't really control otherwise where you're gonna get it. Probably kill boss here. Must have proper item equipped. What is that telling me? For what? GG's. Well done, well done. Well played. Yo, what's up, B-Man? How's Paladin? You mean Ret Pally, Tank Pally, or what? Ret Pally, Tank Pally, or Holy Pally? I feel like my Brewmaster damage should be much higher. I don't know if it's the stomps that I'm not min-maxing here, but I feel like my damage should be much higher. I don't know if there's any brews who can look at this overall and tell me exactly what should be higher or lower, but this doesn't seem quite right to me. I'll show you mine. Mine is just this. So this is somebody kick. I actually have it on live. It goes... like this. You just have a macro like this, by the way, and then you put it on your bars and you just go, see this? That's what you do, Zelswar. You just make a macro. You just go, external me now, please. Bah, bah, bah. And then this one is like a heal me for 5 seconds. If I ever make a rotational gap and I'm like, oh no, I need healing for 5 seconds, I just go, and you can just spam this in the middle of a key, and most likely your healer will see it and they'll be able to do something about it. It might be better now. I'll test Blood DK. I don't mind testing it, but I don't think it's going to be that much better, to be honest. Like, the damage buffs are nice and they're welcome, but they're not that crazy impactful, in my opinion. They need to do way more damage in order for them to be considered meta. Yeah, I think that the stagger, maybe the key level is actually too low, because I wasn't in red stagger for most of that key. Where did Blood DK? Their Exterminate got buffed and Sand Lane got buffed if you play Sand Lane. Exterminate and Sand Lane both got buffed. Ret Pally is going to be good next season. Okay, so I've played with a few Ret Pallies. They don't look bad, but they don't look that good. Their damage is just a little underwhelming, but they are, as far as I know, still kind of bugged. I think that they're still kind of bugged, and so it could just be that, basically, if that makes sense. The Thane multi-execute. I'll try Thane multi-execute. It's a hell of a build, though. It is a hell of a build for sure. Do you want me to go Blood? Sure. You want to go Blood? I could try healing. In 15s, maybe? Oh, it'll totally be fine in 15s. It'll totally be fine in 15s. Absolutely, it'll be... I think Ret Pally gets a lot more advantage. Ret Pally is a lot better in mid-level keys than high-level keys. High-level keys being 20, mid-level keys 15. Ret Pally is one of the best DPS for that. Yeah, Ret Pally is great for 15s. Don't worry about that. You're going to test Prot Pally soon? I either test Prot Pally right now. What is their cap in your opinion? I kind of want to test Prot Pally in this dungeon, unless you want to go Blood, and then I'll heal. So, Sunizi, what do you want to do then? If you want to heal, you want to DPS then? Just tested Warrior again. Yeah, yeah, basically. Basically, when I play my Warrior, that's how I feel. When I play my Warrior, I'm like, man, you're anything? Okay. I'll heal Sam tanks. And I'll try Prez. Probably. If I'm going to heal, I could heal on Preservation Evoker and get like a crazy log, especially if we get me a mage or something like that. Yeah, I'll play Prez. But I'm going to do such ridiculous damage in a dungeon like this as Prez. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Can you do big pulls? Can you do big pulls? No, I'm going to play Prez. We won't snitch. Yeah, you can't snitch, though. If I make a tier list, I'm putting Prez pretty high. It won't be meta. It's not going to be quite meta, though, unfortunately. I feel like I want, rather, another cup of coffee, which is a problem. Because I can't have more coffee. It's already afternoon for me. It is 3:38 p.m. So coffee cannot be. Coffee cannot be at this point. If I want to heal, and I want to heal in emergencies, I can play this. Technically, there's totally a build here for Prez where you can drop probably this, and if you want to play the double time dilate, I think double time dilate could be really good, though. You try Turkish coffee. Turkish coffee is that kind of like Vietnamese coffee? What is actually Turkish coffee? I don't really understand the difference. Can you explain to me what Turkish coffee is? So we're going to go Gambit one more time, just because I want to heal the same dungeon. I would rather test like one dungeon per day and just really test it properly. But it'll be interesting for sure. Think very thick and strong coffee. I'm Turkish, that's true. Thick coffee. Explain for him, please. Okay, I like Vietnamese coffee because it's sweet. Vietnamese coffee, for me, is where it's at. What are you playing? A shaman. I only need to beat 3 mil overall. You can... wasn't playing for any of those. Well... I'm not. I need to min-max it. I don't... hold up. Hold up. I definitely can do more than that. I can do more than that. I think that if I play a tank that I know how to play... The warrior, I definitely wasn't min-maxing, and we had a few, like, random pulls and stuff. But I think that's something, like, warrior should have about... Maybe, like... It depends on the pulls. That second boss got really messed up, I still think. The end is kind of, like, depending on how you pull it. But if you do the same exact pulls... Yeah, we'll see. How much did your Void Weaver do again? Soon, how much did your Void Weaver do? Google coffee brew in sand. Buff bears. I kind of agree. My bear would, funny enough, do more damage in uncapped AoE. My brew felt weird in uncapped AoE. I don't know what I was doing or if I was hitting the wrong globals in that point. But my brew definitely felt bad. Hot sand coffee. I think less than a mil. You guys forgetting something, though. What's up? Blood DK also doesn't have a group buff, so Blood DK needs to do prot pally levels of damage. And casters look really huge. Yes, I know. I'll reset? Okay. If I can find myself a Havoc or a Mage just to kind of like maybe, you know, pad a little bit, that'd be cool. A Warrior. Oh, a Mage. Cool. He's on my friends list for some reason. Alright, bet. There you go. Now, hard to fit a Prot Warrior Brew into comps. I think Prot Warrior or Brew is way easy, though. Your group buff doesn't show on details. Is that a thing? Did they fix that, Sam? When did they change that? Because 100% you're right. They don't show on details, right? When I logged keys before, I was like, huh, why is that showing different? When did they change that? I thought that it didn't used to be like that. All right, I'll play passive trinkets. It's fine. I won't play any of the broken healing trinkets, yeah? Just to actually test Prez, or should I play a broken healing trinket, though? The damage is not yours. That's what I know, but it shouldn't be mine. It shouldn't be mine, but it might be. What are we playing here? My stats are fine. Doesn't matter, though. Doesn't really matter. As long as I have some enchants and stuff, then we're good. Okay. I think that there's probably a raid trinket which would do like significantly more damage than what I'm wearing right now. Oh, that's right. My brew also didn't get avoidance gear. We should do that, huh? Should we just go grab avoidance gear real fast? I forgot about that. You have to redo your gear every character you log into. Because now everything has avoidance on it. Which is super weird. And I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing, to be honest. Like, is that good? That everything has avoidance on it? What trinkets did we want? Wait, what trinkets did we actually want here? There's the weapon from Raid if I actually wanted to play it. So if I wanted to be like an OP healer, there's the staff combination from Raid. I should have it on Prez. Where is it? This one. It's this trinket with the staff. Hello? Wait, where is the staff on here? It should be here. Unless I took it off. Oh, here. Yeah, this one. Exactly. This is how, if I really wanted to pad, I would use this. And then I would use whatever else trinket is fine. So something like this, and I would just need to buy another enchants real fast. There we go. That's it. That's the avoidance we're looking for. I'm at 40% DR territory on avoidance. That's better. That's better. I can buy this trinket again and get even more avoidance. That's right. That's what everybody's playing with, all this avoidance now. Boom. I don't know if this trinket's actually that good, but it's a stat stick trinket, so we'll use it. Okay. Okay, so we got chest enchant, weapon enchant. We don't need more rings or anything like that. Weapon enchant. My only problem with healing this season, there is a problem with healing this season, which is that you kind of need the new items from Raid if you want to be a healer this season. Like, actually, though, you know, like, you kind of need the new, like, this is so OP. Like, the new set and stuff like that. If they have a Raid set like this, you kind of need to be playing it. I don't know if I like that very much, to be honest. But you kind of need to be playing it then. All right, here we go. VDH has not been punished enough. Absolutely not. VDH needs to be punished more. VDH needs to be taken out back, old Yellard, never to be heard from again. In fact, I think that the new Demon Hunter spec, they're just going to delete VDH and make an entirely new spec. That's my hidden cook. What if instead of a new third Demon Hunter spec, they were just like, nah, Demon Hunter only needs 2. So they just actually just go, all right, that's fine. And then they just basically delete VDH. All right, let's see this. Tazavesh. In your dreams? Yes, in my dreams. I don't like VDH. It needs to get nerfed. Delete it from existence. Delete it from existence. I have the key. I'll do it. Please delete the thing from existence. All right, let's go. I gotta put my enchants on real fast. Enchants, very important. Is this not scaled the same? No, no. It will not. Season 1 gear is not scaling correctly. If you're using a piece from Season 1, it will not actually scale correctly. You actually have to be using Season 2 or Season 3 gear. Yeah, you want to go get the other thing real fast. The mage can port you to the city. The mage can port... You got to go buy from PvP vendor then. You got to get PvP vendor real fast. Go buy a weapon from PvP vendor. You can buy it there. It'll just be the stats. You might not get the stats you want, but otherwise it'll be fine. Okay, all right. How much damage do you think Preservation Evoker does in Gambit? How much do you think that Preservation does in Gambit? A lot. I'm excited. Do you need external on pull as a blood DK, Sam? Oh, I think I need a haircut soon. I still think this double time dilate talent, I'm really curious about, though. Like nothing? I bet. My other tanks really found like that as well. On at least on 12s, the key level 12, it really feels like that. Not collecting Giga to your friends list. Nice. Good job, Frozen. I like VDH. Their mobility is so fun. The mobility on VDH is fun, sure, but the problem with it is that it's VDH. You probably need Jesus. I'll work my delts. It's okay. I think my delts, my shoulder is a lot more healed, so I feel like I can hold my arms out for a lot longer than I used to be able to. I should be checking the YouTube comments on this. Stop the video just to comment, but yeah, I'm gonna need more of that recap. That was hilarious and awesome. I think in the future I will make more like this again. Glad you liked it. Glad you liked it. Okay, I really thought about it, and I was like, I'm glad people liked the video that I made. And that's the style I like, though. No, not again. I'm responding to the YouTube comments. About to play with one right now. see how much damage she does. Do. All right, where's the PvP one? What are you, Horde or Alliance? Sorry, I didn't check. Horde or Alliance? You are, PvP is to the left of the dungeon teleport. No, to the right. It's either to the left or the right of the dungeon teleport, though. The TLDR part is even TikTokable. Should I make a TikTok? Bro, I've actually been told I should make a TikTok. But the thing with TikTok, so when I started stream and when I started YouTube, right, I didn't know anyone. I had zero help. Like, I didn't know anybody. I didn't have any streamers or anybody to help me. I didn't have any, like, YouTube people. I just literally started it from zero, yeah? And then when, you can see, because the first month of me streaming, I had, like, my average viewers was, like, 0.8. And then it was, like, 1. I was, like, 1.5. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. Somebody was hanging out with me. That was the start of my streaming about a year ago. So with TikTok, I have a friend who runs like a TikTok agency, right? And they told me, they were like, if you want to make a TikTok, we can just start you at 10,000 followers and it'll help your exposure. So if you want to start a TikTok, like, you wouldn't have to start from scratch. Basically, like, they just have a thing where I could just start with X amount of numbers, and then as long as I make content for it, that it'll just kind of grow. That's what they told me. Now, I'm a very transparent person, so I will just fucking tell you that. You know, there are people who lie about that shit. I won't lie about that shit. I will literally just tell you. That being said, maybe I'll do it at some point. It would kind of be like a, does it make me money, I suppose. Because I don't think I would like TikTok. I bet you TikTok would just come down to actually doesn't make me money. Because I don't think I would like it very much. It doesn't seem like something that I would enjoy that much. I don't really love social media. That's why I don't have social media. All right, ready? Let me make sure my DBM timer, by the way, is it moved? I need to make sure that it's not over my abilities. Move me. Yeah, it's over here. Good. Cool. Ready? Let's go. Perfect. Pull 10. Do I have the key already? Nope. 1 second. 1 second. Because I got to pre-tip the scales. Where are my scrolls? Here. Gambit. 12. Let's go. Boom. Oh, no, I pre-tipped the scales. No, fuck you. Fuck you. That's why I was going to do pull 10. I was going to do pull 10 for pre-tip the scales. I actually lose so much damage without pre-tip the scales on the first pull like this. You, God. All right, let's play Preservation Evoker. Now, let the tank aggro. You got to let the tank do his thing here. Like, I'm not casting a single heal. You see that? You see how I'm not casting a single thing right now? Okay, let's go. I actually still have aggro, by the way. There's the mass grip. Beautiful. Beautiful. Boom. Preservation Evoker. Go burr. Preservation Evoker. Goes burr. This first pull is going to be very fun for Preservation Evoker. Oh my god, I'm doing so much damage. I'm doing so much damage. I'm doing so much damage. Look at me, Mom. Look at me, Mom. I'm doing so much damage. And I didn't even get to pre-tip the scales. I will external my tank out of fear. Out of fear. Well, is that 2 bolts on me? Could we reset, by the way? Let's just reset this, by the way. Just reset fast. Blood DK on uncapped AoE feels so much better than my brew. I don't know why my brew does such little damage in fully uncapped AoE. Maybe because it lives so long as well. I had a Pug Dragon EU who macroed burst with Dragon, just goes burr. Yeah, pretty much. You gave me the flashback now. Well, right now with the Preservation Evoker tier set, it really is just... Oh, I forgot to put my enchants on. I'm actually playing that without enchants. Okay, just reset real quick. That was obviously not the pull. That was not the pull for us. I forgot to put my leg enchant on too. Yes, my blood DK is gonna just live forever. I know. My blood DK will never die. But also, let's just reset if the first pull goes like that, though. Does reduce damage. Brew is not properly uncapped. That's why my Brew and my Warrior both feel like my Brew and Warrior are such consistent damage. But on the first pull of Gambit, especially because I'm panicking about aggro because I don't trust my team to wait, I feel like I do significantly less than I could. My Fire Mage is actually popping off. This is great because I wanted to test Fire Mage. Fire Mage is something I have not seen properly yet. I haven't seen Fire Mage properly yet, though. Go for it, though. Big pulls, big pulls. Please make a guide for Prez Evoker. I asked Rye if he was going to make a guide for Prez Evoker, and he said that when he's starting a new job or something, and then after that he will make that guide, which will be nice. Because he's the #1 Prez in the world, and well-deserved. He's a very good Prez Evoker. If I make a guide, it'll just be a simple guide. It'll be kind of like the first part of that video, which is just TLDR. What happened there? Ground effect. Double water bolt on the stomp, and then from there it just scaled. And then I was like, let's reset, because I also want pre-tip the scales. Fox ears for a minute. I will do what I must. I will do what I must. Are you ready? Okay, I'll get a food buff and let's go. Pull 15. I got this. I got this pull timer. I got this. It's my key. Here we go. Big buff for first pull. Correct. Correct. You had no tip? That wasn't a healing thing. I heard you. Oh, that a little bit. That just a little bit. Because tip is such a big deal. Although it takes so long to gather this first pull that maybe not. But tip is the whole tier set for Prez Evoker. Like, this is the whole point. This is the whole point, is I want to maintain this buff for as long as possible. This temporal compression is such a big deal for Prez right now. So if I see you get aggro on things, I can technically start hitting it. I won't heal, but I don't mind starting to hit a few things if I see that you have aggro on them. I might have been too fast. Uh-oh. 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 Some ground effect, right? I think they're ground effect. I can't tell if they're ground effects or if they're casts. I actually can't tell right now. So we stack 4 stacks of temporal compression, and then we go boom, boom, boom. Like this, like this, like this. I'll just rewind it just in case. I don't actually know the full damage pattern of this dungeon because I haven't healed it yet, right? I give or take no because I tanked it just now. And because I tanked it, I'll be able to kind of tell, give or take, like when I need to heal or use defensives. Maybe not like perfectly, but give or take. This Life Giver's Flame immediately tops. I think that I could make a simple Preservation Evoker guide, but the truth is it wouldn't be the most comprehensive thing. Because Prez Evoker is complicated. The truth is that Prez Evoker is complicated, and it's all conditional. Like, it's a very conditional healer, which just goes, hey, if this situation, you could do this, or you could do this. And so, you have options, kind of always, as Prez. You're never actually, like, limited. You don't have to do one thing or another. You could do either of those things. Oh, that was just double bolt there. Why is the first pull going poorly, by the way? I guess we made it through. Do. Boom, 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 boom. So the thing with Prez is that there's always something you could do, and it doesn't really, like, you can't say this is what you do, because actually you can heal, even the top level Prez keys, you can technically do different things. You'll see people heal it different ways. Can I get mage food, please? Mage food, please. Yeah. It shouldn't be like that. I think that, I'm assuming that we just kind of, like, miss some... I think it was ground effects. Like, basically, if people die early on that pull, it starts getting real bad. But if you take a look at my damage here, yeah? If you take a look at my damage on a pull like this, go ahead. Just look at the DPS meters. This is why I kind of refuse to play Prez right now on PTR. Because no other healer does this. Not even close. I kick this. Like, no other healer even comes close to this at the moment. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, you're like, oh, well, it's just like PTR scaling. Like, all healers are... No. No healer is doing anywhere close to this. Not even... Like, you know what I mean? Like, nothing comes remotely close to this at the moment. Brew plus Prez, just saying, happens to be a great combination. My problem is that You have a Resto Druid competing, which also is a good combination, and Resto Druid provides a group buff, which is very, very impactful and important. So it's kind of hard to say. Oh, he wants to go all the way left here? Or he wants to pull this, okay? Do. Boom, 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 boom. Because both specs are kind of complicated. So so granted, yes, Prez has to do the most damage, but how much damage does a group buff actually give the group? You ever done the math? I've done the math a few times, and it depends on your DPS, but give or take, it's something like 600 or 700k just by existing. Maybe with new scaling, like Mark of the Wild in this group, how much damage would it bring? How much damage do you think Mark of the Wild would actually bring here? Out of curiosity. What do you think? I think that the actual final answer to that question would be something like... I'd be willing to bet that Mark of the Wild brings 700 to 800k tops. Yeah? So if Druid does 1.1 million DPS, they're actually doing how much? How much are they actually doing then? If they do X amount, what is the actual number? It'll be something like 1.7 or 1.8. So if Prez still does 2 mil, and also Threads of Fate doesn't track on details. So I am giving the group technically multi-strike because I'm hitting tip, give or take, on cooldown. Like, I am not holding tip under almost any circumstance. And still able to heal the group well. Like, we won't have any HPS deaths, I don't think. Now, this is also, a lot of this is pad AoE damage, and a lot of Druid's damage is single target burst damage. Single target sustain damage, rather. So there's a big damage pattern type as well, which is quite different. And is important to factor in. Whoops, I don't think my tank was here yet. I'm so sorry. So it's technically pad, but it's still fun. Just because it's pad doesn't mean it's not fun. It's pretty fun. I just don't want it to get nerfed, because on details, it looks like it does more than it actually does, is all I'm saying. But the damage is pretty crazy, huh? The damage is pretty awesome, isn't it? Isn't the damage cool? Isn't it cool? Isn't it awesome? If you see these DPS meters, they are certainly, they're telling a story. They're telling it. All I'll say is these DPS meters are telling a story right now. And I am digging it. I'm digging this story. Yeah, this Blood DK, he's specifically competing for damage because he wants to do Overmine. The only thing I will say is, when you have AoE pulls that last forever, the tank will do significantly more damage. Not that I'm too competitive, but I'm competitive enough to at least point out the fact that this will be relatively pad. I'm curious to see his damage on single target. And then I would have to play my Pally to compare. So there's some damage that happens here? Question mark? I don't actually know. Where's the damage that happens here? I saw my groups taking damage here. I'm a little confused, though. I'm relatively competitive, Sam. I'm a competitive person. I'm a competitive person by nature. I know you're good, so I just want to compete with you. That's all. It's a sign of respect. It's a respectful thing. Wait, why are people taking damage before? This is bottom right, over here. Got it. Yeah, I'm a respectful. I just, you know. Am I stuck? Oh, okay, good. We got the boss pretty fast. And also, remember, like, we had the phase go on for a long time. Like, that'll lower the single target damage a lot. I'm just saying there's all these factors to tank damage, right? There's all these factors to tank damage. So is it just the frontal that's actually causing people to take damage? I'm not sure. I'm excited to make a real tier list tonight. A real tier list. Big healing. I think the only way that people take damage is either ads meleeing people and /or It's either adds mailing or this shearing swings doing your frontal. But otherwise, it doesn't look like people are taking any damage. And obviously, this key right now seems easy to heal. I don't know. Like, that bolt right there. So that is going to do a lot of damage. But I can just heal. Whoops. I got you. I guess it's the fire. I bet you it's just the fire, actually. This phase doesn't really do damage, though. I want it, so the tier list will also include my thoughts on the matter. They're not just going to be like, I'm not just going to make a list without talking about it. It's going to be a whole ass conversation. I'm very excited. Later today, I would say give or take, if I had to put a time to it though. What's up, Fox? I have your ears on right now. Look, I have your ears on right now. That first pull of Gambit though is going to be like, oh, that's bread and butter for Prez. Like, you think any other healer is going to be at 2.25 million DPS? I'm not even playing, like, technically OP damage trinkets. I'm just playing kind of the normal ones. Like, we don't even have to do gigantic AoE pulls for this. What's up, Jay? How's it doing? How's it going? Jay, every time I see you, I think of the fact that you work with fish, and then I'm like, dude, all I want now is sashimi. Every time I see you, I'm just like, now I want sashimi. What can I say? I like sashimi. I kick this. Ha! My DK actually, yeah, this does hurt. I think he also, I think some things went behind him. You think he can live this solo? I bet you he can. These guys hurt when they rage. Does he need external? I'm going to external him just in case so he can stand in and do more damage. Boom, 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 boom. Can you dispel this rage? Yes, you can dispel this rage, by the way. You can... Oh. So can you CC these guys? Yes, you can. Okay. So probably the answer in the future is to CC them. Or dispel the rage. Did the TD ticking on him actually kill him? Because I did external him, but that might have actually ended his life, that one tick. Yeah, those guys hit hard. TD did... Oh, there was a bolts on top of that. Yeah, actually, TD did kind of tick you down. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have external there. Or should have watched you a little bit more. Blood DK, that's right. Blood DK needs buffs, guys. You saw that pull. You saw what just happened there. Blood DK, man. Unbelievable tank. Can't believe they haven't buffed that spec. It's criminally bad. Well, you're doing triple? Oh, okay. If you can live it, sure. I was gonna say, are you sure about this? I was about to say, I was like, there's no way. That's what I was just thinking. I was like, these guys hurt a little bit. Not like a crazy amount, but they hurt a little bit, at least. Are you just going to pad your overall? Because now technically that stays on the overall, so now you're like, oh, I did big overall now. Is this because now technically you could be like, well, I still did 6.5 forward. It still counts, technically speaking. Now, I would do 2. I think 2 is fine, but 3 is probably too much. Unless maybe you have like a perfect CC rotation. How much damage does this deal? A little bit. A little bit. Not like a crazy amount. I guess enough, right? Whoa. Whoa. What's up, cats? Cats. Wait. I don't even know why I'm laughing. I can't even tell why I'm laughing. That's so funny. It sounds evil. Wait, my laugh sounds evil? No, no. Cats, I have one important question for you. It has nothing to do with World of Warcraft. My important question for you is this. Yeah? Here's my important question for you. Okay? Do you think I should keep growing the beard? Because I'm at a critical juncture now, yeah? I'm at kind of a critical juncture now with the beard. Right? I said, oh, let's rate him. But now you're wearing ears? So I'm not going to lie. Well, here's the thing, cats. I am a furry. So it's not like the worst thing to me. If you want to say, ooh, I suppose you can. It's not exactly my thing, but let's be honest. I external right away. That was the good external. That was the right one, but then I'm going to need to make sure I heal him back up as well. So I stasis here. And we're gaming now. We're gaming here. And then I make sure he doesn't die to my TD dot. Right? As a bearded man, you vote yes. I have to make decisions because the thing is, I actually can grow a beard. This is give or take. I think this is what? How many days is this? This is like a week or two. This is like 2 weeks. It's basically just under 2 weeks. I think I'm at 11 days now. So if this is 11 days, you know, by a month, we will have a decision to make. There will be some decisions to make here. So I'm like confused about the beard. I'm not 100% sure either way. I could see it being a yes and I could see it being a no. So I'm not like totally sold. You get any mounts, cats? You get any mounts? Go for the Magnum PI stash? No, I mean, the thing is, right, I like hanging out at elementary schools. So I can't go for that stash because they won't let me around anymore. That was a clever joke, huh? I mean, it was a good joke, right? Okay, what's the damage pattern of this fight? What a good joke. So I want my tank to kind of keep this dot on him for a little bit because he gets haste from it and he might want it. I'm not sure exactly how this works. I think I want to dispel it now, give or take. Whoops, sorry, mage. Oh, stop hunting us. Okay, dispel one, probably external the other person who gets this, give or take. Is this Tazavesh? Yeah, so Tazavesh is... Oh! So what was that? Oh, I got meleeed by... I didn't see the melees. Well, there were 2 brutes up still. I didn't see them. I got meleeed, I was going to say. Gotta res me real fast. Cool. Good. Oh. There's the time thingy. This boss gets so out of hand so fast. So wait. Oh. I have to actually Giga heal this. I'm just confused a little bit about the time mechanic. But otherwise, I have Giga healing here. So I dispel 1, and then I just full heal here. Best physical combo after changes. I'll talk about it in a little bit, Epikuros. If you're still around, I'm actually going to make a proper tier list. So I want to try to stack with my group because those guys, if they hit you, you die pretty much immediately. That is how I died before here, is that I got meleeed. Otherwise, you just do big healing. The healing is no problem. The melees are a problem. There are both... Yes, both. So Streets and Gambit are both in. Correct. Streets and Gambit. Does it do more damage depending on the stacks? No, I don't. It's okay. The only thing that will kill you then on this fight are the actual melees from the ads. The ads will end you, but everything else seems to be all right. Okay, not the end of the world. This fight. Okay. So the dot itself is actually no problem. It's just the ads that will kill you. That's not the end of the world. This is actually going to be a rough fight for Prez. This one could, if you don't stack. I think that if you stack, actually, it's fine. If you can't go full Viking length, don't grow one. Ah, I missed that comment. Hi, Poo. Hi, Poo. Has anybody ever mentioned that your name sounds like you're saying hello to the toilet after dinner? I've never talked to my my excrement before. He's going to pull this in. I figured he might want to do this. This is what I was considering. He wants to do this with a 3-pack and then do the other 3. Okay. Oh, no, he is going to keep going. There's a star here, though, which does actually hurt a lot, though. Starting a woo rant. Okay. I don't mind starting a rant today. That's fine. Here's the thing. I'm kind of on one today. A little bit. Because I can't tell if I'm annoyed, frustrated, happy, joyful, or whatever. I just feel a lot of things today, yeah? Supposed to be a very bad on of a sneeze. Well, I am very apologetic of the fact that I probably didn't. You know, because here's the thing. Listen, right? Here's the thing I'll rant about. The reason I'm ranting is very simple. This is what I will rant about. I sometimes just say whatever comes to my mind, and I don't always think that's a very good thing. I don't always think that's a super good thing, by the way. Sometimes I say what comes to my head, and I don't always think that that's wise. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because, like, I say some weird shit. And my brain works in mysterious ways. Onomatopoeia. What is onomatopoeia again? What is the actual definition of it? I kind of forgot. The healing in this dungeon so far feels fine. Obviously, it's just mechanics. If you fail mechanics, you'll die. But otherwise, the healing feels pretty chill. I kick this one. Actually, the ears eventually get me. They eventually get me. I realized I was like, my head feels funny. How do you feel about Crim today? I have no particular feelings about the color Crimson today. I know that they have a very nice chin. The Crimson chin, in particular, is definitely one of the highlights of the Crim color. But aside from the Crimson chin, I have no particular attachment to Crimson whatsoever. Oink would be the on. So just basically, so like woof. Like woof, except that woof is not actually a very good dog sound. But basically like woof. Or like roof. Like that's onomatopoeia. I don't think I said that right. Onomatopoeia. Nope. Onomatopoeia, etc. Prez still feel good after nerfs. Prez is very good right now. Yeah, Prez feels amazing. It actually got buffed, not nerfed, by the way. I meant me, but okay. Yeah, I know that you meant you. I was just being sarcastic. Like I said, I was just being myself. I was being a little sarcastic. All right, how much does this dot actually hurt to heal when this comes out? Dude, am I just casting on the ground? I was like, wait, I'm not doing damage. Okay, so you would go like this, like this. Doesn't do that much damage. Does a little bit of damage, but not like a crazy amount. Prez feels very good, though. Minus 4% healing, yes, but then they buff the tier set for Chrono Warden to the extent that you do so much damage now that I will take a 4% healing nerf for the buff that we got to our tier set. The buff to Chrono Warden was absolutely worth the 4% and Dream Breath nerf. 100%. Like, yes. Yeah, the buffs to the Prez Evoker. It was in the last video. I think the video has been pinned this whole time. But in the last video that I made on YouTube, you can see me go over the notes. And the Prez buffs are giga. They're so good. They're like really, really good right now. We got all of them. Beautiful. I think, actually, with, like, very large damage, we could still maybe time this. Maybe. Depends how much... If we get hit by this, basically. It would be a close one. It would be a close one. Yeah, I like this positioning for sure. This positioning feels good here. of like how to dodge those. Because you'll get insta clap by that for sure. I can do this one. Do life bind. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then basically this one I'll have time to just spirit bloom or rewind. Could be tough in a very high key if Prez has to actually do that mechanic. But otherwise we should be fine. Get back to the group here. And again, I couldn't heal this. Even if somebody does get hit, the only way would be to external them. So probably just do damage. There was one more star. So you can let the last one go off like this. This one's probably fine. Okay. I can Zephyr. I'll get this one here then. Do we get all of them? Oh, shit. External him. And then be able to just immediately heal with the stasis. Big damn, big damn. We have 1 minute. 1 minute. How would you react if VDH... Dude, I would make a lot of angry videos. As a content creator, it is now my job to overreact to these types of things. Frozen. I'm not going to lie. I'm not actually. I'm joking and quite sarcastic about the content creator thing. I'm still very new to it, but I genuinely feel like I would actually have to make videos about it. Like, there's no way. Oh, we don't have percentage either. Like, in this dungeon, right, all the HPS checks have felt really, really chill. 0% of the dungeon was hard to heal. The mechanics, obviously, we have to learn on PTR and stuff. But the HPS checks feel pretty fine. Did I forget to do that? Oh, yeah, I did. You just live it anyways. Oh, kill her. Kill her. She has a second. Oh, unfortunate. Boom. Where's my hunter? Basically, though, it looks like one of the things that I don't like at the moment is that it looks like the meta will just be the same. I don't like the fact that at the moment they just cemented the meta. It looks like it's going to be exactly the same as it was. That part I don't like. I don't like that part about the meta right now. Is that it just looks like caster comp. You have cost. Yeah. Right before it goes, I nerf them into the ground. I'd be kind of okay with that. I have no comments about this, Frozen. I have no comments. Well, he wants to do big overall, but we already killed the one mob. See, even with that, your overall is not that different to mine. Even with that. It's actually this dungeon, although it feels like it's a lot of overall, by the end of the dungeon, there's not that much AoE. It's kind of weird. There's like weird, like the first boss has the down phase, the second boss has weird down phasing for tank when you're moving, and then the third boss also has a down phase. So I feel like the first pull, yeah, I know. But basically, like, it feels like this dungeon doesn't have as high overall as you think it has. They killed Og like 2 weeks before because it was buffed on PTR and then it was doing too much, and they did do that. There will be more class tuning for sure, right? There will for sure be more. Obviously, that was my first time healing that. I could learn to heal a little better. But the Prez does feel really nice. Like, pretty clean run. I think you get 2 mil. The first part of that dungeon feels amazing. The second part feels, it's okay. I don't mind Gambit. I think that the second and third boss are going to be learning curves for people. But once they get it, though. Blood is so dead, this shit is ass, bro. At least Frost is good. At least Frost is good, right? GG's. Also, like, it would, if I was playing like a Resto Shaman, I might be able to give you more max health. I can keep you topped, but I can't technically, aside from my TD, I can't do much for you. Blood and Prez should work. If Blood is very good, then Blood and Prez are fine, but otherwise not so sure. Man, I kind of want, like, today feels like a day where I want ice cream, but I'm not going to get myself ice cream because my stomach has been feeling all sorts of bad. So I don't feel like I should get ice cream. But it makes me sad to not have ice cream. So part of me says I should just get ice cream. And now I don't know. You want to swap to prot? You want to do the same dungeon like one more time? You by any chance, you want to do the same dungeon like one more time, Suni? And then I think after that, either I'll play things I haven't played in it, or you can play survival. What do you mean? Boom. Sure, let's go. I bet. Spec, you know, you see the Stitch? Did you see the new Stitch? Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. Ooh, all right. I'm kind of down. What do you want? Learn VDH or eat ice? Do you want to make a prediction, though? Here's my thing. Do you want to make a prediction? My prediction is this. Do you think... I would make it in the Discord because it won't stay on stream. In the next 2 weeks, do you think, honestly, that they won't nerf VDH more? That's my question. Do you think that VDH escapes without any more nerfs aside from the very, 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 very small thing that happened just now? Today. Do you think that VDH actually stays that way? That's what I would actually have a poll on. VDH in particular. I feel like they get another nerf. Like, I would imagine, I would put money on the fact they get nerfed one more time. Although everybody's so excited about the new hype of Brew and Prot and stuff like that, because it's, like, different. Like, do you know what I mean? Gambit did not receive the good treatment. It's, like, not that different than it was. Just, like, one or two things. There's a few problems with it. Gambit, you think? Or VDH, you mean? I reckon 1 to 2 weeks before season release. You think they just come out and they actually old yeller it? Like, they actually old yeller it? How do I make a poll on Discord anyways? I don't even know how to make a poll on Discord. Like, because today, if they basically, though... What's this? What? What? What is this? I got a weird message on Discord. I was just reading it right now, though. Tank getting bolted nonstop is a major issue. Tanks that can mitigate magic damage will be king in here. Yeah, those bolts, exactly. Do not get cleaved and recast. I think that... And my pet... Yeah, okay. Maybe take VDH tankiness or make Sigil Silence cool down longer. I don't know about VDH. I'm not sure what they can really do without completely killing it. What about 5% reduced parry? What about 10% reduced parry? Literally. Just actually, what about 10% reduced parry? What about that? Yeah, you should report pets dying. Pets dying is normally a bad code in the game. That they shouldn't target it like that, though. That just means VDH is dead? You think that 5% parry nerf would make it dead? That's 5% would make it fair. Not dead. It wouldn't kill it. 10% is a lot. But, I mean, that's what they did to Prot Pally. Like, Prot Pally had, was minus 15% parry. It changed a few talents. We work with parry. I know, but 5%? 5% feels like a fair nerf. This guy, he was applying earlier, too. Do you guys remember the cast with the beg? Yes. It's called the sword. It's the sword. It's the swashbuckler. What is that? A Shadow Priest? You can play Shadow Priest. Were there more class changes for 11.2? I'm hearing talk of Guardian Druid nerfs. Yes, Dylan, there were Guardian Druid nerfs. They're on right here. This video at the moment, this link right here. I need to learn some Discord stuff. Does anybody actually know how to do Discord stuff with respect? Yo, what's up, Tyrion? Sorry. Tell me your meta tier links for Season 3. I will tell you the meta tier links later. Yeah? I will tell you them because we're going to do a tier list in... Let's make a time for it. Basically, give or take 30 minutes from now. Yeah? How about 30 minutes from now? I will make the tier list. What about that? Like 30 minutes, give or take? I'll make an actual full-on length tier list. I want some sugar for it, though. I want some sugar for it. VDH. Perfect. Okay. Something like that. We'll do one more Gambit first. There's a few things that I would... Oh, wait, we already found the group. What am I doing now? I would not put Prot Pally in S tier. Set to Mythic, by the way. Oh, is it not? Is it resets? Should be on Mythic. Gambit. Cool. Let's go. Basically, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get a small little break, and then I will actually make a tier list in about 30 minutes. We can put a timer on it. Oh, I didn't reset. That's why he can't come in. That is why that happened. Wait, I'm not lead. Wait, yes, I am. But I can't reset when I'm in here. Don't come in. Don't come in. Don't come in. Yo, what's up? As Resto Shaman, do you feel Swarp to swap Urshield off to yourself and onto your Boomy? I haven't played Resto Shaman on live currently with Boomy being how it's Boomy. How, like, Boomy being Boomy right now, Camel. I haven't played Resto Shaman to the extent where I'd have to do that. But I could see myself putting it off the tank. I would actually probably, depending on the tank that I'm playing with, I would sooner take it off the tank than myself. But you could also take it off yourself, yes. The thing is, you would take it off the tank because you can't put it on 2 DPS. You have to put 1 on you. You can't take Urshield off yourself. What am I talking about? There's a talent that lets you put 2 Urshields, but 1 has to be on you. Doesn't it? Am I wrong about this? Can you Urshield 2 DPS? Anybody Resto Shaman clarify right now? It's a newer talent. Is Guardian Druid not a good main next season? I'm the Boomy dying, so not the Resto Shaman, so just wondering. Yeah. Well, if you play with my Prez Evoker, I won't let you die. If you play with my Prez Evoker, I won't let you die like that. Yeah, I was about to say. I was about to say, wait a second. I was like weird about that for a second. Yeah, it's yourself and 1 other person. So it's either the tank or the Boomy, basically. For 1 season again, 5% parry is fine. Just pull smaller. Exactly. That would do it, though. 20 remaining on tier list. Okay, it's not going to be an exact... Exactly, I was pre-rescuing stuff. But that's because Prez Evoker isn't Oracle, and I have to game like crazy. I have to game like crazy on it, though. All right, here. Let's go. Ready. Ooh, a feast. Never mind. Hold up. Eat the feast. Eat the feast. Eat the feast. Yummy feast. You want to see how much my Prez is doing right now? Prez has a chance next season, Camel. Prez has a chance. Prez has a chance. You should all gonna get everyone nerfed. May as well. I hope. This is the thing. I like playing Prez, but I kind of don't want to... Dude, no, I didn't get half the tanks nerfed. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. That's not... I don't take responsibility for that. I'll take responsibility for my actions, but... Do you think I contributed to Guardian Druid getting Lunation nerfed? I think it's a Boomy change that went to Guardian. You think it was me? Let's go. Is Guardian a waste now? It's not a waste. You can still play it. To clarify, just because something is lower on a tier list doesn't mean you can't play it. It's just Guardian will not feel as good as other tanks. It will still be tanky because Guardian is going to be very tanky. But it's not going to be as tanky. The main thing is that it's just not going to be what it was. So I'm going to defensive right away, basically. Nice. Good. I'm the Lusts. I already lusted. Nice. Beautiful. I have to wait for this one AoE. Yeah, if you think, by the way, that any other tank aside from Prot Pally is going to out DPS any other tank, you are wrong. Prot Pally does the most uncapped AoE damage, okay? Listen, Frost DK does big damn, yes. I don't even get a second Fire Breath off, though, because my Prot Pally just goes burr on a pull like this. But it is a specific pull that will allow Prot Pally to do this, right? It doesn't make them S tier. It doesn't make them S tier because they can do this. This is the exact pull that every single Prot Pally in the world, when they read their Lightsmith tier set, they said, I cannot wait to do the first pull of Gambit. Every single Prot Pally in the world thought the same exact thing. The second that every Pally was like, oh, I cannot wait to do Gambit, that is the reason why. Every Prot Pally thought the same thing when that happened. That's literally every single Prot Pally in the world was just like, I cannot wait. Guardian won't be meta because of VDH. Well, VDH, I have a feeling that VDH is not going to be meta next season. Like, it might just be a cook. It might be a cook, okay? But I don't think that VDH is going to be meta next season. I don't think so. Okay, so we want to kill these fish sticks. There's not a lot of damage happening on the group here, so mostly I can just DPS the fish sticks down with my group. You know what would help me a lot? A plater profile. A plater, just enabling plater would actually make a pretty big difference for me on Prez right now. But I don't have a plater profile, and I'm currently stuck on a boat. So that sucks. I want to stack 3 stacks of TC, and I don't have that here. So technically this Fire Breath just did 10% less damage because I'm not min-maxing. I'm not min-maxing. But if I'm playing Preservation Evoker, I'm torn between A, showing off Pres Evoker, and also B, not showing off Pres Evoker. Like, is it something that I should show off or no? Do you guys have any opinions? If you think your spec is very good, but it's something like Pres Evoker, like basically imagine that you're a Mistweaver. I say Mistweaver would be like a fair example to this, yeah? Imagine you're a Mistweaver. Do you want everybody to know that Mistweaver is secretly that good? Or it might just escape under the radar, because maybe people are like, Mistweaver? Like, who plays Mistweaver? Nobody plays Mistweaver. So then maybe nobody will know. If I just do this key and I do it well, right? I don't think I'm the only one who's seen it, but it's not like Blizzard really plays their game all that much, so I might be the only one, you know what I mean? Because, like, look how much damage I'm doing. But look at my damage. This doesn't even account for Threads of Fate. This doesn't account for Threads of Fate, man. Like, I'm still actually doing more than this. My group buff is not being accounted for. I'm Frosty K main, so, man, I'm happy. They got Giga buffed today. They got buffed because some people weren't happy with the changes to how Breath is working now, and they got pretty damn buffed. Frosty K is looking like a really good pick just because of tuning and the fact that it is a DK. Remember, Priory still exists in this dungeon pool. Priory you really want grips for. But it's not just Priory that exists. It's also Floodgate. And Floodgate last boss, DK makes that much easier, etc., etc. As long as they don't die to their defiles. There's a lot of benefits to having a DK in a group, especially because Blood DK is not going to be meta. We all know that, right? Like, I'm sorry if I spoil the meta tier list that I'm about to make, but you know that Blood DK is not going to be meta, yeah? The main thing about Pally is I figured their 4-set was a buff, and yes, it is. Their 4-set, I interpreted it as a buff to prot Pally, the tier set notes. After testing it, it absolutely is. Like, I know their personal damage hammer and anvil might have got buffed 25% though. Oh, shit, I forgot to start the RP. You're right, I'm the healer. I'm the healer. That's my job. That's my job. That's my job. So basically, though, like, Frost is sitting pretty good right now. That means that Frost is in a really good position. The only problem with Frost is what comp does it fit into. Technically, any comp is the answer. But actually speaking, I don't know if any comp is the real answer to that question. I think that Frost, Havoc, Enhancement Shaman with a prot warrior kind of seems like a giga comp in my opinion right now. As funny as that sounds, ooh, he took the fire. He took the fire. He cannot take the fire. He reses. I go do this thing. So I have the blue marker, so I'm bottom left in a second. So when we think about meta comps, though, Prot Warrior, that's like going to be a magic melee comp. Which, has a magic melee comp ever happened before? I don't think that... the reason Guardian won't be meta is not because Guardian is bad. It's because the other Druid specs are very good, on top of the fact that there are other tanks that are simply better, do a little bit more than Guardian. If Guardian had a niche, it would be great. The problem is that Guardian doesn't really have a very good niche right now, because there are tanks that are literally tankier against physical damage. And then there are tanks that are tankier against magic damage. And then there are tanks that have a few more utility pieces. And there are other Druid specs which probably can provide Mark of the Wild. So it's just like, nah. I'm not sure if Guardian is... It doesn't have its niche. It used to be, well, this pull is a bear pull. But actually now there are other tanks that would be just as good as doing it. And if anything, they might do more on that pull. Like a Prot Pally on a big uncapped AoE pull is going to be better. This lesser weapon is fucking broken. This is unreasonable. I knew the 4-set was a buff, but that's ridiculous. It does. It does. It got buffed today. It got buffed today. That's the 4 set, by the way, of Prot Pally. The reason Prot Pally is doing this is just a 4 set. The lesser weapon doing that much is ridiculous. It wasn't doing this much. It was doing like 10%. It was doing like 10% or something. It was doing like 10%, and now it's going to be doing this. And if he's playing the right Moments of Glory build, then he'll also be immortal against this pull for a few seconds. This pull really hurts tanks. This is a pull where he's either going to bubble right now or I'm going to external. I decide to external because he's saving his bubble. This is a pull where, as a healer, you need to know to watch your tanks here. So, yeah. So you can see on that pull, but it still has lesser weapons, just absolutely, though. They remove the Haymaker, but they still rage, and they still just do big damn. And also, one of the main changes they've made now is that all these casters, they no longer bolt DPS, they all bolt the tank, which is actually borderline a good change, except for the fact that it's tough. The tank actually takes a lot of damage now, extra damage, because these brackish bolts all go on the tank. It didn't used to do that. So you just have to watch your tanks a little bit. Like, if you think that kicks are going to go off, it's probably an external the tank type moment. So this will full heal him. Bam. Boom, 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 boom. Presovoker's so cool. Yeah, so the bolts all hitting the tank. There are some tanks which are just going to have a hard time with it compared to others. Although Warrior can spell reflect it, so yay for Warrior. There's actually a few spell reflects. Yeah, I noticed a few spell reflects in this dungeon. Also, these guys, so this sword toss, yeah? The swashbuckler sword toss here. It's the Corsair officer is the one who does it. See this red circle? Apparently it's killing pets. Sword toss. It's literally just called sword toss. Apparently it's actually killing pets right now, which is really annoying. So, like, if you're playing a hunter or something like that, then your pet will die and you'll have to resummon. It's so nostalgic to be doing this, though. And also, you remember this boss? If you actually did this before, do you remember this boss? This boss is still a terror. You remember this one? If you're, like, looking at this dungeon, you're like, oh, man, I haven't done Tazavesh in a long time. This boss is still exactly the same and will wipe your group, especially because they added a mechanic to it, which makes it a little bit harder. It's not that bad to heal it, but it just adds a little complexity to this fight, which I don't think really needed more complexity added to it. So this is the Dispel now, where you have to really game this Dispel. It does give somebody a haste buff. So if I let it be on him for a little longer, then I Dispel. I just have to watch the healing. Basically, they added a little Dispel here. So we want to be moving the boss, give or take, a little bit down now. Hard to say exactly. So I just prep healing, and I need healing on the group the whole time. Don't greed my damage on a pull like this, because the Dispel actually does hurt. Anchor shot on me as well. Uh-oh. And then you have this type of overlap, which can happen. So I had to hit the stasis early, which is fine. Don't care about my damage too much on a boss like this. We're having a pretty clean run right now, so I want to keep it clean. And this boss, it's not like it technically shouldn't be hard, right? But it kind of gets hard. So I'll external this one. I'll fly here, and then I'll communion because I might get hit. Oh, even with that, and I was ready to Giga heal. I don't know if they got hit by fire, potentially. And then I gotta Dispel this. Watch any melees. If anybody gets meleeed, they're pretty much dead. No problem. Anchor shot on me. So I Dispel myself, first of all. And then they have AMS for a second. And then, like, you have to actually game this fight. Like, this fight is now... It's not free anymore, yeah? Oh, did I get it? Oh, I felt like I had that, actually. I thought I had that knock, but it was just a second late. So then you have to worry about the ads. And then I'll rescue this person over here, which is a perfect rescue, by the way. Okay, so I'll Dispel this immediately. I'll go, like, here. Nice. Okay, not bad, not bad. Actually, only one death there. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I believe this guy is trying Shadow, or maybe he's trying a weird Shadow build, because Shadow is currently it's a Giga DPS. Does not feel very Giga right now. Cool. My Prot Pally damage, I want to play my Prot Pally here now. Can Lust? Okay. You just want to pull both of these, or are you going to do... I know fighting this solo is bad. He wants to pull... Oh, shit. Okay, this is what he meant by you can lust. I see. Just remember, if we let these casts go off, we probably die. I can heal this, though. Technically, HPS-wise, this will be fine. As long as we just can't get one tapped. So I'll be watching the casts and the defensives and whatnot. I'll use my CC, among other things. I'm assuming we're going to kill that star soon. Nice. I'll kick one. It's the Unstable Rift. That cast right there. So I'll use my CC. Because if that Rift goes off, then the only way we would live is maybe a Zephyr and defensive. Otherwise, nice pull. Don't think that would work for hierarchies. For a tank who only cares which is more important, damage or mitigation. Mitigation. 100% mitigation. Your tank damage, if you greet it, can only go so high. You're not a DPS. Even if you're very good at tanking and you min-max to the fullest, I mean, you could be parsing, I'm talking about parsing like a whole ass 100, yeah? Like big tank damage. You will still maybe even a DPS at the key level that you're talking about, Requiem. So let's say you even your DPS. That helps. But it's still not, it doesn't even compare to one wipe in the key. Or if you ever die, or if if you can just take pressure off your healer at the key level that you're talking about, then you make the success of the key so much higher. Yeah. Basically, there's going to be a few adjustments for the tier list. Based on the tuning today, for sure. Does that make sense, though? I think that, honestly, in general, at almost every key level, being a tanky tank is by far the most important thing that you can do. Like, that's the key. If you can just be a tanky tank, I think that you help your group the most. Cool, feels good. That would be my cook. Almost would have 2 million overall here. Not quite. Not going to quite make the 2 million overall mark, but that's fine. Actually, what I'll do is... So this was the spot here. Yeah, I vaguely remember this. This was the spot. This was the one. If you spawn the assassins here, they just kind of insta-spawn there. Although it's not like they were that bad beforehand. Like, I think that spawning them wherever should be fine. So here's where I would prep healing. Manually Dream Breath, TA Echo, reversion. And then you just go 1, 2, 3 like this maybe. Not sure. Doesn't hit that bad. That seems pretty reasonable to me. You can either let that one explode, I suppose, or we might actually phase the boss so fast that I'll just get it anyways. What do you think about healer meta? Healer, the tier list, I will rank all healers, all tanks, and as well as all DPS. I will rank everything. It's going to be a comprehensive tier list. We're going to have a fully comprehensive tier list. I will rank everything. There are a few things I will put on need more testing. But mostly, I have been playing PTR exclusively. So I have a pretty good idea about what things look like right now. So in terms of what I think will be meta, I will answer that question when I make the tier list. Which will be after this key. I'm going to get a quick snack for myself. And then when I come back, we will be making the tier list live. I'm going to be making a proper tier list. A proper tier list. Very exciting. Requiem. I think the tier list video was going to be like an hour long. I think the tier list is going to be like an hour. I'm ranking everything. Not like a few things. I'm ranking everything. Okay, go right now. Boom. Big healing here. Do I let 2 of these go off as prez? I wonder if I ever let 2 go off. Because this is the stasis here on top of the life bind. So everybody will be fine. And there's going to be one more stack in a second, though. What's here, bear? Dow, my friends. She's not looking good. She's not looking good. It's not looking good, man. We'll have to see. Whoops, that last cast there. Okay, so we might need to take 2 of these. I might have to plan to take 2. Which is fine. Because we can all live 2 if I just immediately heal it back up. And we don't overlap this. And maybe send a defensive. Nice, we get it. Perfect. The hottest of tier lists. It'll be my first ever... Well, I made it like a small tier list before. Where I talked about just the tanks. But, yeah. Getting ready for next season. Do you like how Brewmaster plays, Dal? I don't like how it plays. I just have a thing where I don't really love how Brewmaster plays, personally speaking. Go boss, go boss. We don't have to actually worry about this. Go boss. If it goes off, I'll do it, but otherwise we triple time. Triple time. I don't like the feeling of Brewmaster. It just feels a little bit. I don't like the rotation of it. It's not fun for me. GG's. Giving you 100 kicks is sweet. Next season gonna suck. Just got on. They're nerfing Beloved Bear. Correct. They are unfortunately nerfing the Beloved Bear. Presevoker looks good though. Prot Pally looks pretty good. Although that 4-piece change, that's what I read. You know what I read this as? Honestly, Sunizi, let me tell you something. When I read the Prot Pally change, I was like, I had a feeling that I read it wrong. I was like, they must have capped it. I assumed that they had capped it. It turns out that they did not cap it. It is actually uncapped, isn't it? So basically, the uptime of this, that's what I was thinking. I was like, they didn't cap this. The uptime on this is actually like 100%. You can I see uptime? Yeah, 88%. I mean, that's like insane. Yeah, because you have so many masterwork applications. I have a question for you. Did you hit your actual weapon? Did you hit your sacred weapon, or are you just letting it, or are you letting it sit at max stacks now? Yo, what is this? Really? Your Prot Pally build is strange. Your Prot Pally, you're not. I didn't even realize you weren't playing this. Are you guys going again? Want to play a different build? Get a snack, then tier list making time. Boom, 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 boom. So here's the tier list, right? Here's the tier list. We got to actually do this properly. We got to do this properly. Cool? Let me see if this works, first of all. If I do this here, yeah? And I go to this, yeah? And I put this on right now. You can see it here, yeah? You can see the tier list behind me. I would obviously move my camera when we actually make it. When we actually make it, I can move the camera. Probably poorly heal myself on bleed. Play high block and high wog on bleed. The survival is the funnest spec out of the 3. Play survival then. Survival's actually good. Yeah. Not yet. I gotta make a snack real quick. I was just testing to see if this works. Can I maneuver the names of this? I believe I can, yeah? So I would need a tier that goes, need more testing, yeah? Haven't seen enough. Need more testing. Do we keep the names, or can I make actual stuff though? Can I out of curiosity, can I be like, you know how Max does Swamp Ass. I don't want to steal Swamp Ass. I just want needs religion. Needs religion. Okay. Number 1. S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier is playable. Soup. Yes. That is actually soup. This spec is soup. This spec is soup. That's fantastic, right? Yeah, basically, I'm going to clarify when I actually make this list how I'm going to make it, right? That's exactly that. It should be soup. This spec is soup, yeah? S plus cheesecake. Cheesecake. How about milk, right? A whole milk. Whole milk. Okay. What should we rank every tier? No, I just think we just do S. I think we do cheesecake. Yeah. You have cheesecake up here, which is like the most glorious thing ever to grace mankind. You've never put anything in your mouth that is actually better than cheesecake. I want you to actually visualize this for a second, but the reality is you have never, no matter who you are and who you're listening to, like no matter where you are, I guarantee you have never put anything more filling cheek to cheek in your mouth. There has never been a creamier, more wonderfully tasting substance in your oral cavity than cheesecake. By far. Okay? The cheesecake is effectively the gift. We were put on this earth to make cheesecake, right? So, yeah. Cheesecake is basically going to be S+. And then this is just soup. All right. Let me be right back. I'm going to go make myself a snack. I will take a second because we're going to be doing the whole tier list, okay? So give me a second. I will be right back. And then when I come back, we're making it. Be right back. Making lists when I get back. I'm going to make myself an actual snack for a second. Be right back. Making list when I get back. Cool. Here we go. Here we go. Are we ready? This is after extensive testing. Are you ready? And what's this? Uh-oh. I'm getting a clip. That's never a good sign. If I sit back down and somebody's like, look, I gotta actually make this clip for you. I'm like, uh-oh. All right. Unlabeled Tupperware might be curry. We at least we're gonna keep cheesecake and soup, but otherwise we're gonna do this. You think I should start with tanks, DPS, or healers? This is all gonna be one video. When I actually make this video, I will learn how to... Oh boy. Is this the clip that I think it is? Not clipped out of context. Oh boy. Kitty. Fine. I will share it, okay? Listen, I will share it. I will share that. I will share that clip. That was a fair clip. All right, well played. Well played. Listen, well played. So I got to get my camera out of this. We're actually going to completely not even have WoW in the background. I think when we make this list, we don't have WoW in the background, right? Hey, when I make this list, here's a question for you. Here's a question. When I make this list, do you think I should have WoW in the background, or do you think I should basically just have it like this? Should I show our triple timed 12 gambit in the background with prot pally damage right here? Should I show this overall, for example? That's a good clip, huh? You can keep your 3 Shadow Priest. No, I feel kind of bad for the Shadow Priest deaths. It's not exactly the cleanest run. Those lesser bulwarks actually still doing so much HPS there. What do you think? Should I keep it there or no? Okay. Builds credibility so people, can do the numbers. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, wait a second. This is going to be a YouTube video, right? I'll put my camera over here. It's very strange, but I'll keep my camera over here, though. And then we'll kind of make it like this. Yeah, how about like this right here? Yeah? Okay. I think it's good if you talk about Frosty K and Prot Paladin, but what are you doing? Only No, I'm doing everything. I'm doing every spec in the game. This is a whole tier list. This is an entire tier list. Why is my camera delayed? Hello? Hello? Track my lip movements. Hello? Ah. Is my camera delayed or am I in sync with my camera? Ah, delicious. It's fine? Okay, fantastic. We're just getting ready, okay? Just saw the change from removing Lunation. Yeah, basically. Is Blood DK going to be any good in season? Oh, Sparker, you're coming at the right time, so I'm about to make this. I'm just finishing up some sugar because I needed some liquid courage. Whenever I need liquid courage or liquid energy, I just have sugar. Technically, it's milk, chocolate, and sugar, which is good. I should probably do tank first. We can start with tanks, to be fair, and then I'll go DPS. Now remember, I'm not a video editing genius, so once we actually start, right? Once we start this, okay? I'm not a video editing genius. Okay? So, once we start this, I'm going to do it from start to finish like a YouTube video. So I'm just going to rant. You can listen to my rant about why things are going to be the way they are. And I will start this because I know I'm going to clip it from stream and go straight to the end, basically, once I actually start this. I will turn music off as well because music sometimes gets recorded to VODs. And I got to be doing this, though. I don't know if it's going to be an hour, but I have a lot to talk about. I don't know if it's going to be a whole hour. I'm just saying that I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say on the matter. I've been testing PTR pretty much nonstop every day since it came out. I did everything. and I've been kind of noticing trends. I'm playing World of Warcraft for a long time. There are a lot of trends that are concerning. There are trends that are concerning to me. Do we know for sure what's going to happen? No, we don't. We don't know for sure what's going to happen. I'm just saying that there are some things that I've been yeah, well, I rant, so who knows how long this is going to be. One take? This is going to be one take. Yeah, this is live. This is going to be a full one take thing. We can't be like, oh, I've accidentally, wait, nope. See, we can't say what I was about to say. I don't know if you could see my face, but I was about to get canceled. There was like a 300% chance that if I finish that sentence, not only would I not get to make a tier list, but I wouldn't get to have a Twitch. All right. That was so close. Oh, maybe I shouldn't make this today. Definitely don't say that. Okay. All right, you ready? You ready? Okay. While I'm making the tier list, I'm gonna lock in Fox ears for a minute. Am I doing the tier list with Fox ears on the whole time? All right. But let me, oh wait, hold up. Basically, I'll say this. While I'm making the tier list, I'm gonna lock in. But you want me to wear the Fox ears the whole time? All right, okay. I'm about to start. I finished my sugar. While I make the tier list, I'm gonna lock in. But tell me, right? While I'm making the tier list, tell me what you think of your spec. Cool. When I get to your spec, tell me what you actually think of it. I'm gonna lock in, okay? I'm gonna lock in when I do it, but at the same time, I do want to hear people's ideas of what they actually think about their specs as I rank them, okay? And mostly remember, YouTube, I will be responding to Twitch, but not YouTube so much, because I am going to make this one video and just clip it after. If you don't hear this today, don't worry. All of this will be on YouTube after. Okay, you ready, kids? Are you ready, kids? I'm going to reduce this slightly, just because I do kind of want the I think it's actually some credibility. It's a little bit of credibility if I just kind of put this something like over here, actually. It's like perfect. It goes like, it's like perfect if I put it like this. Then it's like perfect, right? Because then you can see it clearly. I can see it clearly. You can still see our triple time Tazavesh Gambit over here, and you can see that my Presovoker did this. All right, perfect. Okay. And then basically we're just going to be over here, and I'll be making the tier list. So let me just check one real quick. Let me just check one here. We'll be trolling here. You're only getting this for a second. I'm just testing to see if it works, okay? You're never going to get this ever in your life. I'm just testing to see if it works, okay? Testing 1 2 3. It looks good. Is it working? Great. All right. Sorry, Fury Warrior. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. All right? It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Okay. All right. This is what it's all come to, folks. This is what it's all come to. I'm a content creator now. That was the best 5 seconds they're going to get. Here we go. It seems like... I'll read YouTube chat. I'm still going to read YouTube chat. I'm just saying. Only on opposite day. All right, listen. You ready for my actual tier list? Okay. So, I'm going to hear... Okay, so after extensive PTR testing and the fact that I actually read the patch notes from today, I'm about to make a tier list from everything that I have experienced. Here are the caveats. If I make a tier list ranking every single spec, there are a few things that you need to know. Number 1, things are subject to change. Number 2, if your spec is in the soup category or C tier or B tier, it does not mean that it's unplayable. Specifically, this list is aimed at Mythic Plus, and specifically, it is aimed for high Mythic Plus. But I want to clarify, and this is where it gets unique. As I rank the specs, there are some specs that do very, very well at a plus 20 key level, but there are some specs that don't do so well at that level. The same deal, there are some specs that do very, very good at a plus 12, but don't do so good in other categories. And so actually, when I rank the specs, I will clarify that there are some specs in the game that you should invite to your plus 12 and your plus 15, but maybe not to your plus 20. Let's be real, folks. If you're doing a plus 20, you probably don't need this list anyways. Why do we watch meta tier lists? It's because we want to know what to play. And the reason is because this tier list and other tier lists like it directly affect community perception. Your community perception of your spec is what determines whether or not you sit in Dornegal or whether or not you actually get to do keys next season. Because there's nothing worse than wanting to do M+, logging in, sitting in Dornegal, and being like, wow, I'm a Fury Warrior. Oh, spoiler alert, sorry. I want to do some keys, and just having to sit there and not getting invites. That was a spoiler, but oh well, here we go. We'll get there. So right away, we're going to start with tanks. Before I actually start, I just want to clarify, I'm going to learn how to make YouTube timestamps, and there will be timestamps. If you don't care about the tanks, skip ahead. I will do tanks, then healers, then DPS. DPS are going to be at the end. Tanks and healers are going to be first, okay? So, tanking. Here's my jam. I've tested every tank. Here we go. We're going to start bottom up. We're going to go bottom up, okay? There were tier notes today. There were some buffs. There were some nerfs. The very first thing is the spec that got buffed, but is still bad. For tanks, this spec is soup. Honestly, I would actually put this so far down here. Technically, it is playable, but there is no reason to play it. There is actually no reason. We are starting off with the Blood Death Knight. This brings effectively nothing to your team. It is relatively good at a plus 12 level. I'm not going to lie. It's relatively good, except that it still has fundamental issues. Number one, its damage is not that much higher than the other tank, which provides no actual offensive group buff. This doesn't provide a group buff. AMZ is not a reliable cooldown in keys whatsoever, but relatively speaking, Blood DK, it has single grips, but no a bomb limb. It can do one thing, which is in Priory, it can AMS the second boss mechanic. But aside from that, there really just aren't any niches of Blood DK this season. There's no key where you just say, oh my, I really wish I had a Blood DK. There's pretty much no instance where that happens. And there are several instances in these keys, especially Gambit, which we just tested behind us. There are specific instances where there are some groups and some packs where Blood DK specifically struggles. So you will invite this tank, and oftentimes they will die. And they might struggle. And even if they don't die and they play extremely well, let's take it now, you play Blood DK very, very good. The question is why? The question is why, to be honest. It's just not worth playing. It doesn't do more damage than a prot pally. It doesn't bring a group buff. It doesn't bring anything of real value to the group. So that's why this is down here. Can you play it? Yes. Can it live? Yes. Will it be able to do up to technically the highest key level? You know, give or take 1 or 2, yes. But there's just, honestly, I think that Blood DKs are going to have a really hard time queuing this season, and therefore it is lowest on the list. Next up, the next tank. This one is near and dear to my heart. This is sad. But the tier notes today did not impress me. Unfortunately, Guardian Druid is just above Blood DK. It's C. Now, before today, it was a solid B tier tank. Before today, it was a genuinely solid, you know, maybe even low A tier. Honestly, maybe even like just, it was very tanky. It still had its niche of just being incredibly durable. You know I love Guardian Druid. I have tested Guardian Druid extensively. I have played it in so many PTR keys, both at the regular 12 level for PTR, but also in most 15s, in every single 15, except for Halls of Atonement today and Gambit and Streets. I haven't played those on 15 on Guardian. This tank is tanky. It can live, but it's just in a little bit of a rough spot. Let me explain why this is going to be considered just above Blood DK. The one thing you have going for you on top of Blood DK is the fact that you provide Mark of the Wild. That's pretty much it. Actually, it's honestly, that's it. What does Guardian Druid provide to the group? It's very sturdy, it's very tanky, and even at any key level, Guardian Druid is probably the least likely tank to die because it isn't technical to play. The current build that most Guardian Druid builds are playing, you most likely won't perish. That is actually a huge benefit to being a tank. Like, if you're a tank at a plus 15, you don't need to min-max. You don't need to be playing the absolute perfect. You don't need to be playing the meta tank. You just need to not die. So Guardian Druid has that niche of just being like, hey, look, if you should you invite a Guardian Druid to your plus 15, the reality is they probably won't die. I hear some talk in the Guardian Druid Discord of maybe swapping to Druid of the Claw for keys. You're much more likely to die as Druid of the Claw because it's harder to play than a Loon's Chosen. Rather than rank them individually on hero talents, by the way, I think it's important to realize I will rank it as spec as a whole, and I will talk about whether both hero talents are possible. Right now, for Druid, you might play Druid of the Claw. The main issue with Druid is that your damage is significantly lower. I love Guardian. I like min-maxing the spec. I cannot, for the life of me, touch my other tanks on damage. I actually tried. I really tried. I was like, maybe in like, if I just do Dawnbreaker and I try to do like good single target, if I do like smaller pulls. Okay, what if I do bigger pulls in Arakara? It doesn't matter. I cannot get anywhere close to my other tanks. Every single other tank is doing more damage than Guardian right now, except Blood DK if you count group buffs. If you don't count group, if you don't factor in Mark of the Wild, then actually Druid tank does less damage than even a Blood DK. So the reality is that Druid tank goes down here. Is it tanky? Yes. That's the one thing it has going for it, because the tank that I'm going to rank above this, which is next, is going to be Prot Pally. Okay? Prot Pally is next. Prot Pally gets ranked solid B tier. Okay? Solid B tier here. Prot Pally has a niche right now. There is a very specific thing that Prot Pally does that other tanks cannot do, because if you read the notes today and you thought it was nerfed, it is actually buffed. The 4 set is currently uncapped. Whether or not it will stay like that is a good question. But if you take a look, I believe I was just doing this right after a key. If you take, you can take a look at the overall meters behind you. That's Prot Pally. That was a relatively clean key, only 3 deaths. All 3 deaths were on the Shadow Priest. He was testing something. Don't ignore that. But if you take a look behind me, that Prot Pally is doing a lot of damage in Gambit. Uncapped AoE, this is the highest DPS tank. At the moment, it is incredible damage and uncapped AoE. There is a problem with this damage, and I will say, okay, there is a problem. It's just pad AoE. It's single target, however, with the 4-set buff, the 2-set nerf and the 4-set buff to Prot Pally today in Lightsmith, we're talking about Lightsmith, actually gave it kind of a unique niche, which is now it does very good single target with the 4-set change. Before, its single target was very low, and it was all pad AoE damage. So even though the hype was like, yo, Prot Pally can burst for crazy, 20 mil, 25 mil on a big AoE pull, yeah, but it was like, yeah, but on boss damage, you're doing 1.2, 1.3. It's really sad. Actually, that changed. I think the buff to Prot Pally today was fairly good for its damage, but it's still squishy. If you actually push keys, Prot Pally is still squishy. However, here's where the caveats start to come in. Prot Pally is probably the best tank for your average 12 key. There is almost nothing better. Even the quote-unquote S-tier tank. If you're doing a plus 12 or a plus 15, most likely Prot Pally will be the best tank you can play. It is consistent, it's awesome, it does good damage, but at that key level, most likely all you want is a tank that lives and has good utility. There is a chance, because Prot Pally is skill capped, there is an issue with this, which is that honestly, it might die. There's a world where you take this advice and you say, oh, maybe I'm gonna invite a Prot Pally and they die. Could happen. If you play Prot Pally poorly, you will literally just fall over. But if you play it well, it's still tanky. It's more than tanky enough for 12 or 15. When you start getting into very high level keys, like if you're a title pusher and you're watching this video and you're like, oh man, what tank? Prot Pally ain't for you. Okay? It is squishy. It requires a lot more attention when the key level gets higher, but at a base level, it is still a tanky tank. I do think that the issue with Prot Pally is once those key levels start going up, it's the base mitigation starts to really affect it. You'll go into a pull that you lived several key levels lower and you'll be like, not bad. But then you'll do it again on a higher key and you'll just be like, yo, wait, I'm just dying through my basic mitigation. So I think that Prot Pally has this issue. There is one other reason that Prot Pally is up here way above the other tanks, and actually in one dungeon in particular this season, I swear Prot Pally is actually like all the way up here. Arakara, Prot Pally is a specialist in. I've played other tanks in Arakara, they're fine, but Prot Pally, nothing feels better than Prot Pally and Arakara. The polls are set up specifically so that Avenger Shield thrives in so many of those polls. Like the way that Shield works, it is the best kick in the game for Arakara. You don't necessarily need an AoE silence on a large cooldown. You need consistent kicks on 1 or 2 targets. Prot Pally is your absolute best bet for that, number 1. And number 2, Freedom for the End. Amazing for the tank change they did at the end with the grasping slashes. The sack being a 12-second duration. You have a long poison cleanse, right? It's not just that you have a regular poison cleanse because Brewmaster and Bear also have poison cleanse, but the actual talent, because of the way the poison crawlers work, I tested this a bunch. If sack is on a target, the thing will still try to cast on the person with Blessing of Sacrifice, but it just won't stack. Like they just won't take the poison, which is a gigantic favor in all Pally specializations in Arakara. Do you need it? No, I'm sure you could game it without a Prot Pally, but it feels really nice to be able to have that utility. Bop, Spell Ward, and a few other things less important in that dungeon. It's just mostly the sacrifice on a 1-minute talent for the first area. If they don't change how those poisons are working, which I think they will because everybody's pretty much complaining and everybody universally agrees they made Arakara harder for some reason. But if Arakara, for some reason, becomes a check, Prot Pally is very good, and it also doesn't hit tanks that hard. Most mechanics, every Prot Pally can live Arakara. So when you combine all those factors, Prot Pally is in a pretty decent spot. If you ask me, genuinely, would you rather play Prot Pally or Bear next season? Whoa. I think I would choose Prot Pally. Like, it's just so demotivating that they nerfed the tier set for Bear. It was unnecessary, and it was uncalled for, and we didn't do anything to deserve it. But you know what? I'm impartial for this tier list. I'm not making this as a Guardian Druid player. I'm making this as a WoW passionate advocate, okay? Listen, I am making this as a WoW player, so I will be impartial, and I will rank this objectively and fairly. All right, what are the next tank? The next tank. Do you think the next tank is an A, or do you think the next tank is an S plus cheesecake? Because we have a very interesting thing. I love Guardian. I like Pally. These are 2 of my favorite tanks. But guess what? Interestingly enough, this is crazy. Are you ready for this? This is crazy. This is crazy. I genuinely believe what I'm about to do right now. I genuinely believe this. I think there are 3 S plus tanks. I think there are 3. And I think it looks something like this. When I can find Brewmaster on this. There it is. I actually think there are 3 tanks competing for meta right now. Tuning will ultimately determine which of these tanks is going to be best, because these tanks are highly dependent on the other specializations. What healer you end up playing, what DPS you end up playing, but all 3 of these tanks are quite amazing right now. Now, in my Discord, I half am tempted to make a poll asking people if they think that VDH will actually get nerfed this season, because the patch notes today were not a nerf to VDH. It was a slight love tap. Let's talk about all 3. We're going to go through it, because what order are they? What tank do I actually think is the best? Good question. Good question, okay? Listen, good question. If you miss any of this, by the way, if you're asking why are things here, you got to go back and rewatch the video, because I won't go over it again, but this will be posted to YouTube, so don't worry. You'll have a chance to watch it. Okay, which is going to be the actual best? All right, let's talk about the thing that I actually think is not the best. And surprisingly, if I had to rank it, it would genuinely be VDH. I think that VDH, I do believe in my heart of hearts that they are going to nerf it to the extent where it cannot be it cannot be the meta tank. It cannot be the S++++ tier tank. I just think they won't let this happen. But also, if you look at the patch notes and the cadence, there are some specializations that are getting specific attention, consistent attention, and that's Prot Warrior and Brewmaster. Those 2 specializations are getting the most attention, and they have been the whole time, which suggests to me, right, trying to make a 3,000 IQ play, that Blizzard wants those tanks to be in contention, okay? Blizzard wants these 2 top tanks to be there. In other words, VDH goes down 1. The exception to this, of course, because obviously those top 2 tanks there suggest something interesting about a physical comp meta. VDH is a caster comp meta. I wonder if there will be a caster meta. Because the way I see it right now is VDH does not belong in a tier below these. I actually think all 3 are S+. So here's the situation that we have. VDH is just VDH from last season. They literally didn't change anything about this. It hasn't been nerfed. It hasn't been buffed. The tier set's great. It's just VDH from last season. VDH is amazing. It has everything it did last season. It has the same problems it had last season. It has the same benefits it had last season. Congratulations. I would say one thing, okay? I would say one thing. There are a few dungeons where VDH utility is a little bit less useful. Like, again, I will clarify that the way that the last dungeon pool worked is that you really wanted grips and strong AoE stops, whereas you have something like Arakara, where grips are great, but I actually think that a prot pally shield is going to be more beneficial. It's kind of like City of Threads on a VDH. You would actually have rather had, and a lot of times, more like a prot pally kick. So there are some dungeons where the VDH utility will not shine through, but guess what we still have? We still have Priory. Yeah, we still have Priory. We still have Floodgate. We still have a bunch of things where VDH is incredibly beneficial. Like, for example, prot pally shines in Arakara, but imagine the pull before the 3rd boss of Floodgate, rest in peace, Bubbles. Moment of silence for Bubbles. VDH just makes that pull a joke because you grip all the seaweeds together. You have a CC, a CC, a CC. They all start casting at the same time. You silent sigil. The silent sigil puts the spell on cooldown, and all of a sudden you're fine. Whereas a prot pally, you could try to save Toll, the best that you can do, but you have blinding light and a Hodge, and that's it. So realistically, this tank struggles there. This tank solo controls it. Let's talk about the next tank in contention. Right, one other thing I want to say about VDH is, remember, VDH plus Boomy is why it has so much control. VDH and Boomy is that combination. If Boomy is not in contention... Oh, wait, that's the wrong finger. I'm so sorry. If VDH... This one. If VDH is not in contention, right? If Boomy is not actually considered meta, which we'll get to at the end, remember, we're going over DPS at the end, then VDH actually loses some of its value because Beam is very useful with VDH. They work very well together, yeah? So that's just one thing to consider. VDH, I think, is a very strong tank. I still think that actually everything has here, right? So VDH works well in high coordination groups when you can plan around their sigils, but I don't think it works as well in pugs. And the last thing I want to say, because I do want this to be a pug-friendly tier list, I want you to watch this and I want you to get information about the state of the game. If you want to watch a tier list and you're like, hey, look, what's happening in World of Warcraft for Season 3? There's something you really need to understand about VDH. I pug my keys, and I also heal, and I also tank, and I also DPS sometimes. Can I just tell you that VDH is an absolute terror to heal in this current season where it is currently the meta tank? This is my least favorite tank to heal. If I'm doing a pug 15 on one of my random ults that may be undergeared for it, but I want Vault or I want a 15, VDH scares me. I would rather be healing a Brewmaster than a VDH in the current season. In the current season, okay? This is very important to understand. If you're going to invite a tank to your 12 or your 15, VDH is very scary to heal. If you don't gather perfectly and if you don't have a plan on VDH, you are the squishiest tank out of any tank on this list. So I really think that, and especially your utility, if you just walk in and send every single CC and sigil in the first 2 seconds, then you've just wasted your utility. I actually think that VDH is a very strong, not friendly pug tank. It's good. It's better than some of the other things you could play, in my opinion. But it is not... This is the one tank where I would actually, if this was a purely... If you're talking like mid-tier pug, high-end key, like let's say like bottom tier of title, let's say between 12 and 18 this season, I actually think VDH seriously goes down. Meld skips are no longer a thing. You don't need meld skips anymore, and that's one reason that VDH was so dominant right now, okay? Yeah, but Demon Hunter as a whole, right, to respond to everybody here, Demon Hunter as a whole is very, very skill capped. It would be the same thing. You remember in Season 1 when Prot Pally was meta? Prot Pally was a really rough pug tank to heal because you had Prot Pallies who didn't know how to rotate defensives, and they would just walk in, press everything, and then 10 seconds later they were dead, and there was nothing you could do about it. There were pug tanks who would walk into the first bull of Grim Batol, get scared, pop Wings, Guardians, Kings, Ardent, and Shield at the same time, and they would die, right? So VDH is very much like Prot Pally, where the skill ceiling is very high, which makes it oftentimes not so friendly to pugs. Okay, enough about VDH. I'm honestly ready for a season of not VDH, but right now they are still all the way up here. Okay, great. Next tank that's up here, which is actually considered the best tank right now, I'm going to go based on my rankings, which is I pug my keys. This is the best. Let's talk about the next one, Brewmaster. Brewmaster, as of right now, clearly, okay, clearly, Blizzard wants this tank to be good. They keep buffing it. And the change today, 8% to Mystic Touch, is ridiculously good, okay? Ridiculously good. Like, Brewmaster is very strong right now. Has very strong, consistent damage. Has very good survivability. I am not a good Brewmaster. Of all the 6 tanks on this list, Brewmaster is the tank that I, in my entire WoW career, have spent the least amount of time on. And I'm telling you, I can live, and it feels good to me. Imagine somebody who's good at that tank, because that tank is complicated and nuanced. Imagine somebody who's very good at Brewmaster. If I can make it work and do good on it, man, can somebody who's really good at it just milk that tank for all it's worth, okay? Normally, when you think about milking tanks, you think about Druid, but that's a completely unrelated subject that I won't get into here. This tank is really good right now. It's durable, it's strong, it does good damage, it has a poison cleanse, it has a few pieces of utility that are actually really good for these keys. I think it's pretty good. My main issue with Brewmaster and why it could struggle in some pug environments is that this does not have a ton of AoE CC. It kind of is in the same boat as Guardian was last season, where let's say that Brewmaster is actually one of the tankiest tanks you can play, okay? The issue is, like, let's say you're doing that pull. I'll use the same example. Floodgate is still in the pool. I actually, and this is something, if you're a high key pusher, you might not know this. This is something that you probably don't deal with in the highest level of keys, but if you're a pug player, you tell me if this has happened to you. I really want to know. Floodgate. Where do you wipe the most in Floodgate? One of the biggest pain points of Floodgate is the pull before Swamp Face. It's the seaweeds. When you pull 6 seaweeds together, no, the seaweed, aside from Bubble Skip, obviously, which is not in the next season, the seaweed pull, because you don't coordinate CCs and pugs. You don't coordinate CCs and pugs. I have actually lost so many floodgates because people will walk in and either send everything or send nothing. And those kelps go off, and you just can't kill that pull. They will just destroy you. So there are some tanks that make that pull easy, and there are some tanks that don't. You guys are all talking about meta CCs order, etc., etc. No. You're talking, this is high key. If you tell me right now that you have a meta CC order, I just logged out of this, hold up. If you tell me right now that you have a meta CC order, excuse me, that you're already talking about this coordination of keys that's all the way up here, right? You just listed me an entire CC order. Listen, you're already talking about a level of coordination that does not happen. This is the problem when people make tier lists. They automatically assume that you're talking to people who have this ridiculous coordination. You just listed me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. 9 things. Yes, is that expected at that level? Absolutely. Is it expected that you know how to do all this? Yes, of course it is. All right. Let's just make this full screen now. Let's just make this full screen. Here we go. All right. Let's make this full screen. Okay. Is it expected that at that level you actually know all this stuff? Sure. Okay. But I'm telling you that for most keys, you got to understand that that doesn't happen. People don't have that coordination. And the reason that that's so important to understand is that there are some tanks that are better at soloing this, and then there are some tanks that are not. And so if you're doing a 15 Floodgate, you would rather have something like a Prot Warrior even, or a Demon Hunter than a Brewmaster. That's where Brewmaster suffers with. So when we're doing a tier list like this, it's important to understand this has an AoE interrupt. So at least you know as a tank, you're like, I'm going to push this button when they start casting. Great. So at the very least you have that. Plus you have Shockwave twice in that pull, if not 3 times, and a Stormbolt. Okay? And a Disrupting Shout if you want to play it, the Fear. So you have options as a warrior. My bear, I have In-Cap Roar, a Typhoon, Vortex, etc., but I only have 1 kick. So every time I play this on bear in the lower key when I'm helping a friend, I just try my best, but the reality is I'm terrified of that pull. I also have War Stomp as a Tauren, by the way, which these can be, which is interesting. Whatever, right? Okay, so there's a world where even in a lower key, I would pull those 3x3. I would even not pull them 6, right? And that's the serious issue of, like, you got to understand these utility pieces, right? They don't always work the same in every key level. So this requires coordination to work around, but there are some pulls you're going to want this. Brewmaster is like that. There are some pulls where Brewmaster is going to struggle. If you try the first pull of Priory, like a high key level Priory, and you want to do that in a plus 16, plus 17, plus 18 Priory, you are going to have a hard time as a Brewmaster. You will have an easier time as a warrior, actually, because you at least can say, look, I can kind of see maybe as a tank that something's missing here, and I'm just going to go, boom, Disrupting Shout. Huge value to have an AoE taunt and an AoE kick on a 6-second cooldown interrupt, okay? So anyways, Brewmaster, those are my thoughts on Brewmaster. These 2 tanks are technical. They're technical tanks. I really think in Pugs, if I actually had to rank this purely for Pugs and not considering high keys at all, the answer is this. This is the true answer right here, but the actual consideration is I can totally see the highest level keys being done with these 2 tanks, depending on comp differences. This, however, is a straightforward, sturdy, very good damage, very good utility, warrior buff. This is a crazy good tank right now. They nerfed it today. It's like a less than 1% nerf. They barely touched it. They actually specifically addressed it, okay? And they didn't do anything to it. Warrior is an incredibly good tank for this dungeon pool, except for one thing, which it doesn't have Dispel. Does not have Dispel. Right? But there are 2 things to consider. One is if you're playing a purely physical comp, you are going to want a Brewmaster. You're going to want a Monk somewhere in that comp because Mystic Touch got Giga buffed, and you're really, really going to want to understand, like, you really, like, that Mystic Touch is going to be required in a purely physical comp. But there aren't that many physical comps. There aren't that many physical classes. You actually think about this? Somebody was saying earlier in one of the Discords I'm in, they were like, oh, you're totally playing like Brewmaster, Marksman Hunter. And I was like, what about BM Hunter? And they go, what do you mean Marksman? We got to play Marksman Hunter. It's better. And I'm like, Marksman Hunter, a lot of their damage is magic. And they're like, okay, well, instead of Marksman Hunter, we're going to play Enhancement Shaman, Brewmaster. And I was like, Enhancement Shaman? Most of Enhancement Shaman's damage is magic, not physical. And they go, okay, well, Frost DK. And I go, hold up, wait a second. That's mostly magic damage. You see? So all of a sudden, you start to get into this thing where you got to understand that not everything in the game is fizz. Even if you're a melee, you would assume that a Ret Pally, Zug Ret Pally, 2-handed axe, just like smacking stuff, you would assume that that thing is physical. It's not, actually. Most of their damage is holy. Although they have Holy Strike with Divine Arbiter, but that's a totally separate thing. Listen. Okay, we won't get into that too much right now. But in terms of the tanks, you know what does buff everything I just mentioned? Warrior. Warrior buff is attack power based, and all melee characters go from attack power. So attack power buffs something that doesn't do physical damage. Attack power equally buffs a Beastmaster Hunter, a Marksman Hunter. It equally buffs your Enhancement Shaman, every single rogue spec. Will even buff Survival Hunter, funny enough. It buffs all the different things. Does that make sense? So warrior tank is more universal. The warrior buff is more universal. And thank you all, by the way, for saying that. I won't interrupt too much because I'm just going to direct clip this, and this is all going to be on YouTube. If you missed any of the explanation that I've already done, this is going to be a very long video, but I will make sure to upload this whole thing to YouTube. When we talk about the meta, again, just take a quick second here before I finish my talk on warrior. Before it's a quick second, everything is playable. Meta perception is important because if I don't make this list, somebody else will. And they won't caveat it. They'll just be like, this is the best. You should invite this. because they're talking about a plus 19 or a plus 20. The problem is that at a plus 12, you're going to say, oh, okay, so I won't take a Blood DK, and instead I'm going to take this other tank. And it's like, without the caveat, you got to understand that oftentimes the tank here or the specialization down here will actually do better in your plus 12 than the one up here. There's a reason these things are S+. The exception to that is I'm pretty sure that Warrior Tank, there's only one way that Warrior Tank dies, and it's getting hit in the back. Most tanks at a lower key level do, in fact, have that happen to them. They don't understand the basics of tanking just yet. They haven't been tanking for years and years. So the only way that Warrior dies is to get hit in the back. But otherwise, Warrior is very straightforward. It's pretty difficult to mess up your rotation on Warrior. It's very... So, like, I think that it's just super tanky. If you're going to mess up your rotation on Warrior, I guarantee you that you will mess up your rotation on every other tank. So, you know, it's just... You keep shield up, you keep ignore pain up, you hit these few buttons. It's pretty straightforward. So Warrior, I think, has a lot of value in just being a very sturdy tank with consistent damage. That's the other thing. Warrior doesn't depend on a 2-minute cooldown for damage. It doesn't need incarn pulls. It has damage every 45 seconds, which is awesome. That is a huge value as a tank. Damage every 45 seconds means damage every pack. Very, very helpful for Warrior. But mainly the Disrupting Shout and the fact that their group buff is more universal, the fact that they'll always benefit their team, and I think they're going to be, give or take, the tankiest tank for a lot of content. I think that this tank is in a really good spot right now. They're a lot more self-sufficient than they used to be. Some of the issues they used to have, they don't have anymore. The exception to this is if you're healing a warrior, they're still going to need some help in some scenarios. Like, they're still going to need some help in, as an example, they're still going to need some help in Dawnbreaker when they're dealing with bleeds. Bleeds hurt warrior, but there aren't a ton of bleeds this season. First boss of Priory, you're going to need to pay attention to your warrior. There's a lot of instances where warrior will still need healing, but for the most part, those instances, your healer can actually watch them, so it's okay, all right? But I do think that the biggest issue with Warrior, the one caveat before you take this as an absolute saving grace, this tank literally goes down here if you're playing with a bad Warrior in a lower key level, because they will just get hit in the back and they will instantly die. So if you're a Warrior player, please play Cheat Death. You have like the most OP Cheat Death in the game. I know a lot of people don't know this because some Warriors don't play it, but you have like the most OP Cheat Death in the game. You will probably make a mistake if you're trying to learn Warrior, because there's going to be a lot of fodder rerollers to Warrior, and you can't get hit in the back. It's the one thing you got to work on as a Warrior tank. You can't get hit in the back, okay? Anyways, that's give or take my tank tier list. Let's move on to healers. So this is where I think the tanks are right now. I actually think at the very end here, I'm going to talk about what's interesting about this S+ category. There are two very distinct comps. There are two distinct comps that are happening right now. You can play two. You might actually next season have two completely different things, okay? So there's a bunch of things. In the season, I could see myself playing Warrior. I think that I think out of these three, playstyle wise, I prefer Warrior. So we'll go from there. Okay, healing time. We're gonna start off with the worst healer, bottom to top. Okay, bottom to top. What do you guys think the worst healer is? If you had to guess, what's at the bottom? I will give you a hint that this healer has received effectively no changes. Yeah, everybody gets it. This healer has received effectively, everybody gets it. Literally everyone knows. All right? Actually, incorrect. Blood DK is a better healer than this. It is Holy Priest. Holy Priest goes all the way down here. The reason is very simple. It doesn't do anything that any other healer can do. It does everything worse. Okay? It's a raid healer. It's not meant for keys. Everything that Holy Priest can do in a key, every other healer does better. It has 0 niches. You have to actively be healing. You do not heal through damage. So you're either doing damage or you're healing. Okay? The way that you heal is triage healing. You don't have a lot of consistent AoE burst healing. You have very specific, you go heal, flash heal, this, that. You have a few good abilities, sure. But you still rely on people being stacked, which in a pug environment is not going to happen. There's a lot of fights, actually, in this particular season where range is going to be a small issue. You have fights like Big Mama, where everybody is right there, perfect. But you also have fights that people are going to be a lot more spread, like the last boss of Gambit or the second boss of Gambit, right? You have a lot of instances where people are going to be more spread. Holy Priest can be a little bit tough with that when everybody is consistently taking damage. Now, if there's 1 or 2 dots, Holy Priest is excellent at that. Of course, you can do spot healing as Holy Priest. A lot of times in keys, the healing checks are not spot healing based. They are going to be full on AoE. Every single person is going to be absolutely getting clapped, and you need to keep them alive consistently. There are some fights that Holy Priest is great on, but even in those fights, even in the specific instances where you're like, man, I wish I was a Holy Priest, no one has ever said that. Yet at no point are you healing a key and you're like, I wish I was a Holy Priest. So this spec is soup. It's not good, okay? It's just, it could use something. I don't know what it needs, but there's something that Holy Priest needs in order to be out of this category. Is it playable? Sure. I've actually played with a few good Holy Priests this season. I played with a Holy Priest in an 18 Floodgate. They did great. But they were still subpar to everything else. They were like, look how much damage I do. I said, yeah, but if you were a different healer, you would do more damage. You're doing good damage for a Holy Priest. And they're like, well, my healing. I'm like, yeah, well, you managed to heal it, but you could have healed it better if you weren't a Holy Priest. And they're like, yeah, that's true. You know what I mean? So Holy Priest is just, it doesn't have a niche. There's nothing special about it. Does that make sense? Okay. Next healer in this list here. Okay. Let me explain this next one. Okay. Well, that's, let me finish the list here. Let me explain. This is a little bit of a caveat healer. Okay. This is a little bit of a take. There are 2 healers that I'm considering for these next 2. I would put it like this. Let me explain why. If you are very good at Holy Pally, you can do the required output for a lot of these dungeons. But it's kind of hard to do because most Holy Pallies are just going to fall behind on HPS. At the end of the day, a healer is supposed to provide utility and coordination and kicks and all this stuff that you can do as a healer. But the truth is, HPS and actually keeping people alive is the number one thing that you need to do. There's another healer I was going to consider down here, okay? And I'll argue against both, and I would hear the arguments for both, but let me make my case, okay? Let me make my case for why I think Holy Paladin is here. I'm going to average it out. You can't factor Ellesmere into this. Obviously, everything, even the best Holy Priest in the world would probably be able to keep people alive. But I'm talking for the average pug experience. I think Holy Pally is a melee healer. It is going to struggle on a lot of these encounters when it can't actually hit. There's a lot of phasing encounters. There's a lot of things that you have to worry about as a melee healer, okay? There's another healer I was thinking about. In terms of their set getting buffed, can they do it? Yes. But I think they have to work a lot harder. The best thing that this actually has, the best thing that Holy Pally has going for it is the fact that, like, Arakara is in the dungeon pool, and this is very good, okay? This is very good at that. The problem is, yes, I hear what you're saying. The issue is that even if they execute their rotation, if they don't have a specific plan, HPS is not as high as other healers in a dungeon environment. You can plan pretty well, but if you actually play it, so you have to play it. I've played it. Granted, I've only played it 3 dungeons. 3 dungeons this entire PTR cycle. The play style of Holy Paladin is technically fluid, but can struggle with high HPS requirements. Like, I'm thinking Big Mama in Floodgate or even Swamp Face in Floodgate. You have good burst healing, but it's not incredibly sustained outside of your major cooldowns, and if you're deciding to play the Avengers Crusader melee wings build, then you have more consistent healing, which is what you're playing, but at the same time, it's not, for example, like you can just hit a judgment in that window and everybody's full health. Like, that's not how it works. Does it do good healing? Sure. But in an actual HPS environment, it's not like you can just go, okay, I'm gonna hit wings, and then I'm gonna hit judgment, and then everybody's full health. You actually have to have a pretty specific plan for how you're gonna get through a 10-second burst of AoE damage. Okay, so here we go. All right, here we go. Okay, that's Holy Paladin. The best thing it has going for it is that it has an immunity, which is awesome. It has pretty good utility in terms of its Paladin kit. Arakara exists in the dungeon pool, etc., etc. The next healer is going to have similar issues, and that's Mistweaver. But there is a fair difference between these two, which is that in AoE, Mistweaver effectively can press 2 buttons. Okay? This isn't really related to the tier sets, but more fundamental issues with the spec. This right here is fundamentally, both of these have a similar issue. One of the things with Holy Pally is that although it provides very small DRs, a lot of their DRs were nerfed from when it was actually OP, and it has Deva Aura, and it has a few things that it can provide, right? But it's just, I think that in most keys, H Pally is going to struggle with HPS on some of these encounters. Like, I could fully see you're in Arakara, you pull one of the new Blood Guards that does the AoE, the Locust Swarm, yeah? That pulls one of the Locust Swarm, and you would rather be playing with somebody that's not an HPAL. I think an HPAL will struggle in a lot of environments there. I think that you would rather be playing with somebody else. Now, the next healer, Mistweaver. Mistweaver has a lot easier of a time doing HPS, but they are still a melee healer. The biggest thing that Mistweaver has going for it is that when the comp works for Mistweaver, it works for Mistweaver, okay? It works for Mistweaver. But if you're comparing the two, you have a fist-weaving build, and any healer that does healing through damage tends to be much better at healing keys. The reason is simple. Their rotation is just straightforward. You walk in, you do a few buttons, which you're already going to do, okay? You're already going to do those buttons, and then you have basic healing on the group, and you only need to press your healing buttons when there's actual, like, an instance of damage. So many of these pulls are great for that, okay? There's, like, think about the first pull of Gambit. Man, is it going to be fun to be a Mistweaver there. There's a lot of things of why Mistweaver can just kind of do a sort of smooth, flawless rotation that is relatively straightforward and able to top your group. You have very small maintenance windows. You have very small maintenance buffs, but effectively, you can press your buttons as a Mistweaver and do very fair HPS. At the highest level, can Mistweaver do the required HPS? Yes, although then it has to start working very hard. I think that Mistweaver is actually a much better healer for like a mid-tier key, whereas when you get to like a plus 20 Candle King, Mistweaver all of a sudden has to start gaming, where some other healers are like, yeah, I can do mostly the same thing, just work a little bit harder. Mistweaver has to start really actually gaming. The main problem with Mistweaver is that if you're ever out of range of your target, which is, I'm thinking of a few things right now in particular, it could be an issue on like the second boss. I think second boss of Gambit would be fine. Third boss of Gambit could be an issue. There's like a few instances where there actually are HPS checks this dungeon. You can make a plan with Shaylin's Gift. You can make a plan with Renewal. You can make a plan with a few things. The last boss of Arakara was nerfed to the extent that you don't need to heal it anymore. You just need to dodge. Like, honestly, the last boss of Arakara is a joke. You have Poison Dispel. Both of these healers have Poison Dispel. You can just dispel one target. You'll probably be playing with a second Poison Dispel. There's like a single target to heal. Mistweaver has one fundamental problem. Otherwise, it might even be a little bit higher. There are two fundamental problems. Number one is it's melee. Actually, there are a lot of possible melee comps this season you're going to want to range. But number one, the main issue with Mistweaver, its external is weaker than a single Dispriest shield. The external of Mistweaver is so bad that it doesn't even count as an external. It's like a button that you can press on a long cooldown. The Chi Cocoon, all right? The Cocoon is like really bad. Like really, really bad. And I don't know exactly what they can do. I feel like if they just reduce the cooldown by 50%, that would actually be a fairly substantial quality of life improvement. Wouldn't even be a crazy HPS improvement. It would just be like that button sucks. Like, it's not a tank external. Basically, if you put that button on a tank, it does functionally nothing. Like, it's hilarious. If you've ever tanked before and you're playing with a Mistweaver and you go, external me now, please. They go, I mean, okay. And then you die anyways. It's weaker than any external in the game. It is by far less effective than any... A Holy Priest has GS, which is better. Everything is a better external than this. So if for some reason you are playing with a tank that requires an external at any point, good luck. Your tank has to be gaming pretty hard with the Mistweaver. It can very much struggle to do competitive, basic tank support. So I think that Mistweaver's main problem is its actual lack of external. And it does have a melee kick, it does have leg sweep, it does have Ring of Peace, it does have a Dispel, it has a few options for stuff like that. But basically, what is Cocoon? Cocoon, the major issue with Mistweaver is not its damage or anything, it's just Cocoon. Cocoon is so bad, and it doesn't need to be that bad. All right, let's move on. Those are my takes about Mistweaver. To be honest, I almost put this in needs more testing. This is kind of based not on the performance of PTR, because I will openly admit to you, I'm very confident about this ranking. I've only played with one Mistweaver in the entirety of PTR testing. This is actually the thing. I have seen more Holy Priests on PTR than I have seen Mistweavers. I've only seen one. So I could be wrong about this. If there was one healer I'd be willing to be very wrong about, it would be this. Right now, I'm not super confident because I've only seen one. All right, next. We have a few healers left, yeah? We have a few healers left. The next healer is one that is near and dear to my heart. It has fundamental issues within the spec itself, but technically, it is very good right now. It's very good, but it's got fundamental issues. Presevoker goes in A tier. It is significantly, in my opinion, better than these three. However, it does have its issues. Now, before you tell me, don't get up in arms, before you tell me, oh, its issue is its range. No, it's not. The range is a very small issue. I love Prez, okay? I've been playing Prez for a while. It is not an issue. The range issue is, like, insignificant. It's very easy to deal with the range issue. Is it occasionally annoying? Yeah, but it's not that bad. Like, it's honestly not that bad. You just have to understand that Echo has infinite range. This is a huge tip for all the Prez evokers out there. Echo has infinite range, dude. You just have to get in range of the person, echo them, and then you could be 100 yards away and just you'll still hit them with the spell. So basically, if you're having a bunch of range issues, it's possible that you're just playing with 3 range who are all over the place and you could have a hard time healing, but Prez right now. Okay. Here's the thing with Prez. It is infinite damage. A lot of its damage is pad AoE, but in testing it a bunch on PTR, because this is my favorite healer, so I'm a little biased, but I've also tested it objectively. This currently, I will let you know. I will be honest with you. I don't want to sandbag any specs here. If you're watching this, this is my honest opinion. Prez does the most healer damage out of any healer overall right now in any key, including group buffs. Including group buffs, Prez actually is the highest overall damage healer, and good, because it needs that. The only reason that it's an A tier and not, like, down here is specifically because its new tier set gives it so much damage that it actually doubles the damage of healers with group buffs, which is necessary and required for it to ever be considered whatsoever in a meta contention. In order for Prez to find its way into a group, it needs to be doing basically twice as much damage as any other healer, because it does not provide a group buff. It has no PI, it has no Mistweaver buff, which is now massive. It's not a Resto Druid, it's not a Resto Shaman. It has a 40-second kick, it does not have a 12-second kick. It has a few pieces of utility, but not a lot, right? Zephyr almost doesn't count as utility, because you could just say, yeah, but you could also downpour as a shaman, you could also dispriest shield, you could also XYZ. Zephyr doesn't count as utility as a healer, it does count as utility as a DPS. This is just a healing cooldown. The problem with Prez, there are 2 main problems with Prez. Number 1, it is very, very skill capped. A lot of people who play Prez completely butcher the spec, and that's okay, because it's still fun to play, and it's learning, right? And that's okay. It's no problem to not be playing it to perfection. The problem with Prez is that the skill floor is so basically low. And when I say low, I mean if you play it poorly, you do nothing. Like if you are playing Prez poorly, you do 0 HPS and 0 damage. Like maybe some damage, but you'll do 0 HPS. And again, healer damage is cool ultimately, and we saw this last season, rather than focus so much on healer damage, the only thing that actually matters is your ability to keep your group alive. That is the only thing that matters. Okay? It's the only thing that matters. And so healer damage is sweet, but Oracle Dispriest was meta last season, correct? Oracle Dispriest does no damage. It has PI. That's its main damaging value. But you still played it because it made people feel so safe. When DPS feels safe, when DPS feel all cozy and they feel safe, and boomies don't have to bear form and nobody has to press defensives, they do more damage, right? When DPS start panicking because they're actually taking damage, they're like, wait, I don't have a shield for my entire health bar, and they actually have to start working at their rotation and defensives, then they do less damage. DPS will infinitely always do more damage than a healer, so anytime you as a healer can make your DPS feel safer, they tend to do better damage. Prez is not good at this. In order for Prez to heal successfully, oftentimes it needs to let people drop low a little bit, so I understand that some people can feel more concerned playing with a Prez Evoker. It does not have massive shielding. It does have a few options, but they're pretty minor. So, a good Prez Evoker can do infinite HPS, although it is much, 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 much harder to do so than other healers. It is hilarious to me, because the healer I'm going to rank above this, it is hilarious to me the difference between playing a Prez Evoker and something like a Resto Shaman. It is significantly different. I love Prez Evoker, but the shit is calculus. You have to be prepping significantly ahead of the damage, and you have to understand your kit very well. So the delta between a Prez Evoker who does and does not understand that is 500% instead of 50%. That is a big problem. And I hate to say this because I love this spec. For a normal pug in a plus 12, going back to the pug tier list part of this, if this is a plus 12 or a plus 15, this healer is like, you would take a Holy Priest. Prez is like the one spec I would not take to your plus 12. I will openly say that to you, okay? I will also say that to you. But if you play with a good Prez Evoker, you will be so impressed. You'll be like, wow, they're doing so well. You won't know why they're doing so well, but they will impress you. A very good Prez Evoker borderline brings a spec up here, just like a good Holy Pally does with Ellesmere, etc., etc. But the point is, this is a nuanced spec. I have a lot to say on the matter. I maybe will even make a guide for it at some point, or some simple content, because it's very complicated, but it's really not once you understand it. Okay, moving on for the tier list. I won't spend too much time talking about each healer. Let's go. Right above this. I was really thinking about this, and I was actually considering it. There are 3 healers left, yeah? There are 3 healers left. I think that, give or take, it's really hard for me to put Resto Shaman not in S+, but I borderline right now from PTR testing, I find it to be an A. It should be in high A. I think there are 2 healers that are an S+, and they have a mind of their own, and they have a very specific reason why they're an S+. I find Resto Shaman at the moment to just be Resto Shaman. Its new tier set gives it 0 damage. It gives it no more damage, and it's an interesting set, but it doesn't give it like anything too crazy valuable, and I'm talking specifically the Totemic set, which is most likely what you're playing in Keys. In my PTR testing, I've actually seen many Farseer Resto Shamans. The main thing that Resto Shaman has going for it is that it's a Resto Shaman. It has everything it did last season. It's got a 12-second kick. It's got Cap Totem every single pull. It's got Thunderstorm every single pull. It has a Lust, as does Prez. But it's so straightforward. The one thing that people don't talk about when they think about specs is how straightforward it is. I love Prez. Shit's hard. I like Resto Shaman. Shit's easy. The delta between a very good Resto Shaman and a Resto Shaman that's mid is like, it's there, of course, but it's not like 300%. It's like this. It's like right here. In other words, you can feel safe inviting your Resto Shaman. A Resto Shaman is by far, if I was going to rate this in terms of pug healing, Resto Shaman is like A++, S+. It's the ultimate Nutella Oreo cheesecake. It's the best cheesecake you've ever had in your life. There is no healer that is better than a Resto Shaman at healing pure pug content. For high keys, though, and for meta, the only reason you would play it is because you need a Shaman buff. It actually doesn't, aside in a high key coordination group, the Resto Shaman basically, okay, the Resto Shaman just provides the Shaman buff. Its damage is mid. Its damage is just, it's okay. But the new tier set didn't help with that. Its HPS is there, although sometimes it can struggle a little bit, okay? Its HPS can struggle a tiny bit depending on whether people are standing in your downpour, etc., etc. There are a few things that Resto Shaman can struggle with, but mostly it's a jack of all trades. It has pretty good utility for almost everything. It doesn't have a poison cleanse itself, but it does have Totem, which you can recall. It does have a tank external in the sense that Earth Shield plus 20% max health is borderline a consistent tank external. Tanks shouldn't need a lot of externals this season. In my testing thus far, there's very few things that really are scarily one-shotting tanks to the degree that Resto Shaman wouldn't have an external. Like, that alone is enough for you to live Big Mama, and it can do fairly significant tank healing. It's not going to do the most tank healing out of anything in the world. Tanks are pretty independent this season. Resto Shaman works well with pretty much any tank. But if you need a Shaman buff, Resto Shaman gets very good. I would say Resto Shaman loses value if the other two DPS Shamans are good. But effectively, Resto Shaman, very easy to execute. I cannot express this enough. If you're listening to this part of the video and you don't know how to heal or you've never healed before, let me explain this in the simplest terms possible, okay? Give me 30 seconds, okay? Give me 30 seconds. This healer, damage is happening. You're on the first boss of Arakara, okay? Damage is happening. You're going to TA reversion, and then you're going to make sure that you blanket Dream Breath beforehand. After the Dream Breath, you're going to manually echo, and /or you can Fire Breath and have a Life Giver's Flame with a Leaping Flame proc on. And then what you're going to do from there is you're going to VE into a Spirit Bloom for the Alerting Shrill, but there's high movement, so the next one you're going to VE, do the same setups, your TA, make sure your reversions, double Golden Hour the one person for your, it's our double reversion, that one person, so you have that dot on them, and you know they have more healing on them for Grace Period, and then you're going to basically, from here, you're going to VE into a Life Spark, and then potentially, I've just described the healing rotation for Prez. Resto Shaman, I'm going to press my Totem. I'm going to Riptide. I'm going to press my Totem. Okay, all good. The difference cannot be overstated because both of those things did just the same amounts of HPS. Both of those things did exactly the same HPS. So when it comes to pug healing, okay, you want the class that can just go Totem, healing, instead of the class that requires literal calculus and 15 seconds of prep work. Not even 15 seconds, but quite. You know what I mean? Okay? So, yeah, all right. So, basically, Resto Shaman's Resto Shaman. It is the king of pug healers. If you're actually talking about pug healing, you wouldn't mean healing rain. You're playing Totemic most likely. You're probably playing Totemic. Maybe you're playing Farseer, which is slightly more complicated. You actually have to ramp a little bit with Ancestors. But you don't have to ramp for anything as a Resto Shaman. You just have to have a plan. You have one totem. You just you actually put Surging Totem down, then you hit Healing Tide Totem, and you're good, okay? Listen, Resto Shaman is Resto Shaman. It is probably your best, by the way. As a first healer, you want to play Resto Shaman. If you ever want to learn how to heal, play Resto Shaman. It'll be your best first healing experience. Great, moving on. We have two healers in contention for S tier. Disc Priest has not been nerfed enough. It's still Disc Priest. You actually have Void Weaver Disc Priest kind of making a comeback because Disc Priests are on strike now and they say, we want to do damage too. We don't want to play this Oracle support spec anymore. But they're probably still going to play Oracle support spec because Oracle support spec hasn't been nerfed enough. Will it get nerfed again? I hope so, because it really makes people significantly lazy. The problem with Oracle Disc Priest, when I talk about this spec, is that you can't play other healers when Oracle exists because Oracle has a permanent external. And again, I want to put this in perspective for the people listening who don't play this healer and don't play other healers. Let me explain something to you. Do you know what an external is in World of Warcraft? An external is your oh shit button as a healer that gives one person in your party a gigantic DR. So Dispriest traditionally has had pain suppression. Or your Mistweaver has Cocoon, which is what we talked about earlier. Oracle Dispriest has that, and normally these things are about a 1 minute cooldown. You cannot use them that often. You have Blessing of Sacrifice or Lay on Hands. You have Guardian Spirit. You have etc. etc. Okay, Dispriest Oracle right now, that the value of a single shield, which is effectively spammable, okay, with a few interactions, is the same value as that external, which most classes can only do on a 1 minute cooldown. You see where the brain is going here? Most classes can do what Oracle can do on a 1 minute cooldown. This spec can just pump them out. It is ridiculous. To the degree where healers, I've actually almost never seen this before, by the way. Okay, you also still have 2 charges of pain sub, correct. But I've almost never seen this where healers are so willing for an entire season to drop damage. Like, I saw a few Oracles still wanting to play something like Bursting Light Shard last season because they were like, I'm so sad, I do 200k. But still, everyone played it. I've actually very rarely seen somebody willing to just do that gameplay, which is kind of degenerate and less fun for you, because it's so good. And they haven't nerfed it. I assume they will nerf it, but if they don't nerf it, Oracle is still Oracle. And if you really want, in the same specialization, okay, you can just swap hero talents and play Voidweaver. And that is pretty interesting. You could just swap Voidweaver if you want more damage and still be able to heal as a Dispriest. It still has Dispriest problems. There are a few things that it could, struggle to heal, but ultimately, Oracle is Oracle, and Dispriest is Dispriest, okay? You have 2 hero talent specializations. That's pretty cool. Okay, that's Oracle. I really don't need to explain this anymore. You have you have stamina buff for your group if Shadow Priest is not played, which traditionally it isn't, although it is actually quite good this season. All right, spoiler alert. So you have Priest buff, you have Priest utility. Okay, Priest doesn't really have utility, I'm not going to lie. You don't even have a kick. Oracle was still meta the last season. You don't have a kick. You have 1 AoE stop, and it's barely a stop at that. You have no utility. It just makes you feel so safe that you play it, okay? That hasn't been nerfed. You're still going to have that same interaction. The other meta healer for S tier is considered Resto Druid right now. Resto Druid, PI is not utility. PI is a DPS. That's like part of the reason why you still do damage, okay? PI, fine, PI. I'll give them that. They have PI. All right. Mind Soothe. Mind Soothe is used in like 1 pull, like 2 pulls this season. All right. Okay. So Dispriest is still Dispriest, has all the same benefits and problems that it had before. Okay. Yeah, Master Spell actually pretty good this season, but we'll go over that in a second. Okay. Right. Not enough. Like, the Priest utility still lands whole. Nobody argued with this. Everybody was like, yep, that makes sense. Holy Priest is all the way down here. So Dispriest, they have the same utility. If you're talking about the utility of Priest, these two have exactly the same utility. They're the same spec, but they're so different. They're the same class, but they're so vastly different that you know one of them is here and one of them is here. So don't talk to me about Priest utility. Okay. Resto Druid. Resto Druid is inherently buffed right now. There is a problem with Resto Druid being considered the S+ cheesecake tier. Number 1, it's overtuned. If it's not overtuned, it struggles. Resto Druid is notoriously only meta when it is actually overtuned and can do just ridiculous levels of HPS. Right now it is. They nerf the tier 1, and they won't actually nerf the tier. They nerfed the tier once, and it was not enough. It still is just as good. If they nerf it again, this spec drops precipitously. It actually doesn't bring a lot to keys. It has a relatively weak external. Barkskin is relatively not... So Barkskin is not the best external in the game. It really isn't. It's fairly weak, especially... It's doable, but you would rather have Pain Sup in almost every scenario. It's okay. It has this spec is good because it has infinite HPS. My main issue with Resto Druid is that in pugs, you have to accept the fact that you can't be in cat form for most pugs because you are still a ramp healer. The way that Resto Druid healing works is that you need to prepare for damage. If you have not prepared for damage, you cannot heal damage. This is a big problem. If you cannot prepare for the damage, you can't heal the damage. Any healer that is a ramp healer struggles in uncoordinated pugs. When there's casts going off left and right, if you think you're going to be in cat form in a lot of these pug keys, you're wrong. You're not going to be in cap form for a lot of these pug keys. You are going to struggle, okay? That being said, healer damage, you provide Mark of the Wild. Mark of the Wild, if you do the math, 3% verse for your group if you are the only druid in your group, is straight up something like, depends on how exactly much damage we're doing this season. It might be something like 600, 700k by existing. So let's say that you do 200k overall healer DPS. Your Mark of the Wild, you are actually doing 800k in the dungeon. It is insane how much that actually does. It might be something more like 500, 600k, but it's a lot. Just by you existing and pressing your group buff, you are providing a lot of value to your group. You do technically have a kick, although it is harder for you to use your kick because it is a charge into melee range and it shifts you into cat form, so you will interrupt your healing slightly. You have very good single target prio damage if you're able to do damage. The main issue with Wrestler Druid, of course, damage, is that you have to choose to do damage or healing. Currently, the way it's played, you are playing Wildstalker. You are not playing, Keeper of the Grove. And I actually cooked up a build last season. I was able to do 17s, although I admit that it was flawed, which was a Boomy Weaving Keeper of the Grove Wrestler Druid tree. It was fun to play. I could technically heal while doing damage, which was awesome, but realistically speaking, it wasn't quite there. So, in terms of healing output, it is insane right now. It can do ridiculous levels of HPS by just spamming its buttons faster. You don't really need to prep that hard. We're talking basically like if you just double life bloom the right targets, you're in F-low, you have a few hots out, you'll be able to put out some ridiculous HPS. So it's not like it requires some of the prep that it used to, which is a little bit more complicated. There are a few interactions, but I think that this is a pretty friendly pug healer. If you just have a Resto Druid who's in human form, just going boop, 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 hots, healing, they'll be able to do relatively infinite healing. And I think that that is a big plus for the Resto Druid is I just want a healer in my plus 15 that isn't going to let me die. Like, I just want a healer. Like, I don't need to prevent one-shots as much as I need to just have healing all the time. It's a mobile healer. This one struggles to heal on high movement. Second boss Arakara, first boss Arakara, etc. This one can be healing in those high movement scenarios by just prepping accordingly. It might struggle a tiny bit, but has a lot of options on the move. Very helpful. You have like the second boss of Dawnbreaker, which is going to kill a lot of pugs. First boss Arakara, second boss Dawnbreaker, second boss Arakara. These are going to end many, many pug groups because your healer is actually asked to put out very strong HPS. In particular, let's say first boss Arakara, and the second boss of Dawnbreaker. Even the first boss of Dawnbreaker now, actually. I saw a few deaths to PTR just from healer not being able to do healing. So I think that this is all important to consider. In terms of ease of access, this healer probably has these two have the easiest time. They also provide incredible group buffs. So Resto Druid is looking very pretty. If they nerf its output, it immediately drops down several tiers. So this is to be determined, okay? To be determined. Great questions. I'll answer them another time because, like I said, I'm direct clipping this. I don't know how long I've already been on for, but these are important points. If you're watching a meta tier list video, I imagine you're trying to learn about the state of the game so that you know what to invest in. I think that any class up here is a good thing to invest in, although I will admit Prez has these two healers in particular have a very bad community perception. So if you want to play a healer and you're like, well, look, I don't need to be the meta healer, but I just want to get invited. I don't want to be a holy priest. I don't want to be a holy paladin. Don't play this. Your options are basically Resto Shaman, Resto Druid, or Discipline Priest. And I'll say the same for tanks. If you want to just tank, you can technically play everything. But if you want to have an easy time getting invited to groups and have high community perception, play a Prot Warrior or a VDH. Brewmaster might be weird. There might be some weird Brewmasters who skew the community perception down, okay? If you ask questions, I won't be able to respond entirely because I'm just going to direct clip this to YouTube. But keep in mind that community perception is big. In terms of the actual perception list, these go down. These are the 3 healers that you can play, and these are the 2 tanks that you should play, okay? You will have a hard time pugging with these specs down here. That's why I'm making the list. Now, we move on. We finish the healers. We finish the tanks. Interesting, okay? Yeah, this is going to have a tough community perception. Bear is going to have a tough one. It's going to be very tanky, and I do think it'll live. Like, Bear will live better than... Bear will live here. No, Cambo. Prez Evoker does... You can actually casually have 2 million overalls and you don't even need crazy gear to do it. It just does community perception on the actual details meters. Prez is going to do more damage than any healer by far on the details meters. Now, if you log it and you don't consider the actual group spec, yeah, this is going to do more damage than anyone. It's awesome. It's very cool, and it's not that hard to do. Anyways, moving on. DPS, we're going to start down here, and we're going to go up here. The very first thing I'm actually going to put is needs more testing, okay? We're going to rank a spec first. Needs more testing. I have not seen this spec a single time on PTR, which is pretty surprising, because at this point on PTR, I've actually played with every single spec on this list, except one. I just haven't found it. I don't know where it is. I haven't played with a single outlaw rogue. Where are the rogues on PTR? I've played with a few rogues. Not going to lie, all of them are disappointing. That's a bit of a spoiler, but I haven't played with a single outlaw rogue. I do not know how to rate this spec. I have no idea the interactions with rogue. Rogue is one of the only specs that I myself have never actually played. I know that outlaw is target capped. Okay, I know that outlaw is target capped. I know that it has some fundamental issues, but the truth is that right now on live, if you have a good outlaw rogue, they will actually beat every one of your DPS. The main issue with outlaw rogue is actually pretty simple, which is not even the target capping of it. It's that it doesn't have a group buff. Atrophic poison barely counts as a group buff, okay? Atrophic poison barely counts as a group buff. It has fair utility, and it is fairly tanky. Outlaw in particular is very tanky, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was a very strong spec, but I don't know where to rate it because I haven't seen its damage at all. All of these overalls, by the way, I've linked so many of them in the actual Discord, where it's just under Season 3 class discussions. I've taken the overalls and just shown you. I'll be like, look, as a tank, this is what I did. As a tank here, I healed that tank. This is what they did. This is what this spec does. This is what this does. And you can just see, I'm like, this is a monk. He did this. He was bugged. This is a hunter. I have all those things in the Discord, okay, which anybody can find. And I'll keep doing that over the course of PTR so that instead of just taking my word for it, you could be like, oh, because, for example, in the very last key we did, there was an S tier spec in there, except for the fact that they did quite low damage. Yeah. So just saying, all right, just saying, they were the lowest DPS in that group. So just because you're a DPS player and an S tier spec doesn't mean you're actually going to do giga damn. You still have to play the game and play it well. Anyways. Outlaw Rogue, I actually don't know how to test this. Now, let's just keep going with the other two Rogue specs. Subtlety Rogue. The spec is soup. Subtlety Rogue is not good. I have played with 2 on the PTR, which technically doesn't give me a crazy amount of understanding about this spec. It's pretty hard to find Subtlety Rogues. The main thing about Subtlety Rogue is there's no reason to play it. You'll find that anything that's in the soup category, the problem with it is why would you play it? It has no niche. It doesn't have very high burst potential compared to other specs, okay? Subtlety spec, yeah, Subtlety Rogue is a rogue. Indeed. Subtlety is one of 3 rogue specs in World of Warcraft, okay? It's one of 3 rogue specs in World of Warcraft. It doesn't have a lot going for it. It's not as tanky as the other ones. It has some burst potential, but comparatively to other specs, it's just not that good. It doesn't have anything that it brings aside from assassination or outlaw. Its damage profile, it's not like it has the most consistent damage, and it's not like it has the most bursty damage. It doesn't have the most funneled damage. It doesn't have the most prio damage. It doesn't have the most single target damage by far. It's just, you're playing a pure DPS spec. Rogue has 3 DPS specializations. There's no reason why you would play Subtlety unless you're bored. So Subtlety is soup because it doesn't provide anything to the group. Now, Assassination. I'm not 1,000% sure how to rate Assassination Rogue. Also, where is Assassination Rogue? Wait, do I not even have Assassination Rogue? Did they just forget that it existed? Yo, can anybody see Assassination Rogue on here? Why can't I see it? Oh, thank God. Sorry. My bad. You're right. Oh. All right. I'm a little tired. You're welcome. Thank you. With respect. Thank you. I don't know why. I didn't actually notice that. Okay. Assassination Rogue. every assassination rogue that I have played, every single assassination rogue that I have played with is not great. I don't know if that is, I'm not going to read to it from here. I don't know if that is really the state of the spec. But Rogue lives or dies off of its ability to do damage. It does not have a group buff. It is not the tankiest melee spec that you can play. It is a melee spec. It has a good amount of group control, but not technically. You could be playing a DK instead of a Rogue, and there's a good argument of what DK can provide instead of Rogue. Rogue lives or dies off its damage. And I have not seen them do that much damage. Every single one of them that I've played with is doing subpar DPS. I want to rate one rogue spec higher. Very realistically, it's Outlaw, probably, but I haven't played with an Outlaw. I have not been impressed with a single assassination rogue. Their single target is not the highest. Their AoE burst is not the highest. They're not as tanky as the other rogue specs. What do they bring? Why would you play one? Well, we want Shroud. Okay, but you can also Invispod at that point. There are many other melee DPS specializations which I feel provide more. Their funnel damage is interesting to me, but I'm telling you that the overalls I have seen from... I've played with, what, 7 or 8 assassination rogues. This is not a pool of 2. This one's a pool of 2, I will say. This one's a pool of 2. This one, it's possible they're playing poorly. It's possible they're not playing the right build. I don't know. Possibly this needs more testing, because I'm imagining one rogue spec has to be pretty good. They're doing like millions DPS lower. So you can say, well, they have good prio. It's like, but if you're doing millions of DPS millions of DPS lower, then what's the point of playing it? You're actually like, this is the whole thing when they say, okay, you know how Arcane Mage is good funnel? You know how Arcane Mage does good prio damage? In an average Pug 15 key on live right now, your Arcane Mage is doing less damage to your funnel target than literally almost any other spec in the game because they've inted their rotation. Because Arcane Mage is apparently hard to play. And you doubt me. You're like, hold up, wait a second. No, Arcane Mage has the best single target funnel in the game. Bro, I did a 17 Priory on live just the other day on my prot pally. It was an alt key. I logged on my prot pally. I was like, I'll just get the 17 real fast, right? I was kind of prepping him for this season. Because I like prot pally and he's fun to play. I had a mage on the very first pull. I was like, why is the guard captain living so long? I did the first pull of Priory and Suleiman was not dying. I was like, that's so weird. And I checked details. And my dude full sent his cooldowns into a footman. It's like, hold up. You're not doing good funnel prio damage if you're not even playing your spec correctly. So Assassination Rogue, it has an easier time than Arcane Mage, but at the same time, if you're doing millions of DPS lower, then you don't have good funnel damage. It doesn't matter if your profile fits that. If you're like way down here on the meters, then your rep pally is going to do more just hitting Divine Storm. So I don't think this is a very good spec right now. I'm pretty sure Outlaw is going to be the best rogue spec. I just need to test it. I haven't seen it yet. Okay, moving on. We're starting from the bottom, and then we're going up to the top, which means that the very next melee specialization that I will talk about is Warrior, okay? Warrior is next. Fury Warrior and Arms Warrior. I got to play with the second ranked warrior in the world. If you look at Raider.io right now and you go to the world ranked warriors, I got to play with the second ranked warrior in the world in an Arakara, as well as a few others. Would you like to know how many millions of DPS he was lower in that key than the second DPS in that key? I was shooketh. I was shooketh. He was quite a bit lower. If that is what one of the best warriors in the world can do in that particular... Now, maybe he could be testing a build. Maybe he could be testing something, very possibly. But I've seen many other Fury warriors. I did a 14 Priory at the start of this PTR week, this last one, and we timed it. I was on my bear, and we timed it, okay? We timed it. My Fury Warrior had 6.95 mil overall, and I had 2 other DPS with 8.5 plus. So he was about 1.5 million lower. Not that low. To be honest, that's pretty decent because he's providing a warrior buff which buffed at least one of those specializations. So actually, that was fairly decent. That was like an alright thing in Priory. So he did alright, but still quite a bit lower. Fury Warrior is not soup. No DPS warrior is in soup because they actually provide a group buff. And so even if they're doing 2 million DPS lower, if they provide 5% attack power, I actually think they are not the worst spec. If you were to tell me you can play with a Subtlety Rogue or a Fury Warrior, I would rather play with Fury Warrior. They at least provide a group buff. They're going to be not highest on the overall. They don't have a ton of utility, but they do still have a few things, right? You still have a few buttons that you can press, just like Rogue has some buttons. I'd say Fury Warrior is C tier. I don't think it's D tier. I don't think it's soup. I think it's C. The issue with Fury Warrior, and sorry, one of the advantages of it is that it has very consistent damage. So you know that in a lower key environment, Fury Warrior does a little bit better because it actually will be pretty good in terms of just having damage almost all the time. It is kind of cooldown dependent, but not as much as some other melee specializations. Great, that's Fury Warrior. Arms Warrior, for all the same logic, is uncapped. Every Arms Warrior I've played with is also pretty low, and I'm not going to lie, in terms of just pure numbers in a key, I really feel like Arms is... I got to put something in B tier. My problem is that B tier is like a solid spec, so maybe Arms is here right now. Arms is either C or B. It's like high C maybe. It's like high C. I have not been impressed with Warrior DPS. I feel like both of them could get... If both Warrior DPS got a 10% buff right now, you would actually be fine. Like, if they announced on the next tuning, they were like, Fury Warrior and Arms Warrior, all abilities buffed by 10%, neither of them would be up here. I'm telling you, they're that far behind. Actually, at this point, if they were that far behind, they would actually just be here like this. They would move up 1 or 2. They wouldn't even be here. 10% is a lot for DPS. That's how far these are behind. If a DPS is in C tier, it's actually just straight up 10. It's more than 10% behind these ones. That's how far they are. This has an entire outlier. One of the issues, right, is that this on PTR right now, there are some specs that are doing 10 million DPS overall, and there are some specs that are doing 5 million DPS overall. So it's like, huh. And then I think about at least the single target or the damage profiles as we talk about each one. I'm not going to make it this like completely crazy for each DPS. I won't go into it too much. I personally don't really play DPS Warrior that much. But I do think, yeah, of course it could be a skill issue, but I've been playing PTR for like 7-8 hours a day, okay? So it's not about whether it's the highest in the world or the lowest in the world. I'm playing with the average. Now, granted, people on PTR are not quite average because a lot of them are actually quite good. You tend to find some pretty good players on PTR because who else would be testing PTR except for people who want to know and get an advantage, right? Okay, so I don't have the best sample size on PTR, but if you are watching this video, you're probably not a plus 20 title range key pusher. You're probably somebody who just wants to know, hey, look, I don't want to sit in Dornegal next season. I just want to play a spec that is good. I want to know how my spec feels. I want to know, am I going to have a hard time pugging? Do I need to start adding people to my friends list? Do I need to start, I was going to say some stuff that might get me banned, so I'm not going to say that. But basically, how much makeup do I need to put on, and what do I need to do in order to get into keys next season, etc., etc., etc. The truth is, don't wear makeup. Just wear fox ears. Trust me, this is a way better accessory than any makeup you could ever put on. Eyeshadow is cool. This is cooler. Trust me. Anyways, besides that. Okay, so both DPS warrior specializations are warrior DPS. If they were buffed by 10%, they would still be here. Next, in terms of these specializations, here we go. All right. Affliction Warlock goes into the C tier as well. Affliction Warlock goes into the C tier. Here's why. There are 3 Warlock specializations. All of them are Warlocks, and all of them provide damage to the group. Affliction Warlock provides currently the worst damage of all 3, and it has the worst type of damage of all 3. It has some strict requirements to play around Vile Taint. They gave Shadow double Shadow Crash, but they didn't give Affliction double Vile Taint. The way that Affliction deals damage is ramp based. So if there is a fish stick that spawns in the first pull of Gambit, Affliction cannot do a lot of damage to it because it cannot swap. It doesn't have swappable damage. This was a gigantic problem in Dragonflight when there was a lot of totems, like the last boss of Vortex Pinnacle. You had Brackenhide Hollow. You had a few things where ads needed to die, and man, was Affliction bad at that. Bromac in the Ultimon. There's a lot of situations like that. Now, this upcoming season doesn't have a ton of totems, which is good for Affliction and good for some specs that can't swap, okay? But, all right, but, here. So, Affliction of all three Warlock specializations could use a little bit of a quality of life increase. If they at least gave it 2 charges of Vile Taint, it would move it to maybe here. Its damage is not bad. The Affliction Warlocks that I've played with currently do more damage than a Warrior, but not enough, because a Warrior still provides that necessary group buff. You're playing a Brewmaster Monk, you're playing a Hunter, you're playing a this, you're going to want a Warrior. A Warrior will provide a lot of damage for free just by their group buff. So in terms of making comps and stuff like that, Affliction Warlock just doesn't have a place. It doesn't have a niche. It doesn't do the highest single target. It has pretty good AoE, but not like the best AoE. So here's my placing for Affliction. Next, of the 2 other Warlock specs, we have Destro. Destro actually goes into B. I've played with a few. Their numbers are decent. They have the idea of uncapped AoE, so they're going to be doing fairly well. I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if after a little bit of tuning or when the season goes live, these 2 were swapped. I actually wouldn't be surprised, because although Destro is Destro, they live and die by tuning. If their AoE is like kind of nerfed a little bit, or they don't have the right numbers, then this actually is a ramp-based spec that does better in higher keys, but this could be down here. For your weekly 12, this is probably not a great spec. It's relatively simple and straightforward to play, but it does have some issues. There's a lot of mass AoE this season, and you still have the idea of Infernal and whatnot. So this is still a Warlock spec. It is one of 3 Warlock specs. It does have a relative niche in very powerful AoE cooldowns. Affliction also kind of has that, though. The way that it deals damage, this one's a little easier to play. I wouldn't be surprised if this one was a little bit... These tiers could be slightly swapped. But anyways, this is this. Now, Warlock players rejoice because there is a Warlock specialization that is doing pretty good damage. And when I say pretty good damage, I mean now we're starting to get into that 9-10 mil overall territory. Demo Warlock is currently pretty well tuned. A tier. This is actually a very strong DPS. Fairly hard to play, in my opinion. There's a little bit of nuance to how to do this rotation, but their single target is very good right now. Very strong single target, very strong AoE, consistent damage, which is big. This relies on cooldowns, that relies on cooldowns. This, very consistent damage. Yes, it's got cooldowns, but very, like, pack to pack, you can have quite good damage. And this is also a very fun Warlock spec to play, personally speaking. That's subjective, though. Objectively, in my testing, this will compete for top damage on some pulls, yeah? This will literally compete for top damage. And when I say, I mean, it will literally, like, on some bosses, depending on the type of boss, depending on whatever, you will actually see a demo Warlock be, like, #1 on details. That's pretty solid because, like I said, no group buff aside from Warlock stuff, which is still Warlock stuff. Gateways this season, I haven't seen I'm trying to think if I've seen any gateways in particular that are like super impactful. Not really, to be honest, in terms of Warlock utility, but Hellstones are nice. Warlock is good. Fairly tanky, good damage, etc., etc. I don't think it can be an S tier. It cannot be an S tier. It can be an A tier though. Good specialization right now, okay? Cannot be an S tier because it does not provide a group buff and isn't like... Its damage would have to be 1,000,000 overall higher than other things, if not this. Okay, that's Warlock. On to the next one. We're going to go over to... Let's rate the Evoker specs. This one's pretty easy. AUG is down here in C. It's okay. It actually... Their tier set is pretty cool. It does a lot of damage. It's still AUG. I would be curious to know what would happen if you played AUG with the 2 S-tier DPS specializations in a very coordinated group. Probably not worth it. It's still AUG. Doesn't actually give the damaging group buff. Doesn't have anything that the group really needs. AUG has good CC. It's still AUG. Honestly, It's not soup, surprisingly. Like, I don't... Okay, in most... Okay, actually, in high keys, it's C. In not high keys, it's soup. It's actually terrible. If you play this in an average pug where you don't know if your DPS are good or not, this is soup for sure. Og is, yeah, still kind of dead. I'm kind of glad they can keep it like this. Nobody's complaining about this. Moving on to Dev. Dev is C tier. Honestly, I would almost put it B, but its damage is just... Okay, let me put it this way. The last Dev Evoker I played with, it was a Dawnbreaker. It was a Dawnbreaker key. We had a Dev Evoker, a Fury Warrior, and a Frost EK. Pretty sure, if I remember this correctly. The Frost EK had something like 7 million plus overall DPS, right? Not bad. 7 million plus, pretty good. My Dev Evoker had 4.7, and my Fury Warrior had... It was an Arms Warrior. It wasn't a Fury Warrior. It was an Arms Warrior. Had like 4.3. You see the difference? One of them is doing almost twice the damage of the other. So you have a DPS specialization, which is here, and a DPS specialization, which is here. If this one does not provide a group buff or something that you really want in your group, what are you bringing it for? Dev is actually pretty tanky, does provide Zephyr, which is a giant, any DPS that can provide a mass barrier type cooldown, pretty helpful. So Zephyr, Rescue, and the fact that a Flame Shaper Dev can provide Renewing Blaze on your tank or somebody, pretty helpful. So Dev has niche utility. I don't think it's the low C tier. I think it's high C tier, to be fair. I actually think the spec is okay, but the damage numbers have to be so high for this to be competitive. Overall damage has to be matching, if not slightly above, other specializations for it to be actually meta. That's the thing with Dev Evoker. You gotta understand, if something like Dev or Aflock, if they don't provide a damaging group buff, their utility in high keys, it has to just do ridiculous damage. If you think about the last time that Destrolock was actually meta, it's because it was doing so much damage that no other spec compared. Okay, so those are the Evoker specs. Let's move on. We got to get through this list. I think I'm rambling just a little bit. We're going to save the best classes. We're going bottom to top. So bottom to top here, Ret Pally. The spec might be bugged. It's in C tier. The only reason I put it in B tier is because it's a very good pug specialization, but basically it's C tier. It's not, its damage is just not there right now. I've heard that it might be bugged. I myself have not played it, but I've seen many other people play it. Many people play it. Its damage is not there. It's not that good. It's just not that good, man. Like, I can't put it in S tier so you can screenshot it because it's just not there. The only saving grace for Ret Pally is the fact that Arakara is in the dungeon pool, and Pally utility is so busted in that key that literally every Pally spec moves up a tier just for Arakara alone. But aside from Arakara, it's not there right now. Is it a fine specialization? Yes. But every single time I play with it, I'm like, dude, there was one guy who was complaining, and he was like, oh, I'm doing the same damage as I do in Season 2. I'm like, yeah, you are. Like, with respect, like, the damage numbers are just not quite there, okay? It's not soup, though. Ret Pally, in a pug environment, both Ret Pally and Fury Warrior, in my opinion, but particularly Ret Pally in a pug, this is one of the best pug specializations. I highly recommend that you caveat this position here. I'm going to put it up here. You caveat this position. If you are doing a 15 or a 12, you should invite a Ret Pally. They're one of the best specs for that. They have very good, consistent damage, and it's pretty hard for them to be very bad. You gotta understand that you want specs that cannot be very bad, because you can expect your average pug player to be very bad, and at least they'll have a bubble that they'll press after they get rezzed, after they die without pressing it. But at least they have it, right? Okay, moving on. Next spec that goes here, there's actually not too many more. I'm kind of saving the best ones for last. Most of the ones actually that are left are going to be up here, by the way. most of the things that are going to be up here. With respect, and you know, just so you know, that's not a rude thing to say. Do you know why that's not a rude thing to say? Because all of y'all are thinking of somebody right now and you're like, yeah, I was in a pug earlier and that person was terrible. Keep in mind, somebody's thinking that about you. We are all bad pug players occasionally. Everybody makes mistakes. It's okay. Don't flame them. I'm just saying that instead of flaming people, we've all been that guy, but somebody is thinking of you right now, just like you're thinking of somebody, okay? All right, moving on. Most of the specs are above here, so let's do our last C tier spec. There is one more spec that is in C tier right now. There's only one more, and I do caveat this one. I'm very curious. The first week that I played PTR in Ecodome Aldani, there was a single specialization. There was a single specialization that was bugged, and it was doing too much damage. They since fixed the bug, and I'm kind of curious because I've seen it a few times since. It is doing fair damage, but his group buff just got buffed to 8%. And there's something very interesting about Monk. I think it's either C tier, like high C tier, or if you need a monk buff, it is B or A. Because if you play right now, you're going to see a pattern here up in these top specs. There's going to be two comps that form. One of them involves Prot Warrior and a Resto Druid. You play Prot Warrior and Resto Druid or Resto Shaman. And here we go. Interestingly enough, there's going to be something. You'll have a Warrior buff. You'll have a Resto Druid, both of which are physical damage. If you combine that with two other DPS specs, which we have not talked about yet, which are physical damage, you need a monk. Because I don't think that Mistweaver is powerful enough to be played up here. Like, I don't think you would play a Mistweaver over a Resto Druid. And you're going to want 8% physical damage is absolutely insane. That's an insane... They buffed Mystic Touch. If you're playing a comp that is mostly fizz damage, which are very few specs in the game, but do exist... Oh, you might actually play Windwalker. The Windwalker will be like the support spec, okay? 8% is wild for a spec like this. By that alone, this will go up and up, very potentially. But in my testing, I will say that Windwalker does not have the highest single target. It's okay, but it does not have the highest overall either. It is still a target cap spec. That is not the end of the world. It will feel very bad in the first area of Gambit, but actually Windwalker is surprisingly good at staying alive in a key. You've got Karma, you've got Fort Brew, you've got a bunch of options. You have a lot of really good buttons as defensives. You're pretty tanky, not the tankiest necessarily, not by far, but you're not exactly the squishiest DPS. You have pretty good damage, okay? So realistically, one of the reasons is because you have two comps that are forming right now. Realistically, you have a Fizz comp with a Brewmaster Monk, and then Warrior Stonks go up a little bit. But in my testing, Windwalker is doing more damage than Warriors. I will say, Windwalker is doing more damage than Warriors right now. And you have a comp that might play Prot Warrior, and maybe you want a Mistweaver or a Windwalker. I could also, by the way, see a comp that uses none of these, but we'll talk about that in a second. Afterwards, I'll make a few predictions of what I think. Okay, let's keep going. Windwalker, very high C tier, honestly. Could be B tier, could be B. I'd be willing to put it in B. I've actually seen fairly decent damage from a Windwalker. It's target cap, so when I do big pulls as a tank, I have seen it. I have not played it myself, so I cannot tell you, they were playing a weird talent. I've actually seen Windwalkers play both Shadowpan and I've seen them play both, right? I've seen them play both hero talent trees. I don't know which is best. It's possible I'm wrong about a few of these things in C tier, but let's keep going. Okay, Feral Druid, B tier, low B tier. Damage, not quite there, but is Druid. Feral Druid does not have damage to put it in A or S, but it is Druid. So if you need a Druid buff, it provides Druid buff. It is good enough. The damage is still kind of there for it to be B tier. I will say that if I put this in B tier, I feel like I should put this. The only thing is that Feral is not technically target capped, does have some fairly good profiles of damage in terms of it has a little bit of funnel through Apex Predator, etc., etc. No need to talk about this too much more than that, though. It also has an ability called Nature's Vigil, which is a bit of off-healing for your group. Very underrated, by the way. Very underrated that Feral Druid has Nature's Vigil. It actually can carry a lot of AoE pulls because you provide a ton of healing through that ability. It's kind of like the old Shadow Priest Vampiric Embrace. Like, it's fairly decent, okay? It's actually, like, it's really good. Just saying that this is, like, underrated piece of utility for Feral Druid is that, like, you go into the... Think about having a Feral Druid in the quad Paladin pull, the 5 Paladin pull after the first boss in Priory. A Feral Druid Nature's Vigil well-timed can do a lot of healing on a pull like that. Or a Blood Warper pull in Floodgate, which does still exist, one of them. So, just saying, Feral Druid, fairly decent, pretty tanky, has bear form, survival instincts, free regrowth, etc., etc. Pretty tanky. Okay, moving on to the other specs. Pretty much everything here I'm looking... yes, this one. The worst of the mage specializations, but still a mage specialization. You can't rate mage any lower than B. It's impossible for mage to be any lower. I will say that borderline, I'd be willing to put Frost actually and needs more testing because I've only played with a single Frost mage and I'm not 1,000% certain about their damage output. So I would be willing to put it here, but I'm also pretty comfortable with a B tier because the other 2 mage specializations are better. So I'd be willing to keep it here. Mage is mage. Instead of talking about specifically Frost Mage, its damage is slightly lower than the other mage specs. That's why it's here. You will notice that none of the mage specs are here, because if you want a safe DPS to play every single season for the rest of your WoW career, you can just play mage. Congratulations. Mage is mage. Okay, moving on. In terms of the other mage specializations, Fire is interesting to me. I'm going to put it in A. I think that Fire is kind of back. Honestly, I've seen a few Fire Mages do very good damage. Has the same problem it had before. Same problem as Destrolock, which is just the higher the key level goes, the better you'll get at Fire Mage, because the longer that your main target lives, the more damage you do. But actually, Fire Mage, it's got everything, including a Cauterize. Cheat Death, very nice. Arcane Mage. Okay, hold up. Before we rate Arcane Mage, it might be the first specialization in S+. But I'm not gonna... Okay, we'll just send it, okay? We'll just send it at this point. Arcane Mage is the other mage specialization. It is either incredibly high A or S tier. It still does everything Arcane Mage does. It wasn't nerfed. It is still Arcane Mage. But this is a skill cap spec, okay? Here we go. Well... You're going to talk about the rest of... You're going to talk about Shaman buff in a second, because we can do Shaman next. Let me quickly rate Demon Hunter before I do Shaman, though, okay? Arcane is broken still. It's not going to get... Yeah, the thing is that it's mid in raid, exactly. So with the patch notes today, you saw that Arcane Mage mostly got buffed, and you're like, why did Arcane Mage get buffed? It's because they tune around raid, they don't tune around M+. So its damage profile in M+ is insane. I will show you what this is going to look like in a second. I would say that Arcane is S+, to be honest. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay? Boom. Next, Havoc. High A. High A right now. One of the best melee specializations and a way to get Chaos Brand. Havoc is very good right now. It was in the Priory that I did, and as well as a few other keys, the top overall details specialization. Actually, and that was without considering the group buff. It was just a straight up good spec. Does good funnel damage, does good single target, does good AoE at this point, and relatively tanky if you play it very well. You have to time abilities pretty well to play Havoc. The only problem with Havoc is that you cannot invite a Havoc to your weekly pug keys, because if you do, they will die to at least 3 ground effects in that key. And if I'm wrong about this, link it to me. Show me a log from an average key where your Havoc does not die to the extractors in Motherlode, does not die to a swirly and floodgate, does not die to something that they're not supposed to get hit by. Let me ask you a question. Show me proof that you can play a Havoc, okay? You can play a Havoc without somehow dashing into the thing you're not supposed to dash into. I want proof. I want proof, okay? I just haven't seen it happen. I won't. This is a joke. Havoc is actually looking very strong. I think it's the strongest it's looked in a while because VDH has been so superior. You haven't played it a lot this season, but I'm just saying that Havoc is actually really strong right now and pretty good. So with respect, Havoc is awesome. Very good damage profile, very solid. The Havoc is actually, I think, sitting in a very good spot. And the other thing is that I really think there's a comp without VDH. I don't think this is the S+++ tank anymore. So there's a comp I will show you with Havoc that could do really well. Okay, next, we have a few specializations left. You will notice that there's a few interesting ones here and a few that you have seen before. Let's rank Shaman. Ellie. This is cap. This might be cap, by the way. Okay, listen. Killing Spree was removed, by the way, Drake. Sorry to respond to this. You won't see the comment, but basically Drake said it's the same as the Killing Spree in Outlaw Rogue. Actually changed. Outlaw Rogue no longer teleports you, so they shouldn't die to it as much anymore. Okay. Ellie Shami. I have a fundamental issue with this spec. Yes, it got nerfed today. It does pretty good overall, but it is a 3-minute class. They can play 2-minute Ascendants with PI, but realistically, Ellie Shami is squishy, and I don't think it is actually deserving of A tier. I think it's B tier. It provides Shaman buff. It is a Shaman with Cap Totem, Thunderstorm, 12-second range kick, and a Shaman buff. And it does very, very, very good burst AoE when you need it. But it does kind of poor damage outside of its cooldowns. It is relatively hard to play around. If at any point you have to move during your cooldowns, you can lose a ton of damage. So if for some reason you're like, I'm going to hit this big Ascendance right now, and you have to somehow int that window of cooldowns with anything that happens, you are not doing much damage. Your overall will suffer. Your single target is not the best at the moment. I don't think Ellie, the hype around it is you kind of have to play it. Single target's pretty bad. I would actually be willing, if it wasn't a Shaman, I would put it in low B or even C potentially. It's got good damage right now overall. The main problem is that it is squishy. It doesn't have a specific, like I think there are better specs, but it's a Shaman. You got on like some of like the thing here, right? It's a Shaman. It's the Cap Totem, the Thunderstorm, the Poison Cleansing Totem for Arakar, which is pretty helpful on some of those pulls. It is the fact that you have that, it's just a Shaman. You have Sky Fury. The Shaman buff alone you're going to want that somewhere. I think Resto Shaman's actually pretty good. It's nothing special though. So maybe you'll play Ellie with a caster comp. Maybe not. I don't know. I think, however, there's a different Shaman spec that is currently doing better. I think there's a different Shaman spec that's doing better, and that's Enhance. I'm tempted to put Enhance in S+, but I will actually put it in A, and I will tell you why. Enhance goes in A. It goes in higher A tier, yeah? It goes in higher A like this. Enhance is a good specialization. It is probably, right now, the best way to get a Sky Fury buff if you're not playing Resto Shaman. But it is squishy. It has very good burst damage. It has very fair single target. But I still think its squishiness. We played Enhance when it was super good, when Prot Pally was meta. And Prot Pally could help carry the Enhance. But I could see a comp where you play Enhance with something like a Dispriest who can just carry it. Dispriest, for example, right now carries Boomy a lot. Boomies can do a lot more damage because they don't have to bear form every mechanic with a Dispriest who just shields them. It was Teddles who said recently that he did a Priory without a Dispriest, walked in and died to the first pull. He was like, so weird. This AoE went off, and then I got pot shot, and I didn't even know I could die to that. I'm like, that's what every pug dies to ever. That's the thing that kills you. Everybody knows the first pull of Priory, you can get pot shot on top of any of the Thunderclap or the Disrupting Shout if you take a Knight with you. Everybody knows that. But if you're playing with an Oracle Dispriest, they just go boop and you don't die. So I'm just saying, without the Aug and the Prot Pally, enhances, even if its damage is very competitive and you want Shaman buff, I see a world where you drop it because it's not worth bringing, but it's still a Shaman. and it still does very good damage. The damage of these two, if you had to tell me, would you rather have an Enhance or an Ellie for damage profile? I'd take Enhance. Okay. We only have a few specializations left. We're making our way through. Here we go. Boomy. Fuck this spec. With respect. With respect. Fuck. Why? Come on, man. Come on, man. With respect. I just listen. I'm allowed one or two of those in the video. Okay? I'm allowed one or two of those. That's the only time. I just want the meta to change. I just want there to be something different. I dream of a world out there on the horizon when we don't play the same specializations that we have played for the last 25 seasons of M+. Because of the way this spec is designed, it is very good for M+. But I don't like healing them because I'm not an Oracle Disc Priest. Because I'm not an Oracle Disc Priest. I don't like healing them. As a tank player, I don't like tanking with them. I don't like playing with them. They are starfalling and dotting when I'm walking through a pack. They are not bear forming the one very obvious AoE mechanic. They are not using any of their utility. And yet they're still an S+. Because they currently have the best funnel in all of M+. The only thing that I have going for Boomy right now is that most likely their tier set for Keeper of the Grove gets nerfed. And I have a special bone to pick with them because Guardian Druid was nerfed specifically because Boomy exists in Raid. Elune's Chosen was nerfed, and therefore Guardian was nerfed. They didn't revert the nerf for Guardian. They just put it in for Boomy, Elune's Chosen, and left it in for Guardian. This is the third time that's happened. I don't know if there's no Guardian Druid developer, but whenever they change something for Boomy, Elune's Chosen, they also end up nerfing Guardian. I don't like this spec. I don't think anybody really likes playing with a Boomy, with respect. I actually don't think that anyone likes playing with a Boomkin, but they are currently undeniably S+ tier. Their overall might actually be a little bit low, but they are a Druid, they provide Mark of the Wild, and they actually have amazing single target burst potential with their Dryad's Favor Keeper of the Grove tier set. That might get nerfed. If that gets nerfed, Boomy drops down one or two tiers. They can technically live the highest end one. They are actually amazingly tanky when played well and have the highest potential to live with bear form. They will live more than any other spec one-shot things like Zav in Theater of Pain, etc., etc. Quite good. You will want them. They have Poison Dispel as well. They might not press it because they're a Boomy, but they have Poison Dispel in Arcara, and also Curse Dispel in Dawnbreaker. Curse Dispel, by the way, relatively mandatory in Dawnbreaker now. You will want one Curse Dispel. You will struggle if you don't have a Curse Dispel in Dawnbreaker, at least one. Not quite as bad as Grim Batol, but still, you will struggle, so you are going to want a Curse Dispel that has to come from somewhere, okay? Yeah, you bring Mage or Boomy, or both, but that's fine. Okay, rest of the specs. Let's go. Let's rate DK. This needs more testing because it got buffed today. I have no idea how this currently plays. I have played with a few on PTR. They were adequate, but I don't know how they are doing right now. They got massively buffed today on the PTR notes, and I haven't seen one. I need to see Unholy more because I don't know how to rate it after the buffs today. Let's go with the other DK spec. Frost DK, S+ tier. Frost DK is S+. Frost DK is amazing. The changes they made to it, I know the Greater Frost community was not so happy with the initial change to Breath, and then it was like they were really happy with the first version, which was empowered, and then they were not happy with the next version, which wasn't, and then this, and then that, and then this. Dude, Frost DK has gotten more patch notes in the last 3 weeks than a Fury Warrior has gotten in the last 3 years. Frost DK has gotten more, and look how many blue posts have been about Frost DK, okay? Look how many Frost DK, look how much has gone. Look at, there's like this much every single WoW tuning. There's like DK, and it's just Frost DK changes, Frost DK changes, Frost DK changes. Oh, they're not happy. More Frost DK changes. Fury Warrior is like not even mentioned. I think Fury Warrior got nerfed in the last build. What the discrepancy between Blizzard's favorite classes and not are wildly on display with this S plus tier list, okay? Frosty K is very good right now. The only thing I will say about Frosty K is that I have noticed one thing. Actually, all three of these specs right here have an interesting dilemma to them. This one is the least amount. These two are very skill capped. Right now on live, Boomy should be, relatively speaking, top overall. They do a lot of damage, but they're skill capped. They shouldn't be because it's pretty straightforward to play. All three of the specs in here right now they will sometimes do very little damage. I have seen a few Frosty Ks with several million DPS less than other Frosty Ks. I don't know if they're trying new builds. I don't know if it's changed. But a lot of Frosty Ks here, I don't know exactly how skill capped it is because this is one of the few specializations that I have never actually played in World of Warcraft. So I know they're very good right now. I've played with it enough to know that they're just significantly very good. But they're DK. They don't have an offensive group buff, but they're DK. They have grips, for what it's worth. There are a few really good instances of this, Priory, etc., Arakara even, where you want a DK. They're very tanky. They're DK. Their damage is insane. Okay, you're probably wondering the last few specs here, okay? Right, the meta will not be the same because instead of Unholy, you have Frost. Because Frost is, by the way, Frost is doing so bad on live right now. Frost is basically unplayable. I can't believe you would play Frosty K on current live. Season 2 Frosty K really needed help. That is unbelievable cap. You just haven't seen a good Frosty K. I happen to know a good Frosty K. I happen to know 2 good Frosty Ks. And they are undeniably the top DPS in every single run that I've ever played with them. They are unbelievably good right now. They just were overshadowed by Unholy. Frosty K is in a great place right now. They are also in a great place next season. Good time to be a Frosty K. Okay, Frosty K stonks up. I don't mind this one because Frosty K was neglected like fucking Harry Potter under the staircase for so long that I'm okay with them having their time to shine. You know what I'm not okay with? Boomy and Arcane Mage. Can rip these two. A Mage does not deserve. Mage needs a season off. God, put Mage lower for once. Put this lower for once. But Frosty K, actually, you know what? Fair enough. Y'all were neglected for like a long time. Okay, cool. We have 4 specs left. Let's rank. I'm going to do Hunter last. So, Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest. Is S plus tier. This spec does insane single target damage right now. Okay? Insane single target damage. Absolutely amazing single target damage. It's overall also pretty good. But one of the reasons that this is so good is because of how it does damage. Okay? This is an amazing specialization on PTR, not on live. On live, it sucks. It's on live right now, it's terrible. But on PTR, it is amazing. You will actually see incredible overall DPS from a Shadow Priest, including single target. They will hit very high single target. It got nerfed originally, like early on in PTR, right at the start of Ecodome testing, and it was not enough. I do think this might get nerfed again because it is very good in Raid, which is a red flag. You don't want your Mythic Plus spec to be good in Raid. It's probably getting nerfed again. I think Shadow Priest is very good. Problems with Shadow Priest. It's actually fairly tanky if used correctly. You have to actively use DR, but you have pretty consistent DR through Fade, your Flash Shield DR, etc., etc. You have Vampiric Embrace, which is fairly good group utility in terms of AoE healing on a complicated, tough pull. But you don't have much else. You have PI, and you have Fort. Aside from that, you have a very long interrupt, and you don't have a ton of AoE CC. They did give you double Shadow Crash, so you're a little bit more flexible in how you do damage. But your damage is through Psychic Link, which was buffed again. I think Psychic Link is the most changed ability in World of Warcraft at this point. Okay? Pretty fluid spec. You actually play Dark Ascension now instead of the other one. A lot of these specs, one of the reasons this is good is because you have more 1-minute cooldowns instead of 2-minute burst. So pretty solid. I think Shadow Priest definitely deserves its time here. You'll see 3 DPS, 4 DPS at this point, 2 healers, 3 tanks. Not bad. My only problem is that when I finish this tier list, I will show you a problem with this and what's happening with PTR at the moment. Okay, 3 Hunter specs. Survival Hunter. Where do you think Survival Hunter is on this tier list? Give me your best bet. We have 3 right here. Soup? What does soup mean? As I wait for you to tell me. What is soup? Soup is bad. Soup sucks. Nobody likes soup. Soup is like the worst possible tier. I didn't want to copy directly because I remember one tier, Max was like, this is swamp ass. I was just like, you know what swamp ass is? Soup. They're like the same thing. Yeah, Survival Hunter is actually pretty good right now. It's an A tier. Survival Hunter actually very, very solid. Very solid spec. It is overshadowed by other things, so it's low A tier. The main issue with Survival Hunter is that even though it pumps, so do other things. And what does it bring? It provides Hunter's Mark, which is a joke. So it's good. It's relatively tanky, actually, quite tanky. It does do pretty decent single target, very good AoE. But the only problem with it is that it is overshadowed by other things. So I could understand this would be B. Yeah, Survival Hunter is very tanky. Oh, it's much tank. I would say Survival Hunter is tankier than Warlock. Warlock has Dark Pact and Unending Resolved, as well as their 1-minute Hellstone, which applies Soul Burn. You can Soul Burn it for max health. But otherwise, then they have passive Fell Armor and a little bit of extra stam. But they've been nerfed a lot. Survival Hunter has 2 charges Survival of the Fittest. Does Survival still have Fortitude of the Bear? They have Turtle. They have pretty passive, also a few % DR from this source, from that source. Survival Hunter is fairly tanky. You have a lot of ways to live mechanics, actually. Feign Death is good for Aura. Feign Death is also good for a lot of mechanics in Priory. There's a lot of things that Hunter can do. You just have to actively be tanky instead of passively be tanky. Like, one reason Warlock is tanky is because they always have a small shield on them for like 10% of their health, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas Hunter, if you don't press a button in advance, you will die. But technically, Hunter is actually quite tanky. It's not quite as tanky as Mage, but it's pretty decent, actually. You'd be surprised. Hunter is not... None of the Hunter specs are squishy. It's just an old reputation they used to have. They've been changed a lot, but all Hunter specializations are quite tanky, actually. Like, all of them are. You just need to be proactive with your tankiness, okay? Anyways, Survival, pretty decent right now, okay? You have 2 Hunter specs left. This may shock you. This may shock you. Both of them are very good right now. Hunter is in a very good spot. All 3 specs of Hunter are incredibly good on PTR. They do massive, massive damage. Okay? I don't think they're AA. I think... Marksman is the one thing I'm confused about. Beastmaster is S+. Beastmaster is like Giga S+ right now. Like, Beastmaster is... I'm going to explain why. Okay, let me explain why. Beastmaster is, I think, and I dare say this because I don't want it to get nerfed. I think it might be good for the game to have a spec like this. It's like the best DPS in the game, borderline, right now, give or take. And let me explain why I think this, because I have to caveat it. It's not that much better than a very good Mage or a very good Boomy or a very good Frosty K or a very good Shadow Priest. It's not that it does that much more, because also remember, no group buff. So if this and a Boomy are equal, the Boomy does way more damage. Here's the problem with BM. Here's the good thing about BM, rather. Its damage is so consistent. This is the best Pug specialization of all time. This and Rep Pally are the 2 best Pug specializations. Like, this one right here, if it's tuned this highly, which is just a tuning thing, they might nerf it a little bit. But even a 5% nerf would be fine. Even a 5% nerf, the spec would still be very good. It actually is fairly tanky. Has a lot of buttons. You got Fortitude of the Bear, double SI, double Survival Instincts, Turtle, Feign Death, etc. But it just does a lot of damage. It does so much damage, man. It does a lot of damage, and its damage is consistent, and it can be done while moving. Marksman has to plant and cast, and if they have to int their cooldown rotation, they will do less damage. There is no circumstance where you have to stop casting. You're like, okay, movement mechanic, gotta dodge, no problem. I'm doing my full rotation. This does not require any setup, does not require any sort of planting or pre-planning casts. This does, however. Marksman does. Marksman does a lot of damage, so I'm going to put it at the bottom of S. The issue is that it's a marksman hunter, and its niche is slightly overshadowed, although it does a lot of damage and it deserves to be here. There's a world where you wouldn't play this in favor of this because its niche is that its single target is a little low. It's overall very, but it's burst. But have you seen Beastmaster burst? Like, I don't think this burst is that much higher than this. The main advantage is that this bursts harder on a single prio target, whereas this is rarely just kind of pad AoE. Like, this does a big burst. This will do 40 mil on a first pull of Gambit. This does 40 mil, but this will do technically more damage to, let's say you pull the Giant in the first pull of Gambit. This will do more pull to the Giant, or the Shredinator in Floodgate, etc., the Guard Captain in the first pull of Priory, etc. So I see the niche of this. The main issue is just convenience. This is harder to play perfectly. This is easy to play perfectly. This is literally 4 buttons. I'm okay with a DPS specialization being very good that is good for the game. Because I think about it like this. In a very high key, people are probably going to be upset. When I finish this tier list, I'm also going to give you a few comp predictions, okay? So if you take the best players and they play these specs, I think this is the S plus tier category. And what's interesting is there are automatically 3 specs that you can see 3 different comps forming. That would be amazing. Currently this season, there are 2. There are 2 different specs, okay? So Marksman Burst can be fucked up by either the tank moving out of volley, or even if you just into button, like let's say you have to dodge a mechanic and you panic and you accidentally send that aim shot without trick shots up, like you've done a lot less damage. There's a little bit of a nuance, and you can easily mess this up. You can't really mess this up. This is good in every scenario, okay? This is good in every scenario. But let me tell you something. When we talk about physical comps, which spec up here does the most physical damage? There is a single answer to this question. Which DPS specialization in the S plus tier does the most physical damage? Correct. Which is how much damage? People will think Marksman. Marksman is a lot of magic damage. Both of their hero talents are Arcane and Shadow. This is magic damage. Now, granted, most of their base kit, I think 70% of their overall damage, 70, 80%, like quite a bit of their damage is still physical, so they'll benefit from a monk buff. But this right now, where most of its damage comes from bleeds and stampedes, are both physical. This is like 100% phys. So 8% for a Beastmaster Hunter is more than 8% for a Marksman Hunter, right? Yes. So if it is explosive shot is fire damage, I don't think it might even be 7. I know aim shot is physical damage, rapid fire is, volley is considered physical damage, so trick shots would be, you know what I mean? But I would say I think about 70% of their damage. I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that. It was fizz. I'm not exactly sure on that statistic, but you got to understand, even Frosty K, most of its damage is magic. So we have 2 potential comps that I can see right here. Okay, 2 comps. I will put them in the Discord. Find them in the Discord if you want. The Discord hasn't been linked this whole time. There. I'm going to make meta comp predictions. I don't want to make an ass out of myself. I'm not going to lie. Thank you for sticking around. I don't know how long this video will actually be. All of this is going on YouTube. Me talking about every single one of these is all going on YouTube. This is my first attempt at going over an actual tier list for a season. I've been playing WoW for a very long time. I am not the best WoW player. I am not a record 100% rank 1 crazy 21 key level title pusher that to that level. But I've played this game for a very long time, and I love World of Warcraft. All I want out of this is, at the very least, I want there to be a change up, because I don't like being bored. I don't like being bored in World of Warcraft, and I especially don't like wanting to play a spec and sit in Dornegal and not be able to play it. There is a world where, based on this information, even if I really liked Blood DK, if I also like a different tank that is higher up, I will play a different tank. If I love my Guardian Druid, but it just it got nerfed today, and on top of everything, and I'm just like, man, I really wish I could play it. There's a world where I play it. And there's also a world where I say, next season, I do want to push a little bit higher. I'm going to consider swapping to Warrior. the reason that this matters is not whether it's playable. A very good subtlety rogue will attempt to do more damage than a Beastmaster Hunter and fail, probably. But a very good subtlety rogue can probably out DPS some of the specs up here. And a bad arcane mage. You still take the player over the class in every scenario, except maybe not an Ogavoker, okay? But the point is, right? What chat's out with the comps being? I'm going to make a comp right now. I'll make it. That's a good question. I'll have to make it. There's the Season 3 class discussion and talent builds and stuff, but I'm kind of curious. I will make it basically right now. Here, meta channel, meta comp prediction. I want to hear what other people think about my comps. I see 3, which are very interesting right now. One of them, right? You have traditional caster comp. I will put it right now, okay? VDH. Swap. Something. And play with group buffs. Okay, that's one. Number 2, right? First Fizz comp. It's in the Discord now. First Fizz comp, yeah? This is the one I think is most likely. Because I think that Brewmaster is actually stuff. It's your GG to have a visual comp creator. And it shows boss utility and stuff. I'm just going to put it in Discord. I could do that real quick, okay? First Fizz comp. Prot Warrior, yeah? But I think that actually the first physical comp is not a physical comp. I actually think that there's a magic melee comp that's going to happen. There's a magic melee comp that's going to happen. Here, I can go here. What's this? Live tier set. Live. It's like tier maker, yeah? I think they'll have a comp thing here. Also, I live in Thailand if you're wondering why the hell my screen looks so weird. Cool. World of Warcraft comp. I'll put it on here. Comp tier list. Great. Can I make this here? Great. This is going to be hilarious. Cool. Wowhead has one. VDH. This is going to be... These are not ranked S, A, and B, okay? I'm just trying to find that. Scribe got to be a magic... No, I don't think it's in Magic Melee. We have the caster comp, which is basically this plus Shadow Priest plus Arcane Mage plus Boomy. The problem is I think you need a Resto Shaman in that comp. Where... Dude, where are the specs? Oh, okay, here we go. Up, 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 up. Up. Boomy, like this. Arcane Mage, right? But I'm pretty sure you need one more kick or stop in this group, so I think it's a Resto Shaman you would play with this for the Shaman buff. And then you play Shadow Priest, because Shadow Priest is actually just busted single target. I could see this being a very, very, very strong comp, but I do think you need a Resto Shaman to complete it. Resto Shaman is... Shaman specs. Hold on, I'm missing Resto Shaman. Where's Resto? There it is. Cool. I think that's your first caster comp. This looks pretty similar to right now in live, except you replace Shadow Priest. I think that this could work here, by the way. So Resto Shaman, I know that it might have a hard time, but this season is not that bad for tanks. Boomkin, you can't play double Druid, so another option would be if you actually take Boomkin out of this comp. These are all things you could swap around. You could put Enhancement in here. You could put Enhancement in here and play with a Resto Druid instead. Just remember that so you say that, Frozen, but I will say Resto Druid gives Barkskin. How much of a DR is Barkskin? Barkskin is an external, right? How much of a DR is Barkskin? Tell me right now. How much of a DR is Barkskin? How much of a DR is Barkskin? 20%. What does Resto Shaman give passively? What is look at the numbers. Resto Shaman with Ancestral Guidance and Downpour with Earth Shield. Throws 3 things on the tank. How much is that? You see? Although Resto Druid does insane tank healing right now, to be fair. Okay? So Esprit goes Disc. So you could play Disc and you could play Enhance. That would be another option. Yeah, these are like the specs. You have these 5 specs right here. But watch this other comp. This is a comp I think is very interesting and highly likely right now. You have a physical comp that is not physical. Watch this. This is a cook right now, but you might see this, I swear. You have a physical comp that isn't physical. You play Havoc. You play Prot Warrior, Havoc, Frost DK. Frost DK is busted right now. You just where are you going to put it into a comp? You can also just take one of these group buffs out and put Frost DK in here, by the way. You could do that as well. Yeah. Frost DK with Resto Druid. Right? And Enhancement Shaman, I think. I think that the last spec here would be Enhancement Shaman because these are pretty tanky and Enhancement Shaman could probably live. So I think Enhancement Shaman is the last fill for this comp. I think that that would actually be the comp. You might replace Enhancement Shaman and do something else, but this is a magic melee comp, which would be kind of cool, right? I feel like magic melee comp could use its time. It's so hard to see the specs. Here it is. Enhancements all the way at the bottom, though. You could play S-Priest here as well, which would also give a fair, like, you know what I mean? Dude, Prot Warrior didn't get nerfed at all. Prot Warrior didn't get nerfed. Prot Warrior is absolutely amazing right now. Prot Warrior got nerfed 0%, okay? I think that, again, Shaman is just so insane with utility. The main issue I see with this comp is you only have one Poison Dispel, but you have a Curse Dispel from here. You have one Poison Dispel and a Poison Cleansing Totem. Resto Shaman can relatively out-heal it, but I think that this could be an issue, right? I think Enhancement over Ellie, but if you need a range here, you could play Ellie, yeah. And then you have another comp, which is very powerful, but harder to play and very not represented specs. So you have a comp here, which is just not very well represented, okay? Which is Brewmaster, Beastmaster Hunter, which is awesome, the fact that this could be in a comp. Brewmaster, Beastmaster, and then you play Resto Druid as well. Resto Druid here. And then you have two other melee specs. There's an option here, and I don't know exactly what they would be. This is like because you want Shaman buff, you could also play Warrior buff, but you might not play Warrior buff depending. This would be a comp that actually pulls, I feel like Warrior, this would be a comp that pulls very small. This would be like the current Fizz comp. I feel like, so you won't play Feral because you play Resto Druid. You could play Resto Shaman and add a Feral. The one thing I'm thinking is whether or not you would drop a Druid buff and play here, right? But I think, so maybe you drop Shaman buff. Havoc for Funnel doesn't make sense here because you don't need Havoc buff. This is a pure Fizz, mostly Fizz, mostly Fizz. So this is a Fizz comp. And the main thing for Fizz comp is actually Outlaw Rogue tends to be also Fizz. Whether or not you would actually play an Outlaw Rogue in this, I don't know. So yeah, Havoc would be played in the Magic melee comp because you want the Chaos brand, right? This would be like this. Exactly, except they use, well, this is different than here, right? I think that this could be a potential. I'm not sure. There are other options for this, but something like this with then you have a choice between Warrior or Shaman. I feel like Warrior buff is too insane here, so you would play something like this. This is a Cook, though. Like, I think that this is going to be, because you want Shaman buff then, so maybe there's an Enhancement Shaman in here. If you play Warrior buff, they buff Enhance over Ellie. So you have like an Enhancement Shaman. So you might want to play potentially swapping this out with Enhancement Shaman for maybe the Outlaw Rogue or something. I don't know what Outlaw, I've literally never seen one on PTR. The problem is I haven't seen an Outlaw Rogue on PTR at all. But basically something like this, like these are the comps that I'm thinking of right now. I could see Shadow Priest, no matter how good it is, let's say it gets nerfed, then all of a sudden this comp starts to look like this. You play Enhancement here, right? You'd play Enhancement there and then a Disc Priest. Because Disc Priest is somehow not fitting into this. Keep in mind, you could play Disc Priest at any point if you need it. Something like that could work as well. Resto Druid can't babysit the Enhance, but we'll see how many one-shots there are this season. A lot of the season right now, from what I've seen, is less about one-shots and more about consistent healing. So HPS starts to matter a little bit more than the Disc Priest shields. But anyways, thank you, by the way, for if you've been watching this whole time for my tier list. I'm very new at this. I'm just now starting to get into like content creation and stuff. I haven't been streaming for very long. I haven't had my YouTube for very long, but I really like this game and I want to make more stuff covering it. Like every time there's a blue post or class tuning or something, I'm going to attempt to just make the video like I made today, which is, hey, look, let me talk about this because I'm a yapper and I'll go into depth about what it is. But honestly, 60 seconds, here's everything you need to know. There's a lot of people who don't want to watch a 20-minute WoW video about class tuning. So 60 seconds, this bad, this good, this bad, this good. That's like the video I made today. If like this is the type of thing I want to make more of, hopefully over time. Just like WoW news and stuff like that, because I'd like to cover it, and I really like World of Warcraft. Okay, that is the tier list. We will make sure that we have it here. Boom. I will screenshot this, and we'll see how wrong I am. The best thing about making a tier list in advance is that PTR tuning will happen. There's, again, my main issue, by the way, is not meta comps or anything like that. My main issue is the fact that these specs in S plus tier, they're doing like 30% more damage than these specs in M plus. Not like 10%, but like 30 or 40%. It's insane. It's insane. The only reason to care about meta is simple. The only reason to care about meta is the fact that you don't want to sit in the city all day. The reason to care about meta is because you don't want to sit in Dornogal all day. That's the only reason to care about meta. The only reason to care is because what else are you going to do? Hi, Mur. Hey, Mur. I just made a tier list for the next season. But, like, you don't want to sit, because otherwise you sit in Dornogal for how long? How long do you have to wait for a queue time? How long do you have to wait for, even if you play tank or healer? You're playing an off-meta tank right now. Good luck trying to find keys past a certain level. It's very difficult. And it sucks, and you just want to play the game. Like, that's the thing, right? All right, tier list done. I'll put it in Discord. Boom. Let's go back to some PTR gaming. What do we want to play on PTR right now anyways? I was playing my Prez earlier. Does anybody want to tell me what to play? I'm kind of a free agent. I might do Gambit one more time. I have Guardian Druid, which I can show you is still fine, but sad. You want to play more Prez Evoker? We could play more Prez Evoker. That's fine. A Warlock. My Warlock will be... I don't even think I have my Warlock from this season properly set up at this point. I vote Prez. All right, 2 votes for Prez. Easy. So I could play Prez, Guardian Druid, Resto Druid, Boomy, Feral, Holy Pally, Prot Pally, Hunter content. You guys want to see how broken Hunter is? Honestly, do you guys want to see how broken Hunter is? Brewmaster Monk. I played Brewmaster Monk earlier. Okay, Hunter, Beastmaster Hunter, or Prez Evoker. The meta attitude kills the game for many players. Yes, and because I am now joining the fray. I'm joining the whole community of making a tier list. Very important I clarify. Every single spec on that list can be played, except honestly, if I've put it in Swamp, if I've put it in Soup category, it's rough. There's only a few specs in there. Everything can be played, okay? Beastmaster. All right, bet I'll play Hunter. I'm not even the best Hunter. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not even that good of a Hunter, and I will show you how much damage this does. All right, I'm going to need to find a good tank who will do big pulls and Gambit, and whoever else. Find a good tank, good healer. I will show you how wild this spec is. There are a few different builds. I was messing around with the one where you drop fangs in the middle. Did you actually keep alive? Like, good job, Kitty. Yeah, how's your new player WoW experience going? All right, YouTube. I'm here. I'm back. We're doing this now. BM Hunter. Great. BM Hunter it is. So you can see my last key. By the way, this is what I mean. Look at any of the overalls. Look at the overalls. When I do a key, when I'm talking about the difference between S plus tier, this is, I can't do raids because I don't raid Doka. I don't do raid Doka. This is the difference between, this is why I'm talking about a tier list. This is ridiculous. Can you see the difference in damage between this key? Obviously, there were some wipes and there weren't that big pulls. Can you see the difference between this? What I'm talking about is there are DPS who are literally up here and DPS who are here. And it's just like, there's such a massive difference between the two that it is important to understand that there are actually this big of a difference. All right, does anybody want to play PTR at this moment? I'm going to start my own group. Let's do Gambit. On the Hunter, Gambit plus 12. We'll just do a 12. It'll be easy. I got bored of doing quests. I'm playing Q Sim. Oh, you're playing the Q Simulator now. I actually would love to play my Monk more. I think Monk is super fun. I really think that Monk is sleeper OP. That buff to Fizz comp is really interesting. I could actually see a Fizz comp developing with a Prot Warrior and a Windwalker Monk. I think that that's a 4th potential comp. I just hope that there are more than one comp. No, I haven't tried Halls of Atonement yet today because I got on a little bit late today and I was trying mostly Gambit and stuff. Let's go eat. Okay, bye, Mer. Enjoy your food. I should also eat, but I'm excited. Sam, you want to come? I played Shadow Season 2. Shadow is... Okay, Season 2 Shadow was kind of an atrocity, and it was, unfortunately, very bad. However, it is quite a lot better in the other one, though. You know what's exciting for me? I'm proud of myself. Is that actually mode? Wait, that's not actually mode, right? Meow mode. Isn't that his name? Vaguely. Sometimes people troll on PTR. Is that mode? Sometimes people troll on PTR and they name themselves like Jinji2. The goat himself. Well, I've played with Jinji2 before, but that's not actually Jinji. I'm hyped for the shadow. Looks amazing right now. I don't have any overalls linked for this hunter run. This one was a super scuffed run. This one doesn't count. Yeah, that doesn't count. But you can see again, like I'm not even that good of a hunter, but this is an overall from a priory that got really messed up. Ooh, Havoc. VDH or Havoc? When you can upload tier list video to YouTube, preferably tonight. Probably after stream tonight. Yo, all right, bet. Warrior and a DK. Let's do it. Who wanted to come? Petco's in a key. Everybody's in a key. Okay. Zoratos. If you want to come here, I'll list it. I'll just put my name in the I just put Awu if you want to find me. I don't know how many keys are listed right now. Okay, never mind. There's no keys listed. I will not put my name. I do not need to do that. There's actually like nobody playing PTR. A Prez Evoker? Should I play with an actual Prez Evoker? A Resto Druid or Prez... Wait, oh, they left. A Resto Druid or Prez Evoker? It's pretty cool when you get to watch, by the way, like everything, right? When you get to actually play with people. A Balanced Druid? Bring the Lizard. You guys want to meet my Lizard? Bring the Lizard. You mean my Lizard or like my Lizard from the other room? Because she hasn't made an appearance for a while, actually. I'll play with a Prez Evoker. I'm down. Very down. Yo, show me. Show me what you can do as Prez. I did almost 2 million. I can't even log. Maybe there are a lot of people having the same problem. Maybe. Yeah, that can happen. Zath wants to come on the Shami. Okay. We play Enhancement Shaman. What do we want to play? Bring the Scaly Folk. You guys want to meet my Lizard? I have Bearded Dragons. One of them is kind of a grumpy old man, but the other one is nice. Just rabbits. Just tell me if you want to come. If you can't log on, Sam, no problem. I'll just take whoever. We can wait for a tank real quick, and I'll be right back super fast. I'll show you a Lizard. She's super cute. All right, come here, Carly. The stream wants to meet you. So she doesn't love being in here because it's very cold for her. So I'm just showing you very quickly, okay? She doesn't love being in here because it's very cold for her. So my room is cold, yeah? So she doesn't love being in here, but she's very cute. This is Carly. Yeah. So it's kind of why I'm partial to Evokers. She plays Evoker, of course. There's a DK. All right. DK is combat res. Hi, little one. Hey. Hello. Yeah, so this is Carly. She's very cute. She's like, why did you do... She's shedding her face right now, so she looks a little weird, but yeah, this is Carly. What add-ons? On PTR, my UI is not set up at all. Everything on UI, though, in terms of live and stuff, everything in live is set up so that it's in the... What's it called? Live UI is set up under UI in Discord, if you want to find it. Like my cell and everything is there. Here you can do exclamation UI. I would not copy my UI exactly unless you really like it. Okay, I'll copy it back. I'd keep her in here, but it's too cold for her. Bearded dragons are ectotherms, so they rely on the heat of their environment. Otherwise, they cannot keep themselves warm. That's why they need heat lamps and stuff. All right, we need to find a tank for this now. Ooh, Suni, you want to come? Prot Pally tank. You want to show everybody Prot Pally? Suni, you want to show off? I just saw you log on. Do you wanna show off, Suni Z? If you're still here? Because prot pally does big damn in this dungeon. This is your chance. Show people I was right about the tier list. Oh, thank you for the sub, Wild. I appreciate it. I really hope people liked it. I've never done anything like that on stream, so now I'm feeling a little shy. I'm like, I gotta try to find a tank. Zath, can you tank? I saw your shaman in there earlier. You're in the shaman here, though. Right side? Oh, because I was doing the tier list. Yeah, I'll move myself back now. I'm normally on the left side. Boom. That's where I'm normally at. Voila. I don't know the key too well. Okay, no problem. We just gotta actually find a tank. And I'll put some music back on for what it's worth. Should still have some playing from Spotify. Cool. I have no idea how long that video is gonna be. I hope I can upload it. They got monitor lizards? Yeah. In Thailand, we do have giant monitor lizards. They're just wild and they roam around. They're like super cool and stuff. They're like super awesome. So I think that something like this could work. Interchange. I'm gonna link this as a screenshot in Discord, and then we'll go. Probably still bugged, giving holy... yes, but it's not bugged anymore. That was an intentional buff to their 4-set. They're kind of like big dogs that will also absolutely kill you with one bite, so you have to be a little careful. Oh yeah, Beastmaster Hunter, by the way. So I'll be continuing to test PTR. That tier list might get updated because tuning will come, I think. I was testing this, but the truth is that this is probably still better, actually, just playing down here. So I'm going to take this talent out and put it here. And then these 2 talent points, if I do play that, was interesting. This is where it gets interesting here because I think Lunation proc wasn't. No, yeah, but the Lunation proc. No, they nerfed the 2-set. They nerfed the 2-set of Lightsmith to 25%. But the 4-set does insane. The lesser weapons do insane damage. Excuse me. There you go. The 4-set does insane damage right now. Like, actually insane damage. Oh, we got a Brewmaster. All right, bet. Let's play Brewmaster. Oh, I missed him. No. Still want. I was doing my spec. Oh, I missed Dooku. Unfortunate. There was a Brewmaster in there. Oh, another one. Great. Come here, Brewmaster. Again, all specs that are in S tier can be very bad. All specs in S tier can be bad, right? If they're not played well. If they're not played well, all specs can be bad. Do I even have my full setup here? I probably want to use one of the raid trinkets. So there are 2 builds for Beastmaster that I want to try. I was just messing around with some earlier. I'm not a Beastmaster aficionado. The last time I actually splayed this spec was Shadowlands. How long have I lived in Thailand? Over 7 years. Yeah, I realized this recently because I'm about to go to Laos and like renew visa stuff. And I was like, dude, I've lived here for actually almost 8 years. I've lived here for most of my life. Actually, almost my entire life I have lived in Thailand, which is kind of a crazy thing to think about. Like, the majority of my life. I've actually never lived in a single place more than I've lived in Thailand. By the way, if you didn't know this, I don't know why they did this, but all PTR gear now has avoidance on it. So, fun fact, grab all your gear again if you want to play with max avoidance. Not really sure why they did that, to be honest, but alright. Yep. Every single thing just casually has avoidance now. So that's cool. I wonder if I would play any trinket like this or whatever. I can play whatever trinkets. It doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, every single thing on PTR now has avoidance. So grab all your new avoidance stuff though. But I'm not sure why, because it doesn't actually give you accurate dungeon testing when you can just have 17% avoidance. Like, I'm going to do it, but it kind of feels weird because you don't actually get to do the dungeon properly because you won't know if you're going to live or die. Technically, we're scaled to 710. So if I'm 710 on PTR and I die to a mechanic, then I'll know I died to that mechanic. But if I'm 710 on live, I might not die. PTR is not that overtuned. Okay, people learn on PTR. Everything feels overtuned. Right there. Everything feels overtuned on PTR because people are learning. Because people are learning and mechanics are not being done right. That's the problem. Yeah? That's the that's the issue. You guys don't understand that, right? You guys gotta understand that. It's just like you gotta understand that the people are gonna learn though. Is Resto Druid Prez Evoker, if played very well and ramped properly, then you can play Prez, yeah. Hoping MT is playable, way more fun than Colossus. I would have to test Mountain Thane. I haven't tested Mountain Thane at all. Somebody told me about an Execute-themed Mountain Thane build, and I was kind of curious, to be honest. How old am I? Oh, I'm 28. 28, yeah. It's weird. I don't feel 28. Sometimes I feel like I'm 5, and that makes some things that people have done very illegal. And sometimes I feel like I am, like, 80. Depending on how my joints feel that day. I wish I could play Unholy with you. I think they're going to be pretty good. I still think that Frost is better, though. What do you think? You're a Frost enjoyer. Do you think that Frost is better, or you think Unholy is better right now? Okay, so we'll get our healing potions and stuff. Boom. And we'll just grab some new enchants because I had swapped some stuff around. I got some stuff in. I guess I'm playing... I need to go craft a weapon. If you really want to do PTR and you can, like, craft stuff, but... realistically, at the start of a season, you're not going to have BIS and whatnot. We're kind of close to 27 this year. Are you 15? No, I'm not 15. You can relate. Dude, the thing is, right, sometimes my health is not always the best, and I swear I'm just like, my joints are progressed a little bit too far sometimes. Okay, good. I'll grab the key real fast. If you don't know how to play PTR, you can grab everything. It's Frost at the moment. Yeah. Can you explain the Prez ramp? Okay. No, it's not. It's not quite Atonement. It's... yes, I can explain the Prez ramp basically. Although it's not always the same, which makes it complicated, yeah? You see how it makes it complicated? The fact that the ramp is not always the same ramp is what makes it complicated. It's like, partially, right? Turn 20, and I still feel... I didn't see that last comment because it got redacted. It got owned. Your comment got owned on YouTube. Just keep in mind, if you are watching this on YouTube, I mostly stream on Twitch, and if I ever miss your message, you should come to Twitch for what it's worth. Because YouTube chat's to the right, I don't have it combined properly. Is it actually just modding you because you're trying to tell me that you're under 18 years old and it's not letting you, even though you're not, and you specifically said you weren't, but it's actually like the computer is like, oh no, Wu makes weird jokes sometimes. He talks about cannibalism. He shouldn't be here. Is that what it is? I feel like that's what you're getting right now. Let me just make sure. Where's my chest enchant? I'm missing one thing right now. I got a chest enchant. It's somewhere in my bags because PTR bags are really messy. You know what? It's not important. Oh, I already used it. That's why. Okay, great. So this build is not a bursty build. This is the consistent damage build where I do not have this ability. But I'm kind of curious because I have fairly high crit. I don't have enough crit for this build to really be worth it, actually. I have way too much mastery. What the hell? I have a lot of mastery in this build. Too much mastery. Like a lot of mastery. I have 20% DR mastery. Maybe I should be using a different vial, potentially. I'm missing one thing. What am I missing? Doesn't matter. Let's go. I'll still play this. It's fine. Ready, set, go. Pull 5. Bam. I meant to leap lipo. I was saying I still feel like I'm 16 or 90. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I can't tell. Depends on the day. I feel like I'm an old soul. All right, ready? This is Gambit. First pull of Gambit is still super fun. Super fun. I'm going to try this build. I kind of like the other build of BM a little bit more. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to remember to call my pets first of all, and I am not the lust. Very first thing about this pull. I have no... oh, is he only pulling this? I'm not going to lie. This is pretty sad. This is actually a sad version of this pull. There are so many cooler ways to pull this. And then you only use a... oh, I kind of thought he was going to do like the big pull, but he's scared. This dungeon hasn't actually changed that much, to be honest. You just tab target. As a Beastmaster Hunter, you just tab target your barb shots, and then effectively, this build has the most consistent damage in the game right now. It's awesome. What is he pulling here? The big downside of Frost was 2 minutes. Yeah. And it was kind of hard to work around. Is he going to pull more? I don't know. So you basically just barb shot, and then you beast cleave every 6 seconds. And then you want to tab target. The skill cap of BM is literally just tab targeting this one ability that you have. That's actually the skill cap. Pressing your buttons faster, making sure you keep this maintenance buff up, and then hitting barb shot. That's it. That's Beastmaster Hunter in a nutshell. I might actually not top this Frost Decay, depending, because I really thought we were going bigger on the first pull. So we want to kill the fish stick, which is something that we actually have to swap to now. Beastmaster is okay at swapping like this, but you can see how this pull is going to start getting really messed up because we aren't killing the fish sticks, and my plater profile is not currently set up for me to see them. See how my Brewmaster is dying here? This tells me something interesting. A, I'm going to binding shot for him, right? Hunter has the ability to technically binding shot, which does help your tank a little bit. And Beastmaster Hunter is giga fun because I can just actually be like this the entire time. I guess it's surreal to see them. Yeah, basically, if their damage is good, their damage is good. See how this pull went on too long? My damage sustains, his damage does not. So my damage just casually looks like this right now. And it just sustains itself. Even though I'm playing a build without kind of the right stats. Like, if I was to craft gear and min-max harder, I would be able to do more. There's a fish stick there. And I'm not global for global hitting everything perfectly. You want to pull this back. I will feign death because I think I still have aggro on something. Use my defensives. Use another defensive here. Actually, send both. So the tank that we're currently playing with, he does not know how to pull Gambit. You will see this a lot. In the first beginning of the season, you are going to see this a lot. You're going to actually have to play with tanks who didn't really test PTR or don't know the routes because these fish sticks need to die. So I'm losing overall, and that's fine. I'm going to bubble this, basically. You're supposed to go back with this. But there's going to be a lot of tanks that don't understand how to pull this dungeon. So we're going to be short percentage at the end because the very first pull, there are 2 packs he didn't get, which are actually pretty easy to get in the first pull and stuff, though. It's showing a 1-minute pillar. It is showing a 1-minute pillar. He is playing this one. He's playing the old one, I think. Yeah, it's not the one that you were playing, right? So Beastmaster Hunter, if you want to chill spec and you were wondering why I put this in S++ tier, it's because no matter what's happening, I can actually just do damage, and I can just be jumping around the entire time, which honestly, for fun value, is giga awesome. Marksman is more likely to get hit by one of these mechanics and die, but I, as a Beastmaster Hunter, literally can't get hit unless I walk into it, because I'm just going to do infinite damage. I think there's a bug where at the end of this dungeon, right? Like, at the end of this dungeon... Oh, see, I even thought I was going to get hit by that mechanic. No problem. I'm crazy mobile. I can actually just do whatever the pull is, regardless of the pug environment. Like, if I know what the tank is pulling, great. I can plan accordingly. But if I don't know what the tank is pulling, which is your average group, you have no idea, right? You can still just do good, though. Yeah, I think that I don't know if you're going right anymore. I think the left pulls are fine. Inspect him. I think I have an idea of what he's trying. Cool. I can inspect him on the downtime after this boss or something. Or on the RP. But basically, Beastmaster is so chill. This spec really fits my playstyle of just how I like to focus on the team and the group and seeing what I can do. And then being able to play something simple but still do good damn. So I feel good about that. I'll apply Hunter's Mark, which I should have macro to my abilities. And then I'll go from here. Keep in mind, I haven't played Hunter in give or take 3 years. And yet, here we are. I played it a tiny bit before. Whoops. You got to insta move for the fire. When the fire spawns on this boss, you let your tank get aggro here, and then make sure that these guys die. I can binding shot for what it's worth. I don't think I have bursting shot, but I do have an implosive trap. So I do have 1 stun here. Here we go. I kick this. I'll probably want to intimidate, stun this. There you go. If they don't know he's going to do this, okay, great. So this console shows to everybody. And it's going to show me that I am bottom right. Boom. I don't know if it's changed a lot. This dungeon trash hasn't changed that much, except for the second area hitting tanks a little bit harder. The second area hitting tanks harder is a new thing here. Yo, what's up, potato potatoes? Tomato tomatoes. I am having fun, yes. Are we good yet? Cool. So obviously we're going to lose a lot of damage in that phase. Here we go. You're on BM since Shadowlands. I don't know about this tree right now, Ami. I feel like actually playing through Call might be good. I don't know. I'm just trying out this build, basically. I'm trying out this build right now. I wanted Feral to get a bit more love. Feral is a Druid, and therefore cannot be that bad. But Boomy looks to be S tier. And that's Feral's problem. Feral's problem is that Boomy exists. You can also see, by the way, that my Prez Evoker is having a bit of a problem. I can tell you why, too. Because Prez Evoker in this dungeon should be doing way more damage than this. So I can check to see. Oh, I see what he's doing. I already know what he's doing wrong. When I play specs, and the reason I feel like I was qualified to make the tier list, although, you know, I might be wrong on some things and whatnot. So you got to pre-move this. When you see this fire on you, you can't move after. You want to move beforehand. And preferably put it not in the middle of the group like this. Yeah, you can't wait for the fire. Me playing with higher ping from Thailand, have to move insta. Since Booby got the feral utilities, yeah, pretty much. It's not the strongest melee. It doesn't technically have a niche. It needs to have a niche. For something to be considered very good or meta, it needs to have a niche, though. Every Beastmaster ability should be macro to your pet's special attack because your pet's special attack will delay. This used to be the thing 3 years ago. Again, we need to check if it's still a thing today. Used to be a thing 3 years ago that every Beastmaster ability does not... There's a 0.5 second delay on my pet's bite, which is not a big deal. This bite ability, so you can just macro it in. What you can do, though, is you can just macro it into all of your regular abilities, and it will force cast the bite for each of them. Does that make sense? It's just an interesting. You don't need to. It's a pointless min-max. It doesn't do a lot more damage. Let's see. You can see, for example, it just force uses my pet's abilities when I'm using anything else. It's the same ability that you see. It's just a macro for every one of these. Every time I click it, it will force use claw, bite, or smack. Yep. All good, Zath. No, it's no problem. It's no problem. No worries at all. No worries at all. Even if Feral is the best, nobody will look at it. Yeah, even, I mean, it had its niche. So my tank will almost certainly die on this pull because he probably is not ready for this. Most likely, given his damage intake previously in this key, I'm going to attempt to binding shot for him so that when he kites out, they're going to get stunned and pulled back. See how that worked? See how that already worked? I already bound some of them. Now, my tank is almost certainly going to die because my healer externaled him right when we walked into the pull, and that is not what you want to be doing on Prez. I also just saw my healer Dream Breath, so my healer, this is going to be a tough pull. Luckily, my tank is kiting, which is good, because otherwise he'd be super dead here. If we take a look at the healing done here, we can see, I think I inted my rotation a little bit, or my pet was attacking the wrong thing, though. Can you show one time? Of course. I could put it in my Discord, too. Here, I'll just put it in the Discord. I'll just pin it real fast. I'm going. I'll put it in the Discord after this, though. Yeah, so that pack is harder for tanks. This area got harder for tanks because what changed in this area is that all these bolts only cast on tanks now. Yeah, you can derage them. Actually, I can soothe them technically. I think that thing kills my pets, which is really annoying. So he wants to fight this one by one. Fair enough. Normally you would double one of these packs and stuff. And I'm not playing Beastmaster that well, by the way. It's not this build that I'm currently using. There's a build that has very high burst potential. I'm playing the one. I just want to try it in this key. I haven't tried it yet. I kind of like my other build more that has more burst potential, to be honest. So my Brewmaster walked in there without actually, like, using aggro abilities. And so you can see what's happening in the key as things start getting a little bit tougher. I'm going to exil to heal my pet back to full. My Brewmaster's about to die. He has time dilate on him. When I play Hunter, or when I play DPS, I'm always looking at the key and seeing what's happening. So that I can evaluate. I can tell you that my Prez Evoker should be doing way more damage on this. And I would love to offer him a piece of advice. If I play Prez Evoker directly after this key, I will show you something. The invites... Oh, dude, because so many people joined. Okay, hold up. Come back after. I'll show you after, though. If I play Prez should do about 2 million easy on that, though. Zath, if you're playing with a Brewmaster monk, it's not on him, actually. You gotta wait way longer to hit any ability. If you just be out of range of the pack, if that's been happening all key, no, Zath is not having fun. Don't press anything. Trust me, even my pet will die because it'll taunt. Don't press anything. Trust me, when you play with a Brewmaster monk, they need a second for aggro. I don't know if he's playing Rushing Jade Wind. He's playing Special Delivery. So if he plays Rushing Jade Wind, he'll have a much easier time with it. But if he's not playing it, and clearly he's struggling a little bit, so instead of that, just wait. If you, a DPS player, can learn to identify when tanks are having a hard time or when healers are having a hard time, you will have so much of a better plan. It's okay, Zath. You gotta just wait. Just fully wait, though. Side, stack. Yeah. You just heavily wait, though. Heavily wait, though. I am a Beastmaster Hunter, so unfortunately, I don't have the value of MD. We'll see what the damage looks like here, yeah? My DK is going to open with full cooldowns, and absolutely... Hang in there, don't worry, we're just testing. Oh, my tank doesn't know the mechanic. We are so dead right now. We are literally so dead. Okay. We're so dead. Okay, we're not going to make it past this boss, and that's okay, because my tank doesn't know the mechanic. I told you he's been struggling, okay. I'm in a defensive because I have the dot on me now. I can try to get in... Nope, we're dead. Okay, no problem. Look at the overall real quick. I could be doing much more. I don't know if I love this build right now, to be honest, though. I can take this res. Where am I in the fire? Summon your pet. We're definitely not going to make it through this fight. This fight will wipe your pugs every time if your tank and your healer are not prepared for it. You can do it, right? But it's okay. And that's okay. It's totally fine. Totally fine. I will offer, if people want, I will ask, may I offer a suggestion? All good if not. I will not, yeah, you gotta understand this fight a little bit. And is he not pressing Tiger Palm? There are a few very concerning things about a few things that are happening here. My healer is not healing. I think I'm going to call this run because we're not going to get past this and we're not getting past the last boss, and that's okay with me. That's okay. But I want to kind of help. May I offer? I kind of want to step in a little bit, but if nobody responds, that is A-okay. I think can call testing here. All good. I'm going to hop over to a different character. I don't know if I love this build without actually being this, though. And your target cap, no shit, aggro sucks. No, nobody wants, and I'll offer very politely, but some people, it's okay if they don't want to learn. It's absolutely fine. I just want to play slightly differently now. Something I consider picking up mine up. I banned it ages ago for a Warlock. Which one? The Hunter? That's okay. We'll call testing there for a little bit, and then we'll kind of swap over to different specs. There's a lot of things that I can see about tanking damage and why he's taking so much damage, and also why my healer is struggling a little bit with healing. All good. I kind of want to go play my Prez now, though. Ooh. No playing tempo charged. So, here's what we can see. You want me to play Prez or tank? I'm going to Prez or tank. Because for PTR testing, I can do more as a Preservation Evoker or as a tank. Nick contribute for me, that's important. I can't contribute that much. Yeah, I'll show you Prez, that's fine. It can't contribute that much. You can kind of contribute. If you really want to play a DPS spec that can contribute, you can play like, you know, Ret or something. All good. Can we leave without... Yeah, we're going to be marked as a deserter, unfortunately. All good. I'm going to take some salt because I need to take salt to keep myself focused. I need many, many salts. More salts than the average person. I need salt pills.
Oh, salty. All right. It's not drugs, I promise. It's just sodium chloride. It's just sodium chloride. That's a better, accurate representation, by the way. This is what Prez should look like right now. That's what Prez should look like. And remember, one of these specs is S tier right now. But just because something is S tier doesn't actually mean it performs super, super well. You'll have a good day sleeping. Just because something is S tier doesn't mean it performs that well. That's something very important to know. Very important to know this. All right, I'll list that as Gambit here. I will play the staff and the trinket. This is fine. So, Preservation Evoker. You asked before. Climb via. I know the Shaman. Zath wants to play the Boomy. Okay. We want to play... Who do we want to see? There's an Arcane Mage here. He seems decent. Should we play Arcane Mage Enhancement Shaman? Have a good evening. You're flying back to Thailand. Ooh, welcome back. A Mage. Okay, we take a Mage. You want a Marksmanship Hunter? That was the same tank. I will, with respect, not take this tank. There was a lot of things about the route and stuff. You never got to the Prez ramp explanation and why it's difficult. Okay, so Prez has a bunch of healing modif. You want the complicated or the simple version? The simple version, I can make it sound simple. There's nuance to it, but I can make it sound simple. Would you like the simple version of how to play Prez? The simple version of how to play Preservation Evoker looks like this. You just want your hots on the target. So you want to have hots on the target. Right now, I have 2 Dream Breaths and 2 Reversions ticking. As long as I have this, and I echo, I can heal any damage whatsoever. This is the Prez setup. If I have this setup right now, I can heal anything. I have a choice of how to heal it. I could instant heal it with a Life Spark. I could instant heal it with VE. I could instant heal it with a Spirit Bloom. Any one of those would work. But all I need to do, I just need to have my hots on the group. That's the first and foremost thing. We're going to need to find a tank. An Eli Shami. Now Wicked. I'm going to bet that's not now, but everybody does this. A Devastation Evoker. Vanamonk. Pandaluge. I like reading people's names. Well, when I do this key, I can show you. In the actual key as well. How about a spec we haven't played with? What about a Dev Evoker? Demo Warlock or... let's play with a spec I haven't played with too much. How about a Dev Evoker? I'm fangirling. It's not now. There's... No, it's not now. There's no way that this... No, guys, it's not... What are you talking about? Look on stream? Bro, wait, what? No? What? Wait. Does he know... What? There's no fucking shot. I'll play demo. Wait, what? You guys are kidding, right? You guys are kidding, right? No, motherfucker, you guys got me. Motherfucker. He's got... No, it's not. Fine. You guys. I was like, wait a second. I was like, dude, I fangirl too. You guys gotta understand, you're watching me right now, but I'm new to this streaming thing. Okay? I'm new to this streaming thing. I'm very new to this streaming thing. So, it's not... I'm not... It's weird that you're watching me, because this whole time, my entire life, I have been watching other people. Like, because I love World of Warcraft, right? Do I still have the key from before? Let me check. Halls of Atonement, Gambit. Here, got it. Here we go. So my whole life, I have been watching people. Like, I've been watching people my whole life, yeah? There's still... Is this like a whole ad here that I'm watching that's his ad? All right. So I've been watching, because I watch every MDI, every TGP. I'm just a WoW enjoyer. I just really like World of Warcraft. So I've been watching WoW for my whole life. And so I've been a consumer of content. You know? All right. I don't have a weapon buff or anything like that, but it is not needed. 12 Tazavesh Gambits. We triple timed it before, and here we go. Then most keep it up. Thank you, Wildfern. I appreciate it. I hope that people like it. Like I hope people like my stream. I'm very new to it. I feel like I'm new to it compared to some of the people who have been doing this for forever. I can't even see what he's doing. Ami, how do I know if you're telling the truth? How do I know if you're telling the truth? But I appreciate it, though. He said sec. Because it's just, there's actually just one... Now I can just finally afford pizza. I'm looking at his stream right now. Oh my god, that is fucking him. Oh. Does he... Oh. That is him. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Zath, lock in, bro. Lock in. Holy fuck. He won't die. What are you talking about? He won't need any healing. All right, combat log. There's no shot. I've never got to play with him before. Do I try to add him after this? Do I just like should I just be like, dude, it is now. Holy shit. That is now. Oh. Okay. All right, lock in, bro. Lock in. It is actually now. Huh. Yeah, if you want. I mean, I guess you can. We can get past this first pull first. I don't know what he is or is not pulling. I'm assuming he's going big. How big is he going, though? He wants to just go here. That's fine, actually. This is like a normal pug thing, I guess, that people are doing. So this is, by the way, what Preservation Evoker should be doing. It's not that hard to do this damage on Pres Evoker right now. If you take a look at the DPS meters, it won't be that hard for me to do this damage. Oh my god, this pull died so fast that I didn't even get to do anything. This pull died so fast I didn't even get to do anything. I can't believe that's actually now. I'm like fangirling so hard right now. But if you take a look at the DPS meters, you shouldn't have to work that hard at doing damage on Pres. It's also how you heal. Like a large part of your healing is your damage rotation. Of just being able to understand the damage rotation. Big stasis. Here we go. So you can see that I'm maintaining 4 million, yeah? I'm almost out DPSing now. I'm almost out DPSing him. This is an achievement that I never thought I would have. I never thought this day would come. He's doing the old strat. I remember this strat. He's doing the strat that he played with in the fucking MDI. This was the thing they did in the actual MDI. Because that's actually... Oh my god. Guys, I'm fangirling too hard. I gotta calm down. I'm gonna end up throwing somehow. This is awesome. I hope I do well. I hope the second boss can be really hard. The second boss can be like super tough right now. But anyways, yeah, if you take a look at the damage, nothing touches Pres Evoker damage right now. Not in AoE like this. Not in AoE at the very least. Like nothing even comes close to touching Preservation Evoker damage. It's actually insane. That is so crazy. All right, that's insane. Damn. All right. Yeah. That's awesome. Okay. That actually is now. He's going right. Did he just get on PTR and decided to join a random pug he? I just assume, you just kind of assume that people like him don't play with everyone else. The mere mortals. Look at the damage. Look at that damage. We have to kill the fish stick still. I don't know if we can out DPS this on a 12 to not kill the fish sticks. Now I'm like really tempted to show off and do well. I've never been more motivated in my life. Except that I missed that, by the way. People like him, like EU players. Remember playing in the Waste World first time, I was super fangirling. Yeah, dude, I would fangirl so hard over that. They're so cool. It's mostly just that, like, you know, it's like, I know you from the TV. You know what I mean? It's like that feeling of just like, oh, I know you from the TV. Whoop. I external him. Whoa. Double cast on me on top of that. I even had a rescue shield on. I'm on the way back. I'm on the way back. Live now, live. Live. I can get there. I actually had a rescue shield on me too. That's a lot of damage. Double water bolt. I almost have it. I almost have it. I got it. Easy. I got it. I got it. Okay, okay, okay. His stagger is red. Must heal, Brewmaster. You wanted to learn how to ramp as Prez, right? You want me to teach you now? Do you want me to teach you how to actually, like, ramp as Prez, basically? If you take a look at the group right now, you can see that everybody has reversion ticking on them. There are 2 reversions on my tank, 2 reversions on my boomy. The people with 2 reversions get more healing from me. That's a big fire breath. Every fire breath in AoE will full top the team. So what I'm going to do now is hit a stasis and a dream breath. Everybody has reversions ticking and this. I'm going to hit this spirit bloom. When this spirit bloom goes off, everybody's full health. I'm going to waste that dream breath and then I'm going to TA. Once I have echoes from TA out, I'm going to use these echoes every single time. I'm going to slow this one. Every single time I'm using these echoes on reversion. So right now, nobody has reversion. I need to tick reversion on people. So what I'm going to do from here is we're going to go past and I'm going to tick reversion, but not get aggro. So I'm going to wait for him for a second, and now everybody has reversion on them. While I'm running, I will manually echo people in case I need to do healing. Although there really is no healing to do here aside from the tank. But if I was really setting up like healing and not greeting damage in a key, that's what I would do. It doesn't matter whether you tip the scales fire breath or tip the scales anything else. I have echoes on people, keep reversions up. You just want to send tip the scales on everything right now. Our current, sorry, this one's overall. There you go. Overall looks like this right now. I unfortunately had died on that one pull, so my overall will obviously be slightly inted. But the key is keep reversions ticking. Whoa, he was going the boss pull. Let's do it. I can heal this. There you go. So we go here. We keep healing on my tank. There is some ambient damage that can happen on people here, so I'm going to keep... This is actual healing now, right? So I have echoes on the group, echoes on my tank. I'm going to wait for damage, though. I don't heal yet. I don't heal yet. There's nothing happening yet. So what I'm going to do... Oh, the mage got hit by the fire. You can't save that one tap, unfortunately, but we do have a B-res. So now I need a reset for the mage here. There might be damage happening. So I'm going to go to my tank. There is a frontal cleave. I'm just going to Spirit Bloom just in case. People have to pre-move for fire. You got to pre-move for the fire. It's like the one thing. Yeah, it's not actually hard to do. You just have to pre-move for it. It's not hard to do, by the way. You just have to, like, see that it's on you, though. Yeah, no, so when you see that it's on you, yeah? You just got to pre-move for it. Nice, he's marking it even. The fire is just an insta-move thing. You just move before it happens. It's all good. In this mechanic here, it's not a problem. You just have to actually move before it happens. So every one of these Chrono Flames pretty much tops the group. You look, if the fire's on me, I will start running immediately. You can't wait for the fire to spawn. Probably a reset here with 2 DPS that and no B-res. Probably a reset. But yeah, you can't wait for the fire to spawn. Probably reset. I hope that now we'll want to do another key, but that's okay. It is PTR. We are learning. So if you see, I hope I can show you the fire on me, though. I hope I can show you the fire. So this is the fire on me. Look, see how I'm moving? See? See? See how you're moving? If the fire gets targeted on me, I just have to move before the mechanic happens. That's it. I just got to move before the mechanic happens. Does that make sense? We could technically finish this probably, for what it's worth. We'd have to kill these Vault Purifiers, though. Have they adjusted the bosses in Priory to allow the prot pally to live? They adjusted the first boss slightly, right? They adjusted the first boss slightly. So for what it's worth, it's easier for pally to live. You can also maybe just go right side and stuff. Yeah. So you can kind of go right side if needed. If it targets you, just pre-move. How and when to use stasis? Pretty much on cooldown or whenever there's a healing ramp. You can store spells for burst healing. You can store spells for passive healing. It kind of depends if whatever you need at the time. But otherwise here, right? I actually am playing with now. Yeah, this is literally now in here. So I can stasis now and just get passive healing. See how the mage is pre-moving? So at least the mage knows the mechanic. You basically tip the scales on cooldown now. You don't really wait for it anymore, especially because we are going to need to kill these ads. I watch the bolts, but I have healing prepped. External this, and just pre-move. So there's going to be a lot of fire here. There's bolts are probably going to start going off. So this is where I actually need to be healing. Surprisingly, yes, I am actually playing with now. I'm going to get away from the frontal of the boss, and then I'm going to keep reversion sticking. I know I have this stasis, which is going to put Dream Breath on the entire group, which will be nice. I'll put Dream Breath on, and I'll be able to get this. So I have here. I'm going to keep everybody full health here. I'm going to imagine that some damage is happening in a second. Yeah, we actually managed to get through this. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. He's going to go do the console. I'm going to get at least one of these. Yellow is here. And then here we go. Stasis is... There are actually two different combinations that you can put in stasis. I have one that I do every time pretty much. And then Rye has another one that he does. Rye is the top preservation evoker in the world. My combo with stasis is that when I stasis, I always Dream Breath rank 1, then Spirit Bloom full rank, and then I end the stasis with a... Oops. And then I end stasis with, what's it called? What's it called? You have to wait for the RP, otherwise you spawn at the start. I forgot. I am playing with now, yeah. Yeah, isn't that wild? I've never gone to play with him before. This will be my first ever time playing with him. Hello? I am officially playing with now. Which has been like, obviously, because I'm a tank player, right? Like, I'm a tank player. This is like, he's been an idol for me for a long time on how to tank. So we immediately Fire Breath, which will help heal him. And then otherwise, we're just going to watch him here. Your tank will actually need external, but not right away. He'll need external somewhere in the middle of this pull. Not when he gathers it. That's not how this pull works. Yeah, he's literally the world champion. I don't think he knows who I am, guys. Guys, I don't think he knows who I am, by the way. Like, I'm almost positive he doesn't... You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know who I am for sure. He just joined a random 12. He has no idea who I am. He's getting more stomp damage than I was getting on my Brewmaster. If he doubles this, he could die. These guys changed a little bit. I don't know if he knows the changes or not. So I'm going to stasis for him. Again, rank 1 Dream Breath. And then I'm going to put a full Spirit Bloom in here. I'm going to external. I don't have external for him, actually. I'm just going to Golden Hour him back up. Because these bolts really start to hurt him. Just Golden Hour. And then back up. So this pull can end his life. I do have external for him. I might just send it right away, actually, so he can settle. And then I can settle a little bit, too. I can do big damage with my opener. And then I can just keep hots on the group. And I can go straight to him and make sure that he doesn't die. Because he will need basically all my support here. All my love and support will go straight to him. I'm going to put this hot on him here. And then I'm just going to do tank healing for a second. So if anybody else dies, it's kind of... They might just die. And that's honestly... It'll be what it'll be. My Fire Breath! That was the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. That was the saddest thing. My Fire Breath. Okay. Stack. Stack here first. You guys... We have to stack on this fight. And if we don't stack on this fight, we are super dead. In fact, we have Lust. So I should Lust. So this fight has an added mechanic now, which makes this quite a bit harder. He's going to move, right? What's the strategy of not moving for this first one? What's the strategy of not moving? Because then the ads... Did he forget? Or is this intentional so that we hadn't pad on the ads? Ooh. Was this intentional so that we have... He was reading talents. Okay. I knew there was something. I was like, I don't think he would have done that intentionally or anything. So this one will get hit at least 2 of them. Nice. Knock up there. That one we'll have to be careful of. This one you actually have to heal as Preservation Evoker. I'm getting meleeed by this. These guys really hurt. Like, if you get meleeed by these ads, it's pretty much GG's for you. It can be at the very least. So make sure I have big healing on the group. Again, let's not min-max damage here. And here we go. Hey, Shari. Shari, we're playing with Now. It's so cool. Never in my life did I ever think that I would get to play with Mr. Now. I don't know why he's just in some random pug key. I can't prevent people from getting hit by fire. I cannot prevent the random fire deaths, unfortunately. I can defensive myself. This boss gets very out of hand very quickly. It's actually one of the harder bosses this season. I think. It can get very hard here, though. Yeah, the tail swipe. I remember that. Yes, I remember the tail swipe. I'm going to external... Oh, my mage. Fuck. Where is he? I can't... He's blinking around trying to survive. I can actually save this, though. We actually got through this boss. I'm just going to let my tank keep this haste buff. Oh my god, we got through it. Nice. Okay. Whew. I still managed to do 1.23 million DPS there, by the way. So we still technically have it right now. This is with a scuffed run. I'm still doing this, by the way. Yeah, I think I've been hit by tail swipe, though. I think I've been hit by tail swipe. Vaguely remember. But how is my A versus S tier rank going? Even with the Warlock dying a bunch, how's my A versus S tier? Arcane Mage, technically, is a mage. How big are we going here, dude? Hold up. Hold up. I don't know how big he's pulling. This can get really tough, because I don't think he... Okay, I'm just going to plan to Giga heal this. Probably. Let's assume I got to do infinite healing here. Because I don't think we're killing that thing. Yeah, we're probably not killing that thing, right? So Zephyr now. And then the Unstable Rift happens. And then... We're not going to kill that thing. I'm actually just going to fully heal this, aren't I? Okay, so big Spirit Bloom. But basically, there's going to be ramping damage here. I can technically greed this 1. Greed this 2. Bro. Yeah, I figured we wouldn't kill the stars with how this was going. What's my HPS at right now? Almost 5 mil? I have a kick, actually. Oh. Yeah, Warlock, because the Arcane Mage is technically target capped, so Arcane Mage is going to have a much harder time on these types of things. I'll just send this now so that we settle. And then, yep, I was figuring that would happen. Oh, bro, I was sustaining a lot of healing there. I was sustaining a lot of healing. I guess we can just reset and go, because, like... Yeah, so Arcane the Prio is why you play it, though, right? He might die. I actually have External up if I can get to him in time. Okay. We are technically still alive. Obviously, this has not been the cleanest key of existence. This has not been the cleanest key I've ever seen in my life. Unstable Rifts. Hyperlight Bolts are fine. Whew. Monk looking good? Oh, yeah. Monk's looking real good next season, though. What's the second macro you got? Just a mouse over for... Just a mouse over. So that I can cast it while moving to do some damage. It's an Azure Strike mouse over. It's not that important. It's not... Like, Azure Strike is such a low part of your overall damage, but technically I have casted it. Wait. Have I? Is it not even registering right now? Okay. We are technically alive in this key. Amazing. My damage is going to be significantly lower. What's up, fluffy pillows? I like fluffy pillows. Actually, you know, I'm not allowed to use fluffy pillows. I'm not allowed to use those hard pillows. Because I can't, though. So he's pulling random. Does he not? He remembers this dungeon. He's the world champion of this dungeon. What are you talking about? Of course, he's got to remember this dungeon. He's the world champion of this dungeon. The route is not exactly what I remember, but that's okay. I might actually have to watch my mana. Just realized. Well, we pulled the boss with this. Okay. No problem. I have pretty infinite healing here. So, I'll set up here. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch my mana a little bit. We have to make sure that these ads, under no circumstances, can they cast. Listen, these ads cannot cast under any circumstance. There you go. Perfect. I'll do this. Boom. Big healing. I actually think that maybe in an actual comp, you might not have your healer do this. Like your Pres Evoker might not do this, but should be fine otherwise. No other damage happening. You don't need to do that last one. You can let me do it. You can let the last one expire, by the way. Okay, so I have big healing. This is an example where Prez doesn't just do big dam, it also does big healing. It also does big healing. Whew. I'm sweating here, but it's okay. He should be fine. I shouldn't have to interrupt my ramp for this. There's only a few kicks. That one almost went off, and I remember it being a one-tap. I haven't seen it actually go off yet, so I don't know. But I remember it being a pretty much one-tap. Okay. Whew, 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 whew. He said, oops. Oh, man. He's improvising. What is this? That's a lot of casters. No problem. Maybe let me do this. Hopefully he's at least happy. Hopefully he's at least happy with my healing. This is fine, by the way. If you get all of them on the first one, it's fine. The second one is the one where you might actually have to heal because sometimes you don't get all of them. He can live as a tank. We can't live as a DPS who are not super aware and are not dodging mechanics. So I can, for example, external the person that gets hit by this. But otherwise, this is definitely a one-tap in higher keys. So we're going to get this thing where we have to dodge now. I have to set up a healing ramp. I can do it. Okay, actually, he's going to do it for me. That's fine. I don't necessarily mind. Boom, 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 boom. Just remember that at no point in this key of me playing Preservation Evoker have I been like, man, my range are standing in Narnia. Just once on the second boss when my mage was panicking. When my mage was panicking on the second boss, it happened. Because he was blinking all over the place. Well, so we're going to have to live 2 of these now. I'm going to get the far one. I didn't quite get this. So I communion now. Everybody will be full health for what it's worth. Cool. So I have the healing here, although that does stack and do a bunch of damage. I'll just get hots on the group so everybody feels safe. And I can infinitely heal the next collapsing star without my full dream breath. Okay. So we fully prepped. See how I have reversion sticking? My dream breath is probably going to expire, and that's okay. But I have reversion sticking on my group and manual echoes. So what I have here... I'm going to wait, actually. It's fine. I just realized. Because I can ramp this even better for that healing. Nice, we killed it. Oh, we did it anyways. Nice, GG's. Haha. GG's. Should I say big fan, by the way? Big fan, by the way. Privilege. Privilege. Okay. Here we go. Big privilege. Big privilege. Okay. Big fan, by the way. Privilege. Can I add him on PTR? Like, do I send a message? Do I just be like, yo, thank you for coming to my key? Do I try? I don't know. But anyways, hopefully that showed off a little bit. Obviously, that wasn't the cleanest run in the world. Does he want to do any more? Does he know who I am? I've fangirled so hard. I had to pee so bad that entire dungeon. I had to pee. Kitty, do you know who that is? We can give him a... Here, we can technically... For what it's worth, okay? He's now underscore, right? Isn't that the stream? Now underscore? Now... No, it's just not even underscore. It's just actually now. I can't believe I've never thought in my entire life I would be shouting out now. How do I explain who this is to somebody who doesn't play World of Warcraft? Want to do any more? Do you want to do any more? Want to do any more? His overall is better than my, obviously. He's getting more out of his stomps a little bit, and he's just getting some more... It looks like he's just getting more keg smashes, though. He's just the potentially best tank in the entire world, give or take. Something like that. And I'm a tank player, so I can at least whisper him and ask him if he wants to do any more. What else is there to say? When I say world champion, though, I mean, you know, like world champion, not like... And now he knows who you are. I don't think he knows who I am. He's arguably and factually, he is the best, right? He took this knock-up, and he's playing similar to what I was running, except for one talent in the knock-up. I think I was running elusive, this one. I kind of want to do, like, a slightly better run. Should I just queue something and see if he wants to do it? I haven't healed any of the other dungeons yet. I'm kind of worried. What about Halls of Atonement? He said something short. Another Gambit or a different dungeon? Should we try a new dungeon? I haven't done Halls of Atonement yet. I haven't healed this yet. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly go. I really have to pee. Okay? I'm just gonna go pee real fast. I also gotta make dinner and shit. Okay. What do we have? He said, sure. Ooh, he talked to me. A Beastmaster Hunter. Sure. I say Brewmaster saying it's going to be smoother rotation, deep rest profile. I've only ever played Shadowpan, to be honest. Though. I've only ever played Shadowpan. Who's this? A balanced Druid. Sure. Why not? Okay. Halls of Atonement. He talked to me. Well, it's just like, okay, like I said, it's so weird to me that I'm in this scenario where I get to technically even be talking to people like this because I'm just a random WoW player. Like, that's how I've been my whole life. I haven't played WoW since 3K. It's good to see the PTR up. Not only is the PTR up, now it's on the PTR. The legend himself. The legend himself is on the PTR. All right, let's go. Also, he is from Malta and you are across the world. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I'm from. It's Thailand timing. It's like late right now. Actually, it's like 8:30 p.m. Whew. There are people as well. I haven't done halls actually. So glad for you having fun. Of course I'm having fun. I get to play WoW and stuff. Yeah, I got to do a key with Dorky earlier. I got to do a key with Dorky this season. I was playing my bear actually. Call 8:30 p.m. late. Well, it's kind of late when you have stuff to do and stuff. I'm just as important as him. Halls. I haven't done halls yet. Is halls hard? Has anybody done halls on PTR? What's your opinion of this dungeon when it comes back? I don't know the changes or anything like that though. Take your time. Take your time. Chill. Oh, he talked to me. He talked to me. He's talking to me again. Oh man. Last boss is rough. Is it an HPS check or did it change from last? Like it used to just be the statues, right? And they changed it. It's the big tank hit, right? Easy to heal, but the tank busters are bad. Okay. It's just the same as it was before, right? I mean, as long as it's not that different than what it was before, I suppose. That facial hair, though, thank you. Thank you. Dude, Keister, Showery, I'm playing with now right now. The statues are bugged. Really? Most fun Shadow. I actually think Halls of Atonement was very fun. Yeah, I think Halls of Atonement's good. We have two decurses. Should be nice. I vaguely remember this. They hit people even if you're not anywhere near the statue. Okay, so we're probably going to die to it. Understood. Understood. Amazing. Amazing. I'm supposed to make dinner right now, but I'm way too excited about this. I can't make dinner at the moment. Halls is probably very different than it used to be. Because in higher keys, you would do these insane pulls in halls, yeah? You would do these insane pulls. I don't know how to explain it. How would you... Okay, so... How would you explain to somebody who has never played World of Warcraft, how would you explain the MDI, TGP, Race to World First competition level stuff? How would you explain that to somebody who hasn't played WoW? And then the person... Like, because you can't... Because it's like a team of people, right? But how would you explain that? You know what I mean? The timer shouldn't be a problem with our damage. Now, also remember in Shadowlands, we were kind of bad. Tournaments tournaments between the very best players in the world competing for grand prizes of what? 300,000. Compare him to a football player. Compare him to a football player, huh? He is Tom Brady. Yeah? Is that a fair comparison? He's the Faker of WoW, except to understand Faker, you still need to understand League of Legends. Just say NBA Finals, but WoW version. Okay? So who is currently the best NBA player? Who's currently the best basketball player? In your opinion. Wait, what is this? What is this stacking buff that he has? That's new. All damage taken increased by what? They just casually do this now? Jockig. NBA versions of the Super Bowl. Oh, he's playing with Master of Harmony at this point. That's new. There's a tank debuff to dispel on this now. Okay. Ooh. You know, I can't even judge you for that because, to be honest, absolutely fair. I am also an armpit person. I just normally don't like them. I don't like them hairy. I've never shaved my armpits before, to be honest. I do find armpits to be incredibly attractive, though. But I don't really, not my armpits, like other people's armpits. Because, like, it is what it is, right? But I've never, I guess I'm not. There is no perfect amount of hair for armpits, to be honest, with respect. I don't think so. I feel like, because I've shaved my legs before at different points for body paint stuff, right? I've shaved my legs before, and I've shaved my arms at one point for body paint reasons. But I've never shaved my armpits. I did not shave my armpits. That was a long time ago for different body paint stuff. A long time ago. Also, there should be a little bit of music. You guys can't hear any music, yeah? I'll put it up ever so slightly. There's like a tiny bit of music playing. Okay. We're going to see Halls of Atonement. Yep. All right. He said going. Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Ready? Let's go. Pull 5. Okay. But I've been known to Google an armpit or two in my life. Boom, 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 boom. All right, here we go. I don't know this route whatsoever. I have no idea. We used to go pull like 2 of these things, but I'm assuming that now we're not pulling 2 of them, and we're just going, give or take, to the shard. I would imagine the first pull has got to be to the shard, yeah? Do the bolts only hit tanks? There's been a weird trend right now where stuff is only hitting tanks at the moment. There's the curse. Also a curse on me. Are we going to curse the spell? It doesn't look like we're... Okay, I need somebody to curse the spell. What's this magic debuff? External my tank now? He's improvising yet again. You have been warned. Okay. No sane person loves Guardian just for their playstyle. Yeah. You sure? It looks like I'll have to ramp healing a lot faster in the future. Damn. Okay, so this is going to be a tank dungeon, yeah? This is just going to be a tank dungeon then. Like, as of right now, that was actually fine for healing. It's just a tank dungeon. He's improvising fully. He doesn't even know where he's going at this point. He knows he's going right. Is this what it's like playing with now? He's just literally improvising. He definitely has no idea where he's... I've been watching him, like, I think, did he open MDT just now? I can't see what he's doing, of course, but I feel like what he just did was open MDT. Somebody will decurse me, right? Good. Is he going to take this into the next pack? I external him, maybe? Halls of Atonement is going to be a lot of big pulls. Oh, there's going to be a lot of big pulls in this dungeon. Whoa! I think I've aggro on something. I can technically just communion. I can blanket heal, but oh, he's dead. Go again. Okay. Okay. Yes, prideful. Yeah, I remember. Prideful. We had prideful. All right, reset. Make sure that we're decursing. Let me see if both people are decursing. Let me tell the mage. Mage, can you decurse and stuff? Dalgroth 2. I'm playing with now. Now is in this key. I'm playing with now. I'm playing with now. So I'm fangirling a little bit though. Yeah, Prideful was tough in lower keys because you would just spawn it regular, and then in higher keys you would have to skip it. You would do all this weird stuff with invis potions and stuff, and you would just skip it. All right, ready? Let's go. All right, ready? I'm giggling and blushing. Okay, well, all right. You have a point. You have a point. All right, let's go. Pull 5. Okay. I don't think I've seen you this red. I've seen him on the TV. But I've seen him on the TV before. You guys don't understand. If there's like a regular billionaire, like if I ever met Bill Gates, I would just be like, "Aight, why is your last name Gates? Like, it's a weird last name." You ever thought about that? Like, why were you named Gates? Seems like a very strange last name. But then if I ever met now, I'm like freaking out. It's like it's not about the in real. I don't actually fangirl this hard over things. Right? Like, not at all. However, right? Yeah, it could be fences. It could be fences. You don't know. The Sinquake is basically the same as it used to be. There you go. Decursing. Nice. Good. A bit dangerous again. Yeah, there's also decurses now, by the way. There's also decurses in Dawnbreaker, which are borderline. There are curses in Dawnbreaker, which are actually borderline necessary. Like, you might need a decurse in Dawnbreaker. I think Dawnbreaker and this dungeon, it looks like decurses are kind of back, though, yeah. I really like the fact that last season there was no mandatory dispel, yeah? So they run away and you need to CC them, it looks like. Is that also something they've changed? Yeah, I kind of agree with the "oh man, why" comment there. Like, it feels unnecessary. I can dispel him on that bleed, I suppose. In top is, but the top, that was like optional. These are like not like somebody will take like 500% of their health bar. So this is not, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between optional and preferable. This is like borderline. I can try to external him for what it's worth. Isn't this just like a frontal that he does or whatever? And then there's a Sinquake you have to dodge. Yeah, this give or take is what I remember. Surprised I saved the mage there. Yeah, it's annoying to move, but it doesn't do like 500, but it doesn't do 500% of your health. This type of thing, like in Dawnbreaker, it will literally do like 200, 300% of somebody's health bar. Like, that's a wild difference. You know what I mean? Like, that's an insane difference there. Do you not get these guys anymore? So you can't actually get this anymore. Is this correct? Like, what do? They just do that frontal still? Oh, shit. That's like a long frontal now. They do like a big frontal. Okay. Oh, I see it now. I see it. Yeah, it's more like a Grim Batol curse. Like, technically, could you out-heal it? Yes, I suppose. Oh, and I'm locked? Oh, shit. Is there going to be another one? Stone Fist, Powerful Swipe. These guys suck. These guys do not look like very fun mobs to play. Yeah, more disrupting shouts. We didn't have enough of those last season. Whoa. I'm gonna get some really good rescue value out of this, though. I think that the route here probably hasn't changed that much from before. You don't have a Venthyr? Yeah, exactly. I remember vaguely doing this dungeon without Venthyr. Does he need external? Probably. I don't know what he is or is not pulling here. I'm assuming he's stopping here, yeah? Okay. So I begin healing. Could you perhaps use the setting that shows what skill you use? Yes. I normally have it. On PTR, I don't, because it's just an add-on that I never downloaded. However, absolutely I can. Maybe get it after this dungeon, even if you remind me. What is external? External is my DR. So every healer in the game technically has an external ability. External just stands for Do details too. I don't know how to enable it on details. Is it like a window control? Spell list? Is it this? Nope. I am healing him a fair bit. Just so I'm not, it's a mod script. You can tell him that I'm healing him a fair bit. Not like the most insane amount, but, you know, I'm not healing him. Like right here. And I'll probably external him here too, it looks like. Boom. Communion. It looks like there's a... I'm going to external this. So external is anything... I'm trying to think of something that you've played, Eden. It basically is like a shield wall. Like every healer has some type of shield wall that I can give to the tank when they need it. The main thing is that I can give it to the tank. So I have a button. It's like a 1 minute. It's got a long cooldown, but effectively I have a button that can give my tank damage reduction. Or my DPS, to be fair. It's one of the ways that healer can heal damage. Does that make sense? Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good way to explain it. So you have shield wall, which is like an 8-second cooldown that gives you 40% DR. Yeah, exactly. So I have a button that gives somebody something like that. And Priest has a button that gives that. And Resto Druid has a button that gives that. And exactly, it's like Pain Sup on Priest. Mine is a 1 minute cooldown on Pres Evoker. It gives stagger, exactly. So 50% of the damage you take, which is a 50%, but it's not a DR, it's 50% is delayed, which is a little different, by the way. Dude, I remember watching him literally do this. I remember watching him do this in competition. It's like I'm getting flashbacks. I watched him do this on my TV. So they just removed the Venthyr buff, yeah? Does this first boss do anything dangerous now? Out of curiosity, does the first boss do anything kind of dangerous at this point? 1 minute seems good, but the problem with it, the thing is that mine doesn't actually, mine doesn't technically stop damage. That guy looks like he's pulling. So mine doesn't technically stop the damage. It just delays it. So I actually have to heal people after. Okay, the new visuals here are pretty cool. So this is just an AoE that's going to happen. It's the beam. It goes 4 angles, and you have to just dodge. The question is, does it do damage now? I wouldn't be so... Oh my god! Look how much better this looks! Look how much better this looks! Oh my god, thank you, Blizzard, for finally updating your graphics in games. Oh my god! Look how much better this is! This is so much better than it used to be. Do you remember the most annoying thing where you would get clipped by that and you were like, I wasn't in it? You would get clipped by it and you were like, I wasn't in it. That is the most amazing change I've ever seen to world. That was unbelievably good. Somebody please clip that, because that needs to actually be clipped and sent to them and just been like, thank you for doing this. Also, why didn't you do this sooner? But honestly, I'll take it. I don't even mind. But thank you for doing this. That needs to be... Can somebody go clip that? I'll clip it after. What's the time slot right here? Marksman Hunter, Dark Ranger is a bit more prio damage. Sentinel might still be more overall. So you'll have an option to play both. Like maybe Sentinel is just a mass AoE choice or something like Gambit. But Dark Ranger is a bit more single target and prio damage. So it depends on what you're looking for as a Marksman Hunter. As a Beastmaster Hunter, you play Pack Leader now. And as Survival, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Yeah, so Dawnbreaker and Arakar, but I mean, that boss, this is way back when, by the way, if that answers your question, John. Oh, my hunter right now. Oh, my hunter right now is spec'd. He spec'd. Beastmaster is just playing for sure, basically, at this point. Okay, these guys you used to skip all the time because they do something really weird, and I don't know what it is, but it hurts. I don't know exactly know what this is, but I know that it hurts. I external my tank now, give or take, because this is when he would need healing. So I'm just going to be Giga healing here. I just remember you used to skip these guys. Turn to stone, you definitely can't get hit by that. It's not a cast anymore, though, at least. Yeah, I mean, that pull was a fair amount of tank damage. It looked like that pull hurt a lot. So, do we have... Go over here, though? You're not gonna... I'm going to laugh at the visuals. What's the time slot of my stream? How long have I been streaming for today? So we go up. Okay. At least my mana isn't having any issues right now. I'm assuming we're going into boss here. This boss is just please make sure that you decurse. 8 hours, give or take. Okay. So the Blood Torrent is just the thing that you dodge. Otherwise, looks like big healing. I can't tell if these are the ads that we pulled. Oh, this is the... These are the... Oh, that's right, the casters. All the casters. Right. Right. I vaguely remember this now. Heal my tank back up. Lot of damage here, actually. Lot of damage. Mage uses a defensive. Good job. You can wait for them to just turn to stone. You used to do that before as well. Thank you, Mr. Dalgroth, too. So, it's when the ads spawn, give or take. And you want to... Do you still smash the ads with the stomp thingy? So, I'm pretty sure I just kind of knock them in a little bit. Yeah, you want to... Oh. So that one you're supposed to take to the ads, because now we're probably going to get overwhelmed with ads, give or take. But I have big healing, so maybe I can out-heal it. Do I have a res? Oh, I have the res. That's okay. I have stasis. Where is he? There he is. I have a res, but it's going to be hard for me to get this. So I dispel him now, right? And then I just do this? Question mark? Okay. Doesn't seem like the absolute worst thing in the world. Okay, as long as you decurse, then that's fine. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Is he going to do the MDI pull? Where he just does this regularly, or... How do they change this trash here? Okay, so big giga healing, spot healing here. This, by the way, you can see how I, as a Pres Evoker on this dungeon, am having a bit of a hard time. Specifically because people are standing all over the place. So I haven't been able to hit anybody with my frontals, and I'm still managing, though. Yeah, but I'm also caughting him. Keep in mind that I have Cauterizing Flame, which is pretty helpful. I have Cauterizing Flame, which is very helpful for him here. So I can save some of it. This one you pulled into boss in a higher key level, and you were scared to do this in a lower key level. Please make sure... Okay, no curses go off. Nice. That was weird. Big healing here. I don't remember exactly what does or does not do damage on this. You gotta take the ghost. They added him. I was about to say, they're almost certainly adding a mechanic to this, right? Is this a dispel? Okay. So it's a dispel. Holy shit. Okay, so this boss is actually going to be an HPS check now. Give or take. Rewind it? Bro, what the hell is this, actually? Hold up. What the fuck is this? This is insane damage. That's a lot of damage. What the hell? That's like a fuck ton of damage. Holy... Wait a second. This is Communion? That's a lot of damage now. That's insane. I'm at 6 million HPS right now. I don't think... Wait, guys. I'm at 6 million HPS. Yeah, I'm at 6 million HPS. Look at my HPS. I'm at 5 mil now. It's going down a little bit. Yeah, that's like wildly... Okay, Haunting Fixation here. That's insane. Okay. Yeah, that's actually wild. And the Healer Dispel is actually kind of insane as well. I don't know if the volley did or did not go off. It looks to me like it is just this actual ad that's doing all this damage. I got this. Yeah, that's like a lot of burst healing. That's okay. Prez is actually really good at this. I think you're supposed to be standing on it probably when it spawns already. Like you're supposed to... I had just prep healing here. Do I have time to send this ramp or... Okay, so I'm already here. So I just go 1, 2, 3. Dude, I actually couldn't even get that Spirit Bloom off. Not with the Dispel on him, too. That's wild. Yeah, that's a lot. That's like a lot of healing there. Damn. Just an ordinary Italian? Damn. We only like special Italians here, unfortunately. Alright, ready? Okay, so this guy was just... Kick him, watch aggro on the ads, right? This is just... That's all this is? Nope. Something's weird here. What's this? So don't cleave each other with this. Okay, so I've used cooldowns, so I should be able to heal this. Is it a big... Okay, it's a little explosion at the end. Not the worst. We have giga damage. I mean, our damage is so high. The timer here is weird. We definitely missed percentage. We're going to have to YOLO that later. Supposedly, this boss is very hard, and I just hit stasis, so I won't have stasis here. Just tell them you put pineapple on pizza. I, in fact, do not put pineapple on pizza. Okay, so this is the stigma of pride. I just heal the tank here. Whoa! 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 Bro! Lord Sidious? Lord Sidious? Lord Sidious? So there's just a... Whoa! What is this? Dude. This feels so Revendrethy. This feels amazingly Revendrethy. That's kind of cool. I need to res him. Oh, I don't have a res. We have no res, actually. Whoa! Okay, so... This is the... What is this? You have to soak each one. You have to soak each one. Right, okay. It doesn't seem that bad to heal, though. Ooh. External him? Whoa. This boss looks so much cooler. Okay, so I like the arrows. I like the fact that at least has an arrow anymore. Oh, he didn't see the arrow. Oh. I am not a fan of pineapple pizza. I'm mostly a fan of pineapple under the sea. Pineapple under the sea is better. Although that show was actually so strange. Sometimes I think about the fact that that show is just really strange. Okay, so watch the thing. They're all going to go in now. It doesn't seem like that bad, though. So this is going to... So he's going to have to soak basically all of them. Let's rescue him here or something. And then I'll try to soak how many of these? This doesn't seem to be that bad to me right now. Like, that's all healable damage, at least. The movement is kind of tough. I don't remember those circles being a thing. You just dodge this. You dodge the line, which is a lot easier to see now, because the line didn't used to be there. Yeah, seems okay. As long as we don't get another phase, I suppose. It's just a healing cooldown. You just use a healing cooldown there. If you have the perfect spot, you used to be able to do that. I remember. Yeah, you used to be able to, if you had like the perfect spot for it. He looks like he's dealing with the tank buster here pretty well. The bosses here seem like they have no health. Either that or I guess my hunter is just doing giant damage. He's doing very big single target. I'm very curious to know what he's doing. I want to see his builds because he's doing more single target than I was doing for sure on my hunter. Yeah, he did soak. He soaked 3 of them on the first one because I was healing the mage and that was it. Crit haste. Ooh, he's playing the PvP trinket? Okay. Talents are just the middle one. This is basically what I was playing. He soaked the first 3. I did notice that. Because I was waiting for the damage and I couldn't find it. This dungeon seems doable. It seems okay. Maybe hard? Oh, I got locked again. Maybe, like, kind of hard, but kind of doable. The run back for more count. The standard halls of atonement. He's just trying to give us the full experience. Sweet nostalgia. Sweet nostalgia indeed. Damn. I'm still just like, whew. You can't log anymore. You're still stuck at the thing, though. Shadowlands Dungeon and now missing count. Name a more iconic duo. Oh no, Zath. Are you referring to the Sanguine Depths incident? Is this the Sanguine Depths incident that you're referring to? Is this a little Sanguine Depths reference? I remember watching that. You gave up trying to log in? Okay, so basically you're telling me just don't log out of the PTR. Understood. He's turned to stone, but I have him. Big tank healing. Nice. GG's. Cool. Alright. That's cool. I guess I didn't do a priory on my evoker, so I'm going to have lower PTR IO technically. GG's. Didn't feel that bad. Didn't feel that bad. The healing felt okay. Where they took the angel taxi back by incidents. He's such a chill guy. Oh, man. What a unique experience. What is his damage like? So he went back to Shadow Pen. He's not playing this, though. He did yell at you at the end? Oh, no. What did I do? What did I do at the end? My mage was actually decursing, which is very nice. Okay, so Prez Evoker, I didn't obviously know what we were doing there, so I had a little bit less damage. But overall, still feels good. Oh, okay. That's will help. A healer help for Fan. Oh. Oh, man. For fuck's sake. Oh, that's right, because he's Swedish. Right. I know some Swedish. That 6 mil ish was kind of insane. That was a while. Yeah, that was tough. That was actually really insane. That 6 mil pull was actually a long time. Uh-oh. The disconnect. Wait. Is the PTR just go down? Oh, I never got to... Should I just say GG's in his chat or like? Oh my! Is this the game telling me that it's time? Oh, his PTR also looked like it disconnected. His PTR also disconnected. Damn! What a wild experience. PTR is so cool. Never ever would I get that experience. Technically, I would never get that experience otherwise. You know? Yeah, I think that might be why. That would explain it. That would explain it there. Go to his chat and say, how was the evoker? GG's. Looks like it, though. GG's. I was the Prez. Who knows? Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. All right, fine. GG's. That was the present. Those keys. Okay, I'm doing it. You guys want to support me? You guys should also go in there and just be like, "Yo, that Prez was good." You should just be like, "That Prez was really good." You should just be like, "I was playing with now. I was playing with now." Paid chatters, not me. But the PTR went down. We timed 2 keys. I'm trying to get back on PTR. Just relogging. Got DC'd. Oh shit. He asked if I wanted to come back. Yeah? If I can relog. This chat. Hey man, I love your videos. What will I play in season 3? Nust in the Discord right now. I'll post a screenshot of the tier list that I made today. I'm pretty confident in that tier list. I'm trying really hard to get in. Can you guys get into my Discord now? Actually, out of curiosity, can you guys get into Discord? People were trying to join earlier and I couldn't get them in. I'll post the tier list that I made basically like in Discord later. I can't. My PCR is not loading right now. Oh, it's finally loading. Okay, good. Good. I finally got in. Oh. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, it's so wild. Okay. Gambit or this again? Which one? I stuck there, like where I am right now. I got back in. Back. Halls again or Gambit? Do we want to do Halls again or Gambit? I don't really mind either way. I can technically swap to a meta healer as well. You want to just do Halls again since we're here? Or Gambit? I think Gambit's more fun though. Viz are amazing, Jer. Thank you. I feel like Halls of Atonement was fun. I kind of want to do that again. Ready stretch? Thank you. Buddies. Buddies. Holy shit. You guys realize that what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to call... You guys realize that basically after the stream today, I'm going to call my family and I'm going to be like fangirling so hard about it. Do you want to do this or Gambit? I kind of want to... I don't mind Halls of Atonement again. Man, now or Petco. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I have to decide. It's up to you, Cambo. I'm healing, though. There it is. Zath, you want to come mage? I kind of want to play with specs that I don't already know, to be fair. Like, part of me wants to play with specs I don't know. So, like, I'll take a Ret Pally, for example, because I'm curious about a Ret Pally. As long as... We need 1D curse, at least that's though. Okay. Well, actually, now said he needs to be right back. I can wait if he wants to wait. I can wait a little bit. What class you recommend to start tanking? Ordinary Italian. It's a great question, to be honest. I still think that Guardian Druid is the best recommendation to start tanking. Although on my... it got nerfed today, and it's doing a little bit less good than it could be doing. But I still think, actually, that it's pretty decent right now. Like, I think it's still, like, the best chance to learn how to tank. So, this guy, this streamer, he is... I'm playing with him right now. He's in my group. I just did a few keys with him. This guy, I will link it in my chat. That guy, right? We could do Gambit and not take Z-Curse. I think that Guardian Druid is the best, though. Yeah, I think that Guardian Druid is still the best tank to learn how to tank. I kind of want to take a Ret Pally in somebody, but the only problem that I'm going to have is Raccoony wants to come. He's a good Frost DK. But I need at least 1 D-Curse for this dungeon. I can't actually do this dungeon without a D-Curse. But he said he needs a little bit of time. So that's the guy I'm playing with. He is arguably the best... Actually, not arguably. Certifiably the best competition tank in all of the other stuff, though. I know, Zath, but there's so many arcane mages. I feel like I want to play with not an arcane mage. Unless you want to come on Boomy or something. What was our Boomy's damage in that key? What was his single target damage? He died there. It's hard to say. Hard to say, actually, because he also died here. Boomy actually did not do a lot of damage. I want to take, like, who else? What, a Shaman? Shaman DPS would be good. Like, I want to take, like, a Shaman DPS for that, though. Man, sure. You want D-Curse? D-Curse. Is he a Fire Mage? Arcane. I mean, I could play my Resto Druid, I guess. I could just, like, log over to Resto Druid and do that. was watching him in tanking. He has much more decisions to make than a DPS. Correct. When you tank, there's going to be a lot more arcane. Why is everybody arcane? Oh, for the first time in a while. I don't think my Brewmaster mech's been quite so far. Yeah, I have Tay. I have a lot, though. Oh, that guy's a Resto Druid. Van Helsing. As long as he decurses, I don't mind. I want to test more boomies, to be fair. There's another arcane. Basically, when you tank, there's a lot more pressure, but it's also why a lot of people are scared to tank right now. And that's sad. Like, they shouldn't be that scared to tank. You should enjoy tanking. Our overall DPS looks pretty funny there. Should we take a boomy? Could take a boomy, I guess. I need at least one. Let's see how he does on boomy with being a resto main, I think. I just need to tell him. So first of all, he's spec for resto. Is he actually set up here? Boomy and decurse. Can you decurse on cooldown? You are only one. Just need to make sure you can decurse. Biggest scare of learning to tank is the community. Yeah, it's tough though, basically. Okay, I have messed around on Brewmaster a bunch. Now is currently playing it at the moment. Basically, Brewmaster is very strong. The main benefit of Brewmaster is the fact that you provide Mystic Touch to your group. So a physical comp with Brewmaster is very strong with 8% now. Like, super strong, yeah? Super strong. I'll need a second. I'm also okay. I'm gonna go get a snack, so be right back. We'll continue in a second. I'm gonna go get a snack and whatnot. Go make dinner super fast. I wish I could make dinner super fast. I don't think I can make dinner that fast. I'm gonna go fangirl over to somebody though. If it becomes physical metal, they'll squeeze out Mistweaver. Yes, and right now I will say, Cambo, if you're a Mistweaver main, you are struggling because Brewmaster. It's only physical though. I don't know exactly what the comp will be. Hold up, I gotta go get some salt and stuff, and I gotta go fangirl a little bit. I'll be right back. Let me take a break. I haven't stood up. I was gonna take a break earlier, and then I ended up fangirling, so that's my bad. We'll see if I get back on time. Great, because great because I ended up making an entire steak. I made an entire steak and eggs dinner because I forgot I was defrosting some, and I was like, I'm not letting this steak go to waste. So I was hoping I would get back before he was, but I made. Yummy. Have you ever had? I've never eaten steak on stream. You ever had a nice steak, ordinary Italian? I imagine, because you're an ordinary Italian. Have you ever had good steak before? I don't really eat it because I love it. I mostly eat it because it's like medically good for me. This is a $3 steak. But if you learn how to cook them really well, they're still yummy. Steak is expensive in Thailand, right? But definitely my preference. Delicious. Red meat is expensive in Europe too. The thing is in Thailand, right? You can buy like, so you can buy a kilo of chicken, or for your freedom folk that might be listening right now, you can buy 2 kilos of chicken for like 2 pounds of chicken for about $2, like $2 or $3 in Thailand. But the same price for beef is like $10+, depending if it's cheap or not. Okay. The tier list I made earlier today is posted in general in Discord. I'm so glad he went AFK for this long, because I would have been kind of pressured into playing, because I knew I wanted to, but I was like, damn, I really gotta make dinner. That's actually perfect. Yeah, fair. Let me ask you a question. Out of curiosity. Ordinary Italian. Okay? Delicious. Why do you want to tank? What is it? What is it about tanking that draws you to it? What is it about tanking that makes you want to tank? Out of curiosity. I always feel so much better after eating steak, to be honest. I think that this season in particular is going to be very important for routing. Routing is going to be very important this season. There's going to be a lot of different routing differences, to be honest, for this season in particular. So I think that if you want to learn how to tank this season and basically be the controller, make decisions, help your group, Gambit, Priory, Floodgate, all these keys, Halls of Atonement that we just did, there's so much trash you could pull. Deciding what to pull is actually going to be really tough, by the way. Like, that's actually going to be tough, you know what I mean? So I think that it's actually going to be a really fun season to tank because there's going to be a lot of decisions the tank can make. Like, tanking Workshop is not that fun. There's basically no decision you can make. It's a linear dungeon. The route's already decided before you start the key. You don't, like, make decisions in the middle of it and go, oh, gotcha. Now I get this, right? That's not how it works. Does that make sense? So now, when you actually get to... You know what I mean? Hey, Osiris, grats. Congratulations. You got an advertisement? Okay, no problem. Well, I'm eating steak. Show you? There's not much left. I made myself a big steak and eggs. No, Cyrus, I made a tier list today. And, fun fact, I get to play with Now, which is super cool. Super cool. Because obviously, as a tank player myself, I kind of fangirl, right? Because I've been playing tank for a lot longer than I've been streaming, you know? Let me find the Discord link. Hold up. Because I realized all of a sudden, right? I realized that the tier list is not up on stream because tier list rankings in general of Discord. I wonder how right I'm going to be. I think I'm going to be pretty right. Unless there's tuning and stuff like that, I bet you I'll be quite accurate with how the season actually goes. I've tested PTR so much. I feel like I understand the game well enough. I don't think I'll be off with too many things on the tier list. Okay. You can join the Discord now. Yeah, you can join the Discord now, by the way. I also have Warrior Tank in S tier. The rest in A. I don't think Warrior Tank is that far ahead because it really depends on the comp you're playing. I think Warrior Tank is good. I don't think it's as good as that. I don't know about that. Let me see if the Boomy's still here. Correct. We can do Gambit. I think there's no more standalone, which is kind of sad. You should see my the whole tier list that from today, I'm gonna clip it. The whole thing will be on YouTube. I thought it was gonna be an hour. I'm pretty sure I talked for 2 hours. Oh, that was a big fucking warrior. Holy shit. I actually think I accidentally talked for 2 hours. I think I talked for 2 hours. That entire thing, by the way. Yeah, not my bad. An Ellie Shami? Take an Ellie Shami, why not? I gotta eat my eggs real fast. Yeah, there's too much liquid. I know when I make steak, the problem is there's always too much liquid. I kind of don't like it, but eh. It's nutritious. Thank you, O Pleb. Thank you, O. It's a skill I have worked hard to cultivate over the years. I have worked quite hard to cultivate this skill over many years. I was not born like this, trust me. When I was younger, I didn't talk to people. I was diagnosed with like low functioning autism early on because I didn't talk to people. Thank you, Zifrit. I appreciate it. Do I remember that time? Probably. When you weren't talking to people? Do I remember that time? Honestly, no, because when I was younger, I'll tell you the story when I actually start this key. I'll tell you the story when I start the key. I have a few more bites. Oh my god. So much better. I'm really needed dinner. I'm so glad I had that chance to eat dinner. Like, in particular, that was amazing. That was perfect. That's exactly what I needed. I feel so much better now. I think I should have made dinner like an hour ago. I just got excited. I'm not gonna lie. I should have made dinner like an hour ago. I just yeah. Ordinary Italian. Question for you. How did you actually find my channel? Ready? Gambits. Do we care about doing this higher than 12? Do you want to do 13 gambit, or does that matter? 13, okay. Or 12. We can just do 12, actually. We could just do 12 if they wanted to. The YouTube. Do we care? Great, let's go. Boom. I believe it was a Priory dungeon. Oh, it was that one. The Priory. Gotcha. Okay, let's go. You want to hear the story? Okay, so when I was younger, right, I had a really difficult time. I actually was like super delayed in my development. And what I mean by that is I literally didn't learn how to talk to people or how to deal with people until significantly later on. It took me a long time to do that, though. I lost my macros when I DC. Okay. Okay. It took me a long time to figure out how to talk to people. But the reason I learned how to talk to people, I think this is important to know. I actually think this is important to know. It'll help you. It'll help you understand it, to be honest. Right? Like, RFA, to answer your question, I had Naruto. I watched anime when I was younger, and that was the biggest inspiration for me because I really believed in Naruto. I was the exact opposite of him. I wasn't physically gifted. In particular, I had nothing. I was good at math. But who cares if you're good at math or if you're smart intelligently if you can't communicate with people? As I watched Naruto, I learned what I cared about. And I wanted to just be like him. I wanted to be able to connect with people and do talk no jutsu. And so I invested everything in my life into learning that. I thought, I was like, who the cares if I can do calculus at a young age? Or who cares if I can do whatever? It doesn't matter. Because I can't connect with people. I have no friends. I have no ability to, like, everybody hates me. And my motivation was because I had a role model who I wanted to be more like, which was Naruto, yeah? Like, that was the whole point. That was everything to me. So that's actually how I learned to talk to people. It's also why I talk the way I talk. Pretty much everything I learned was from media. Because I didn't get the chance to learn in any other way. Make sense? Happy Wednesday from the States. Happy Wednesday. It's Thursday here. How old was I? When I was diagnosed? Very young. Very young when I was diagnosed, yeah. Quite young. I was 4 when I was diagnosed with autism. When we started talking, about 3 or 4. The thing is, I talked to my mom. I just got really scared. But to the point where my fear would have me, like, bite people. What's up, Garame? It's a little late here, but I'm getting to play with Now, and also I had a fun stream. It's not that late, and I don't have work tonight, so it's all good. I won't game, like, crazy long tonight, probably. Well, we'll see. My week is free right now. Like, my tomorrow morning is free, and then I'll have work after that. Favorite thing in maths? I just liked straight up when I was younger, like when I was like 3, 4, 5 and stuff. I didn't stick with math. I genuinely feel like that part of my brain I cut out because all I ever wanted to do was connect with people. Dude, I was lonely. I didn't have any friends, and like I said, I knew everybody hated me because I didn't know how to interact with people. I didn't know how to play. I didn't know how to socialize. I didn't know how to integrate myself into a group. And the only thing that I cared about for about 10 years of my life was just that. I just wanted to learn. So RFA for me, talking to me was different than a lot of other people. I have a pretty unique story on that because I feel like a lot of people with autism today or people who are antisocial today in any way, the main thing to understand is that people with autism are not antisocial. They desperately want to connect with people and they want to talk to you. They just don't know how. And they're taught over years and years and years that they shouldn't try. Because when they tried, they were shut down brutally. Every time. They were told they were weird or creepy or too much or this or that. And so you learn very quickly to just keep things to yourself, which is a shame and sad. Because that shouldn't be a thing. Right? So when you talk to them, it's pretty easy, actually. All you have to do is ask them, like, what is it that you like to do? Talk to them about their passions. Just ask them, what is it that... Tell me one thing you're passionate about, and then listen when they talk to you. If you want to talk to somebody like that, just ask them, tell me one thing you're passionate about, and then you'll be able to chat with them. Don't try to talk about the weather or small talk or be like, how was your day? Don't do that. Just be like, find the thing they like. For me, you could have, for example, said, oh, you play World of Warcraft? Tell me something about World of Warcraft. And then just listen. That's the key. Giving you the real secret sauce, actually, is literally the only thing that matters. If you can do that, you'll be successful at it. Oh, shit. Big lag right now on PTR. Big lag on PTR, actually. Like, huge lag, actually. Oh, that's unfortunate. Lagging way more than normal. That's like a significantly more lag than normal. Doesn't show more lag, but it definitely feels more lag. Do, 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 do. Media helps a lot of people into development. I mean, yeah, it was like the secret thing for me. It was the only thing, it was the only way I learned how to communicate with people. And then when I was older, basically it was just Doctor Who. Doctor Who, for me, was my adult life. When I was younger, it was all anime. It was Naruto in particular, and a few other anime. And then when I was older, everything became about Doctor Who. I just wanted to be like the Doctor. I thought the Doctor was the coolest person ever. I was just like, damn, no matter, after everything he's been through, no matter where he is, he's always able to just communicate with people. I'm not going to lie, I thought that was the coolest, most sweet stuff ever. Just amazingly cool that he could do that. So I wanted to learn how to do that. And so I learned how to do that. Like, that's it. I know he's not a main brew, but his damage intake seems quite high compared to other tanks. It could just be these pulls. It's okay. Preservation Invoker and Brewmaster are a good match for each other. I can keep all my hots on him. Double reversion ticking. Golden hour him back up when I need to. So we echo, reversion, echo, reversion. Boom, 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 boom. Does that make sense, RFA? I really think that's the only thing you need to know. If you really want to talk to somebody who has autism, even high functioning, right? Because low functioning is different. When I was low functioning means you don't speak. So you can't talk to somebody with low functioning autism. High functioning means that you can at least talk. Your brain just works a little differently than other people. Right? Whoa, I might die. That deep breath, I greeted it. So these are where the water bolts go off and can one-shot people. So it's my job to keep everybody full health and watch kicks. I would Zephyr this one probably. And then just, oh, it already died. Died so fast. I'm curious to see what this Ellie Shami overall will be like. The only way that you would play Ellie Shami in comps is if you actually were able to do like significant damage, I think, right now. Because it is squishy, although it does provide the Shaman buff. And I still think you're going to want to find a way to get the Shaman buff this season if possible. Prez does so much damage overall still. Now we'll sleep deprive him. That's not... You gotta understand, I actually don't do things... Like, my life right now, I don't do things for the sake of, like, work or anything like that. So the reason I fangirl over now is not because I'm streaming and he's also streaming, right? That has actually nothing to do with it. The reason I fangirl is because I respect him. Like, I think he's cool. It has nothing to do. Even if I wasn't streaming and this happened and I was on the PCR testing something and I got the chance to play with him, I would also fangirl. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm streaming. If anything, I'm self-conscious about the fact that I'm doing that on stream. I can only say phrases like other people repeat. Okay? Be in the same room with her. Don't say shit and be okay with that. The one thing that's true for everyone, everybody wants to connect, RFA. All people want in life is to connect with other people. And if there are boundaries and barriers to connecting with people, then if you want to be able to make a big difference in that person's life, just... You can break down those boundaries by understanding what it is that they want. Just remember to insta move by fire. So if you just understand what it is that they want, you can actually make such a difference in their life. And so basically what she wants, yeah, is to connect with you, to connect with people. But what does connecting with people mean? Does that mean having a conversation? Does that mean having a conversation, or does that mean thinking that there are other people who care about you? Like, which one is it? Because actually thinking that other people, just like having people in your life, is connecting, right? So that's the only thing that really matters. Just being able to connect with people. And so one way you can connect with somebody is just being in their presence. She learns to leave the room because it's very easy to get overwhelmed because she thinks there's a pressure on her to process your signals. Yeah? There's pressure on her to process the signals. And so that can be a thing, you know? Hello? What did we do wrong here? Oh, there you go. That was weird. Rest in peace, our overall damage. But what you can do basically is, do you like to play any games on your phone, RFA? Is there any, do you like to play like Hearthstone or like old school RuneScape on your phone or anything like that? You have any preferences like this? Whoops. The fire death. The fire death. Anybody have a B-Res, or is it me? Not around young children, to be honest, no. I don't think I can res him. I can try. There you go. But I'm in the ground effect. Whoa. Fuck. Tried to res. Aw, man. Might be a reset. Gotta pre-move fire. If you see it targeted on you, just start running. Do. All good. So this is how you do big tank healing. I'm going to external him now anyways. This pull will kill your tanks if they're not super prepared. Basically, it's your job as a healer to kind of keep your tank alive on this pull. What's up? I suppose you might be a cool guy. New fan on YouTube. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thanks, suppose. I'm very new to the YouTube stuff, and it's still weird to me a little bit that people like it, but I'm glad people like it. I'm going to work harder to make cool content as the season goes. I want to make some basic guide content, but like thinking about how it is that I can actually help people, right? And I think one of the best ways that I can do to help people is if I made a guide specific for tank healing and DPSing. Like, I think that would make such a difference, actually. Keister, we're not supposed to mention the blue and white here. I sent that link to you in confidence. Which is a sarcastic joke for any of the moderators that may or may not be listening. Ooh, we're pulling with boss now. Alright, bet. Just make sure that we're stacking still, and it should be fine. This is mostly tank damage, so you could totally pull this with the... Well, or that happens. I'm the only tank that... What? There's no way I'm the only tank that talks to the audience like that. I don't think that... That can't be right. Well... Oof. That is actually a tough... There's two... I thought that... I only saw one sword toss on me, though. It was fun to watch. I hope you try on Templar soon. And that sword toss actually does a lot of damage. Why was there two on me, though? The sword tosses thing, though. Woo, tier list. Yeah, I made a tier list today. I've been gaming PTR so much, I made a tier list. I did make a tier list today. Was wondering, explain how to pull as a pally? Yeah, I want to make more things like that bowl of rice, right? It double hits for some reason. Not sure why. Like, it hit me once, and then it hit me twice like that. You made an entire video about a specific route. I'd be curious, instead of, so, like, I won't try Templar on prot pally, probably, just because Lightsmith is clearly the play on PTR, and I'm kind of okay with the fact that Lightsmith is the play on PTR right now. I prefer Lightsmith, just my own personal playstyle, because I don't like to be dependent on my healer. I like to play tanks in a way where basically my healer could die and I would be fine. That's always my goal with tanking, is how can I make it so that my healer is always not having to worry about me whatsoever. That make sense? That's kind of always my goal with tanking. So Templar, I feel as though Templar is more healer reliant. This is a fight where I got to play Spatial Paradox in the future. For sure. This is like a Spatial Paradox type fight. So I always try to play the game in a way like that. Boom. Heal this up. Well, fire, I imagine. This boss actually gets so hard in pugs, because we're supposed to stack. If you stack on this fight, it's not nearly as bad, right? Decision making, and you were the only one I found that actually explains it. Am I really? Like I said, I still feel like I'm new to content creation. I don't feel like I can't be the only one. I guess some people, they think inside their head, right? Like, they don't think outside their head. Inside my head, like right now, for example, I could have knocked this guy back, because the one thing you can't have happen on this fight is you cannot get meleeed by the brutes. So anything that you can do to control this adds. So like even right here, I have to be careful because I'm hooked right now. And here we go. I external this, and then I heal it like this. Whoa, double dispel. Interesting. Well, I'm glad people like my rants because, you know, the thing is, right, the rants that I do, they're technically just rants, and I'm glad that people like it. I'm glad people like the rants. If you didn't like the rants, I would still do them. But that's cool. I'll definitely try to make more. I'm definitely going to try to make more. The runs, you know, like the prot pally one that you're talking about, that one is just me. That was just like, those are most of the runs that I upload to YouTube. They're not like edited. You know that, right? They're just like live streams from Twitch when I'm doing a run and doing it live, if that makes sense. So I'll definitely upload more of those, but I wanted to try actually content creation. I wanted to try making little things that I think will help people. Even just like, I swear, like one of the things I'm going to do is I just want to make it for defense. Like I want to make a video for DPS that just says, hey, when you walk into this pole, hit a defensive. You know what I mean? Like that would be awesome. Just like a little thing like that. Something easy. What's up, Stormwolf? Stormwolf, may I share with you something very, very cool that is happening right now on this stream? Can I share with you something quite interesting? Oh. How are you? I am playing with Now. You know who Now is, Stormwolf? It's pretty cool. Ignore what just happened there. You don't know who Now is? That's very interesting to me. Do you know who Echo is in World of Warcraft? Do you know Echo? Do you know Echo in Liquid, for example? You know, like the MDI and TGP, yeah? Do you know the MDI and TGP? You know those competitions? That would be probably a better way to explain it, though. Yeah. So the main tank for Echo is Now. And I'm playing with him right now. The former pro tank. Yeah, the former pro tank, though. Wonderbar, that's right. He was the previous... He's with Method. That's right. He's with Method now. It's changed. I just figured people might know it like that. That's right. He did change. I remember. There's all the drama about this. The PTR is cool because you can play cross-faction. So you can play cross-region, right? So NA can play with EU, which is awesome. NA can play with EU. And EU can play with NA. So he's EU, right? So I would never actually get to see him on live. Well, I figured that cast might go off. I kicked one of them and I stopped the other one. We're chain wiping here, so ignore that. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? I think it's awesome, at least. Ugh. I guess I'm out the raid. Thank you for raiding. Of course. I appreciate the raid. I just think it's so cool. I guess, you know what I mean? Like I watch all the competitions. So I seen him on my TV before. I seen him on my TV, which is awesome. Super cool. Prez is looking amazingly well. Yeah, don't look at this run. This run got all sorts of messed up for funny reasons, Zippity. He was trying some MDI pulls, and we were not physically or mentally prepared for those MDI pulls, so they didn't go very well. You know? Yeah, so he is basically, I think, the most career successful tank in MDI. Like, he is the most successful MDI tank of all time. Yeah, that is true, actually. Yes, that's a correct statement. Sam, you got to play with Stormwolf the other day? Cool. Cool. Please don't do 2 stacks. Please don't do 2 stacks. There you go. Cool, easy. No need to rewind this. I have time to heal. Mm. I could probably enable a plater on my Prez, and that would be very helpful. Default nameplates are pretty tough. Thank you for saying so, though, Bowl of Rice. I do appreciate it. He's gonna go over to this corner. This is the tech. I think this boss... Oh, I'm not going to fly to him in time. Oh, I just made it. Just barely. Just barely. I might die here. Easy healing. No problem. So we're going to have to take 2 of these. Cool. Got it. Nice. It's much harder for me to interact with stream, though, for sure, when I play Prez. Like, the explanation, decision-making, when I play Prez, especially in, like, a group that is learning the dungeon, it's like, you have to be so on top of reactive healing, you know? You have to be so on top of reactive healing. It's pretty cool, right, when you get to actually play with people, DK? Might have to heal this early. Well, that's not supposed to happen. All right, me and Matt. Before you do PTR, thanks. I made a tier list today. One of the reasons I wanted to do PTR so much. Oh, he's gonna Hearthstone out. Oh, Raccoony. Raccoony's arguing with the tank. No way. Raccoony's arguing with a tank? He's arguing with now? There's no way. Amazing. The balls. I feel that as a Holy Priest in some keys. Holy Priest is tough. Holy Priest do be tough for sure. Hunter can do. Possible. I can get. The hunter. Oh, he's learning this dungeon. He's a good hunter. His damage is not in question or anything like that, right? But he's learning hunter. You have to be okay with people learning on PTR. You can't go into the whole reason that you play PTR is so that you can test things and learn. You know what I mean? Where did I release? We did it live on stream earlier, which is why I'm a little tired for sure. The tier list is linked in my Discord. I think it's linked to the top here. If you want, you can find it there. Yeah, there you go. Should we let the hunter do it? Or you want me to do it this time? So this one go. Yeah, perfect. Well. So one at a time. One stack at a time. I spelled list wrong, by the way. Oh, no. Despair. Despair. This is how you nerf Hunter, I guess. I can explain it for the Hunter if he wants to come to if he wants to come to stream. I did do that, actually. It's just funny. Every time I looked away from my game. Oh, yeah, but, like, hey, I know you didn't mean any shade by that. I just think it's so important because sometimes people will watch, like, when the season comes out, right? When the season comes out, you're going to be like, wow, how did they not die? Like, how did the healer do that? Or how did the tank not die to that pole? Like, that pole does so much damage whenever I do it. You know what I mean? So you're going to feel that. But the truth is that we did die to it. The whole point is that we did die to it. We just learned on PTR. And then by the time that the live game actually rolls around, we don't die to it anymore. And I just think that it's so important to know that, right? I think it's so important to kind of realize that everybody does make mistakes, including now. Everyone does. Yeah? I have a stasis loaded. I kind of can't heal this right now. I'll do it. So it's okay to make mistakes, but especially if you make the mistakes on PTR, then you can learn for when live happens. And then you won't die in the season. But basically the way that you learn in keys is oftentimes by making the mistakes. You know? I'll have to make sure I defensive this. So, like, yeah, I know for... Oh, how did he take extra damage? Now I'm getting a little tired. Right. You have to learn, though. And it's okay that you have to learn. It's good to learn. I can technically heal this eternally. Boom, 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 boom. Can we live this? Not if he doesn't defensive. I was gonna say we could totally live that actually. How are they nerf bear? Yeah. They nerfed bear, yeah. Unfortunately, they did indeed nerf bear. Which is sad. It was an unnecessary nerf, to say the least. The funny thing is, technically now and I could solo this, probably. No, I didn't mean to. No, I didn't mean to. It'll be fine. The nerf to bear is mostly for its damage, which honestly doesn't matter so much in lower keys. Like, it's not that important. You will be able to do any key that you want to do. You can totally end up doing, right? Yo. So the star basically leaves a dot on the group, right? So you want to soak one, you get this dot, you wait, because otherwise you'll get 2 stacks, yeah? And it actually does a fair amount of damage. And then you can leave the last one, because the last one will auto-explode. There's no penalty to it. It will just get that stack later, if that makes sense. Yeah, and then this one, so if you're in the corner here, you can actually clearly see like where everything is coming. Super visually cool fight. Then this one here is not too bad. Obviously, we're going to take many stacks. The only issue with this particular encounter, the one stack doesn't kill you, so no defensive is needed, even in a higher key. You won't die to that. You will die, however, when there's two stacks, because it multiplicatively stacks on you, yeah? So I would external myself here as an example in order to live. Because I have 3 stacks. From that point, though, basically when the star happens, it's the same timing every time. This boss will absolutely take Pugs a while to learn. But it's just a rinse and repeat fight. There's actually nothing else to it. So it really is just a rinse and repeat. Once you get it, you'll get it like a bunch, yeah? We did this so many times in Shadowlands that even though we're just coming back to it today, it's still so muscle memory, yeah? That basically, like, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to make sure I soak one of these immediately. And then I'm going to come back and dodge this. You know? And so when that explodes, if we don't soak it, what will happen is that when that explodes, we're going to get all the stacks. So I'm going to go over here. Technically, this would be your job because it would be hard for me as a Pres Evoker to do it, especially with, like, the range issues. And then we'll get 2 stacks when it explodes. There's 4 stacks total. I soaked 2 of them early, so when that explodes, now we'll have 2 stacks, etc., right? Play season 1 on shot. No problem. Yeah. TTR is for learning. It's all good. We're not here to time keys. We're just here to chill. How do you like your Beastmaster build, by the way? How do you like it? Because I was experimenting with my Beastmaster. GG's. Nice to game with him. I was experimenting with my Beastmaster build, and yeah, you were playing the no Call of the Wild build, yeah? You were playing the no Call of the Wild build. Do you know who our tank is in this key? Do you know who the tank was, by the way? Are you familiar with... Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. It's so weird because I haven't been streaming for that long, and like the fact that I get to play with him is so wild to me. It's so wild to me. It was cool. I'm glad I got to do keys with him. That was really fun. Basically, though, so what I was experimenting with a little bit was not just this build, but I was also over here to this one, though. Last boss is so slow with the shield when you solo it. I could imagine that soloing it is tough, yeah. I could totally see how soloing it would be really tough. Yeah, I could see that. Your Beastmaster single target was so high. I was wondering what the difference was in your talents versus my talents. There's only this one point here. I had this point somewhere else. I don't even know where I had this point. I didn't have the Brutal Companion point, but otherwise, I don't know if it's just your stats or your gear, but you end up doing so much more damage than me on my Hunter. Chilling otherwise. A 14 Halls of Atonement. Be a fun key, though. The Towel-Lee Test. There's so many cool, like, healers and stuff. There's so many cool people playing PTR, man. It's so awesome. Like, it's actually so cool who you get to play PTR with. You never know. You never know who's going to be on here. It's actually so awesome. I wish that I could play Nature come back. How much haste and crit you got? Oh, my Hunter just has mostly the PvP vendor gear, so not a lot, right? Do you think it would be worth to stay with Bear? Yeah, I do think so, Saint Hearth. I think that Bear will be absolutely fine. You gotta remember that tier lists are kind of designed to be cool content, right? Like, tier lists are super cool bait content. But also, I'm just starting out with content creation and stuff, so I gotta make a tier list. But also, B, I've put a lot of effort into it. The most important thing to remember is that they shouldn't apply to 3K IO. They should be meant for people who are trying to pug to 3,500 plus. It doesn't have to be the highest level keys. You know, it doesn't have to be the comp that you gotta play this at the highest level. That's not quite what tier lists are meant for. Tier lists are much more meant just to get community perception, etc., right? I tuned in and saw this, bro. Bro, it was rough. It was rough. We got to do 3 keys. We got to do 3 keys. The first 2 were easy times. Oh, thank you for the sub. Thank you, I appreciate it. But honestly, yeah, just make sure that when you play, whatever's you're gonna have the most fun with is the thing that you want to actually do. That's like the most important thing, is just make sure you have fun playing, right? Like that's like the #1 thing for World of Warcraft, is you just gotta make sure that you have absolutely fun playing. Can I heal a 14 Halls of Atonement? I think I can. I could probably heal 14 Halls with my Prez. Or we could try more tanking stuff. Alright, let's go. Wait, actually? Wait. No decurse. Wait, there's actually no decurse. I'd have to Resto Druid. I'd have to Resto Druid. There's only... We need a decurse for this dungeon. Wait, actually, though, I wouldn't be able to heal it with no curse. Probably have to Resto Druid this. I can Resto Druid, though. I can... All good. All good. I could either Resto Druid this. Do you think I should Resto Druid this, or... I don't know. There's a lot of healing in this dungeon, actually. I can Resto Druid. It's like... I want to see Paladin's build here. This Pally tank that we're playing with is a very good Paladin tank. And I want to see him try to play the new buffed Pally. One of these 40% crit, 30% hits. It builds online because you want to reach... Gotcha. Yeah, I think that the crit talent... I think my crit's like 20% on my Hunter, so it was definitely a little bit lower when I was testing the Hunter. I think you want 2 decurses for this dungeon. 1 is going to be tough. 1 will be doable, but tough. The trash hurts a little bit. Oh, I got DC'd. What time is it? It's not the 10 the clock DC, right? PTR do be like this sometimes. How very fun it was, and how awesome it was that I technically got to play with now for a little bit. That was super cool. Very, very interesting. Very cool. I think that when you think about 3K, the most important thing for you as a tank, Sainthearth, is that you don't die. That's like first and foremost. The only thing that really matters is that you don't die. However you can best meet that goal is the only thing that matters. So for example, if you think that you're good on Bear and you feel comfortable on Bear, that's the best tank to play. Likewise, if you feel very comfortable on a Blood DK, even if that's considered the lowest ranked tank, that's what you should play. Then that's what you should do, you know? I might struggle to heal this on Resto Druid just a little bit, unless I play the OP Trinket, which, by the way, my Prez is not playing. My Prez was actually not playing that. Halls of Atonement. Oh, you know what I gotta do? I gotta just quickly go buy pretty much all new gear. Because the vendor, you now have avoidance on everything, if you would like it. So we just buy basically everything except for legs and chest, because I won't be able to get those things in time. I would say that meta matters way before that, Zath, just mostly because it's really hard to find invites without meta. If I don't make a tier list, somebody else is going to make a tier list, right? If I don't make a tier list, somebody else is going to make that tier list 100%, right? Like, if it's not me, it'll be someone. Hold up, I want to grab this real fast, and then this one. Cool. Does that make sense? And I think that it's important to have context on a tier list and say, hey, this might be good here, but this is way better here, if that makes sense. I don't believe meta means that much. but I do believe it impacts your ability to do keys. Oh, shit, he's just going. God, hold up. I gotta equip my gear. My gear. My gear. I'm not ready. Oh. Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. I couldn't find where my gear was. Okay. Let's see what he's pulling here. So this actually does a lot of damage. You have to fully ramp this as a healer. Like, you don't want to be attempting to do damage here. You actually want to just be ramping here, and then you want to do big healing. So we're going to go big healing, like 3, 2, 1, give or take. There you go. And you do big healing. Those curses are all going off, basically, because I am the only dispel, which is tough, by the way. Very tough for me to be the only dispel here. We might get another one. We might not. Unsure. So I ramp just in case. And then I go like this. Should be good. Just put F-low down. And then we're good to go. Nice. Gear is just a number. Avoidance is... I'm going to take casually 10% more damage than some of the people in this key. It just means I won't be trying to min-max my, my damage that much. My Resto Druid is not my most familiar healer. So... I have to work a little bit harder at it, but that's fine. I'm more curious to see how he's going to min-max my Pally tank. So he puts his weapon out, right? And that means we all get a weapon, which is awesome. Like, the weapon shit here is so cool. So ramp on the tank here. And then probably I'm not going to be greeting my damage too much, you know, because... I don't think it matters that much. That being said, I could probably get one Convoke in cat form. I can external my tank here and then dispel him. Remember, my dispel is unfortunately going to overlap with other people. The curse dispel. My favorite thing about PTR, man, is the fact that I can just go on any character. I really wish the actual game was like this. I don't think it would be better for World of Warcraft, to be fair. Like, it'd probably be worse for WoW in almost every way. But I love the fact that on PTR, I can just be like, you know, I can play Resto Druid. We need a curse dispel? No problem. Let me just hop on my Resto Druid. And I can just play Resto Druid. Like, you know how cool that is? That's like the coolest thing. That's so cool. It's a second late ramping for this. That's okay. Still had big healing. That Trank is actually a nice cooldown now. I like the fact that Trank is something you can kind of depend on more. You didn't used to be able to depend on that in keys as a Resto Druid. I love that fact. I don't think the game would be better, to be clear. I think the game would be actively worse, in fact, if that actually happened. Convoke here. Like, I think the game would be significantly worse if people were able to play like this. Of just being able to kind of game however and just gear their character. Because so many people are attached to their character in World of Warcraft, you know? That I don't think it would actually be good if people could do that. Whoops. This is going to be tough. External this. I'm making my Pally tank fight for this, sorry. Boom, 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 boom. He's going to kite out for a second because he's a good Pally tank. Perfect. How long is this shard alive? I think the shard will get another one off, so I should ramp, F-low, heal. Boom. Resto Druid feels kind of broken. I know I'm playing a Trinket right now that's also very OP, but still. I'm playing like a Trinket that does a lot, though. But yeah, I just ended up having a really good day today. I don't know. I mean, both stream went well, and also there's something about PTR, which is my absolute favorite thing, Algita. I am sleep deprived, though, so I'm much more liable to say the very wrong thing. I will say, I'm far more liable to say the very wrong thing right now. So ramp, boom, and then convoke. Gonna have to dispel that one. This one goes off, it's fine.
Sure. Oops. Was that extra damage? It looked like that was a lot of extra damage. I'm not sure what that was. Whoa, that thrash actually hurts. Whoa. What's actually killing people aside from the thrash damage? Out of curiosity. What is killing people outside of that? Like 6 hours from now, you'll be fast asleep? Probably. Yeah, I mean, I'll be tired for sure. It's not technically that late, and I just don't happen to not have work tonight, so I can technically game, yeah? It is something I'm allowed to do. What was killing people there out of curiosity? Was it extra damage? Thrash. No, it's just the last tick of thrash. Is it because it's physical damage, so it just kills him? A 10k overkill? Wait, that's insane. Is only a 10k overkill. We just convoke this. I don't need to actually be in cat form. Like, my damage is pretty irrelevant. I don't mind just spreading a few dots and getting a kick while I'm in cat form real fast. Because this pull, you can see the damage difference here. I'll external my tank here. I'll rebuff. Watch my own aggro. Dispel him. These ones I'll just have to heal. Trank. Dispelling. Pally does get kind of shredded here. He has bubble finally. Nice. I will say that compared to Brewmaster, Pally feels easier to heal for me. Yeah, I mean, it's a 14, right? 14s on PTR actually hurt. They're not like 12s. 12s on PTR are fine, because we have the same gear for both 12s and 14. So 14 actually you start to notice 14 a lot more. You definitely start to notice 14, like, a lot more. It feels so weird going from, like, a 2 million overall on my Prez Evoker to this. It feels so strange for that, though. And Prez Evoker feels so smooth to me compared to Resto Druid. I wonder what pull we're doing. Is he going to do this into boss? He's doing the Trap the Houndmaster strat. Are we going to just do this pull, or is he going into boss? Unsure. Watch my Pally on gather. Prep my hots. The one thing about Resto Druid, which is weird to me, is that technically there's not really a lot of damage min-maxing unless I want to spend Convoke in cat form. But aside from that, it's mostly just, like, if I just do what I just did and then the rest of the time I'm just healing, like, it's fine. Like, you can just actually be in human form the whole time. It's kind of like, it's the antithesis of what I believe a healer should do, but it does work. I'm going to external my tank now because he's got a lot of stacks on him. Spell. Yeah, so it kind of bothers me a little bit, but it technically does work. Like, I'm actually doing... I wouldn't be doing that much more damage if I was greeting it the entire time. There's group failed here. We've had a few silly deaths at this point, but this seems fine. The third boss is a group... Oh, dude, I healed it on 12, and I was at 6 million HPS. Yeah, I did it before on my Prez, and I was at... Yeah, dude, I did it before. I was at almost 6 million HPS for the first part of that fight. That was insane. You're right. The HPS requirement on that, I don't know what the hell was up with that. That was crazy. That was a lot of healing on the Prez. That was insane, actually. I just casually did it the first time. I was not expecting it because I don't know what they did to it. It was just crazy, man. No, I'm actually really not greedy. I'm tired right now. So, I don't know. Resto Druid's a pretty fun healer to play when you're tired because it's the ultimate chill healer. What are we doing? This fight, I should be able to be in cat form for most of it. And just kind of let my trees do healing.
Yeah, this fight should be fine. There's a lot of pretty consistent damage, but let me just at least greed a little cat form here. Like, we could put F-load down, get a few hots out, because I will need to heal a little bit, but not too much. And then back to cat form. Don't be on the tank. Ooh. It looked like I almost got hit by that. Just heal this up. Cool. And then here, there's no pulsing AoE damage when this is out, so I have to be careful of my advanced movement speed. But otherwise, Resto Druid single target. If I'm like greeting cat form and actually able to get bites off as well, it's not that impressive. To be honest, it's like kind of meh. But still, the reason, like, the min-maxing of this is so irrelevant. Yeah? Because, technically speaking, it doesn't matter what my single target is, kind of. Because I can go Convoke now. I'll get every Convoke off. My point is that the difference is 500k. The difference of me min-maxing versus not is 500k, which is just simply not enough to make a difference of like, oh, I really wish I could just greed a cat form right now. Because I'll still do 500k, but if I can greed cat form, I'll do this much. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't remember it shifting like that. That's new. I don't remember that. The lines here are so much better. About 8 hours through or something, there was a clip I wanted to get where I was just amazed by the lines. So I could just like be out of cat form here. I do believe that'll tick me down. I mean, if Resto Druid is this OP, like, I don't mind playing it, yeah? Because right now, it's so overtuned. I just feel like the tuning on Resto Druid is off. There's something weird about it, which is just, like, I'm not even healing that well, and I'm doing just fine. Like, I'm not even healing appropriately right now. I'm healing inappropriately right now, and I'm still able to just casually do this. On my Prez, if I played my rotation the way I'm playing Resto Druid, I would do... I mean, everybody would be dead. Dude, that is so scary as a melee. Yeah, basically, though, you just kind of get... Like, literally, my healing is just that and this trinket that I'm playing, which is overpowered. My Prez is not playing the overpowered trinket. But, like, you know, if I need to do HPS like third boss, we'll see. We'll see how third boss feels, to be honest. That'll be a good test. Because that's an actual HPS check, whereas this is technically... I remember this pull hurt my tank before a lot. So let me just ramp on the tank, and then we should be fine. These guys jump around a little bit. We just basically ramp on the tank. But the cat form Convoke, because there's no boomy form Convoke, in AoE, the cat form Convoke is not worth it. So I really feel like you just actually effectively just send that. I'm going to external my tank here, dispel this. He bubbles. Okay. Yeah, there's a fair bit of healing to do here. We used to skip this trash for a reason. I'm not sure exactly what is doing the damage, and it would be good to learn that. Like, what is actually doing the damage here. You can see that I'm just maintaining this level of HPS. I'm at 3.5 mil, 3.3 mil, just casually on this. And I wasn't greeting cat form there, but I was still doing a lot of damage. Bursting growths here. A flex redeem sounds good. Tomorrow, okay, today I didn't go. Listen, today I didn't go. I will admit, today I did not go to the gym. I was supposed to. Tomorrow I'm going to go, okay? I promise. Remind me, make sure that tomorrow I go to the gym. If I get on stream tomorrow and I tell you I haven't been to the gym, all right, yell at me. I'm supposed to go in the morning. I'll have time, like, right before stream to go. Yeah? You fell asleep on your kettlebell? You say kettlebell? What? Are you playing the Twin Sprouts talent? Oh, your keyboard. I was like, your kettlebell. That's cool. Fall asleep on your kettlebell, though. What's up? What do you think about Guardian Druid? I made a full tier spec earlier. And in the tier spec, I kind of talked about... Well, did my Convoke in cat form just do that? Did I just Moonfire that in cat form? That shouldn't have happened. Wait a second. Did my Convoke just spaghetti code pull this? Did I just... Did you see that? I saw Moonfire. I was in cat form. And my Convoke just spaghetti code pulled it. Really? Interesting. That might have been... Yeah, that could have been me. The cat form Convoke, does it really? I mean, I haven't played this build on live. I like my Boomy Weaving. I know it's like frowned upon, but I quite like my Boomy Weaving. Game is working fine to you, apparently. By the way, you can see the 4-piece for prot pally, and you can tell me if this damage is acceptable. There's a world where prot pally is A tier with these changes. They're so good, dude. There's kind of a world where like this 4-piece buff to prot pally is a little bit too insane. You're still here? I am still here. Correct. I am indeed. I mean, honestly, the 4-piece buff to prot pally would put this in A tier. Like, what the hell? Tank pulled with shield. Oh, so the tank, if the tank pulled with shield and then Convoke hit it, but I was like way out of range, so that would have really surprised me, to be honest. This boss, I should be able to do a lot of damage. There's actually not that much healing, unless we start letting things go off. But knowing my tank, he's going to be padding on these ads for sure. So he should have toll. Okay, who is the decurse on? I decurse him now. And then he AMS's that, so that's fine. You just move out of melee on this fight, but I have Heart of the Wild up here and stuff like this. Yeah, Halls and Tazavesh. Tazavesh has been the dungeons that we've been playing. Thank you, by the way, JTech. Is he streaming or anything like that, or did you just see this, though? Aladdin, well, technically it's not Aladdin, to be fair. It's Aladdin, as in Supreme General Aladdin, which is a movie which I genuinely think is quite funny, but I can't reference here. That was a decurse, right? Did he just... Do I have to decurse early or something? Yeah, I'm not allowed to reference the Supreme Leader Aladdin here, I'm pretty sure. I actually think those movies, those types of movies are really funny to me, but I'm definitely not supposed to. I think that's frowned upon. What's my damage on this boss? See, this is the thing. I've been greening cat form. Like, I'm almost letting people die. And all I'm doing for this, like, the only thing that I get, right? Like, the only thing I get is 500k? 300k more damage? Like, it's actually nothing. It's so little. Like, it's so not impactful to be greeting damage as a Resto Druid right now. That's such a weird, strange thing to me. It used to get so much more. Like, I might as well just be ramping. Like, there's no point. I have bleeds on the boss. I might as well just be ramp healing this. I get a kick in cat form, and that's it. Like, I could be bleeding these guys. Okay, so what does this curse actually do? I'm so confused. Is that the curse? How do I get rid of that? I'm a little confused. Resto is so overtuned right now that I'm actually worried. Like, I think it might get nerfed again. Because Resto is so overtuned. Basically, though, Robert, the Druid changes. What are we doing? Oh, he wants to pull one of these, I see. The Guardian Druid changes. They're fine. It just means that we're not going to be meta. We're going to be low tier. That's unfortunate. Like, we're just going to be kind of lower tier. We're not going to be as good as we were. That's it. We're going to be slightly less. One tier down. Can you recommend a simple... For DPS, you basically want a Beastmaster Hunter. Yes, I can. I can... Oh my god. What is that? Beastmaster Hunter. That is the answer to your question. If you want a spec like Guardian, that's just chill, but does good, like Beastmaster Hunter's in a really good spot. And if they don't nerf it, I would feel very confident in saying that that's the spec you should play. Yeah, basically they nerfed Boomy, right? Exactly. They nerfed Boomy, but Guardian caught strays because that has happened, by the way, like several times now. That's, by the way, you know how many times that's happened? A lot at this point. As hilarious as it sounds, that has happened a strange amount. Oops, shit. External my tank, sorry. He bubbles. My bad, I made him bubble there. I don't think I was healing him enough. I'm not sure what does damage on this pull. All I know is that there is a lot of damage here. Yeah, it's happened 3 times now. I think you're correct on this. So let's see what HPS looks like on the next pull. Basically, though, Wild Stalker is just... It's almost unfair how overpowered it is, considering that, A, I don't have to actually do anything for damage, really. I mean, you just do the same thing you were doing, except that it hits way harder. Like, it just hits, it's just significantly better in pretty much every way, which is awesome. Is he going to... Okay, he's not going into boss with this. So this is here. Is it the rapid fire that does that much damage there? Whoa. Aggro. So I've ramped on my melee, which means that Verdancy will be proccing consistently. I have to dispel my tank, so I'll just take this. Keep my hots on the tank, fully ramp him. And then we go like this, few bleeds maybe, 1 bleed even. And then don't dispel anyone else, just heal them and wash my tank. Okay, he's kiting, which means he probably needs external. Or he can just kite, which is fine, to be honest. Nope, stays decent. I hate sitting in Dorn. It depends on what key level you want to do. At the key level that you're talking about, Kyle, you'll be fine. Getting into, like, very high stuff, though. Yeah, Halls of Atonement is back in the dungeon pool. Correct. Halls of Atonement is back in the dungeon pool. Which is exciting. I enjoy a good Resto Druid. I enjoy Resto Druid. It's fun. I'm having fun with it. So we pulled all of this. I kind of wanted to pull it into boss and see what happened. You know, I didn't apply my symbiotic. I'm just realizing that. I haven't applied my symbiotic relationship all key, which would be helpful. Okay, so this boss is now no joke. I don't know when the first ghost spawns. All I know is that the HPS required here basically means that I do not, under any circumstances, try to DPS. Like, that... Basically, all I know is that I don't try to DPS at all. Like, the HPS requirement for this fight is kind of insane right now. Maybe a little bit too much, though. I do agree with you, although I still think you'll be able to find it. Like, I think that you'll be okay on finding those keys. Where it won't be impossible for you to just find the keys. Cool. I'm actually curious. My HPS required doesn't seem crazy high here. Not like any higher than it was. So get hots on people. Is it because we're actually doing the ghost and my last key we weren't doing the ghost? Because right now this boss is actually super chill. But it was not like this before. It was very hard before. I mean, like, noticeably hard. Is it just because that we're actually doing the mechanic? I wonder if that's why. Oh, see, like this, right? This is where it starts getting hard. Because now we're not doing the mechanic. So this is where I would have to just literally pump non-stop HPS. Oh, that was close. Now, I was still able to heal that, right? And then this one's a Convoke. Nice, okay. Yeah, this boss... I do think that it's actually a better boss, to be honest. Brewmaster meta. I think very possibly that Brewmaster is going to have a very good chance at meta. After testing today, though, I also got to say that prot Pally looks incredibly well. Yo, where's the thing? Shit. I was in the wrong spot. External this. Ramp this. Oh, shit. Thank you. My Pally just helped me there. I couldn't see it, actually. That one I didn't see. Brewmaster's in a great spot right now. Whether or not it's meta depends a little bit on community perception, among other things. Yeah, so this fight for other healers is going to get very hard for sure. Ooh, did a volley go off? That fight's not too bad. That fight's not too bad. Actually. The HPS requirement there is very reasonable in my opinion. Looking at this run seems a bit overtuned. Yeah, Beastmaster is overtuned right now, though. It just is overtuned, though. Hunter in general is overtuned. He's even playing a different build, too. I had a Hunter who was doing a little bit better than this before this. Hunter in general is just great right now. Just make other classes like that? You could. That would be one way of doing it. This one I can even get a Convoke off on boss. That's fine. This is with Trank and everything? That's with Trank and full hots on him. He just died through Trank and full hots. Wow. Was not expecting that. You should use Convoke more often. It's a 1-minute cooldown. You want to use... Like, you can save it for an oh shit button, or you can use it for damage. It's up to you. But Convoke is a short enough cooldown where you can kind of just send it. Understandable, because I know the mentality that you're talking about, where you really want to keep it as, like, an oh shit button. But, like, it's up right now. I'll just use it on the next ghost. Unless I feel as though I've perfectly ramped and I'm on the lantern already. So... Here, I have to move back to the lantern, just send it. It's a very short cooldown. If it was like 3 minutes, you'd have to maybe save it for that, but otherwise it's fine. So get some bleeds out, and then otherwise keep ramping. You ever do guides? I'm definitely going to do some sort of guides. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do them yet, but absolutely I will do some sort of guides. Yeah. I'm so pumped for the new season, and I've been spending so much time on PTR, I can definitely see myself doing some guides. Bro, did I go Oh shit, I'm I just realized I'm Time for me. I went there. I actually went there, I didn't realize. Gorgor ramping rejuve build. I mean, I prefer a different one. I prefer the Boomy Weaving build, but yeah. Alright, I'll go bed now. Boom, 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 boom. I think there are many ways. One of the cool things about Wrestle Druid is that there are many ways to play it. Okay, so tier list video from today will be up hopefully on YouTube. If I can get it up tonight, I'll get it up tonight. If not, I'll get it up tomorrow. I'm also okay with that. Yeah, on that key level, it should be fine, right? On that key level should be fine. Let's see who's on. I'm very not usually up this late. So, aside from big PTR gamers. Okay. Boom. Osiris. Should we make a new friend tonight? I'm very rarely up this late, so since I'm going to end this late, I feel like I might as well make a new friend. It's quite late for me. I didn't realize the time. That's my bad. It got a little late. All right, I'll work on that PTR video, and then I'll work on that. I do like new friends. Let's make new friends, then. Just trying to see who's doing what. I see the big people that I know. Vic, man, is going to have such a good season, man. That Pally is just refusing to... Is he still alive? Oh my god, he's soloing the dungeon. I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize he was still alive. To be honest, I actually didn't know he was still alive. That's hilarious. Bro, a very good prot Pally right now is actually borderline going to be moving up a tier. I've played with 2 since their 4-set buff, and they just do so much damage. They're just, like, that good. Is he going to go eventually? Eventually. He is refusing to die. I didn't even realize. This is an amazing solo, then. Yeah. Prop Pally? Okay, it's not in such a good spot, to be honest. It's not in such a good spot. It's just in a good... It's not in, like, such a good spot, though. Dude, he actually soloed it. They might want to finish a dungeon, then. They might actually want to finish a dungeon, then. Interesting. Wait. He beat it. Wait. Shit. That means we still go. Do they want to finish this, then? Oh, damn. Damn. All right. Well, damn. Well played. They want to try zerging the mini boss? Oh boy. Okay. Huh. Okay. Pally is not exactly renowned for their ability to solo things. He did a very good job there, 100%. 100% though. Who's this? Okay. Eventually, and hear me out. Because I was thinking, I was like, you know who's talking about WoW right now? You know who's talking about WoW? Tettles. I was just like seeing that Tettles was on. But I don't think that I would actually ever raid him. Because I don't feel like, I'm not there yet. I'm not quite there yet. So we have to kill it before this. Not even close to that solo, by the way. Not even close here. Oh, what's up, Cody? How's it going? Do you still play WoW? I feel like I haven't seen you in forever, actually. I haven't seen you in forever. What? Oh, he has a lot of dots on him. Play with days off. Are you still enjoying it, though, right now? The PTR is so hyped for me. Dude, Cody, I got to play with Now today. That's, like, the coolest thing, in my opinion. I just think that's so cool, man. I think it's so cool. I mean, I'm not there yet. I'm like a new creator, dude. I'm like a new content creator. He's been around. I watched him when I was a baby. Do you know what I mean? Like, I watched him when I was a baby. How can I copy your add-ons and stuff? Oh, Cyrus, I feel so new at this. You gotta give me that one. You gotta understand that I just feel so brand new at all this. Like, I can't imagine that. Nike just do it? Nah. Nah. How can I copy your add-ons? Okay, add-ons are a whole thing. There's like an entire way to copy add-ons technically. So that's a whole thing though. Who are you talking about? There's just like, you know, like the guy who runs the Bench podcast and used to do Titan Forge podcasts and whatnot. There are people who have been around for a very long time, and I always feel uncomfortable rating them because it feels like some sort of weird, not like cash grab. It just feels strange. Like that's not me. You know what I mean? Trank should be enough here, yeah? Actually, my tank just has the Giga Strat, and he's basically soaking most of them. Nice, easy. Oh, shit. That didn't hurt that bad. I feel as though you know, it's like weird to raid somebody. Like when you're done with stream, right? It's weird to go to somebody who's like wildly more successful than you are, if that makes sense. This boss doesn't feel impossible by any means. I'm sure why groups would struggle with it. I guess if people get hit. Like I had in my Halls of Atonement, people got hit, and that was really hard. But otherwise, you just ramp. You just full ramp it. And as long as you full ramp it, which you have plenty of time to do as a Resto Druid. Like, there's no rush here whatsoever. And then you just dodge. You full heal here. Convoke. My tank pretty much has the perfect positioning, though, where he is actually able to get almost all of these. Which is not mandatory by any means, but it definitely helps this key. Cody, what are you going to play next season? Do you know? What? 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 I was out. I was out of that. Wait, beer me real fast. What happened to the tank dot? The tank dot looked like it just went away. Okay, so I should overdodge it next time. All good. Like, that's the tank dot right there, but it doesn't look like it's doing that much. Maybe he probably had bubble and stuff. Probably. Okay, watch the statue. I was out. I was out. This boss doesn't seem that bad. That boss seems chill, though. GG's. Okay, I've been listening to somebody. She seems nice. She seems really chill. So instead of Tettles, we're going to go raid her. But be nice. I just randomly found her. I have no idea who this is. She seems nice, though. Volinra. Raid Volinra. Okay, thank you very much for hanging out today. I do really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow after the gym, of course. After the gym only. And I will see you tomorrow. But it was a really fun day. And that was a long stream. So that was cool. I will not be doing that many long streams like this for the rest of the week because I have things to do. But I'll be back tomorrow. Don't know what I'm going to test tomorrow, but I'll test some stuff and it will be fun. I'm joining a guild. I will be joining a guild soon. Anyways, let's go say hi to Volinra. I have no idea who this is, but let's go say hi. She seems chatty. See you, Cody. Bye. Hello there. I do not know you, but you seem nice. How are you today? They seem nice. Okay, bye YouTube, if you're here. You're live? It must be late. It is late for me. Yeah, this is particularly late. I'm not going to lie. Pretty late for me right now. Bye, YouTube. I'll be back tomorrow. The tier list video will go live when it can go live. Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow. Bye, YouTube.